Superman! Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Now, Superman, courageous visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth resolved to dedicate his life to the fight for truth and justice. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, a mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. As our story opens today, we find Clark Kent and Lois Lane, the Daily Planet star woman reporter, on their way to cover the opening day celebration of the Happy Land Amusement Park, a gay, newly constructed playland on the outskirts of Metropolis. To Clark Kent, accustomed to exciting adventures, it seems like a mild assignment. But Lois Lane has more than just a casual interest in Happy Land Amusement Park. She explains her interest to Kent as they drive along. Let's listen.
I want to give Happy Land all the publicity we can, Mr. Kent. Light it up so that every person in Metropolis will want to visit the new amusement park.
You haven't a financial interest in it, have you, Miss Lane?
No, but I have a personal interest in Nancy Bardette.
Nancy Bardette? Who's she?
She owns Happy Land. I've known her a great many years, and I'd move heaven and earth to help her.
Uh-huh.
She's only a youngster, just turned 19, and she needs help badly.
Don't you think running an amusement park is rather a big order for a 19-year-old girl?
Oh, it's a very big order. That's why I want to help her as much as I can. You see, her father built Happy Land. It was his dream of a lifetime to own a big amusement park. A dream, unfortunately, that never became a reality.
Why, what do you mean? It's been built, hasn't it? Isn't it having its grand opening today?
Yes, but Nancy's father, Colonel Bardette, died 6 weeks ago.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, it was a terrible blow for Nancy, and she wanted to give Happy Land up, but I convinced her that her father had wanted her to carry on. She's been brave about it, but success in an amusement park requires more than bravery. It needs what we can give it, publicity.
Well, don't worry about that. There's a parade through the town, isn't there?
Yes, with floats, animals, clowns, and a calliope. Nancy's leading the parade in a special carriage drawn by 6 white horses.
Well, with that sort of a send-off, there's no reason why Happy Land shouldn't be a success.
Oh, I hope so. Of course, it has competition.
Another amusement park?
Well, not exactly. It's more of a carnival. In fact, it's called Carnival Town. A man named Martin runs it. Midway Martin.
Uh-huh.
And Nancy's been telling me that he... Oh, here we are. Drive right through the gate. You can park alongside that car.
Say, this is quite a place.
Yeah.
Carousels, Ferris wheels, games of chance. Hey, look at that roller coaster. Oh, it's a mile high.
Sure, that's the main feature of the amusement park. It's called the Sky Chaser. Boy, I wouldn't ride on that for $100.
Why not? Don't you like thrills?
I don't like roller coasters. Oh, look. See the parade forming over there? Look at the elephants and the clowns.
Oh, yeah.
And that silver carriage is the one Nancy's riding in. Gee, aren't those the most beautiful white horses you've ever seen?
Oh, that's swell. High-spirited, too.
Nancy's probably over in that tent. It's their temporary headquarters until she can get around to building an office. Come on, I'll introduce you to her.
All right. Gee, everything looks so new and bright. I'm going for a ride on that Sky Chaser one of these days.
The pleasure's all yours. I'll stick to the carousel.
The answer, Midway Martin, is no. And it will always be no.
I wouldn't be too
Nancy's
sure,
talking
Miss
to Midway
Bardette.
Martin in
Well,
that tent.
I am sure. Now, if you don't mind, get off my property.
What's Martin want?
I'm a man
don't know.
of few words, Miss Bardette. But when I say something, I generally mean it. There ain't room in this town for 2 amusement parks.
Then you can move out.
Oh, no, that's not the way I figure it. I'm ready to pay $15,000 cash for Happy Land. That's a fair price.
I'm not interested. Now get out before I have you thrown out.
Good girl.
You won't have me thrown out, Miss Bardette. A last chance. Do you want the 15 grand?
I said get out.
Okay, sister. But you'll be sorry. This place won't last a week if I have anything to do with it. Happy Land, huh? You won't be so happy by the time I get through.
He's coming out of the tent. Oh, I could wring his neck.
Mean-looking cuss, isn't he?
I'm glad Nancy told him a thing or two. Come on, she's alone now. Hello, Nancy. We couldn't help overhearing your conversation with Midway Martin and... Oh, darling, you're crying.
I can't go through with it, Lois. I just can't.
Now, don't be silly. Do you mean to say you'd let a man like Midway Martin upset all your plans?
It's not Martin alone. It's everything. Oh, I'm ready to scream.
Well, don't, because it might frighten Mr. Kent. Nancy, this is Clark Kent, one of the Daily Planet's bright young reporters.
How do you do, Miss Bardette?
Oh, I'm sorry to have you find me like this, Mr. Kent, but everything seemed to pile up at once, and then to have Midway Martin barge in.
Well, what does he want, Nancy?
Happy Land for $15,000. He raised it from his original offer of 10. I suppose he thinks Happy Land is too much competition for his carnival town.
Well, has he threatened you before, Miss Bardette? I mean, the way he did a few minutes ago?
I don't remember any threats, Mr. Kent.
Well, he said Happy Land wouldn't last a week if he had anything to do with it.
Oh, he was just talking. Don't put silly ideas into Nancy's head. What if Martin did make threats? After we get done splashing the Happy Land amusement park across the front page of the Daily Planet, well, he won't have a single customer at his old carnival town.
You're sweet, Lois.
All right. Dry your eyes. Powder your nose. When does the parade start?
Any minute now.
May I ride in the carriage with you, Nancy? Give me a better picture of the crowds lining the streets.
Of course. Well, what about you, Mr. Kent?
No, I think I'll just wander around and gather material for my story. Miss Lane can handle the parade angle. Incidentally, where is Carnival Town?
Clark Kent, if you so much as mention Carnival Town in your story, I'll never speak to you again.
Ah, don't worry, I won't. Where is it, Miss Bardette?
About 5 miles from here, on the Loganville Road.
Uh-huh.
All ready, Miss Bardette. Parade starting.
I'll be right out, Kelly.
Okay.
Who's he? A man I hired to sort of superintend things. He seems to know his business. Well, I suppose we'll have to go.
Well, now, come on. Chin up. A big, broad smile, Nancy. You know, this is a big day.
Best of luck, Miss Bardette. I'll see you later.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kent.
Get a good story, and a big one.
I have a feeling there's a story here neither of them suspect. I didn't like Midway Martin's face. A man with a face like his is capable of almost anything. I think I'll just take a little ride over to Carnival Town and have a little talk with him.
Come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Martin.
What do you want?
Well, I'm a strong man, and I thought maybe you had a job for
We're
me.
not hiring X now.
Well, I'm really good, Mr. Martin. I can bend a horseshoe and drive a spike through a 6-inch board
Listen,
with my...
buddy, I say we're not hiring nobody now. Is that enough?
Do you think maybe I could get work over at Happy Land?
What? Don't make me laugh.
Well, I should think they could use a good strong man at Happy Land.
Hey, listen, all they'll need at Happy Land in a couple of hours, buddy, is some headache powders.
What do you mean?
Never mind what I mean. Beat it. I got things to do. Go on, scram.
Oh, sorry you can't use me, Mr. Martin.
Goodbye.
Now, what did he mean by saying that all they'll need at Happy Land in a couple of hours will be headache powders? Something's brewing. Yeah, but what? Maybe I'd better get back to the parade and keep an eye on Lois and Nancy Bardette. Wait. Who's that getting out of that car that just pulled up? Good grief, it's Kelly. Nancy Bardette, superintendent. And he's going in to see Midway Martin. Well, I guess I'd better hang around. If Clark Kent can't get any information from Midway Martin, maybe Superman can.
Silent and unseen, Superman slips to the rear door of Midway Martin's shack to learn, if possible, why Kelly, Nancy Bardette, superintendent, is visiting the owner of Carnival Town. Meanwhile, the Happy Land Amusement Park Parade is making its triumphal way through the streets of Metropolis to the wild acclaim of enthusiastic thousands who line the curb. In the silver carriage leading the parade, Nancy Bardette beams as she holds the reins that guide the 6 beautifully groomed white horses.
I never thought it would be anything like this, Lois.
Oh, Nancy, it's thrilling. Look at all those people. Listen to them cheer.
If only Father were here to see.
Oh, darling, he'd be proud of you. Metropolis has never seen anything quite like this. Why, Happy Land will be jammed tonight.
Whoa there, Teddy. Whoa!
What's the matter?
The lead horse on the right is acting up.
Well, even he's excited. Well, you can't blame him. Nancy, you haven't a thing to worry about from now on. If Happy Land is success, you can live like a queen.
And I have you to thank for it, Lois. If it hadn't been for all the encouragement you gave me, I never would have carried on.
Nonsense. Well, that's the Barnett blood in you.
Whoa, Dandy. Whoa, Prince. Steady.
It's the noise of the crowd. Frightening them.
Whoa, Prince. Steady.
Nancy, can you hold them?
I don't know. They're all acting strange. Steady.
Oh, don't you think we better stop?
Whoa, Dandy. Whoa.
Nancy, they're bolting.
Lois, I can't hold them.
Jump, Nancy, jump.
No, we're going too fast. You'll be killed. Hold on, Lois. They're wild. Running away.
The carriage is shaking, swaying from side to side. What can we do, Nancy?
The rain staff.
The horses are heading for Maple Street, where the bridge is being repaired. They'll go right through. We'll be killed.
No. That can't happen. It can't.
Listen, the right front wheel. It's loose. It's coming off.
Thundering hoofbeats echo through the crowd-lined street as the 6 white horses, suddenly gone wild, carry the swaying silver carriage to almost certain doom, while the thousands of people who only a moment ago were cheering wildly look on aghast. What will the 2 fear-stricken girls do to avoid serious injury or even sudden death? What will be the outcome with Superman 5 miles away, all unconscious of what is happening? Tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird.
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine, presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird.
It's a plane! It's Superman! Now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has dedicated his existence on Earth to the fight for truth and justice. Superman, who can leap tall buildings and bend steel in his bare hands as though it were paper, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, a mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. As you remember, Kent and Lois Lane, the Daily Planet star woman reporter, were assigned to cover the opening day celebration at Happy Land Amusement Park, owned by young Nancy Bardette, a close friend of Lois. Arrived at the amusement park, Kent and Lois overheard a conversation between Nancy Bardette and Midway Martin, owner of a competitive amusement park called Carnival Town, in which Martin threatened the young girl unless she sold Happy Land out to him for $15,000. Courageously, Nancy Bardette refused. With Lois at her side, she took her place in the horse-drawn silver carriage that was to lead the opening day parade through the crowd-lined streets of Metropolis. Clark Kent, suspicious of Midway Martin, drove to Carnival Town to see what he could learn. And then suddenly, stark horror entered the picture. The 6 white horses drawing the carriage in which Nancy and Lois were seated went wild and bolted down the street, headed for certain disaster. In the meantime, all unconscious of the impending tragedy, Kent, as Superman, is still at Carnival Town, at the rear of the shack in which Midway Martin maintains his office. Listen.
No, I can't be wrong. That man who just drove up in a car and hurried into Midway Martin's office is the same man Nancy Bardette said she hired as a superintendent at the Happy Land Amusement Park. I'd remember his face anywhere. His name is Kelly. Question is, what's he doing here? Well, we'll find out soon enough without letting either of them know we're here. I wonder, is this door open? No, it's locked. And how about this window? Ah, that's open. Good. Now to slide it up. Gently, gently. They mustn't hear me. Ah, there. That does it. Looks like a back room. Fortunately, the door to the front room is closed. Well, I'll just swing myself up and over the sill. Ah, there we are. I hear voices. Must be Midway Martin and Kelly in the front room. I'll get a little closer to the door.
Come on in. Did I sure everything's all set, Kelly?
That's Martin talking.
A job, Midway?
No, but this one had me worried.
Well, you can stop worrying. That Bardette dame won't be running Happy Land no more.
You fixed everything?
Just like you said, Midway. Of course, if it don't work.
It'll work if you followed instructions.
Say, what was that stuff you told me to put under the harnesses of them horses? Looked like hunks of sugar.
Acid crystals. When those horses begin to sweat, that stuff will melt and burn the hides off them. If that don't make them bold and turn that carriage
Great
over...
Scott, they've fixed it so those horses will run away. I've got to get to the parade quickly. I may be too late now. All right, Martin. I'll be back for you. And you too, Kelly.
Like some giant bird, Superman leaps high into the air, red cloak streaming in the wind, speeding to the rescue of Lois Lane and Nancy Bardette, trapped in the wildly careening carriage. Even now, the pain-crazed horses are thundering blindly down the street, while a loose front wheel on the carriage wobbles crazily.
Nancy, the wheel is coming off. It kills both of us. Oh, why didn't I give it all up, Nancy? Up ahead, that bridge. It's being repaired. Will the horses stop? Something goes wild. They're flying. They'll go right through into the water. Jump, Nancy. Jump. It's our only chance.
No, don't jump. Stay where you are.
The wheel's off. We're turning over. Oh.
Fainted. Both of them. Now, one under each arm. There. Up, and away!
Snatching Lois Lane and Nancy Bardette from almost certain death, Superman carries them to safety. Several hours later, in Midway Martin's office at Carnival Town.
Who is it?
Billy, open up.
Oh, what's up? Hey, you look green around the gills.
Look at this newspaper. It just come out.
Wait a minute, close the door. What's this? Mystery man saves girls and runaway.
I went downtown to see what had happened.
Shut up. A mysterious Superman came out of nowhere early today and snatched 2 young women from the very jaws of death. Doomed when the 6 horses drawing the leading carriage of the Happy Land Amusement Park parade went wild and bolted, Nancy Bardette, young owner of the amusement park, and Lois Lane, Daily Planet reporter, today owe their lives to an unknown hero. Hey, what is this, a gag?
No, Midway, no, it ain't no gag. It's on the level. Some guy hopped on the carriage, grabbed the 2 dames, and got them off just before the whole works turned over. But that ain't the half of it. Read down at the bottom of the page there about the horses.
Although the carriage turned turtle after losing a wheel, the crazed horses continued dragging the wreckage through Main Street, finally crashing into the bridge construction scaffolding and falling into the river. Who cares about that?
Keep reading, Midway.
4 of the horses were drowned and have not yet been recovered. 2 were fished from the river by the police emergency squad and were examined immediately by Dr. Anthony City, veterinarian, who found that a corrosive acid had been placed under their harnesses.
You see? See what I mean?
Well, what of it? Nobody knows we planted that stuff. Did anybody see you do it?
No, there wasn't nobody around when I stuck it under the harnesses.
You sure now?
I'm positive.
Well, then they can't pin it on us. But we still didn't stop that Bardette dame. It's front page publicity will jam her park tonight. My joint will look like a morgue. Gotta do something to put a crimp in her setup. We gotta do it fast.
Say, what about putting some of her rides out of commission?
Nah. She'll just get them fixed up again.
Well, supposing there's an accident. It won't do her no good.
Hey, wait a minute. You got something there.
Yeah.
But we'll do it another way. We'll warn the people. Tell them one of her rides isn't safe. And then if an accident happens, the police will close Happy Land up fast.
Yeah, but supposing the accident don't happen.
You'll make it happen. What's her big ride? That roller coaster, that sky chaser?
Yeah, but that's plenty safe.
Yeah, it won't be safe by the time you're done with it.
I don't like messing around with roller coasters, Midway.
You won't lose anything. I'll pay you well.
I know, but too many people are liable to get hurt, maybe killed.
Getting cold feet, Kelly?
No, it ain't cold feet. It's just that I don't figure on all this rough stuff.
Well,
you know?
from now on, you're taking orders. Whether you figured on it or not.
Oh, yeah? Well, supposing I decide to pull out.
That wouldn't be very healthy for you, Kelly. I got a faint idea the cops would like to know who put that oxalic acid under those harnesses.
Well, you wouldn't squeal.
Wouldn't I?
All right, I'll play along. What do I do?
Get back to Happy Land as fast as you can. What time tonight does she open the park?
8 o'clock. The first ride to start is a sky chaser.
Perfect. Now, you fix it so that somewheres along that ride the car jumps the track.
I can't do that. It's murder.
Don't worry. Nobody will be riding in the car. I'm going to have some notices printed warning the people that the sky chaser isn't safe. I'll get Joe Blake to fly over Happy Land in his plane and drop the notices. When the crowd reads him, they won't take a chance riding the sky chaser. So what'll Bardette dame do? Send an empty car over the roller coaster to show everybody it's safe.
Oh, I get it. The empty car will jump the track and the cops will close the whole joint down, eh?
Yeah, you catch on fast, Kelly. I'll get going. I'll call up and arrange to have the notices printed. Operator, give me Main 4376.
Time passes as Midway Martin, stopping at nothing to gain the upper hand, sets his diabolical scheme in motion. That evening, shortly before the scheduled 8 o'clock grand opening of the Happyland Amusement Park, Nancy Bardette, Lois Lane, and Clark Kent, all of whom have just arrived at the park, are conversing in the tent Nancy uses as an office.
I can't believe it, Mr. Kent. It just doesn't sound possible.
Well, it's true, Miss Bardette. I saw your superintendent, Kelly, go into Midway Martin's office at Carnival Town just after the parade started from here.
And you think Kelly and Martin were responsible for making those horses bolt?
I wouldn't be at all surprised, Miss Lane.
Wait, here comes Kelly now.
Oh.
You sent for me, Miss Bardette?
Yes. Kelly, were you at Carnival Town this afternoon?
Oh, me?
Yes, you.
Carnival Town? Now, what would I be doing there?
Seeing Midway Martin and telling him how your little plan to kill those two girls worked out?
That's a lie.
What's happening out there?
Why, an airplane's been flying around, dropping notices.
What kind of notice?
Saying the Sky Chaser ain't safe.
What?
Well, that's what the notices say.
I'll get one.
Lois, come with me.
Here you are, Miss Bardette. They're all over the place. Listen to what they say. Notice to the public. The Sky Chaser ride at the Happyland Amusement Park is not safe. Don't risk your life on it.
But that's not true.
Of course it isn't, Nancy.
Look at that crowd. The Sky Chaser is supposed to make its first trip now. Nobody's buying a ticket. They're yelling and booing.
Yeah, they've all got these notices.
I know what I'll do. Lois, Mr. Kent, come on.
Look at Nancy. She's climbing up on the ticket booth.
She's going to address the crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Whoever is distributing these vicious circulars stating that the Sky Chaser is unsafe is not telling the truth. Believe me, it is absolutely safe. And to prove it, I will take the first ride.
She's taking an awful chance. Midway Martin may have done something to the Sky Chaser.
Nancy, come back. Mr. Kent, stop her. Stop her, Mr. Kent.
Will Lois be able to prevent Nancy Bardette from taking the first ride on the Sky Chaser? If not, is the young owner of the Happyland Amusement Park courting death? Or has Kelly failed to carry out Midway Martin's orders? Tune in next time and follow the thrill-packed story.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird.
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird.
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now, Superman, powerful, courageous visitor who came to Earth when the planet Krypton, his birthplace, was destroyed by a giant quake. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound and race a speeding bullet to its target. Superman, who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. Foiled in his attempt to either kill or seriously injure young Nancy Bardette, owner of the newly constructed Happyland Amusement Park, Midway Martin, who runs Carnival Town, a competitive amusement park, has gone a step further in his campaign to ruin Happyland. A few minutes before the scheduled official opening of Happyland, circulars were dropped from an airplane warning the public not to ride on the Sky Chaser, Happyland's giant roller coaster, because it was unsafe. Facing ridicule and ruin, Nancy Bardette has volunteered to take the first ride and prove the Sky Chaser safe. Unknown to her, however, is the fact that the warning on the circulars is not an idle rumor. Midway Martin has arranged with his henchman, Kelly, superintendent at Happyland, to remove a piece of the Sky Chaser track so that the first car will crash. As we continue our story today, Nancy Bardette has already stepped into the first car, and Lois Lane is attempting to call her back. Listen.
Nancy, don't. Mr. Kent, we mustn't let her.
No, it's too late. She's in the car. There, it's starting.
But supposing the Sky Chaser is unsafe?
I don't think Martin would try anything like that. Those circulars were meant to frighten everybody off. Where did that man Kelly go?
Oh, what's the difference where he went? You think of the strangest things.
Well, maybe it's not so strange.
Look, the roller coaster car is climbing up that long grade, and Nancy's in it, alone. Oh, the poor child.
I'm going to look for Kelly, Miss Lane. I'll be back. I should have known Kelly disappear in the excitement. Where can he be? Probably on his way to Carnival Town to... No, wait. There he is. Stepping into that public phone booth. Well, I'll just listen in and see who he's calling. we are. Now, right up against the booth. I can hear every word he's saying.
Midway, this is Kelly. The Sky Chaser's fixed, but the first car ain't running empty. No, the Bardette dame's riding in it. Now, I'm scrambling in a hurry. Okay.
Wait a minute, Kelly.
Let go of me.
Not until I learn what you did to the Sky Chaser. Now, talk fast or I'll break you apart.
Oh, yeah?
Be careful, you'll hurt your hand. My jaw's tough.
Yeah?
Hitting me won't do you a bit of good, Kelly. I haven't time to fool with you. That roller coaster car Miss Bardette is in is nearing the top of the grade. Maybe this will refresh your memory. Now, quick. What did you do to the Sky Chaser?
Nothing. I didn't do nothing.
That's a lie. I heard you talking to Midway Martin. What did you do, Kelly?
Stop. I'll tell you. I took out a piece of track on...
Out cold. Must have hit him too hard. And at least I know he removed a piece of track from the Sky Chaser, but where? That roller coaster's a mile long. I could stop the car, but the thousands of people standing around would know something was wrong, and that would ruin Happy Land forever. No, I must find that missing piece of track. But first, back to Lois as Clark Kent.
Lois! Miss Lane! Oh, here you are.
And where have you been? Look, that roller coaster car is at the top of the grade, and I'm just quivering inside.
Lois, Miss Lane, you better call an ambulance.
What do you mean?
Do as I say, please. Call an ambulance. I've got something to do. I'll see you later. I should say I have something to do.
As Superman, I've got to search a mile of roller coaster track to find where that piece has been removed. It's a good thing it's dark. Up, and away!
Leaping to the steel framework of the Sky Chaser, Superman races along the track, sharp eyes glued to the shining rails, looking for a break. And meanwhile, the roller coaster car carrying Nancy Bardette has reached the top of the first high grade. It hangs motionless for a timeless moment, then comes hurtling down like a giant bullet. Gathering momentum, the car screams around a sharp curve at better than a mile a minute. It roars through a dark tunnel with Nancy clutching the polished handrails, her teeth clenched, her face drained of color. Meanwhile, racing far ahead of the roller coaster car, Superman searches frantically for the place in the track where the piece of steel rail has been removed. Suddenly, he stops short, drops to his hands and knees.
Ah, here's the break. Great Scott, Kelly wasn't lying. 10-foot length of track has been torn up. Unless I can find it and get it back into place, that roller coaster car will go smashing through the steel framework and down to the ground 100 feet below. Where can the missing track be? What's that? The roller coaster car. It's coming. Speeding down the track. I've only got a few seconds. Where could Kelly have put it? Hold on. What's that? Wedged under the ties. Oh, thank heavens, it's the missing piece of track. Out you come. There. Now to set it into place. Oh, look at that car bearing down on me. Oh, the bolts are missing. The car will hit it and jump the track. I'll have to hold it steady with my hands. One slip and everything's lost. Down low now. Steady. Here she comes.
Lois, Miss Lane. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Clark Kent, where on earth have you been?
Everything's all right. Miss Bardette is safe.
Are you mad? A few minutes ago, you said to call an ambulance. Now you say Nancy's safe. How do you know?
Well, I ran around to the other side of the roller coaster, and I saw the car turning the final loop. It'll be back here any moment now. Now, look. There she comes. Safe and sound. Miss Lane, I'd like to talk to you alone before Miss Bardette joins us. Do you mind stepping over here with me for a minute?
Clark Kent, what are you up to now?
Oh, this is serious, Miss Lane. There, now, I'll have to talk quickly. An attempt was made to wreck that roller coaster car Miss Bardette rode in.
Well, how do you know?
Oh, don't ask me how I know. Just take my word for it. And another thing. Tell Miss Bardette not to allow any cars to run over the Sky Chaser tonight. There's a piece of track ripped off.
Who did it? Midway Martin?
Well, I think so. But I haven't enough evidence to pin it on him. And that's what I want to talk to you about. I'm going to try to get the evidence. Well, it may take a day or two. Tell Mr. White back at the office not to worry if I don't show up. I'll be all right.
But where are you going?
Wherever the trail leads. I'll just deliver my message to Mr. White and keep everything I told you under your hat. All right, I'll be seeing you.
Mr. Kent. Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Kent.
Sorry, Lois, but I haven't time for explanations. Got to pick up Mr. Kelly and get friendly with him. Wonder whether he's still where I left him. Yes, he is. Just coming to. I don't think he'll recognize me. He only saw me once for a few seconds. Well, I'll just make sure and remove these horn-rimmed glasses. What happened, mister?
Some guy slugged me.
Oh, that's too bad.
Hey, get me out of here. Get me out of here.
You mean out of the amusement park?
Yeah, quick. Give me a hand.
Yeah, sure, here. Put your arm around my neck.
All right.
There, that's it.
My car's at the gate. It's a black coupe.
Do you think you ought to see a doctor?
No, I'll be okay. Can you drive?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, I'll give you $5 to drive me to Carnival Town. You know where it is?
Well, sure, on the Loganville Road?
Yeah, that's right. Now, here's my car. Now, help me in, will you?
All right, easy. There. You all right?
Yeah, but get going.
Okay. Oh, you sure are in an awful hurry to get out of Happy Land, mister.
Yeah. What's your name, buddy?
My name?
Yeah.
Jones. Bill Jones.
Okay, Bill. Step on it, will you? Did anything happen at the amusement park, Bill?
I don't know what you mean.
Wasn't there an accident on the Sky Chaser?
I didn't hear about any accident.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. I was at the park from the time the gates opened. See, I was trying to land a job. I do a strongman act.
Oh, yeah?
That's a good act, too. I bend horseshoes and drive spikes through 6-inch boards. I spoke to Mr. Martin at Carnival Town about a job, but he said he wasn't hiring anyone. Do you know Mr. Martin?
Oh, Midway?
Yeah.
Sure. I'm going to see him now.
Oh, well, maybe you could put in a good word for me, huh? I'll work cheap, mister.
Kelly's the name.
Oh, Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I'll talk to Midway. Hey, watch that bump.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see it.
That's all right. Just toss me up against you. Turn in here. Pull up in front of that shack there.
Okay.
There we are. What'd you say your name was again?
Bill Jones.
Okay, now you just wait here, and I'll see what I can do about a job for you.
All right, thanks.
Hold it.
Kelly. All right. Shut the door, quick.
Well, for the love of... What happened to you, Kelly?
I gotta talk fast. When I come out of the phone booth after calling you, some guy grabbed me and wanted to know what I did to the Sky Chaser over at Happy Land. I wouldn't tell him, so he beat me up.
Who was he?
I don't know, but he sure packed a punch. And when I come to, a guy was bending over me, and he helped me to the car, and he drove me here. He's outside now. He says his name is Jones, and he does a strongman.
Oh, all right. Who cares about that? What happened at the park? What about the Sky Chaser?
I'm coming to it. This guy Jones says there wasn't no accident on the Sky Chaser.
What? I thought you told me you pulled him a piece of the track.
Yeah, I did, but Jones says...
Will you forget Jones?
Well, maybe we better not forget him, Midway. He kept talking all the way over, and I had the feeling I heard his voice somewhere before. So when we hit a bump in the road, I jounced up against him and filched his wallet. Let's see what's in it. Here it is. Say, Midway, look. Look at these business cards.
Clark Kent, Editorial Department, Daily Planet. Kelly, he's a reporter. What did he say he wanted?
A job, doing a strongman act.
Strongman act, huh? Must be the same guy who was here this afternoon. All right, Kelly, go out and bring him in.
What are you going to do, Midway?
We'll give him a job, Kelly. We'll give him a job that'll last a long, long time.
Is Clark Kent about to step into a trap set by Midway Martin? In his anxiety to get the goods on Martin, has Kent made a horrible mistake? A mistake that may bring harm to young Nancy Bardette and the Happy Land Amusement Park? Don't forget to tune in next time and learn what happened.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird.
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now, Superman, courageous visitor from the planet Krypton, who can race a speeding bullet to its target, leap tall buildings at a single bound, and who walks about among ordinary men, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. As you no doubt recall, the Happy Land Amusement Park, owned by young Nancy Bardette, is the scene of excitement and danger. Twice in one day, Midway Martin, owner of a competitive amusement park called Carnival Town, has tried to seriously injure Nancy Bardette so that she can no longer operate Happy Land. But twice Clark Kent as Superman foiled Martin and his crooked henchman Kelly. When we last saw Kent, he was waiting outside Midway Martin's office at Carnival Town, applying for a job as a strongman under the name of Bill Jones, hoping to get concrete evidence against Martin and Kelly. In the meantime, everything at the Happyland amusement park seems to be running smoothly. As our story continues today, we find Nancy Bardette and her close friend Lois Lane, the girl reporter, discussing the exciting events that have gone before. Listen.
It doesn't look as though anything else was going to happen, Lois.
Hey, haven't you had enough? A runaway and an almost fatal accident on a roller coaster all in one day.
More than enough. You know, I get cold shivers every time I think that if it hadn't been for Mr. Kent discovering that loose piece of track on the Sky Chaser, a dozen people would have been killed. Incidentally, I haven't thanked him. Where is he?
He had a special assignment to cover. And...
When you see him, Lois, please tell him how grateful I am.
You mean if I see him?
Well, you're bound to bump into him since you both work on the same paper.
Yes. If he ever shows up.
Lois, you're talking in riddles. Is anything wrong? Has anything happened to Mr. Kent?
Well, not that I know of, but there's no telling when something may happen to him if he keeps on trying to play detective.
What do you mean?
Well, I suppose I might just as well tell you. Can you keep a secret, Nancy?
Of course.
Promise not to tell a soul?
On my word of honor.
All right. Come over here where it's quieter.
Well, what is it, Lois? You've got me all on edge.
It's simply this. Clark Kent suspects that Midway Martin, or someone he hired, removed that piece of track from the Sky Chaser in order to wreck one of the roller coaster cars.
Why, it's almost murder. If someone had been killed...
Yes, I know, but putting acid on those parade horses so they bolt and wreck the carriage you and I were riding in was attempted murder, too. And, yes, someone was responsible for it.
Is Mr. Kent positive it was Midway Martin?
Yes, but he has no concrete evidence. That's why he left here so suddenly, to get the evidence necessary to put Martin behind bars.
Where did he go, Lois?
That's what bothers me. I'm afraid he went to Carnival Town to see Martin. Oh, he'd just be fool enough to try and tackle Martin alone.
Do you think we'd better call in the police?
What good would that do? You can't throw a man into jail because you suspect he did something. Oh, there's only one thing I can do right now. Let's drive over to Carnival Town and see what's what.
I'll go with you.
Don't be silly. You've got to stay here at Happyland and keep an eye on things.
No, I don't. Everything's taken care of. The rides are all working. The concessions are all open. I want to go along.
Oh, we may run into trouble, Nancy.
Trouble's my middle name.
All right. You insist, but don't forget, I warned you, we may run into trouble. Come on, the car's over in the parking lot.
Both Martin and his henchman Kelly are in the front room of the shack Martin uses for an office, while Clark Kent, masquerading as Bill Jones, waits outside in Kelly's car.
You sure you didn't make a mistake, Kelly?
Yeah, I'm sure. I told you what happened. Some guy slugged me when I come out of the telephone booth over at Happyland.
Yeah, I know all that.
Well, when I come to, this guy sitting out in the car was bending over me. So I told him I'd give him $5 to drive me here. Well, on the way, he said his name was Bill Jones, and that he did a strongman act.
Go on.
He didn't sound like no strongman to me. So just to make sure, I lifted his wallet out of his jacket pocket.
And the business cards we found in the wallet showed he was Clark Kent, a reporter for the Daily Planet.
That's right, Midway.
Did he say he wanted a job here?
Yeah. He said he'd seen you this afternoon, but you told him you weren't hiring nobody.
Well, I've changed my mind, Kelly. Bring him in.
Okay.
Plenty, Jones.
Step inside. Midway, this is Bill Jones. He does a strongman act.
Glad to know you, Jones. Weren't you here this afternoon?
That's right, Mr. Martin. You said there wasn't a job for me, but I thought that...
Sure. You do a strongman act. Is that it, Jones?
Yes, sir.
Can you lift a 500-pound weight?
Oh, easily, sir.
How about 1,000 pounds? Can you lift that?
I think so.
That's a hot one.
Shut up, Kelly. Well, Jones, we'll try you out. I've got something in this drawer here. A bright, shiny .38 caliber revolver. Now let's see how strong you are. Let's see whether you can lift your hands way over your head.
Oh, Mr. Martin, why are you pointing a gun at me? I haven't done anything.
Who do you think you're kidding? Bill Jones, strongman, huh? You mean Clark Kent, reporter? Frisk him, Kelly.
Oh, just a minute. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Martin.
Not much, you don't. Frisk him.
Okay. Nothing on him, Midway.
I'm sure you're making a mistake, Mr. Martin.
Oh, yeah? Where's that wallet, Kelly?
Here, right here.
That wallet came out of your pocket, wise guy. And the business cards in it prove that you're Clark Kent, a reporter for the Daily Planet.
All right, what if I am Clark Kent?
I want to know why you're snooping around here. And I better know in a hurry before I lose my temper.
Figured you were pretty smart, didn't you?
Keep quiet, Kelly. Go ahead, Kent.
I don't have to tell you why I'm snooping around, Martin. You know what happened at the Happyland Amusement Park today.
I don't know nothing.
All right, then I'll tell you. There were 2 accidents. One, when the horses pulling Nancy Bardette's carriage bolted and ran away. The other, when the roller coaster car she was riding in almost crashed because a piece of track had been removed.
What's that got to do with me?
Plenty, Martin. I think you were responsible for both accidents.
Why, you dirty...
Give it to him, Midway.
Take it easy, Martin. You're in plenty of trouble as it is.
Oh, I am I? Well, maybe this'll get me out. Oh!
Boy, you sure whammed it with that gun butt, Midway. He's out cold.
Tie him up. Get him in the back room.
Hey, maybe we better rub him out. He knows too much.
Don't be a fool. Think I want a murder rap hanging over me? What if he does know something? Can't prove it. Got him tied?
Yeah.
All right, drag him in the back room. We gotta work fast.
Okay.
Okay, leave him there. He'll be out for a good long time. Come on.
Oh, I'll be out for a long time, will I? Well, maybe as Clark Kent.
But not as Superman. I had to make believe that wallop on the head knocked me out in order to get more information. Now I'll just rip these ropes off. There. Now I'll step a little closer to the door. Maybe Midway Martin will do a little talking.
Out of the way.
Yes.
You can
I hear them clearly.
so it won't stay open very long.
How?
Well, I got an idea. They run fireworks in Happy Land, don't they?
Yeah, every hour. But what's on your mind?
Fireworks are dangerous, aren't they? Something could go wrong.
What do you mean?
Instead of shooting off the regular fireworks, supposing we fix it so something got shot off to set fire to the whole amusement park. Nobody could pin that on us, could they?
You sure figure things out, Midway.
All right, let's get working. I got some stuff that'll make ashes out of Happy Land in an hour. Come on.
I don't think you'll make ashes out of anything, Midway Martin. This is just the opportunity I've been looking for. The opportunity to catch you in the act. I'll make sure to get back to Happy Land in a hurry, and I'll be waiting for you. Now, up with the window. And away!
Red cloak streaming in the wind, Superman streaks for the Happy Land amusement park like a shaft of light, confident that at last he is about to get the evidence he needs. In the meantime, Midway Martin and Kelly have emptied the harmless powder from a giant firecracker and are filling it with an explosive that will bring fire and destruction to Nancy Bardette's amusement park. Listen.
There, she's all set, Midway.
Okay, take it over to the car. Handle it gently.
Yeah.
Here, wait, I'll open the door.
She's pretty heavy. Holy smoke.
What's the matter?
Shut that door, Midway, quick.
What's up?
That Bardette dame and her friend are here.
You sure?
Yeah, they were getting out of a car. Listen, Midway, she mustn't see me here with you. I'm supposed to be working for her.
She won't see you. Get in the back room.
Well, what'll I do with this fire?
Take it in the back room with you. Chances are we won't need it.
How come?
I've got an idea that in another couple of minutes, the Happy Land amusement park will belong to me. In fact, I'm sure of it.
What new scheme for gaining possession of Happy Land Park is running through Midway Martin's mind? And how does he plan to force Nancy Bardette to give up Happy Land? With Superman miles away, are Nancy and Lois any match for Martin's cunning? Tune in next time and learn what happened.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman, valiant, courageous visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with a physical structure never before realized by mortal men. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, leap a high building at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target. Superman, friend of the weak and the oppressed, who carries on a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. When we last saw Kent as Superman, he was on his way to the Happy Land amusement park to foil a diabolical plot to set the park on fire. Midway Martin, owner of a rival amusement park called Carnival Town, has already made 2 attempts to ruin Happy Land after trying unsuccessfully to buy it at 1/10 its value from Nancy Bardette, its youthful owner. Both times, Superman stepped in at the crucial moment and prevented catastrophe. Once when the parade of horses were made to bolt and carry Nancy Bardette to death, and once when a piece of track was removed from the amusement park roller coaster. But this time, Midway Martin and his henchman Kelly planned to set fire to Happy Land and raze it to the ground. Having overheard their plans, Superman is on his way to Happy Land in order to wait there for Martin and Kelly and catch them in the act. In the meantime, Nancy Bardette and her close friend Lois Lane, star girl reporter of the Daily Planet, have become worried about Kent and his whereabouts. Together they have come to Carnival Town looking for Kent, unaware that Midway Martin is waiting for them, waiting anxiously. A new, even more diabolical plan for getting possession of Happy Land running through his mind. Listen.
Oh, I don't wonder that Martin tried to buy you off, Nancy. This place hasn't a chance now that Happy Land's open. It's just a dump.
I'm not even thinking about that now, Lois. Frankly, I'm worried. If anything happened to Mr. Kent, I'll never forgive myself.
Well, if anything does happen, it'll be his own fault. It's about time he learned to mind his own business. Where do we find Martin?
He has an office in that little shack over there.
Well, come on. Clark Kent's been here. We'll find out soon enough. There's a light. Somebody's in. Wait a minute, I'll knock.
Lois, do you think this is the right thing to do?
Shh. Someone's coming.
Well, Miss Bardette, this is a pleasure. Come right in. You're the last person in the world I expected to see at Carnival Town, Miss Bardette.
Well, you won't see us for very long, Mr. Martin. Where's Mr. Kent?
I'm afraid I don't know you, young lady.
My name is Lois Lane. I'm a reporter for the Daily Planet.
Oh, the Daily Planet, huh? Well, that's very interesting. Very interesting.
Has Mr. Kent been here, Mr. Martin?
Who is Mr. Kent?
You don't have to put on an act for us. All we want is information. Where's Clark Kent?
Is this man Kent a particular friend of yours, Miss Lane?
What difference does that make?
Quite a lot of difference. As you'll soon discover.
Now listen, Mr. Martin. I'm sick and tired of wasting time with you. Unless I get a decent answer out of you, I'll call the police.
Please, Mr. Martin, tell us where Mr. Kent is.
Mr. Kent is perfectly safe for the time being.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Nothing will happen to Mr. Kent, providing I get what I want.
Where is it? What have you done with him?
That's my business, Miss Lane.
I'm going to make it the business of the police.
Give away that phone.
I will not. Operator!
Give me that phone.
Oh!
I'm giving the orders now.
You can't get away with anything like this.
Lois, please.
Well, he can't. I'll have him thrown into jail.
I don't think you'll do anything, Miss Lane. If you want to see Kent again.
Mr. Martin, why are you doing this? What is it you want?
I want the Happy Land amusement park. And I'm willing to pay $15,000 for it.
Well, you can't have it at any price, you blackmailer.
Please, Lois. Happy Land belongs to me. I can do anything I want with it.
But you can't give it to that rat for 1/10 of what it cost to build.
I got the papers right here on my desk. Together with a certified check for $15,000.
Don't sign any papers, Nancy. He's nothing but a thief.
You keep out of this, girlie. Now, Miss Bardette.
If I sell Happy Land to you, will you release Mr. Kent?
Why, of course. That's part of the bargain. Sign right here.
Nancy, don't.
Wait a minute. Hello?
Midway, this is Kelly.
Oh?
Kelly. Hey, listen,
Where are
Midway.
you?
I'm trying to tell you. I ducked out the back window because I had to get to a phone. Kent skipped.
What?
Yeah, he beat it. When those dames came and I went into the back room, I found him gone. The ropes are busted.
Why, that's impossible.
Well, maybe, but he ain't there. Now, what'll I do?
Get my car ready. We'll be leaving in 10 minutes.
Okay, Midway.
I'm sorry, Miss Bardette, but I haven't any time to waste. Sign right here.
She's not going to sign anything.
That suits me. I'll be seeing you.
What about Mr. Kent?
I'm afraid you won't see Mr. Kent again.
No. Come back.
Let him go, Nancy. He's bluffing.
Mr. Martin, come back.
Will you sign?
Yes, I will.
All right. Here's the bill of sale and a pen.
Oh, you're making a big mistake, Nancy.
That's none of your business, girlie.
He's bluffing, Nancy.
There. I've signed it. Where's Mr. Kent?
Why, I'm afraid your smart little girlfriend was right, Miss Bardette. I was bluffing. Kent isn't here. You'll probably find him back in Happy Land. Well, so long. Thanks for everything.
Lois, he can't do that. Lois.
Well, he's done it.
But it's crooked. Can't we call the police?
Too late for the police. Now listen to me. I'm going to follow Martin. We've got to get that bill of sale back, by fair means or foul. You see if you can locate Clark Kent. Tell him to wait at Happy Land for my call. Is that clear?
But, Lois, you can't go alone. Something may happen.
Now, don't you worry about me. You locate Clark. Tell him not to budge until he hears from me. So long now.
Lois. Lois.
Leaving Nancy Bardette in tears, Lois Lane courageously follows Midway Martin into the darkness with no thought of the danger confronting her. An hour passes. And back at Happy Land, Nancy and Clark Kent anxiously await the telephone call that has not yet come. Listen.
You say Lois said not to budge from here until I heard from her, Miss Bardette?
Yes, that's what she said. Oh, you don't think anything's happened to her, Mr. Kent, do you?
Oh, no, I'm sure nothing has. Lois can take care of herself pretty well. But she was foolish to follow them alone.
Oh, I told her not to, but she wouldn't listen to me. Oh, why did all this have to happen? It's my fault.
Oh, no. You mustn't say things like that, Miss Bardette.
But it's true. I shouldn't have sold Happy Land at the beginning.
Well, you... Oh, that's Lois. I'll take it. Hello? Hello?
Is it Lois?
Well, hello? Doesn't seem to be anyone on the line. Hello? Hello?
Hang up and maybe she'll ring back.
Probably an out-of-town call. It's been over an hour since she left Carnival Town. Do you know whether Kelly went with Martin?
Well, I'm not sure. It's strange, but I still can't believe that Kelly was working with Martin all the time. How could I have been such a fool as to hire a man like that to run Happy Land? The very man who would do me the most harm.
Oh, well, after all, Miss Bardette, you didn't know he was Martin's henchman. You couldn't possibly have even guessed it.
I suppose not. Why doesn't Lois call?
No, don't you worry. She will. Say, incidentally, Miss Bardette, that paper you told me you signed for Martin, what did it say?
I didn't even bother to read it. Nothing seemed to matter then. He said it was a bill of sale.
Uh-huh. Did he give you a copy of it?
No. All he gave me was a certified check for $15,000. 1/10 of what Happy Land is worth.
Oh, well, I can see now why Lois was so anxious to follow Martin and recover the bill of sale. If we don't, I'm afraid Midway Martin is the new owner of Happy Land.
But, Mr. Kent, aren't there laws to protect people against crooks like Martin?
Yes, there are, Miss Bardette. But from what you tell me, the transaction appears to be absolutely legal. After all, you signed a bill of sale, and he paid you $15,000 for the amusement park.
But Happy Land's worth $150,000. That's what my father spent to build it.
Well, we'll find some way of getting it back for you, Miss Bardette. If the law can't help us, we'll take other steps.
It's been 5 minutes since that phone rang. Oh, I'm getting nervous waiting.
Oh, there it is. I'll take it. Hello? Lois? Lois, where are you? I can't understand you, Lois. Speak louder, will you? I still can't understand you. It's a bad connection, Lois. Wait a minute, will you? Operator.
Number, please.
Operator, this connection is bad. I can't hear the party.
1 moment, please.
All right, thank you. It's Lois, Miss Bardette. But I can't hear a word she's saying.
Where is she?
Well, I don't know yet. Probably some country town.
Here's your party.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Hello?
What? This is Lois.
Yes, Lois. Where are you?
I followed Martin and Kelly.
I know that, but where are you? Where are you calling from?
I think they discovered I was following them.
Lois, answer me, will you? Where are you?
So I'll tell you. Now listen carefully. I'm at
Lois! Operator! Hello! Operator!
Where is Lois Lane? And what was responsible for the sudden interruption that put an end to her telephone conversation with Clark Kent? Did Martin and Kelly surprise her at the phone, or has something even more sinister menaced the courageous girl reporter? How will Kent as Superman speed to a raid with nothing to go by but a few muffled words over the wire? Don't forget to tune in next time for the thrilling, smashing climax of the story.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now Superman, courageous visitor from the destroyed planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with a physical structure never before dreamed of by mortal men. Superman, who can twist steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, and race a speeding bullet to its target. And who fights the battle of truth and justice on Earth, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. When we last saw Kent, he and young Nancy Bardette, owner of Happy Land Amusement Park, were waiting at the park for a telephone call from Lois Lane. If you remember, Midway Martin, owner of a rival amusement park, Carnival Town, had made a number of attempts to put Happy Land out of business. Failing at that, he tricked Nancy Bardette into selling it to him for 1/10 its value. Courageously, Lois Lane followed Martin in her car to retrieve the bill of sale Nancy Bardette signed. As our story continues today, the telephone call from Lois has come through. But before she can tell Kent where she is, a muffled cry comes over the wire and the line goes dead. Frantically, Kent tries to raise the operator. Listen.
Operator. Hello, operator.
Your party disconnected, sir.
I know, operator, but where did that call originate? Where did it come from?
One moment, please.
Thank you.
What happened, Mr. Kent?
Something went wrong. Lois was just about to tell me where she was when she was stopped from talking some way and the line went dead.
Oh.
Trying to get the operator to trace the call.
Oh, Mr. Kent, what could it have been?
I don't know, Miss Bardette. Whatever it is, it looks serious. Hey, wait a minute. Here's the operator.
I have the information you requested, sir. That call came from the Colonial Hotel in Parkville.
The Colonial Hotel in Parkville. Thank you very much.
Parkville's about 50 miles upstate.
Yes, I know where it is. I'm going to leave at once.
Can I come with you?
I don't think you'd better, Miss Bardette. You stay here and keep an eye on the amusement park. I'll call you and let you know if anything happens.
You won't forget, because I'll be waiting here anxiously.
No, I won't forget. Goodbye. Don't worry. Poor kid. Eating her heart out. Blaming everything on herself. Well, maybe it's not too late to teach Martin a lesson. And get Lois out of whatever danger she's in. Well, if anyone can do it, Superman can. It's dark enough here to make the change.
There, that does it. Now, off to Parkville and the Colonial Hotel as fast as I can make it. Up, and away!
Cloaked in darkness, Superman speeds swiftly to the rescue, winging over hill and valley like some giant bird, his strange, curious power driving him through the night with incredible speed. But meanwhile, 50 miles from the Happy Land Amusement Park, Lois Lane is suffering uncomfortable moments. Trapped in her hotel room by Midway Martin and his henchman Kelly, she faces them with defiance on her lips, fear in her heart. Listen.
I won't tell you who it was calling, and nothing you do will ever get it out of me.
Pretty cocky, aren't you, Miss Lane?
You can call it that if you care to.
She was calling that reporter Kent, Midway.
I know all about it, Kelly. Maybe you'd better go down and see that the car's gassed up. I've changed my mind about staying here overnight. We'll keep moving.
Okay.
Now, Miss Lane, perhaps you'll tell me why you followed us here. What did you expect to gain?
I want that bill of sale you tricked Nancy Bardette into signing. You have no right to it.
Every right in the world, girlie. I paid for the Happy Land Amusement Park, and it's mine, lock, stock, and barrel.
You paid for it. You mean you stole it?
Have it your own way. All I know is that I've got a legal bill of sale. And just as soon as I return from taking a little vacation, I'm going to take possession.
That's what you think.
No, I don't think it, Miss Lane. I know it. And if you take my advice, you'll keep your pretty little nose out of my affairs. You know, you might get hurt.
I'm not afraid of you, Midway Martin. You can't frighten me.
Is that so? Well, supposing I decide to take you with me, just to keep you out of trouble.
You wouldn't dare. There are still a few laws in this country that you're afraid of.
Really? Well, girlie, you're coming with me, laws or no laws. Come on.
Let go of my arm.
Come on, come on.
I said let go of my arm.
Behave yourself, girlie. I'm warning you.
I'll behave myself just the way I should. How's this?
Oh.
And this.
Stop. Oh, you little fool. Stop it. Stop it, I
You're
say.
a thief and a swindler.
Stop.
He tripped. He tripped and fell. His head struck the chair. He's stunned. The bill's sale. It must be in his pocket. This is my chance to get it. Yes. Here it is. Oh, what a break. Now to slip by Kelly and get back to Happy Land before Martin comes through. If I can get a 5-mile start, I'm in, but safe. Certainly worth trying. Well, here goes.
Taking her life in her hands, Lois leaves the hotel unobserved, hurries to her car, and starts back to Happy Land with the precious bill of sale that means everything to Nancy Bardette. But Midway Martin, only stunned by his accidental fall, recovers quickly. Finding Lois and the bill of sale missing, he and Kelly give chase in a high-powered car.
Keep your eyes peeled for a taillight, Kelly. We ought to be pulling up on her soon.
Well, what if she didn't take this road, Midway?
She took it. It's the only decent one. Ah, what's that up ahead?
Car coming this way. You know, I still don't understand how she got away with that bill of sale.
Never mind that. She's got it. And we've got to get it back. That piece of paper is worth over $100,000 to me.
Sure. Watch it. Watch it. Sharp curve up ahead.
I see it.
Boy, the road gets narrow through here. There's only 2 lanes. You think it's safe to be doing 60?
Not getting nervous, are you, Kelly?
No, but we're going up into the hills. The road runs along a cliff. There's a 100-foot drop on the right.
Don't worry, this car handles like a baby. That jalopy she's driving can't do more than 30 along here.
Look out!
I didn't see that one coming up.
Boy, we almost went over. The wheels skidded.
All right. Pipe down.
There's a car up ahead of us.
Yeah, that must be her.
Well, what are you going to do?
Pull up ahead of her and block the road.
Yeah, but what if she don't stop?
She'll stop or get killed. Hold on. Here we go.
I must be getting pretty close to Parkville. Been following that road all the way up. There's only one thing that worries me. Martin may have skipped and taken Lois with him. If he did, I may have trouble locating him. Faster, faster! Couple of cars down on the road. Say, one of them's traveling fast. Too fast for a narrow road like that. Look at him skid around that curve. He's mad or drunk. Great Scott, what's he trying to do? Catch the car ahead of him? A fool. He'll either crash into it or go over that cliff. I'd better hang around in case anything happens. Down, down.
We've got her, Kelly. She can't get away now.
She won't pull over. She's hugging the middle of the road.
I'll get her over.
Look out, she'll crash.
Hey, listen, who's running this car?
I tell you, she won't get over, Midway.
All right, then we'll force her over. Hold on.
Midway, there ain't room.
I'll make room.
Don't, she'll kill us. Look out. She's going over the cliff.
Small car off the road, over the cliff. It's falling, turning end over end. I've got to catch it before it crashes. Down, down. Great Scott, someone fell out of the front seat. Can't bother about the car now. Got to save whoever it is. Down, faster, faster. Now, another few feet. There, I can reach out just in time to... There, I've got her. There. To land and see what's what. There we are. Great heavens. It's Lois Lane. That means the car chasing her was Midway Martin's. Evidently they wanted something. That means they'll be back. Yes, there's the car parked on the road. It's Martin's car, all right. I'll just hide behind this big rock and wait for them to come down to get what they're after. They'll get it, all right. They'll get plenty.
Yeah, there's not a chance that she's alive, Midway.
Who cares? All I want is that bill of sale.
Yeah, but it's murder. You forced her off the road.
Shut up, you fool. Who's to know it except you and me?
I know it, Martin.
Who's that?
You can't see me, but I can see you. I watched you kill that girl by forcing her car over the cliff. You'll hang for it, Martin, and you too, Kelly.
No. Run, runaway. Run for your life.
Running won't help you. Here I come.
He's got me.
I told you running away wouldn't help. Here, try this.
Oh.
And this for you, Martin.
Stop.
Now, I'll give you both something to remember me by.
No.
Now for the finishing touches. This is yours, Martin.
Stop.
And now you, Kelly. Out cold, both of them. I'll dump them into their car, come back for Lois, and get them to the police before they've even come to. Up, and away.
Still is a mystery to me how I escaped being killed instantly. The last thing I remember, my car was going over the cliff. I wouldn't think about it, Lois.
Oh, Miss Bardette's right, Lois. You were lucky, that's all.
And I was lucky you happened to come along that road when you did, Mr. Kent, or Martin would have gotten that bill of sale out of the wrecked car.
Well, he's safe now, safe behind bars. And incidentally, Lois, haven't we a story to write about the Happy Land Amusement Park?
And what a story. Well, come on. Goodbye, Nancy. See you soon. Goodbye, Lois. Goodbye, Mr. Kent. And thanks a million.
Oh, forget it. Lots of luck with Happy Land.
So once again, Superman, with his strange, unbelievable powers, brings happiness where there was only sorrow. But new adventure is even now looming on the horizon. No matter what it is, you may be sure it will have its share of thrills and excitement. So don't forget, be with us next time for the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look.
It's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look.
It's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman. Now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and walked about among human beings disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for a great metropolitan paper. As our story opens today, Kent is passing through the city room on his way to the office of his chief, Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet, who has sent for him to discuss vacations. As Kent pauses at the editor's open door, Mr. White is reading a letter convulsed with laughter. Listen.
I beg your pardon, Mr. White. You sent for me, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Come in, Kent. Hey, get a load of this, Mr. Rich. Close the door and sit down.
What's up? Something good?
I'll say it's good. It's a letter from Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Yeah, you remember him, young Jimmy Olsen. Used to be copy boy for the city room.
Used to be. Mr. White, Jimmy hasn't been fired, has he? I haven't seen him around lately.
Jimmy fired? Oh, of course not. He got sick. He helped his mother in a store. He was going to night school. We worked him pretty hard here at the paper.
Oh, say, that's tough. Jimmy was a mighty good kid.
Oh, he's all right. He'll be back at work in another month or so. We sent him off on sick leave. But you ought to read the letters as he writes me.
Oh, that's so? Why, where is he?
Up at a place on the New England coast. It seems he had an aunt near Margate Breakwater, a place called Lighthouse Point. You ever hear of it?
No, I don't think so. But Jimmy has an aunt, has he?
Miss Louisa Horn of Horn House.
Uh-huh.
Regular down east Yankee. But that's only the half of it. I think the boy's been reading a bunch of old-time novels in the attic.
Why? What's he say?
He says he's got a front-page story, and he wants me to send a man up to cover it.
That's so?
Yes. In fact, he suggested I send you, Kent.
Oh, no. No, thanks, Chief. I'm due for a vacation.
Well, why not New England? Lobsters, clam chowder, sailing, dude ranches.
Huh?
No. Dude ranches are out west, aren't they?
Joking aside, Mr. White, what did Jimmy say?
He's knee-deep in mystery with all the trimmings. Ghostly noises in the dead of night. Footsteps where there aren't any feet.
What?
Lights from abandoned lighthouses.
Oh, is he kidding?
Well, not intentionally. This is the third or fourth letter, and each one's wilder than the last.
You say he's seriously advising you to send me up to investigate?
Yes, indeed. Says he'll meet you at the dock with his catboat and run you out to Lighthouse Point. He's quite a boy, all right. Here, take the letter back to your desk and read it. But before you go, Kent, you're entitled to 3 weeks off. You want it now or later?
Oh, let it go, Mr. White. I'm not in any hurry.
Wait a minute, Kent. Sit down. City room. White.
Mr. White, this is Jimmy. Jimmy Olsen.
What? Jimmy? Well, what in the... Where are you?
Up at Margate. I'm calling long distance. Listen, Mr. White, you better send Mr. Kent up here. No fooling.
What are you talking about? Now, look at here, young
Mr.
man.
White, honest. I'm serious.
You mean to tell me you're wasting your money on long-distance calls?
It's my own money. I had to do it, Mr. White. There's a story up here, a big story, and I'm the only one that knows about it. Mr. White, it's smugglers.
What? Smugglers? How do you know?
That's only part of it. I don't want to tell the cops I'm giving it for the paper. Mr. White, you just gotta send Mr. Kent. I tell you gotta. Oh, my God. Jeepers.
Jimmy, are you there?
No use, Mr. White. He's gone. Somebody or something drove him away from the phone.
Little idiot. Oh, a joke's a joke. But to spend $4 or $5 on a long-distance call...
I don't think he was joking, Mr. White. I've known Jimmy pretty well. He's as level-headed a boy as you'll find anywhere. Did he say something about smugglers?
Yes. He said that was only part of it.
I think I'll change my mind, Mr. White.
What do you mean?
I think I'll take my vacation now, after all, and up in New England.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. Did you mention a catboat a while ago?
Kent, you're out of your mind.
Well, maybe, but I like sailing. And when it comes to those Yankee dude ranches...
No wisecracks. And if you're really going...
I really am, Mr. White. I'll wire Jimmy to meet me with his catboat. For one thing, I want to know why he left that phone so suddenly.
All right, Kent. Have a good time. And if you do get a story up there, remember the paper that pays your salary.
Cloaked in darkness, Clark Kent as Superman speeds north to the rock-bound coast of Maine, to Margate Breakwater, where young Jimmy Olsen waits eagerly. Boarding Jimmy's small catboat, Kent embarks on the short run to Lighthouse Point over choppy water and in a freshening wind.
Well, Jimmy, you've certainly learned to handle this old catboat.
I do all right, Mr. Kent.
How do you know where you're heading in the dark and all?
Oh, that's easy. See that light straight ahead of us? That's Crumbo Island.
Oh. Where your aunt's house is located?
Oh, no. Aunt Louise's house is on Lighthouse Point.
Oh, I see.
But her lighthouse hasn't had a light in it for years. It's deserted.
Did you say her lighthouse?
Yep. Her grandfather built it. Old Joshua Horn. So he could find his way into his own dock. What's the matter? What are you looking at?
Oh, that light on Crumbo Island's gone out. It's disappeared.
Oh, that's all right. Probably a rain squall. Yeah, I just felt a drop.
Can we get through it all right?
Oh, sure. The lighthouse will show again in a minute. We just keep right on till we pick up the bellboy and then bear off to the right.
You mean starboard if you want to talk like a sailor.
Okay. But look, I was going to tell you why I left the phone so quick. I had to because I seen them coming right into the store where I was phoning from.
Them? Who?
The guys. Same fellas I wrote Mr. Kent about. It's a gang, Mr. Kent. They're after something in Lighthouse Point, and I'm betting right now they're smugglers. Twice already I've seen them come ashore in Lighthouse Point at night. The dogs scared them off. But that isn't all.
Well, that's plenty if it's true.
Wait till I tell you the rest. What's the matter now?
There's someone coming up astern. In a speedboat.
I don't see any lights. How do you know?
I hear them. Aren't they required to show lights by law?
You bet they are, Mr. Kent. It's them, the smugglers. Turn out your light, quick. I don't hear anything, do you?
Yes. Listen.
Now I hear it. Coming up fast. What do we do? What if they're after us?
Sit tight, Jimmy. They're shearing off. Must have seen your running light.
Gee, what do you know about that? Mr. Kent, it must be them.
Queer business, all right. Now, what are they up to?
Search me, but I'd sure like to know where they're heading.
So would I. Jimmy, you started to tell me something just before that boat came up.
Oh, yes, about me and Aunt Lou. It was night before last, Mr. Kent.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what time it was, but I woke up and heard the dog barking like anything. So I went down to see about it.
Your aunt's dog?
Yes, Tiger. At least that's his name. But he doesn't live up to it.
Oh, what was the matter?
Aunt Lou was there, too. We were standing in the kitchen, and all of a sudden we heard something. Down in the cellar.
What?
I'm telling you, just as clear as anything, Mr. Kent. Say, it's beginning to rain. There's a slicker in the cabin.
Oh, never mind me. What was it you heard in the cellar, Jimmy?
There was a big bump. Then it sounded like somebody was dragging something.
In the cellar?
Right under where we were standing. But now get this, Mr. Kent. We went down there. Aunt Lou got a lamp, and we went right down. But when we got down the stairs, that cellar was absolutely empty.
Are you sure?
You bet I'm sure. And here's another funny thing. The dog shut right up and never made another sound. What do you make out of that?
Look here, Jimmy. Is your aunt alone in the house right now?
Yes. She's waiting up for us. Why?
Give the boat all the sail she'll take. I have an idea the sooner we get to Lighthouse Point, the better.
Okay, I'll give her canvas.
Any idea where you are, Jimmy?
Pretty close in, I guess. There's the Crumbo Island light again. Now if we could just pick up the bellboy.
What's the course?
Straight for Crumbo Island. That's the light. Till we hear the boy and then turn into the creek.
Oh, the light's gone again.
No, it isn't. It just can't see it in the rain. There it is. Say, that's queer. It's winking. Look. Crumbo Island steady. What the dickens?
Jimmy, watch where you're heading. I think I see rocks.
Rocks? There can't be. Say, where are we, Mr. Kent? You better take the tiller. I'm going up in the bow.
All right.
Just hold her steady.
Something queer about this. I don't understand that light. It seems mighty close. And that speedboat. If I thought he wouldn't see me,
Mr. Kent! Hey, look out! Put her over! Over hard! Rocks! We're crashing!
Come back here, Jimmy! Jimmy! Overboard. He was thrown clear. Got to get him. The boat stove in. We're sinking. Jimmy! Jimmy, where are you? Great heavens, not a sound. Jimmy! Must have hit his head. He's drowning. Got to get up where I can see things. Up! Up! There he is. 10 feet underwater. And tangled in seaweed. Down! Down!
Now then, he can't stand much of this. Got to tear that stuff loose. There. That does it. Now up. Up into the air.
Out. And I hope I'm in time. There's a shoreline just beyond those rocks. Looks like a beach. Up we go. Up. Up.
Oh, gee. What happened?
Jimmy, sure you're all right?
I'm all right. I remember pitching off the bowhead. Where are we?
On some kind of a beach. Now, don't try to sit up. You got a nasty crack and you swallowed a lot of water.
I'm okay, Mr. Kent. Say, that's the lighthouse. Look.
What lighthouse?
Ours, Aunt Lou's. Mr. Kent, what the dickens? We've come ashore on Lighthouse Point.
Well, how could we? We were heading straight for the light on Crumbo Island. Or were we?
Mr. Kent, that light, it wasn't on Crumbo Island at all. It was right here on the point. I thought it was queer, winking like that. But, gee, there hasn't been a light up there for 50 years. Mr. Kent, what's going on?
Jimmy, quiet. Someone running up the beach.
Mr. Kent, quick, let's get up. Where are they?
Can you run? All right, come on, now.
I see them. There they are.
It's only one. Great Scott, it's a woman. Oh, she's falling. She's down. Quick, Jimmy.
I'm with you. A woman. Gee.
There, look.
Why, Mr. Kent, that's Aunt Louisa. Aunt Lou.
Steady, Jimmy. I don't think she's hurt. Just stunned.
Aunt Lou. I don't understand.
All right, Jimmy. What was your Aunt Lou doing on the beach in this rain? And why was she running away?
Mysteries are piling up thick and fast on Lighthouse Point. Who was in the speedboat that passed Kent and Jimmy without lights? Why was there a winking lamp in the lighthouse dark for 50 years? And what was Miss Louisa Horn doing on the open beach in a driving rain? Tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look.
It's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look.
It's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, who appeared on Earth from the planet Krypton and who walked about among human beings as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. Sent to the home of his aunt on the coast of New England to recover from an illness, young Jimmy Olsen, copy boy for the Daily Planet, has run into mystery and has persuaded Clark Kent to join him. Meeting the reporter late at night with a small catboat for the trip back to Lighthouse Point, where his aunt's house faces the open sea, Jimmy poured out his story. Mysterious figures moving about at midnight, quiet footfalls without a trace of living men. But suddenly, as a rain squall swept down, Jimmy's story was interrupted by shipwreck. Following a false light, the catboat ran full on the rocks of the point, and its passengers, Jimmy and Clark Kent, made shore just in time to meet a further mystery. A ghostly figure running up the beach stumbled and fell. He turned out to be Jimmy's Aunt Louisa Horn, stunned from the fall. As our story continues today, Kent and Jimmy have carried the old lady back through the dark and the rain to Horn House, and they're attempting to revive her. Listen.
Gee, you think she's hurt bad, Mr. Kent? She's awful white.
I don't think so, Jimmy. Don't seem to be any bones broken. It's more as if she'd fainted.
I wish there was something we could do.
Well, got any spirits of ammonia in the house?
Gosh, I wouldn't know. She's breathing all right, Mr. Kent.
I think she's coming around. What in the world do you suppose she was doing out there in all that storm?
You've got me.
When we saw her, she was running away back up the beach. Jimmy, you don't suppose your aunt had anything to do with that queer light, do you?
Gosh, I don't see how, Mr. Kent. I don't see how anybody could have anything to do with it. Just like I told you, there hasn't been a light in that lighthouse for 50 years.
Well, there was one tonight. Somebody deliberately tried to wreck us on those rocks. Who owns it?
The lighthouse?
Yeah.
Aunt Lou owns it. Her grandfather built it, old Captain Joshua Horn, so he could bring his clipper ship into his own dock.
What? You mean a ship the size of a clipper could dock here?
They did. Anyway, that's what Aunt Lou says. You see, the point makes a regular little bay, and the bay leads right into Lighthouse Creek. You can see it tomorrow. Mr. Kent, she's coming too.
All right, Miss Horn.
Christopher. Oh, Chris. Oh.
What's that she said? Sounded like Christopher.
Christopher? She must mean Christopher Horn. I think that was her nephew.
Was? Why, is he dead?
I don't know, Mr. Kent. She don't talk about him. It's kind of a secret.
Secret? Why, what do you mean?
Well, I guess it's all right to tell you. Aunt Lou thought the world of Chris. Raised him up from a kid. Then he just ran out on her.
Oh, who's that? What's happened?
It's all right, Aunt Lou. You just fell and gave yourself a bump.
Christopher.
No, it's not Chris, Aunt Lou. It's Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, yes. Yes, now I remember. I must have fainted.
You fell, Aunt Lou. You were out on the beach and you fell.
Oh, my lands. I guess I did. I remember now.
Isn't there something I can get you?
Oh, no. I'll be all right.
Aunt Lou, what were you doing out on the beach in the pouring rain?
Pouring rain? Oh, my soul, I should say it is. I'm wet to the skin. As soon as I feel well enough, I'll go right up and change.
Yes, but what happened, Miss Horn? Why did you leave the house?
Leave the house?
Yes.
Oh, my lands, why shouldn't I leave the house, Mr. Kent? With you and Jimmy out there in a tiny catboat and all that storm. Yes, I was scared to death something might have happened to you.
But gee, Aunt Lou.
I thought maybe I could holler to you or wave a lantern or something.
Wave a lantern? Say, that reminds me. Do you know anything about a light up and... Oh, my ankle.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, Jimmy. Did I step on your foot?
Gee, I'll say you did.
Oh, I was just going to get your aunt a glass of water.
I don't need no water, thank you. Had plenty as 'tis. I think I'll go upstairs now.
Aunt Lou, what's the matter?
Listen. Yes, that's it. That's it. That's the noise we heard before.
That's right, Mr. Kent. It's down in the cellar.
Quiet now. Don't make a sound.
Hear it, Mr. Kent? What is it?
I think it's about time we found out. Where are the cellar stairs?
No, don't you go down there. There ain't nothing. Jimmy and I did that once before. We won't say a thing.
We've got to find out what it is, Miss Horn.
You'll be hurt. Now, don't you do it.
Miss Horn, do you know what's down in that cellar?
No. No, and I don't want to know.
Well, gosh, I do.
And so do I. Come on, Jimmy. Now, Miss Horn, you stay right where you are. Jimmy, grab that flashlight.
Mr. Kent, it's on your own head.
Here's the door where the stairs go down, Mr. Kent. And don't you worry, Aunt Lou.
Be careful.
Come on, Mr. Kent.
Careful, Jimmy. Keep quiet.
Here's the door at the bottom that leads to the cellar.
Don't open it. Wait a second. I want to listen.
Don't hear anything now, Mr. Kent. Say, what did you kick my ankle for?
Oh, I'm sorry if I hurt you, Jimmy. You were asking your aunt about the light in the abandoned lighthouse.
Well, sure I was, but why should
Jimmy, your Aunt Louisa knows more about all this than she's telling.
What?
I'm positive she does. What was she doing out on the beach? She said she was looking for us, but don't forget she was running back toward the house when she fell. And why didn't she want us to come down here to the cellar?
Golly gee, Mr. Kent. You don't think Aunt Lou's doing anything wrong, do
Jimmy,
you?
I don't know. All I do know is that she's not telling us the whole story. Now, be quiet. Listen.
I don't hear anything. Aren't you going in?
Yes, but let's listen first. Shh.
There it is again.
All right, now, let me go first. Door, it's locked.
Mr. Kent, break it in, quick. Once more I'll do it.
There we are. Now we'll see.
I'm with you, Mr. Kent. Where are they? Jumping Jiminy, Mr. Kent.
Why, it's not possible. Jimmy, there isn't anybody here. The cellar is absolutely empty.
Mr. Kent, it can't be. Look back at those chests. Look underneath them.
There's not a sign of anything or anybody.
But listen, there was something. We both heard it.
I know we did. Whoever or whatever was in this place a minute ago is gone.
But they can't be gone. Look for yourself. Nothing but a cat could get outdoors through that narrow window. And the walls are solid stone.
No, not solid. Stone blocks cemented up.
Well, what's the difference? Gee, Mr. Kent, you don't think anybody could get through those, do you?
Jimmy, give me that flashlight. Now, you go upstairs and bring back a hammer. Quick.
A hammer?
Yes.
What kind of a hammer?
Oh, I don't care. The bigger the better.
Mr. Kent, what are you going to do?
Hurry up. Now, get a move on. I'll show you when you come back. And tell your aunt we're all right. She may be worried. Quick
all right.
now.
I'll be right back.
Hurry.
Aunt Lou, where's the hammer? Mr. Kent wants a hammer.
Now then. And to have some excuse to get him out of the way. Something mighty queer about all this. I have an idea that finding out what it is a job for Superman. While Jimmy's upstairs, I think we'll see what's under this floor. Looks like solid bricks, but you never can tell. Let's see if I can rip up a few. Try these over here. No good. They are solid, laid in cement. Well, maybe somewhere else.
Mr. Kent!
What's that? Thought I heard something.
Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent, quick!
Jimmy, he's calling. What's happened?
Jimmy, look. Look, do you see it too? Get Mr. Kent. Get him out of that cell.
Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent!
Can't let Jimmy see me like this. Back to Clark Kent, quick. Jimmy, I'm coming. What is it? What's the matter?
Aunt Lou, tell him.
Mr. Kent, my Lanza don't hardly seem possible.
Well, quick, Miss Horn. What was it?
While you was in the cellar, I just happened to turn my head and look out the window.
Yes, go on.
I don't know what made me. I just happened to do it.
Please, Aunt Lou, never mind all that. Tell him what you saw.
Mr. Kent, just as plain as I see you now, just as plain as anything, I saw a light.
A light? Where?
Mr. Kent,
What kind of a light?
Mr. Kent, it was high up, off on the point. I can't believe it, but if you was to ask me, I'd take my dying oath it was in the old lighthouse.
Miss Horn, are you sure of that?
Yes. Yes, it can't be, but I'm sure I wasn't seeing things. There was a light in the abandoned lighthouse where there ain't been a sign of a light for 50 years. Mr. Kent, what's going on? What is it?
That's what we're here to find out, Aunt Lou.
Jimmy, have you still got that flashlight?
Right here.
What are you going to do? Where are you going?
We're going out to the lighthouse on the point, right now.
I'm with you, Mr. Kent.
Now, Miss Horn, you stay right here. Oh, wait. Have you got a gun,
What?
or a pistol, or anything like that?
Gun?
Yes.
Oh, my soul, don't you give me no gun. I wouldn't dare to use it.
Well, you can use it just to make a noise if anything happens while we're gone.
Aunt Lou, there's that old shotgun in the closet, and there's shells, too. I'll load it up for you.
Jimmy Olsen, don't you touch that gun. You leave it be.
There you are. Put it right here on the table.
All right, Jimmy. Now, where's the flashlight? Okay, now, come on. Now, wait.
Come on.
Miss Horn, that cellar door at the top of the stairs, we had to break the one at the bottom. Does this one lock?
It's got a bolt. And my lands, what in the world you...
There, that'll do it. There we are. All right, now, Miss Horn. We won't be long, but whatever happens, keep that door bolted. And stay out of the cellar till we get back.
And if you want help, Aunt Lou, try that gun. All right, Mr. Kent. It's still raining some.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Be careful now, Miss Horn. Stay right where you are.
Mr. Kent, you and Jimmy be careful. You look out.
This way, Mr. Kent. Watch where I flash the light.
Wait.
What's the matter?
Wait, Jimmy. Stop right here. Put out that flashlight.
Golly, what's up?
Jimmy, think carefully. Did you see that light in the lighthouse? Or did your aunt?
Why, Aunt Lou, dear.
Uh-huh. And you didn't see it at all?
Well, gee, no. When I looked, it was gone. But come on, what are we waiting for?
Well, we're going to wait right here. I'm going to watch the house.
But why?
To see what your aunt does now that we're gone. Jimmy, what's she afraid of? Why is she trying to get rid of us?
You mean she was trying to get us out of the house on purpose?
I don't know. But I do know this. Until something happens, we're going to stay right here and wait. And watch.
More mystery at Horn House. Which way to go? Was there really a light in the old abandoned tower on Lighthouse Point? Or is old Miss Horn trying, for reasons of her own, to get rid of Kent and Jimmy Olsen? What will she do now that she's alone? Tune in next time and follow the exciting story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, mighty champion of the weak and the oppressed, who has appeared on Earth from the planet Krypton with a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who is stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, and who walks about among human beings disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw them, Kent and young Jimmy Olsen were on the New England coast at the home of Jimmy's Aunt Louisa Horn. Curious events have led them to think that a mysterious group, possibly smugglers, are trying to use Miss Horn's house for their own ends. Hearing sounds under the kitchen, they had burst into the locked cellar, only to find it deserted and empty. Kent then sent Jimmy upstairs on an errand and was about to investigate as Superman when Miss Horn's voice brought him back up. The old lady swore she had seen a flashing light in the old tower on Lighthouse Point, abandoned for over 50 years. Kent and Jimmy dashed out into the night toward the point, but once clear of the house, Kent pulled the boy back. Possibly Miss Horn was merely trying to get rid of them, he explained. Better watch. See what happens. As our story continues today, Kent and Jimmy are crouched back of a bush. Before them, the lighted windows of Horn House. Beyond them, the dark tower of the old lighthouse. Listen.
Listen, Mr. Kent, no fooling. You don't really think my Aunt Lou had anything to do with this, do you?
Jimmy, I don't think anything, not yet. All I know is there are some very peculiar things going on in the neighborhood of Horn House.
What do you mean?
Keep your eyes on that window. What's your aunt doing now?
Not a thing. She's just sitting there at the kitchen table. What do you mean by peculiar things, Mr. Kent?
Well, first of all, the location. Why, it's unnatural for smugglers. Lighthouse Point goes out there to make a little bay, then the beach and Horn House, and then Lighthouse Creek where the dock is. Oh, they couldn't ask for a better location.
But, gee, Aunt Lou's not a smuggler.
Now, I didn't say she was, Jimmy. But I do say this. For some reason or other, maybe it's a perfectly good one, she's not telling all she knows. Did she get up just then?
Don't think so. No, she just moved a chair. Go on, Mr. Kent.
Well, she's frightened of something. She's afraid, but she won't tell us why or of what.
Golly, I don't see what that proves. She's scared somebody's going to break in on her.
I wonder, Jimmy. If that's so, why was she out on the beach in all that rain and storm when our catboat was wrecked?
She said she was looking for us.
But when we landed, she was running away from us. And what about the light in the lighthouse? Did we actually see one there? And did your aunt see one while I was in the cellar? Or is she just trying to get rid of us for a while?
Gee, I don't know, Mr. Kent. Yes, I do, too.
What?
Mr. Kent, look behind you. Look at the tower of the lighthouse.
Great Scott. Jimmy, there's a light. Your aunt was telling the truth. About that, anyway. Come on, quick, run for it.
I've got the flashlight, Mr. Kent. Let me go first.
You know the path. Watch out for those rocks.
It's not far. Less than 100 yards. What do we do? We get there.
We'll find out who's working that light and who he's signaling to.
Almost there. Take it easy.
All right. Listen. Don't I hear a boat off there in the fog?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, never mind. Where's the door?
Right here. Golly. Mr. Kent, look. It's open.
Jimmy, anybody live here in this lighthouse?
Not now. When Aunt Lou ran the farm, the farmer lived here. That's what the wire's for.
Wire? Where? Oh, yes.
The telephone wire. Aunt Lou ran a telephone to the house in case she wanted to talk to him.
Quiet now. Snap off your light.
Golly, I should have done that before. They'll see us for sure.
I don't think so. All right, come on, up the stairs. Take it quietly. I'll go first now.
Mr. Kent, what do you think's going on?
Jimmy, you remember we heard a boat on our way across the bay?
Yeah, speedboat.
And right after that, we saw the phony light. The one that wrecked us.
But what of it? Look out for the railing.
All right, thanks. After we got into the house, we heard people or something in the cellar.
But we didn't find anything.
Well, we didn't really look. But I'll bet I know what's happening. That speedboat was guided in by the light and landed something near enough to Horn House so we heard them. And now they're getting away again. And that's what the light's for.
Smugglers. It must be.
I shouldn't wonder. Now then, how high is this tower?
I don't know, but we're almost to the top.
I keep it quiet now. There we are. Now, you stay right here on the last landing. Where does that door go to?
Into the light room. I want to come with you, Mr. Kent.
No, there may be trouble. You stay right here. Keep the flash. What's that big bell?
That's the old fog bell. Take it easy, Mr. Kent. Listen. I hear him moving around in there.
Steady. I'm going to crash that door. You stand back, Jimmy.
Mr. Kent, you should have brought the shotgun.
Don't need it.
There may be trouble, like you said.
Gotta take a chance on that. Stand back now. Oh, wait. Maybe the door's not locked.
I'll try the latch.
Quiet. Not a sound.
It's locked, all right. The light's still going. I can see it through a crack.
Now, Jimmy, whatever happens, you stay right where you are. Or beat it back to the house. Maybe that'd be better anyway.
No, I'll stay with you. I'll keep out of the way.
We've got this fella. There's no way out except down these stairs. He can't get away from us.
Maybe you better wait until he comes out.
No. Whatever he's doing, it's time we stopped it. But I don't want you to be mixed up in it. It's no place for kids.
Oh, please, Mr. Kent. I'm not a kid.
You go down the stairs. Wait for me down below.
All
Quick.
right.
Now go on, Jimmy.
If you say so. Holler if you need me.
I will. He's still in that lamp room. And I think it's time he had a visitor. Now.
Who's that?
What are you doing with that light? Put it out and put down that gun.
Where'd you come from? Stand back. Look out.
I said put down that gun. Quick. I told you not to. Now we'll see how you bounce.
Oh, quit that. Put me down. What do you think you're
First of all, out with that light.
put me down. You're killing me.
All right, I'll put you down. There. Now, quick. What was that lamp for? And what are you doing around Hornhouse? Hurry up. Start talking.
You'll never know. Listen, there's the boat now, and you can't stop me. So long.
Stop. Come back here. Oh, the fool. He went through the window. And it's 50 feet down. Well, I hope it's deep water. Gotta go after him. Out we go. Out. Out. And down. Down. He made it. He's swimming. No, he's not. He's sinking. Must have struck a rock. He's going down. There's the boat. They're trying to get to him. Pick him up. Well, let's see who's quicker. Down we go. Right into the water. Down. Now then. Gotta get him before he drowns. Then I'll get that boat. There he is. Got him. Now, up. Up. I'll hold you with one hand, my friend, and take care of your pals with the other. Ah, there they are. They see me. They're scared to death. Well, look out for yourselves, boys. Here we come. Wait, what's that? It's the bell of the lighthouse. Must be Jimmy. Jimmy's in trouble if he's ringing the bell. I've got to get back there. Can't stop to worry about the boat now. Got to get back and help Jimmy. Up we go. Up, and away.
Mr. Kent, where are you, Mr. Kent?
Coming, Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy.
Coming. What's the matter? Are you all right?
I'm all right, but what about you? Golly, whatever happened?
Come here, lend me a hand. Our friend in the tower went overboard. Right through the window, and I went after him.
You did? Jiminy, did you hurt yourself?
Well, I didn't, but he did. Here, give me a hand. Get him inside.
He's out like a light.
Yeah. Jimmy, what was the matter? Was it you ringing the bell?
Mr. Kent, I was scared. You were gone and I didn't hear anything. You told me not to go up to the light room, but that wasn't all.
Here we are.
Golly.
All right, help me put him on that bench. That's it. There. Now get him back to the house and see what's what. Oh, go ahead, Jimmy. What happened? What scared you?
Mr. Kent, it was the telephone.
The telephone? What are you talking about?
Mr. Kent, just after everything got quiet up where you were, I heard the shots. Golly, what happened?
Well, never mind that. He missed me, and then he jumped through the window. Go on with what you were saying.
Mr. Kent, the telephone rang. It rang like anything.
Yeah?
When I took it off the hook and answered it, there wasn't anybody there.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. All it did was ring, but there wasn't anybody on the other end.
Quick, Jimmy. Where does this telephone go?
I told you it runs between the lighthouse where we are right now and the big house.
You mean your aunt's house?
That's the only house there is.
Jimmy, where's the phone in the big house? I mean, where does it hook up?
In the kitchen, right where Aunt Louisa was.
Well, quick, tell me, how does it work? What do you do to make it ring?
Just push a button right under the phone. Then a bell rings at the other end.
Huh?
There it is again. Listen.
Jimmy, you keep your eye on that fellow on the bench. If he moves, sing out.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Who's there? Miss Horn? Miss Horn, is that you? Miss Horn!
What is it? Isn't there anybody there?
Yes, there is. There is somebody there. Right at the other end. But they won't answer me. Miss Horn? Or if it isn't Miss Horn, who is it?
Mr. Kent, hang up and ring the button on this end. Make it ring in the kitchen and see what happens then.
No, I don't want to do that. I've just thought. Jimmy, it may be that your aunt doesn't want to make a noise. Any noise at all. She doesn't dare talk.
Golly, why?
I don't know. You keep your eye on that fellow. He's moving. Jimmy, I've got an idea. Listen, I'll send a message to your aunt on this phone. If you keep quiet. Miss Horn, listen to me. If you can't talk, if you want help quickly, ring this bell 3 times. Miss Horn, can you hear me? When I hang up, if you want us to come quickly, ring this bell 3 times.
Golly, do you think she heard you?
Shh, wait, Jimmy. Wait.
Phone bells ringing urgently in the dimness of the old lighthouse. What has happened to Aunt Louisa Horn, left alone facing the locked door of her own cellar? Who was the stranger picked up by Kent after his plunge from the lighthouse tower? And where is the speedboat headed after its terrifying glimpse of Superman winging down from the night sky? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hand, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and walks about among human beings disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for a great metropolitan paper. Curious events at Horn House, the New England home of Jimmy Olsen's Aunt Louisa, have led Jimmy and Clark Kent to believe that a group of smugglers is using the place, together with its old lighthouse and dock, as a secret base. Queer sounds in the cellar below the kitchen, lamps in the lighthouse, which has been dark for 2 generations. Strange behavior on the part of old Miss Horn herself. When we last saw them, Kent and Jimmy had rushed out to the lighthouse and captured a man who had been signaling from the tower after a chase that left the stranger unconscious. While still at the lighthouse, Kent and Jimmy had received an urgent plea for help from old Aunt Louisa, back in the kitchen of Horn House, in the form of 3 sharp rings of the house telephone bell, a signal for help suggested to her by Kent. As our story continues today, Jimmy and Kent are hurrying back over the stretch of beach to Horn House, carrying the unconscious figure of the stranger between them. Listen.
Steady, Jimmy. Look, why don't you run on ahead?
No, I'll stick here with you, Mr. Kent. You couldn't carry this guy all by yourself.
Oh, yes, I could.
Anyway, we're almost there. Who do you think he is?
Can't imagine. We'll hang on to him until we find out, I can tell you that. Hey, look. Look ahead. Didn't we leave your aunt in the kitchen with the lights lit?
Golly, that's so. Now the lights are out. It's dark. The whole house is dark. Aunt Lou! Aunt Lou!
She must have needed help, or she wouldn't have rung the telephone. Come on, Jimmy. Oh, here we are. All right, open the door.
Okay. Golly, it's dark. Aunt Lou.
Here. Drop this fellow on the floor for now. There we are. All right, find the switch.
I got it here. Great Scott, Mr. Kent. Look, the cellar door. We left it closed, and now it's open.
Jimmy, what's that whining? Sounds like a dog in the closet.
It's Tiger. Aunt Lou must have shut him in. But what for? And where is she?
I don't know where she is, but I know where she went. She opened the door and went down in the cellar.
Come on, Mr. Kent. We've got to find her, quick.
Wait a minute. That dog, Tiger. Does he know you, Jimmy? Will he do what you say?
Sure he will, but what do you want?
We'll make him stand guard over this fellow on the floor. Come on, let him out. Hurry. Careful,
Hey,
Jimmy.
stop him. Stop him. He's going for his eye.
No, he's not. Jimmy, look, he knows him. The dog knows him. He's licking his face.
By golly, you're right. Hey, stop it. Stop it, Tiger. Tiger. Mr. Kent, who is he?
Search me, Jimmy. We can't wonder about that now. We've got to find your aunt.
Come on, down the cellar door.
No, Jimmy, wait. I may be wrong. You go upstairs and look all over. Look through the library.
She never went there. It's been locked for years.
Oh, never mind. Look everywhere. We can't afford to miss her. I'll go down cellar. Now, if you find her, yell out. Quick now.
Okay. I'd rather come with you, Mr. Kent. If you say look upstairs, that's what I'll do.
That's the boy.
What about this guy here?
I'm afraid he's hurt more than I thought. We can't do anything about that right now. Not till we find Miss Horn. Go along, Jimmy.
Okay, Mr. Kent. Tiger, you stay right there. You hear? Stay there.
Thank heavens. Got rid of Jimmy. She didn't go upstairs. She came down here in the cellar. But there may be trouble. And I don't want the boy mixed up in it if I can help.
Jimmy, Mr.
What?
Kent.
Miss Horn.
Quick.
She's calling.
Quick.
She's not here in the cellar.
Jimmy.
Where is... Great Scott, that
Mr.
wall.
Kent.
There's an opening in the cellar wall, and it's closing. Too late. She's down the passageway, a secret passageway under Horn House, and the wall's closed behind her. But concrete doesn't stop Superman. Not for long. Almost through. I never saw this when I was down here before. Never thought the wall wasn't solid. Well, that won't stop me. Not over 3 seconds more. Now then. There we are. Miss Horn! Miss Horn!
Mr. Kent! Jimmy!
I'm coming, Miss Horn!
Mr. Kent, what's the matter? I heard the noise.
Jimmy, it's coming down the stairs. Back to Clark Kent.
Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent, what happened? Golly, that hole, where does it lead to?
Jimmy, you're just in time. Your aunt's down there. I heard her calling.
Jimmy!
Come on.
Jimmy!
Coming, Miss Horn.
Jimmy! Jimmy! Jimmy!
Come on, Mr. Kent. I hear her. Golly, what is this place?
Jimmy, it's a secret passageway. A gallery.
Where does it go to?
I don't know. Probably down to the dock. Oh, there's your aunt. She's all right.
Aunt Lou! Aunt Lou! Here we are.
Jimmy! Oh, Mr. Kent.
Oh, it's all right, Miss Horn. What's happened? Are you hurt?
No. No, I'm not hurt, but they've gone. They've gone away.
Who's gone away? Mr. Kent, look.
What?
There's open water right ahead. We've come out under the dock.
Miss Horn, tell us quickly what happened. Why did you come down here?
Well, just after you left to go to the lighthouse, I heard that same noise down the cellar. I declare it frightened me, Mr. Kent.
Why didn't you stay in the kitchen? We warned you.
When someone's making free with my cellar, I should say not. So I just locked Tiger in the closet. Down I went. And this time I caught him, red-handed, too.
What? Aunt Lou, the telephone bell. You rang it.
I heard what Mr. Kent told me, and it's just what I did. I knew you'd come.
Oh, Miss Horn, go on. These men. What were they doing?
There was that big opening in the cellar wall, and I popped right in.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Kent, they was dragging a big box right down through this gallery towards the dock.
Listen. Listen, what's that?
It's a boat.
Smugglers. They've been using the cellar as a place to keep their stuff, and then they take it away through the secret door in the gallery. Why didn't you call sooner?
But them right in front of me? Why, they'd have come
Never
right...
mind that now. Mr. Kent, that boat. It got away. I can't hear it anymore.
Jimmy, you take your aunt back to the kitchen. I'll stay here. Maybe I can do something.
Golly, listen. Listen to Tiger.
Something's happened.
Mr. Kent, that man. Something's happened and Tiger's going for the man.
What man? Who are you talking about?
Come on, don't just stand there. Back up the gallery. Come on, Aunt Lou.
Go ahead, Miss Horn.
Don't hurry me. I can't stand it.
Jimmy, the dog knows you. Run ahead. Call him off, quick.
You bet, Mr. Kent.
Hurry up.
Mr. Kent, this man, what man? Where is he?
Oh, Miss Horn, mind that rock. That's it. We're almost there now. There's the cellar just ahead. Why, Jimmy and I found this fellow in the lighthouse. He was signaling.
Signaling?
Yes, one of the smugglers. But we caught him. And then we heard you ring the telephone bell and brought him along. He's hurt.
Hurt?
Yes.
Oh, my legs. Quick, Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent, hurry. Tiger, get down.
Keep him away.
Get down, Tiger.
Get him off.
Down.
Get him off.
Here's the cellar, Miss Horn. All right, now up the stairs.
Get down, Tiger. Down. Get down. Get down. What's the matter with you?
Crazy. That's what ails him.
Get down.
Leave him off. By Godfish, I'll have the law on you for this.
Why, who's that? Where did he come from?
Jasper Quinby, whatever in the world.
Mr. Kent, this fellow was here when I ran up. And Tiger was going for him, just like you saw.
But the other one?
He's there in the dining room on the couch.
Yes, I put him there. And that's what I get for it.
In the dining room. Where is he? I want to see him.
You stay here, Louisa Horn. I want to talk to you. What do you think I come here for?
I don't care, Jasper Quinby. I won't talk to you now, not for all the mortgages in Maine. Oh,
Mr. Quinby, that's the name. We're sorry about this. What happened?
The dog didn't really hurt you, did he?
I come here to talk to Miss Lou about her mortgage. Came to the door. And then I seen that poor feller on the floor with a dog all over him. Thought he was killed.
So you came in to help, eh?
Of course I did. Who wouldn't? Picked him up and carried him onto the couch.
Huh?
And then that there dog laid into me like I don't know what.
I'll say he did. Gosh, mister, I thought you were a goner, all right.
Queer. Tiger ever do a thing like that before, Jimmy?
Not that I ever heard of.
Listen here, I can't stand around all night. I come here to talk to Miss Lou.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you heard what she said.
No. Won't talk to me, eh? Well, I ain't coming many more times.
Now, look here, Mr. Quinby. Miss Horn's been upset this evening. Let her get a rest.
Rest? Don't you worry. I ain't going to bother her none. I'm a-going right out. Right this minute. Open the door, boy.
Yes, sir. Only please don't hold this against Aunt Lou. She's just not herself.
Never mind telling me my business, young man. Just you get that there door open. Reckon I know when I want it.
I'll ask Miss Horn to get in touch with you tomorrow, Mr.
Just
Quinby.
a second. The door's stuck. Oh, no, it isn't either. It's locked. There. Good night, Mr. Quinby. Aunt Lou will see you tomorrow.
Maybe she will, and maybe she won't.
Gee, I guess he's pretty sore.
Is he, Jimmy? Sore or relieved?
Relieved? Golly, Mr. Kent, what do you mean?
I mean, he was relieved to be getting off so easily.
Getting off?
Oh, Jimmy, wake up. Does a man pick the middle of the night and a night like this to come and talk about mortgages?
Jiminy, I never thought of that.
He says he came in to help a man on the floor being attacked by a dog. But the door was locked when you tried to let him out.
Say, that's right.
You think he rushed in and then calmly turned around and locked himself into a room with the savage dog? Well, do you?
But if he didn't...
Jimmy, that man Jasper Quinby was here in Horn House all the time. He was here, but we didn't see him. You see what that means? It means there's another secret passage in the house that leads directly into this room.
Oh, Mr. Kent, can't you do something?
Now, Jimmy, keep all this to yourself. Not a word to your Aunt Lou, now that we know what it means.
I get you, Mr. Kent.
All right. Coming, Miss Horn. Mr. Quinby left. He said he'd see you tomorrow. What's the matter, Miss Horn?
Oh, Aunt Lou, you've been crying.
Oh, he's so white and still. Just look at him. Can't we get a doctor, Mr. Kent?
He'll be all right, Miss Horn. After all, it's his own fault.
Aunt Lou, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, don't you understand? Don't you see? You knew I was hiding something, not telling you everything.
Miss Horn.
You thought I got you out of the house on purpose, and I did.
You did?
I was afraid of this. I didn't know for sure, but when Tiger got so quiet that first night, I just knew.
Tiger? Mr. Kent, I know. Don't you remember just a while ago when we let him out of the closet? How he tried to lick the guy's face?
Miss Horn. Great heavens. You don't mean...
Yes, Mr. Kent, I do. My own flesh and blood. Running with no goods and smugglers. This is my nephew. This is Christopher Horn.
Christopher Horn. At least a part of the mystery is solved. But what of the rest? What strange connection is there between Christopher Horn and Jasper Quinby? And what was Quinby himself doing in Horn House? And why was he suddenly attacked by the dog, Tiger? Next time, more thrills, excitement. Tune in and follow the thrilling story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, who appeared on Earth from the planet Krypton, who walked about among human beings as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. Spending a vacation on the New England coast, Kent and young Jimmy Olsen, copy boy for the Planet City Room, have found that Horn House, the home of Jimmy's Aunt Louisa Horn, is a secret base for smugglers. When we last saw them, Kent and Jimmy had just learned that the stranger they caught signaling from the tower of the abandoned lighthouse was Aunt Louisa's nephew, Christopher Horn. And that the house itself, unknown even to its present owner, was a maze of secret passageways and galleries. Jasper Quinby, local banker, had been found in the middle of the locked kitchen and had been allowed to go before it was realized that he could not possibly have entered in the usual way. After much talk and efforts to revive the unconscious Christopher, the family had retired for the night, and nothing further had occurred. But our story continues at its next morning. Aunt Louisa, Kent, and Jimmy are at breakfast in the dining room. Listen.
Thanks, Aunt Lou. I will have another donut. How about you, Mr. Kent?
Oh, no, thanks, Jimmy. My plate's clean, and I'm going to keep it that way. Say, by the way, Miss Horn, where did you get these plates? They're mighty pretty.
Yeah, I noticed them too, Aunt Lou. Aren't they kind of special? They look Chinese.
They are Chinese, Jimmy. My very special Canton set, only used for company.
Oh, boy, Mr. Kent. Your company.
Your great-grandfather Horn brought them from China 60 years ago, along with the jade.
Jade? You mean to say you've got some real Chinese jade, Miss Horn?
Not now, Mr. Kent, but we did have. I never saw it, but land knows I've heard of it. It was the jade that was going to make the family fortune.
Where is it now, Aunt Lou?
Oh, goodness knows, Jimmy. 60 years ago. Reckon it's near 65 now. It just vanished. Clean out of sight. between a night and a morning.
Oh, Miss Horn, what do you mean?
That's what I say, Mr. Kent. Reckon I ain't lost the use of a tongue. One night it was here, right here in Horn House, and next day it was gone.
Golly. Stolen?
We never knew. And we couldn't ask because your great-grandpa was gone, too.
Gone where, Miss Horn?
Nobody ever knew till they found him 2 weeks later.
Found him? You mean to say...
Didn't your ma ever tell you, Jimmy? No, I reckon she couldn't. For on her side of the family. Yes, she was dead. Lying on the beach. They found him at the ebb tide.
Sounds just like a mystery novel. And they never found the jade?
Never. More's the pity.
Was it worth much?
Worth much. My land, boy. Jade like that? Well, I reckon it's worth its weight in gold, all right. Grandpa had mighty close to a trunk full.
Great Scott. But, Miss Horn, where did he get it?
Like I said, from China. He was a clipper captain, Mr. Kent. Every voyage he'd bring back something else. Pictures, wallpaper, dishes.
Wallpaper?
Don't shout so, Jimmy. Mighty particular, Grandpa was. I hardly remember him myself, but I've heard Ma tell about him many's the time. Had the wallpaper made special for this very room. In Shanghai, I think 'twas.
Oh. This wallpaper here?
It's so faded now you can't make it out. But the picture on that wall shows it was the same pattern. Why, my land.
Aunt Lou, what's the matter?
My soul and body, look there, right on the wall behind you, Mr. Kent.
For what?
The picture.
Where?
It's gone.
Why, that's so. Golly, I never noticed.
Jimmy, did you break that picture and say nothing about it?
Me? Gosh, Aunt Lou, what do you take me for, a kid?
I wouldn't put it past you. My soul. Mr. Kent, what's the matter?
He's your nephew.
Oh, Christopher.
Where's that man, that Quinby?
Why,
Oh, now, wait. Take it easy. Sit down, man, before you fall. Hey, wait a minute. Lie down there on the sofa.
I'll get you a drink of water.
Christopher, you shouldn't have gotten up. You should have stayed in bed.
Never mind that. There's something I've got to do. We've all got to do. Where's Quinby?
Quinby went home. What about him?
He tried to murder me.
What?
Tried to murder me when I couldn't help myself.
Jasper Quinby? Oh,
Last night he came in and found me. I'd just come to. He tried to strangle me there on the couch. If it hadn't been for Tiger.
Tiger? Gee, Mr. Kent, that's why he went for him.
Tiger, he was always crazy about me.
Mr. Horn, I think we'd better have an understanding.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
Why would Jasper Quinby want to kill you?
Because he knows I'm onto it.
What?
He knows I know.
So, Christopher, know what?
Aunt Lou, I had to do it. I had to run with that gang till I could find out.
What? Find out what?
There's secret passages all through the house. Quinby found them. He got into the library, and so did I, but I was too late. Too late.
Christopher Horn, what are you talking about?
What am I talking about? Aunt Lou, don't you know the Chinese jade? Great-grandfather jade is right here in this house.
Why?
It
Christopher,
is.
what do you mean?
Here in the house. Great heavens.
Where is it?
That's what I don't know, but Jasper Quinby does.
Quinby? That's what he was hanging around for.
Maybe he was after it last night.
Christopher, how does Quinby know about Grandpa's jade?
Ask me some more. Ask me how I know. It's in the library, Aunt Lou. It's all in the library, but they never looked
The
there.
library?
All the old log books, everything he wrote on his voyages. I was always a great reader, Aunt Lou. You know that.
So I should say I do.
I read the logs. I read them all. He'd written it down. Old Joshua Horn. What he was going to do.
Mr. Horn, do you mean to tell me that the hiding place of the Chinese jade is in old Captain Horn's logbooks?
Wait till I tell you. I read them all. I got closer and closer, but when I came to what I needed most, the pages were missing.
What?
Torn out. And do you know who'd taken them? It was Jasper Quinby. Somehow he knew. Don't ask me how, but he did.
Quinby's. Bad lot. All of them. Our people always had trouble with Quinby's. Even way back.
Then that's it. Maybe Jasper heard it from his father.
Mr. Horn, what was in those logbooks? A sketch? A chart?
I don't know. I know everything else. I know that you can only get into where the jade is a couple times each year.
What? For heaven's sakes, Christopher, what do you mean?
I don't know. All I can tell you is what I read in the logbooks. Maybe it's got something to do with the tides. But that's how it is. Only a couple of times each year. And right now is one of the times.
Jiminy, then You say Quinby knows where it is?
He told me he was mighty near it. And that's why he wanted the house. He's in the smuggling racket, and he's after the jade. And that's why I joined up with him. Aunt Lou says I could find out.
Oh, Chris. Oh, Chris, I knew you wasn't really bad.
I reckon I lost. It's too late. Quinby was in here last night. Before he come in and found me, I reckon he got what he needs. Maybe it's a chart. Maybe it's a map.
No, not a map. A picture.
Mr. Kent, what do you mean?
Don't you see? The picture on the wall. The picture that's missing.
Oh, my soul.
Golly, Mr. Kent, do you think that's it? Aunt Lou, what was it?
Why, I don't hardly recollect. Yes, I do, too. It was a picture of some gardens. The Golden Gardens, I think 'twas.
Well, whatever it was, that's where the secret is, and Quinby knew it. He took it last night. Oh, what fools we were to let him go. We might have known.
Mr. Kent, maybe it's not too late now.
I don't know. He wouldn't wait long, no longer than he had to. But he wouldn't work by daylight. He'd wait till dark. Where does he live?
Quinby?
Yes.
Land's way back in town. Big white house on the hill.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Kent, what are you going to do?
I'm off. I can't waste time now. Look after Christopher. I'll hurry all I can.
Yeah. Well, I never. On earth, what'll happen next?
Christopher, what's the matter with him, Aunt Lou?
Oh, Christopher! Oh, Jimmy!
Oh, he'll be all right, Aunt Lou. Don't you worry. Golly, look. He's right under where the picture was. Say.
Jimmy, what are you looking at?
Look, this is funny. All the wallpaper's faded out, except where the picture was. Did it hang here long?
Ever since your great-grandpa put it there.
Well, look. You can see what the pattern was just as clear as anything. My gosh, Aunt Lou.
Jimmy, don't scream like that. It's enough to give a buddy the jumps.
Aunt Lou, did you say back a while ago that the wallpaper was the same as the picture? Didn't you say that?
Yes, I did. Captain Joshua had the wallpaper made order from the picture. Jimmy! Jimmy, what are you doing standing on your head?
Aunt Lou, look here. Oh, my gosh, look. We discovered something, don't you see?
See what?
The pattern, the Chinese pattern. Turn it around and it's a map. A regular map of Lighthouse Point and Horn House. Look.
Jimmy Olsen, you're out of your mind.
I'm not. No wonder Quinby swiped it. And to think it has been here all these years, just looking right at us.
I don't believe it. It ain't possible.
But it is, can't you see? In all those white lines. Aunt Lou, those are the secret passages.
Jimmy, I tell you, I don't believe it. And even if it is, what good does it do us?
What good does it do us? Don't you understand? Aunt Lou, it means that we can find where the jade is ourselves. Just by following the drawings. Right now, too. And wait. What's this? Why, there's writing all around the edge of each pattern. Wait a minute, I'll try to read it.
Jimmy, you're making that up.
I'm not. Honest, I'm not. Listen. Take twice 3 turns, and 2 turns more. The water waits behind the door. Turn 7 stones. Make haste, for then the sea too soon comes in again.
What? It sounds like silly gibberish to me. What's it mean?
I don't know, but look. See this long line leading out of the other? With a thing like a sun at the top of it? Aunt Lou, I'll bet that's where the secret room is. And you and I are going to find it, just as soon as I've cut out this wallpaper.
I don't believe you know what you're talking.
Shades of old Captain Joshua Horn. Is the Chinese wallpaper pattern really a map of Lighthouse Point? Does it chart the way to the secret chamber? What is the meaning of the strange rhyme written on the margins of the print? And what terrible secret lies in wait at the end of the winding passageways? Tune in next time for the thrilling, unbelievable climax. Follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, mighty champion of the weak and the oppressed, who has appeared on Earth from the planet Krypton with a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who is stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, and walks about among men disguised as Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw them, Kent had gone off to find Jasper Quinby and force the truth from him. while Jimmy and his aunt, left behind, had suddenly discovered that a sketch showing the location of the hidden chamber, plus a cryptic message, apparently giving further directions, was contained in the pattern of an old Chinese wallpaper in the dining room. They determined to follow it at once, even in Kent's absence. As our story continues today, Jimmy and Miss Horn are deep in the passages under Hornhouse, following turnings toward the sea. But even as they wind through the dim galleries, others are before them. Jasper Quinby and his helper have already reached the secret door. Listen.
Pete, we're right on top of it. Don't it sound hollow?
Yeah, I'll say it does.
Yeah. Old Captain Horn was smart. He was mighty smart.
Smart? What do you mean?
You know what he done, Pete?
Huh?
He hid the stuff way down here in a watertight chamber. And then he fixed it so nobody could find it. Not even himself, till everything was just exactly right.
What do you mean?
I'll show you what I mean. You know where the tide is right now?
The tide? Why, sure, it's mighty near dead low.
That's right. But that ain't all. Now listen good, Pete. 2 or 3 times each year, the tide ebbs real low and comes in real high. You know that, don't you?
Well, sure I know it. What of it?
Well, now, listen to this. Captain Horn fixed his secret room so you could only get into it just when the tide got real low.
Gee.
He brought that trunk full of Chinese jade down here to the secret room at dead low tide. He waited till just the right time, and then he went in. But something slipped, and he didn't get out.
But listen, Quinby, how could that be? If he got in, why couldn't he get out?
Don't ask me, Pete. Maybe he forgot. Maybe he was half crazy. I don't know about that. But I do know this, because I read it in his own books. He fixed this place so whoever goes in has only got just so long. They got to get in and get out, right at the lowest ebb of the tide. If they don't, if they hang around, the door closes automatically as the water comes in.
What do you mean?
Pete, that there chamber, back of that wall, connects with the sea. I know that much. And pretty near all the time, it's full of water. Look here.
What you doing, Quinby?
I'm pulling out these stones. Watch now. Here's the last one. What he called the keystone.
Hey, watch it. There's a lot of water coming out. Put it back.
Yeah,
Put it
you
back.
bet I'll put it back, Pete. You see that water? That means the chamber's still filled up. But it ain't time yet.
Well, what we gonna do? Wait?
We'll wait, all right. But not here. We're going down to the dock and make sure the boys are ready with the boat. Come on.
And as Quinby and his lieutenant disappear down the passageways, Jimmy and Aunt Lou approach the secret door of the hidden room that the smugglers have just left.
Look here, Aunt Lou. Read what it says on the wallpaper I cut from the wall. Take twice 3 turns and 2 turns more. The water waits behind the door. The 14th stone, make haste. For then the sea too soon comes in again.
I believe Great-Grandpa was crazy. It don't make no sense to me at all.
It makes sense to me, all right. Look, the passageway's turned 8 times, just like it says. And they are a wall with a row of stones halfway up.
Jimmy, what you doing? Now, you be careful.
I'm counting up. 11, 12, 13, 14. Aunt Lou, this is the 14th stone.
You be careful.
It turns. Golly, it comes right out. Look.
Oh, my lands.
What?
Now what?
I don't know. Something ought to happen.
What did that thing say? The sea too soon comes in again? Or what's it mean by that?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it was just to make it rhyme. Aunt Lou, look, will you look?
My soul and body.
The wall, there's a door in it. And the door's opening up.
Jimmy, there's a room in there. With water all over the floor. My land.
Aunt Lou, look. That's it. That's the secret chamber. It's open and we can go right in. Come on.
Oh, it don't hardly seem right. Closed all these years. Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, look. Look there. Ain't that a chest, ain't it?
It's a chest, all right, Aunt Lou. You think that's it?
That's it. Great-Grandpa Horn's sea chest. Where he kept the jade. Jimmy, look. Is it locked?
Wait. No. It's fastened down with a kind of a hasp. But it's not locked.
Well, open it quick.
There it goes. Aunt Lou, look. It's full of packages. Little packages all done up. Here, take one and open it.
It's wringing wet. Like you've been water in it. Can't understand how that could be. Here. Now then. Jimmy, look.
Aunt Lou, is that it? Is that the piece of jade?
That's it, all right. Oh, Jimmy, we've found it. We've found what's been hid all these years. We've got a fortune. I won't have to sell the house. Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, steady, Aunt Lou. Don't cry.
I'm not crying. I'm just so happy. Oh, dear.
Jimmy, look at it. It ain't a big chest, but it's full to the top.
You say it's worth a lot of money, Aunt Lou?
Oh, my land, yes. Goodness knows how much. If poor Mother only had it, if she'd only known. Oh.
What's that, Aunt Lou?
What?
The door. Quick.
Why, what happened? It's just loose shut. Jimmy, go get it open again.
I'll try.
Quick,
I'll try, Aunt Lou. Here, come here and push. Come on, Aunt Lou.
Wait a minute. What's that? I hear something. Listen.
Water. There's water coming out of that hole in the wall. Aunt
Jimmy,
Lou.
the chest. That's why it was wet. There was water in the room. It was full of water. It's filling up again. Jimmy, that's what drowned Captain Joshua. Oh, Jimmy, get that door.
Aunt Lou, push on it. Push hard. Look at the water. It's coming up fast. It's all around my ankles. Mr. Kent, help. Help, Mr. Kent.
Superman, who went off to find Jasper Quinby at his home, has not been successful and has now returned to Horn House.
Jimmy! Jimmy Olsen! Jimmy, where are you? Miss Horn! Huh. That's queer. Wonder what's happened. Well, maybe they're upstairs with Chris. Oh, Jimmy! Oh, hello, Tiger. Good dog. All right, Tiger. Now, keep out of my way, Tiger. Run along, find a bone. That's a good dog. Run along, will you? I'm looking for Jimmy and Miss Horn. Wait a minute, Tiger. What's the matter with you? Wait now. What do you want? Let go of my coat, Tiger. Tiger, drop that. Take your feet off me. They're all muddy. Now, wait. What is it, Tiger? What do you want, boy? Is Jimmy down in the cellar? Is that what you want? You want me to follow you? Great heavens. They're in trouble. That's what the dog wants. They're down in the galleries. Something's happened. Tiger. Good dog now. Good dog. All right, now, go on. Go on. Go find Jimmy. Find Miss Horn. That's a good dog. I'm right with you, Tiger. Go on. Go on.
Doggone you, Pete. I told you not to waste all that time.
I couldn't help it, Quinby.
Now, there's a good chance we're too late. The tide will be back in the chamber.
Here we are. Here's the wall. Hey, Quinby. Listen. What's that?
Voices. Voices in the room.
Here.
Pete, it's the kid and the old woman. Pete, they're in there and the tide's got them.
Oh, Lord, Quinby. How'd they do it?
They're caught. They're caught sure, Pete. Come on, get out of this. I don't want no part of it. We gotta get away. Listen, I hear a dog. Someone's coming. Run. Run back to the boat. Maybe the water comes in here too. Run, Pete. I'm getting out of here for good. Run.
Tiger. Go on, Tiger. Where are they? Don't stop there. That's just a wall. Wait. Great heavens. They're in the secret room. They're caught. They're drowning. Tiger, keep back, boy. This is a job for Superman, and I must work fast. Look out. Jimmy, I'm coming. There we are.
Mr. Kent, I knew you'd come.
Quick, Jimmy. My heavens, it's a mill race. Run. Run back up the gallery. Miss Horn.
I'm all right. I don't need no help. Quick.
Come on, Aunt Lou.
Quick.
Mr. Kent, that chest.
Run on ahead as fast as you can. There's water coming all the time. Hurry, or we'll be caught. There they go. Now the chest. Just make it. Just in the nick of time. Oh, thank heavens they're out. Now up with the chest.
There. You drink your tea. I'm going up to see Chris. Is there anything more you want?
No, thanks. Got plenty, Aunt Lou.
Plenty here. And I can use a little nourishment, I'll tell you.
Before I go, Mr. Kent, I just want to say this.
No. Don't you say a word, Miss Horn, please.
You got us out of that dreadful place. You brought back Captain Joshua's chest. And now, well, we've got the Horn family jade and
Yes, and Jimmy and I have a tremendous story for the paper. Don't forget that. Come on there, young fella. Get a move on. Get that tea down in a hurry. We'll go find the nearest telegraph office.
You betcha.
Everybody safe and sound after an exciting, almost fatal adventure in the mysterious galleries of Hornhouse. And another scoop for the Daily Planet is delivered by Clark Kent. But what's coming next? Already back in the Planet offices, another adventure is waiting. Thrilling, incredible. Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can twist steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who walks about among human beings disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered news reporter for the Daily Planet. As our story opens, we find Clark Kent in Editor Perry White's office. With him is Lois Lane, girl reporter. From the backwoods mountain regions near the isolated town of Gravesend, the Daily Planet has been receiving strange reports, mysterious disappearances of Gravesend inhabitants, a terrifying pillar of fire that burns in the hills. Then this morning, Editor White received a letter from Gravesend. He is about to read it to Clark Kent and Lois Lane when the phone rings. Listen.
Steady, Des. White speaking.
Hello. I want the editor.
This is the editor. What can I do for you?
Oh, so they finally let me talk to you. I'm calling from Gravesend.
From Gravesend, eh? Hold the wire a second. Kent, Lois, pick up the extension phone. I want you both to listen in on this. Okay. Come on, Miss Lane, over here. All set, Kent?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. White.
I'm sorry about the interruption, Mr.
Harris is my name. Now, did you get a letter from someone in Gravesend?
Why, yes. Mr. Lee Jenkins. Has anything new happened up there?
Nothing that's any of your business. No, I'm calling to tell you not to pay no attention to Lee Jenkins' letter. He's a crazy fool.
You mean you don't need any help?
I'll make it stronger than that. We're warning you newspaper folks to stay away. Us Gravesenders can take care of our own trouble. We don't want no outsiders up here.
Hello, Harris. Operator, I've been cut off. Hello.
No, you're Mr. White. He hung up on you.
Warned to stay away. That proves it. Something is brewing up there, Kent. Something serious.
Where is that letter that Harris spoke about, Mr. White?
On my desk. Here. Read it, Kent.
Looks like an old man's handwriting. Dear Editor, I write to you because other folks is afraid. Ever since the pillar of fire come up out of the ground in Gravesend, we have been living in fear of our lives. 3 people went up to look at the flame and never come back. The leader says it's a sign that we should leave our homes and move away, but some of us ain't got the money to move. Please help us.
Was that all of it?
No, there's a bit more, Miss Lane. If you send up a reporter, have him meet me at the bridge 5 miles outside of town at 11 o'clock Monday night.
Why, that's tonight.
Yeah, you're right. Here's the rest of it. Don't let him come to the village if he values his life. Signed, Lee Jenkins.
Well, Kent, what do you make of it?
Well, it's hard to say, Mr. White.
Would you like to go up there and look into it?
I certainly would.
And I'll go with you.
It might be dangerous for you, Lois. Those mountaineers have no respect for law and order.
Well, I'm not afraid.
Well, all right. You both start immediately. You'll have a 200-mile drive over narrow mountain roads, but you should be able to reach that bridge that Jensen mentioned by 11 tonight. And, Kent.
Yes, Mr. White?
Now, please be careful. Be very careful.
What time is it, Miss Lane?
It's, just 10:30 p.m. How far are we from that bridge?
Oh, about 10 miles, if we're on the right road. I wish I was sure.
Maybe you'd better stop and look at that map.
Good idea. Now, let's have a look here. Well, here we are.
Yeah?
We turned left at the forks there. Yeah, this must be the road.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, just cowbells. Probably a farm nearby.
Oh.
Yes, I'm certain this is the road, all right. We'll keep going.
Listen, Mr. Kent. That sound's coming closer.
Oh, forget it. It's only cowbells.
No, it isn't.
Look down that road. That white shadow.
Somebody walking in this direction. Coming into the beam of our headlights.
What? It's an old man.
Well, that's lucky. We'll ask him how far we are from the bridge.
He's carrying a string of bells in his hands. Look how he's dressed.
Yeah, long hooded robe. Hey, that's an odd costume for a man to be wearing.
Mr. Kent, I'm scared.
Pardon me, mister. Can you tell us whether this road leads to the Gravesend Bridge?
Go back. Go back.
Oh, Mr. Kent.
Say, all we want is some information, mister.
Go back. Go back. Danger lies ahead.
Oh, Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent.
No, don't be afraid.
Look. He's walking into the woods.
I'm going to follow him and find out what this is all about.
No, you stay here. I don't want to be left alone.
Well, all right. He's gone anyway. Disappeared through the trees.
Like a shadow. Oh, Mr. Kent, let's get away from here quickly.
Okay. Can't say that I blame him. What time is it now, Miss Lane?
Exactly 11 o'clock.
Oh, good. We should be at that bridge soon. Yes, there it is, in front of us. Well, we'll just drive across and park on the other side. Well, we make good time from the city. Do you see anybody?
No, not a soul.
Neither do I. Well, we're on time, but Jenkins hasn't shown up yet.
Gee, I have a feeling something's wrong. He's not going to come, I know it.
Oh, Miss Lane, you're still upset about that old man.
And why not, Kent? Can you explain that strange costume and the bells and warning? Clark, Kent, you haven't heard a word I've been saying. What's the matter with you?
Miss Lane, wait. You smell something burning?
Yes. Yes, I do. Smells like rope. Or maybe the car...
No, it seems to be coming from under the bridge. Let's walk over there and take a look, huh?
Okay.
I see it. Something's sputtering down there under the bridge girder.
Mr. Kent, it is a rope.
Rope, nothing. That's a fuse, and that box it's attached to must be a bomb. Get back. Run for your life.
Oh, good heavens, Mr. Kent.
Don't talk. Keep running. That fuse had only an inch or two to go. Blown to smithereens.
Oh, that's awful. Well, that bomb was meant for us.
Whoever put it there expected us to park on the bridge. Oh, it's lucky for us that we didn't.
Oh, Mr. Kent, do you think Jenkins could have planted that bomb?
No, I'm sure it wasn't Jenkins. His letter indicated he was much too anxious to have us help him.
Well, then it must have been that man who telephoned Mr. White. You know, Harris.
That's possible. And I don't think Jenkins will meet us. Harris knew about his letter and probably stopped him from coming.
Oh, what'll we do now?
Well, we can't go back. The bridge is gone. I guess we'll just have to go on to Gravesend.
Mr. Kent, in spite of the warning?
Well, they won't expect us now. They'll figure that we're either dead or stuck on the other side of the bridge. Remember, that bomb was timed to go off at 11 o'clock sharp.
Yeah.
We'll drive on to the town and find a place to put up for the night. Does that suit you?
Well, we have to. Nothing else to do.
All right. Let's get going.
Shouldn't we be near Gravesend by now?
Well, we can't be very far away. Hey, what's that up ahead? Just see it in the headlights.
Why, it's a gate. And a high wall.
And houses behind the wall. Well, Miss Lane, that must be Gravesend.
Well, why should they have a wall around it?
That's odd, isn't it? Well, we'll soon find out.
It's so quiet. Nobody at the gate.
Well, we can't blow the horn. It might wake up the wrong people.
We've got to get in somehow.
You stay here, Miss Lane. I'm going to try that gate.
And leave me here alone?
I'll only be gone a few minutes. There's nothing to be afraid of if you do as I say. No matter what happens, stay in the car. Do you have your police whistle with you?
Yeah.
Well, if you should need me, give it a good hard blast, and I'll come back in a jiffy. But I'm sure you won't need me. Now then, I'm far enough away from the car. Miss Lane can't see me.
This looks like a job for Superman. Something very strange about all this. People don't blow up bridges and build walls around their village unless they have good reason. First, I'll get through this gate and find Lee Jenkins. Now, Locked tight. Heavy steel latch. That's not too much for Superman. I'll just put on the pressure. Oh, it must be a foot thick, reinforced by iron bands. This ought to snap the lock. That did it. There we are. Coast is clear. Now to locate Lee Jenkins. Wait. No. Someone's running this way. I'd better change back to Clark Kent.
You! How do you get in here? Who do you want?
Oh, your gate was unlocked. I'm looking for Mr. Lee Jenkins.
Unlocked, eh? That's funny. So you must be that city reporter. I warned you to stay away from here.
Well, then you must be Harris. Well, now that I am here, what are you going to do about it?
I'll show you. Now get your hands up, quick.
Oh, a gun, huh?
Yes, and I'll use it if you try any tricks. The leader gave strict orders you weren't to come up here. But since you did get in, I'll let him handle you.
The leader? Well, I'd like to meet this leader of yours.
Ah, so you'd like to meet him, would you?
Yes.
Well, you're going to. And when you do, maybe you'll change your mind. Now, come on.
Wait a minute. Who's that over near the gate?
You'll find out. You'll find out.
A strange trip and a threatening ending. A walled village and an old man who warns of dangers that lie ahead. Who is the mysterious leader? Is he the white-robed old man with the tinkling bells? What deep, dark secret hangs over the town of Gravesend? And will Clark Kent be able to discover it? Tune in next time and follow the exciting story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, champion of the weak and the oppressed. Superman, stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet. He walked about among ordinary men, disguised as mild Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet. As you remember, Kent and Lois Lane had come to the mountain village of Gravesend in response to a letter from Lee Jenkins, one of the villagers, begging for aid against the mysterious terrors that beset the town. They were to meet Jenkins at the bridge 5 miles out of town, promptly at 11. But instead, the bridge exploded just as they crossed it. Driving onto Gravesend, they found the town surrounded by a high wall. Kent gave Lois a police whistle with which to call him in case she should be in any danger. Then he broke through the wall and was captured at the point of a gun by Bill Harris, the man who had first warned them to stay away. As our story continues, Harris is taking Kent to a mysterious person known as the Leader, when suddenly the police whistle blows in the distance. Listen.
Say, what's that?
A whistle. Miss Lane. She must be in some sort of trouble.
Hey, where you going?
Sorry, Harris. No time to explain.
Come back where I shoot.
This is where Superman takes charge.
All right, you asked for it.
He's firing blindly into the dark. Hit me that time, but it bounced off. Well, I guess I'll have to take care of you, Harris, before anything else.
Hey, who are you? Don't let go of me.
Not until I take that gun away from you. You might really hurt someone with it.
Hey, no, hey, out, don't.
There. That blow on the jaw will put you to sleep for a while. Now, back to the car to find out what's happening to Lois. Up, and away! Faster, no time to lose. She wouldn't blow the whistle unless it was something serious. There's the gate. The car in front of it. No one there. Oh, yes, there she is. Sitting on the running board, crying. Down.
Where are you? Mr. Kent, where are you, Mr. Kent?
Here I am, Miss Lane. I heard you blow the whistle. Oh, what happened?
Oh, he came out from behind the tree. He grabbed me.
What?
He shook me. I didn't know what to do.
Now, wait a minute. Who came out from behind the tree? Now, Miss Lane. Just try to relax and tell me what happened here.
It was that old man with the bells. The one we saw on the road. Oh, it was awful, Mr. Kent.
Now, take it easy. Well, what did he want?
I don't know. He struggled, and I managed to blow the whistle. He disappeared as suddenly as he came.
Well, didn't he say anything?
Yes, he called himself Old Man Smith.
Old Man Smith?
Yeah. Said he was going to teach me not to meddle in other people's business.
Oh. Well, that sounds like Harris had something to do with it. Just another warning.
Do you think that's all it is?
Oh, I'm sure of it. Harris is the man who telephoned the Daily Planet this morning, warning us to stay away. He and this old man Smith want to keep us out of Gravesend.
Well, why?
Now, Miss Lane, they have something here they want to hide.
Well, what should we do?
Well, there's only one thing to do, Miss Lane. Stay here overnight and investigate in the morning. Are you willing?
Yes, I guess so. We can find a safe place.
Yes, our first step is to find some shelter for the night. Someplace where you'll be safe. I have it. There must be a village elder here. Let's find his house.
Village elder?
Yes. The elder usually acts as mayor in small villages like this one. He could tell us where to put up for the night.
But Mr. Kent, how will we find him?
Yeah, that's so. I know. Harris will take us to him.
Harris?
Sure.
Where is he?
Oh, he's just inside the gate. I had a little run-in with him. He stumbled over a rock and knocked himself out. Come on. He'll still be where I left him.
Oh. What's that?
Oh. Harris. Must be coming too. Hurry. All right, Harris. Get up. You aren't hurt.
Oh, no. Please, don't hit me no more.
He thinks I knocked him out. On your feet, Harris. Quick now.
Oh, all right. Oh, say, you almost broke my jaw.
Well, you just do as I say and we'll have no more trouble.
Well, what do you want?
Take us to your village elder's house.
Village elder?
Yes, you heard me.
Oh, sure. Yes, the elder's. Well, it's the first house across the road.
All right. You lead the way, Harris. Come on, Miss Lane.
There it is. You see it?
Oh, the one with the light burning in the window?
Yeah, that's it.
It's a good thing he isn't asleep yet.
Well, the elder hardly ever sleeps, miss. Well, here we are. Now, upstairs.
Who is it?
It's me, Elder, Bill Harris.
Oh, just a moment, Harris. Something wrong, Harris?
Some folks here to see you.
Oh, I see. Who are these people?
City reporters, Elder.
From the Daily Planet.
This man here busted into the village and he beat me up.
Beat you up? Why?
I can explain the whole thing, Elder. It was all an accident. If Harris hadn't pulled his gun on me,
Is that true, Harris? Did you threaten this man with a gun?
Well, you see, Elder, he got kind of rough.
And you tried to shoot him. Harris, I've told you time and again to keep your gun in its holster.
But
if this happens again, I'll take away your badge. Now, go on home. You've caused enough trouble for one night.
Well, all right.
Oh, and another thing, Harris. You'd better stop and see the old man first.
The old man? Oh, the old man, eh? Okay. Good night.
Well, we're sorry to have caused this trouble, Elder.
On the contrary, I should apologize for my constable's bad behavior, Mr.
Clark Kent is my name, Elder. And this is Miss Lois Lane.
How do you
Miss
do
Lane? Yes, indeed. Harris is becoming quite a problem. Too hot-headed. But what are we standing out here for? Come inside. I'll try to make up for the bad treatment you've been getting. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Sit down, both of you. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, first of all, we'd like to find a place to spend the night.
Spend the night?
Yes.
Why, bless you. You can stay right here with me.
No, but we don't want to inconvenience you, Elder.
No trouble at all. I'm alone in this big old house, and... Miss Lane, you look ill.
Lois. Miss Lane, what's the matter?
Oh, we were busy. Just leaving that long drive and then that old man. Frightened.
Old man?
Yes, Miss Lane had an unpleasant experience a few minutes ago. She was badly frightened by one of your villagers.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry. Miss Lane, you should go to bed immediately.
Yes, I think I'd better.
Here, let me help.
Yes, come along. I'll show you to your room, straight down the hall.
Elder, do you know of someone called Old Man Smith?
Smith?
Yes.
Of course.
Wears a white robe and carries a string of bells.
Uh-huh, that's him.
He's a little unbalanced, Mr. Kent, but perfectly harmless.
Oh, I see. He's the man that gave Miss Lane her scare.
Yes, he warned us not to come to Gravesend.
Poor old Smith, he's a sad case. Suffers from delusions. That's the reason for his odd costume.
Mm-hmm. Say, Elder, please forgive my curiosity, but why do you have that wall around your village?
My boy, that wall has been here for 100 years. Built by the first settlers to protect them from the Indians.
I see.
I think Miss Lane ought to get to bed. Yes. Here we are, Miss Lane. This is your room.
Oh, thank you ever so much, Elder.
Oh, don't mention it. Good night.
Good night, Miss Lane.
Good night.
Now, Mr. Kent, those questions you wanted to ask?
Oh, yes, about the pillar of fire. Where is it?
Nowhere, my boy. Nowhere at all. To my knowledge, it does not exist.
But Mr. Jenkins of your village said it did. In a letter my editor received, he said the people were in deathly fear of it.
Mr. Kent, that is ridiculous.
Well, he wrote something about a leader. Said the pillar of fire was a sign that all the residents of Gravesend should leave.
A leader?
Yes.
And who might he be?
Well, don't you know?
Why, I never heard of any such person here. Mr. Kent, I think I can explain. You see this house? It's over 300 years old.
Yes?
And almost all the houses in Gravesend are as old as this. As a consequence, the people who live in them get strange ideas born of ignorance and old age. Your Mr. Jenkins included. There is no leader, no pillar of fire. And the people are at liberty to stay here as long as they like.
I see. But we were supposed to meet Jenkins at the bridge. Instead, the bridge was blown up, destroyed.
The bridge blown up? Why, that's incredible. But Jenkins has been acting peculiarly lately. Perhaps he...
Elder, one thing more. What about the disappearances among your people? The terror?
What? I really can't say. This is all beyond me.
Say, that's Miss Lane.
Bless my soul. That noise is coming from her room.
Something's wrong. Come on, hurry. Lois, Miss Lane, what's the matter?
Doesn't she answer, Mr. Kent?
No, and the door is locked. We'll have to break it down.
Impossible. It's too heavy. I run and get help. Yes.
Good thing the elder's gone. Now Clark Kent can give way to Superman. I don't need help to get through this door. There. That did it. I'm through. Lois, Miss Lane, where are you? Miss Lane! Miss Lane! Why, she isn't here. There's not a sign of her. The windows are barred, and the door was locked. And yet she's gone.
Another mysterious disappearance. Lois Lane gone from a room with no exit. How will Superman find her? Where will he look? Is the old elder right? Are the dangers of Gravesend only the delusions of crazed minds? If not, where is Lois gone? What are Harris and Smith hiding? Who is the leader? Above all, what is the secret of the walled village? Tune in next time and hear the thrilling climax of this strange story.
Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, impervious to bullets, Superman, who mingles with ordinary men disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Clark Kent and Lois Lane had come to the walled mountain village of Gravesend in answer to a letter from Lee Jenkins begging for aid against the terrible pillar of fire that was driving the people from their homes. After dire warnings to stay away from Gravesend, Lois was seized by old man Smith. Kent rescued her and forced Harris, a suspicious-acting constable, to take them to the village elder's house. After Lois went to bed, the elder told Kent that Jenkins was unbalanced, that the so-called pillar of fire did not exist, that the people were not being driven from Gravesend. And then suddenly they heard a scream from Lois' room. They rushed to her door, found it locked. While the elder ran off to get help, Kent, as Superman, broke down the door and found the room empty. Lois was gone. As our story continues today, Superman still searches the room for Lois. Listen.
Miss Lane, where are you? Lois! Gone. The windows are barred and the door was locked, and yet she's gone. Hold on now. The elder said this house was over 300 years old. There must be a secret passage somewhere. That's the only way she could have been taken out of here. Well, we'll look for a hidden door or panel. Tap the walls until we find one that rings hollow. This one's solid. No good. Try the other side. No, nothing in this wall. Not the third one. No good again. Fourth wall is only a partition. Too narrow for a passageway. Must be one, and I've got to find it. Wait. That closet in the corner. Yes, this is it. Hollow. No time to waste looking for the panel release. I'll have to break right through. Back to give me a good start. Then forward. I'm through. I was right. This passage only goes in one direction. The people that took Miss Lane must have come through here. No time to lose. If I ever had to race against time, I've got to now. This passage seems to be going down into the earth. No one in sight yet. Faster. Faster before they get away. Faster.
Through the underground passages of Gravesend rockets a weird figure. Red cloak streaming in the wind. Superman races to the rescue of Lois Lane. Suddenly he comes to the end of the tunnel and out into the open. He stops short, momentarily startled by the sight that greets his eyes. A solid sheet of orange flame leaping hundreds of feet into the air.
Great Scott, look at that flame. Must be the pillar of fire Jenkins spoke of. So the elder was wrong. The pillar of fire does exist. Wait, what's that up on the cliff? A figure. No, two figures. What? Why, it's Old Man Smith. And he's carrying Lois on his shoulders. I've got to get to them, and quickly. Up, and away! Smith can't see me through all this smoke, but I can see him. Lois seems limp. Must have fainted. Smith's crawling dangerously along close to the cliff edge. He might slip. You, Smith! Put down that girl!
Dang this smoke. I can't see a thing. Who's there? Where are you? Where'd you come from?
Never mind that now. Put down that girl, Smith.
Whoever you are, stand back. Keep your distance. I got a gun.
No use. You can't see me, and you know it. I'm coming after you.
Darn this smoke. Stand back. I'll shoot.
Bullets bounce off me, Smith. Stop shooting and do as I say.
Hey, you must be the devil himself. I'm getting away from here.
Look out. Careful of that girl, you fool. You'll go over the edge. Smith!
Stay away! Stay away!
Watch what you're doing. Look out, will you? Stop! Smith, I said stop!
I'm slipping. I'm falling. Help!
Great Scott. Gone. Both of them slipped over the edge. I'll have to work fast. Down. Down fast before they fall clear of the cliff. Down. Where are they? Oh, this smoke. There, I see them. Now then. Caught them in the nick of time. Now, back to the top of the cliff. Away from the flame. Up! Up! Up!
Oh, Miss Lane. Miss Lane, are you all right?
Oh, Mr. Kent, what happened? How did you get here?
Well, I heard you yell for help back at the house. Found that secret passage in your room and followed you.
Where's that old man Smith?
Right beside you, Miss Lane. Unconscious. You both fell off the cliff, slipped to that shelf below. Lucky I was able to find you and pull you up here.
That huge flame over there. What is it?
That's the pillar of fire. Now, Miss Lane, this is important. You remember the elder said the pillar of fire didn't exist?
Oh, but it does.
That's the point. That means he was probably also mistaken about Jenkins. And Jenkins may have been right when he said that the fire was being used to terrorize the people. Maybe Old Man Smith is in on the plot. We've got to make him talk.
But he's unconscious.
Well, he may have recovered. Let's have a look at him. Hey, his eyes are open. Smith, can you hear me?
I heard you. Heard everything you said.
All right, then. For your own good, talk and talk fast. What are you and Harris up to?
I ain't saying it. You can't make me.
Smith, I saved you from the fire once.
You better not try nothing on me.
I may decide to throw you back.
No, you wouldn't do that.
Oh, wouldn't I? You might be wrong.
Hey, gosh almighty, put me down.
Are you ready to talk?
Yes.
Oh, good. Now, where were you taking Miss Lane and why?
To the cabin under the pillar of fire. The leader wanted to get her out of the way.
The leader, eh? Who is he?
Gosh, no, don't ask me to do that.
Oh, I guess you didn't believe me a moment ago, eh?
No, wait, I'll tell.
Well,
The leader, the village elder.
What? The village elder?
And he was only playing a game with us all the time he was acting so friendly.
Yeah. When the bridge bombing went wrong and you got into town, he figured he'd have to work fast to fool you.
Well, he certainly succeeded. Where's Jenkins?
Dead. But I didn't do it. Harris did it after Jenkins found out about the pillar of fire.
What about the pillar of fire? Why is it being used to frighten the people?
Because he found a silver mine under it.
A silver mine?
Yeah. The right belongs to the town. We fixed to drive away the folks and buy up the land for ourselves.
Where does the fire come from?
It's natural gas. The elder got some machinery from the city to control it. He can do anything he wants with it. Make it burn as high as mountains.
Mr. Kent, it doesn't sound possible.
I hardly believe it myself. Smith, are you sure you're telling us the truth?
So help me. I know when I'm licked.
All right, then. Lead the way.
Where to?
The cavern of the Pillar of Fire. I want to check up on that silver mine story of yours.
No. You can't go down there.
Why not?
The elder and Harris are down there. Going to set flames going full blast. Burn up the village.
What? Now? This minute?
Yeah. That's why the elder made me take the girl to get her and you out of the way.
Oh, good heavens, Mr. Kent, all those people in the village.
Miss Lane, here's Smith's gun. Keep it pointed at him. Don't let him get away.
Well, Clark, Mr. Kent, where are you going?
To the cavern. Maybe it isn't too late to stop them. You wait here.
Here, now. I'm out of sight. This is another job for Superman. I'm going down there. Must stop that maniac and his fiendish plot. Down, through the flames. Down.
Harris, how much of the oil is left through the pipes?
All of it, 500 gallons, Elder.
Do the pipes feed well?
Yes, Smith and me went over them last night. Oil comes out on the hill and flows down to the town.
Good. If that compressor pumps up enough air, the flames will reach the oil. That'll be the end of Gravesend.
Elder, the pressure gauge.
5,000 pounds. We let it build higher. The greater the pressure, the higher the flames.
But the tanks can't take more than 7,000 pounds. They'll explode.
Don't worry. I'll throw the switch in time.
Hey, what's that? Elder!
What?
Look out!
Who are you? What do you want?
I'll save the explanation for later. Take your hand off that switch.
Stop him, Harris.
I said to get out.
Harris, the switch.
I can't get past him.
7,000 pounds pressure. Good heavens.
Run, the tanks. They're going to explode. Get out of
here. Great Scott. That compressor tank did explode. Caught the elder and Harris in their own trap. That's the end of them. The walls of the cavern are falling in. Block up the passages. I'll have to force some of those huge boulders out of the way. I'll try to break through over here, at the point where the pillar of fire used to be. My heavens, these rocks weigh tons and tons. There now. They seem to be giving a little. Yes, I can make it. If I get that last big boulder out of the way. Now then, got to give it all my strength. It's going. One last shove. There. Made it. Now, back to Miss Lane. Up and away.
Mr. Kent, where are you?
Here I am, Miss Lane. Got back as soon as I could.
Oh, that terrific explosion up there. I was afraid. What happened?
That explosion was the end of the pillar of fire and the silver mine. Blown up. Buried deep in the earth. I saw it with my own eyes.
Oh, good heavens.
Say, where's old man Smith?
He knew the gun wasn't loaded. What? He fired all the cartridges. He only had 3, and when you left, he started to scramble down the rocks, and he caught an explosion. Oh, it was terrible.
Well, anyway, they got their just deserts. Their loss is the town's gain. Now the people of Gravesend will be able to live in peace.
Yeah, and the Daily Planet will have a swell story. Say, we better find a telephone and call Mr. White.
Yeah, that's right. And if we do some fast driving, we can reach the city in time for the morning edition. Come on, Miss Lane.
The pillar of fire destroyed. The village elder and his men caught in their own death-dealing trap. And Clark Kent and Lois Lane win a great scoop for the Daily Planet. Once again, Superman scores in his ceaseless struggle in behalf of the weak and the oppressed. And for another thrilling story, don't forget to tune in next time and listen to the beginning of a new, exciting Superman adventure.
Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky!
Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world, who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can twist steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target. Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. For some time, Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet has been promising Clark Kent a vacation. So when Major Evans Dover, noted explorer and archaeologist, invited the young reporter to accompany him on an expedition to uncover further Mayan ruins in Central America, Editor White told Kent to go along and to consider the trip as a holiday. As our story opens today, Major Dover and Kent are flying southward in a big amphibian plane piloted by Jack Corboy, Dover's pilot. Below them, a wild river winds its way through the dense jungle of Central America. Listen.
Well, Kent, we're pretty close to our destination.
Hardly seems any time at all since we took off, Major. Now we're over Central America.
That's right. All we have to do now is follow the course of that river below, and we'll come to the native village where we make camp. How far is it, Jack?
I seem to remember it's about 5 minutes flying time from that river bend directly below us, Major. Oh, then you've both been down here before.
Yes. Corboy was with me my last trip. He's a seasoned explorer by now.
I may be seasoned, but I'll never get over that creepy feeling I have when those natives suddenly appear out of nowhere beside you or behind you.
Listen to him, Kent. He's been flying for 20 years, and yet he still gets creepy feelings.
I always know what my plane's going to do. That's more than you can say about those natives. No, sir, I don't trust any of them.
Well, this time, Jack, you can spend most of your time with the ship. I've got Kent to help me now.
I imagine it's pretty exciting, Major. Digging around among ruins thousands of years old.
Yes, it is, Kent. You can uncover some mighty strange and amazing things. You see, the Mayas developed one of the oldest and most advanced civilizations in this part of the world.
Their descendants sure have forgotten a lot of things, then. Are there Mayas in this village where we're making camp?
A branch of that race, yes. But as Cowboy hinted, they're not nearly as civilized as their ancestors were. As a matter of fact, they can be a pretty vicious lot.
Hey, they're not cannibals, are they?
Oh, no. I guess they used to be headhunters. But since white expeditions have been coming to this part of the country, they've tamed down a lot. In fact, some of the more intelligent of the natives speak a sort of broken English.
But you've got to keep a sharp eye on them all the time, Mr. Kent. Do they object to explorers investigating the ruins, Major?
No. Not as long as we keep away from their sacred temples.
I see.
As a matter of fact, they're rather interested in seeing what we dig up.
But the minute you start monkeying around with their pet gods and goddesses, look out. I imagine, then, that you don't tackle any of the sacred temples, eh?
Well, I'm mainly interested in Mayan art and record and, well, you know, that sort of thing.
What was the cause of the trouble you had with that native high priest the last time we were down, Major?
I guess he thought I hadn't given him as valuable presents as I gave the chief of the tribe. But I'll make up for it this time. I brought along plenty of needles and bright-colored cloth and tobacco. So we should get a royal welcome.
I sure hope so, because I've promised my editor a series of stories on this Mayan country. I'd hate to have to pull out before I got the material.
Oh, we won't have any trouble, Kent. If we should decide to have a look at any of their sacred temples, we'll be very cautious about it.
There's the village up ahead, Major.
By George, that's right. Look over there, Kent. You can see the tops of one or two of the highest temples rising above the trees.
Where?
Ahead and to the left, you see?
Oh, yes, I see them. Is that smoke coming from the native village?
Yes, we'll land on the river, then moor the plane to a tree on the bank.
I suppose we'll make camp as soon as we land.
No, the first thing we'll do is pay our respects to the chief of the tribe and distribute gifts.
Oh, I hope that old fire eater Kamado is passed on to his ancestors.
Cowboy means the high priest, and I must say I agree with him. But I'm counting on Tasso still being chief. He was very friendly.
Oh, what do you do, Major? Hire natives to help you with your excavations?
Yes, I give them each a yard of colored cloth a day, and they work themselves to the bone for me.
When will we start excavating?
Up to tomorrow. Today we'll visit the chief, arrange for native labor, and set up our camp. Then I'll take you out among the ruins to have a look around.
Well, that'll be fine, Major. I'm mighty anxious to see them.
Hang on, men.
We're to circle for a landing. Right, Golly, this looks like it's going to be an adventure.
Late that same afternoon, as the orange disk of a blazing sun meets the horizon, Kent and Major Dover make their way along a narrow jungle path to the Mayan ruins near the native village.
Oh, careful, Kent. Those vines will trip you up if you don't watch your step.
Oh, this is really a jungle we're traveling through, Major. I never saw such dense underbrush.
Yes.
And the trees, why, you can't even see the sky.
Well, we'll be out of it and among the ruins in a little while.
Say, that high priest seemed pretty unfriendly, didn't he?
Yes. I'm sure if Kamado had his way, we wouldn't have received any native help at all. Look, I might as well warn you now, Kent. You'll have to watch out for that high priest, Kamado. He's evidently got it in for me.
I'll watch him carefully, Major.
Now, look ahead of you, boy.
Oh, what a sight.
There you are, Kent. You're looking at the ancient Mayan city of Apakapo.
Good heavens, I had no idea it would be like this. And say, some of those buildings don't look like ruins at all.
That's right. Perfect state of preservation. Look at that temple over there to your right.
Oh, Major, that thing must be at least 100 feet high.
That's the Temple of Warriors. Come on, we'll get a better look at it.
You mean to say that's been excavated?
Well, not entirely. You see, it was built on a sort of pyramid, the top of which has been cut off.
Oh, one building built on another, eh?
Yes. It's the buildings underneath that we scientists are interested in now.
Uh-huh.
Here. Yeah, if you look closely, you can see some of the Mayan inscriptions.
Oh.
There's a serpent symbol, and there's a...
Major Dover, look out! Dover! Major Dover! Oh, he's out. Completely out. I guess I shoved him too hard. He must have hit his head against the temple. But that huge stone didn't fall by accident. And there's another! There must be somebody on top of this temple who's deliberately trying to kill us.
I think it's time Superman took a hand. Dover will be unconscious long enough for me to investigate at the top of the temple. Up, and away! Yeah, that's the nature of the roof. He's getting set to roll another stone down. Now, he sees me. Too late, my friend. Down to the roof. Down. Here, you. Don't try to run away. Oh, you want to fight, do you? All right, how's this? Oh, no. You don't get away. I want to talk to you.
No, great white bird. No harm.
I won't hurt you if you talk. Why did you try to kill us? Who told you to push those stones down on us?
Kimado say, kill.
The high priest, eh? Why does he want us killed?
No tell.
Oh, yes, you will, or I'll...
No, Kimado.
What about Kimado?
Kimado say, you come take Goddess Ashta. Kimado say, Goddess Ashta is...
Poison dart. It killed him instantly. Poor devil, he was just about to tell me something important. Well, we'll go after that dart thrower. Oh, that's Major Dover. He's come to. No time now to catch that dart thrower. I've got to get back before Dover sees me. Down the other side of the temple. Down.
Kent, where are you? Kent.
Here I am, Major Dover. Are you all right?
What happened? Where have you been, Kent?
There was a native on top of this temple hurling huge stones down on us. I saw the first one coming down, and I shoved you aside just in time. But as you fell, you struck your head on the temple wall, and it knocked you out.
You say a native hurled stones down on us?
Yes, deliberately.
Well, how do you know?
I saw him. I ran around to the other side of the temple and caught him just as he came out.
Could you get anything out of him?
Yes, I made him talk.
What did he say?
He babbled something about the high priest ordering him to kill us.
So Kamado does know.
Kamado? Knows what, Major?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Where is the native?
He was killed as I was talking to him, poor fellow. A poison dart came out of nowhere and got him in the back.
Yes, we've got to look out for things like that. The natives have a sort of a stick called a husha, which they can throw poison darts with amazing accuracy. Yes.
Major Dover, why should the high priest want to kill us?
Huh? Well, I haven't any idea, but they appear to be in serious danger, Kent.
What danger? From what? We haven't done anything.
Well, that is, it puzzles me, too.
Major, who or what is the goddess Ashta?
Goddess Ashta?
Yes.
What do you know about the goddess Ashta, Kent?
Oh, nothing. Why are you so excited, Major?
Where did you hear of the goddess Ashta?
Well, the native I caught mumbled something about Kamado, the high priest, saying that you had come to take away the goddess Ashta.
Look here, Kent. Might as well tell you the truth.
The truth?
Yes. I told you I'd come down here to uncover further Mayan ruins. But that's not the entire purpose of this expedition.
What do you mean?
I asked you to come along with me because I needed a resourceful young man. One who wouldn't be afraid to meet danger.
Major, you're talking in riddles.
And I'm down here after one of the most amazing and unbelievable wonders of the modern world.
What's that got to do with this goddess Ashta?
Well, let's get back to camp first, and I'll tell you. Every minute among these ruins is dangerous.
Yes, I'm beginning to believe that.
I'll tell you this much now, Kent. If we're successful, we'll both become world famous. Death will be lurking behind every jungle tree, around the corner of every temple and building as long as we're here.
Great Scott, Major, what is all this?
It's a gigantic gamble, Kent. The stakes of fame or death. Come on.
What is this amazing and unbelievable thing Major Dover is seeking among the Mayan ruins of Central America? Why is the search so dangerous, and why should death be the penalty for failure? What lies ahead for Clark Kent? Tune in next time and follow this exciting story of perilous jungle adventure with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman. And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, whose unbelievable strength is far beyond that of mortal men. Superman, who wages a constant fight against crime and oppression, disguised as mild-mannered Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. On a vacation trip, Kent flew down to Central America with Major Evans Dover, noted explorer and archaeologist, and Jack Corboy, the Major's pilot, to uncover further ruins of an ancient Mayan city deep in the jungle. After paying their respects to Tasso, the chief, and Camado, the high priest of the native tribe whose village adjoins the ruins, Dover and Kent set up camp, and then went out to inspect the half-buried city. While they were examining a temple, a heavy stone was hurled down on them, knocking Dover unconscious. Kent, changing to Superman, caught the native who had dislodged the stone and forced him to confess that Camado, high priest of the tribe, had ordered the death of the two white men who had come in search of the goddess Ashta. When Dover regained consciousness, Kent asked him about the goddess. Greatly excited, Dover promised to tell Kent the amazing secret of Ashta when they reached camp. If he joined them now, they have just gained the clearing where their tents are pitched. Jack Corboy, the pilot, is coming toward them. Listen.
I wonder what Corboy's doing up here, Kent.
I thought he was supposed to stay with the plane.
Yeah, so did I. What's the matter, Jack?
Hey, where did you two go? I've been waiting for you almost an hour.
I was showing Kent some of the temples, and we didn't realize how long we'd been.
The chief wants to see you, Major.
Tesso? What does he want?
I don't know. A native boy brought the message just after I got here. Said you were to go to the village and see Tasso.
You suppose something's wrong, Major?
No, the old codger probably wants to wheedle some more gifts out of me. But he'll have to wait. Listen, I've got something important to tell you two.
The way you say that, I smell trouble.
Let's sit down here in front of my tent. I'm going to tell you the most astounding thing you ever heard.
Why till I pull this log around so we can sit on it?
Look out, Kent.
What's the matter?
Good Lord, man. There was a tarantula as big as a silver dollar right on the end of that log where you were going to grab it.
I forgot to warn you about that sort of thing, Kent. In the jungle, you have to examine everything very carefully before you touch it.
Yes, I see that now. Thanks a lot, Corboy.
I get it.
Now, listen, you two. What I'm going to tell you must never be mentioned in the hearing of any of the natives if you'll value your lives.
I knew it. Funny business.
You know this, Corboy, but Kent doesn't. The ruling deity of this tribe is the goddess Ashta.
A woman?
No, a mummy.
Ashta was one of the last of the ancient Mayan princesses, Kent, and ruled this city centuries ago. When she died, her body was placed in one of the temples.
The one we were looking at today?
No. Where she's kept is one of the Mayan secrets, one we've got to find out.
If you live long enough.
For hundreds of years, the remains of the Princess Ashta have been worshipped as a goddess by the natives. But instead of being a dried-up mummy, her body is in a perfect state of preservation.
Hey, you never told me that.
How do you mean, Major?
I mean that her hair and skin and features are like those of a living person, one who is merely asleep, instead of one who's been dead for centuries.
But that's impossible.
It sounds impossible, Kent, but don't forget that the ancients knew a lot of embalming tricks that we know nothing about. At any rate, the goddess Ashta...
Hold on, Major.
What is it, Jack?
Somebody's crawling through the tall grass behind you.
Good heavens. Camado had a native spying on us, and he's overheard what I've been telling you. Our goose is cooked.
Whoever it is, he's getting away.
We'll fix that.
Sounds like you got him, Corboy.
Jack, you shouldn't have fired without investigating. Killing a native, even if he was spying on us, is going to put us in a tough spot.
It's too late to think about that now. Come on, we'll have a look at the beggar.
All right.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Is he dead?
It's a huge owl.
I'd have sworn it was a human being trying to sneak up on us.
Well, The joke's certainly on you, Corboy.
It's not the joke you think it is, Kent. The mayors regard the owl as a sacred bird, guardian of the dead. Killing an owl is almost as grave an offense as killing one of the native priests.
You mean that?
Yes. We'd better leave it where it is behind that bush and hope it won't be discovered. Come on, let's get back to the tent quickly.
Well, tell us more about this lifelike mummy of the goddess Ashta, Major. How did you discover all this?
Have you ever heard of Mitchell, the British explorer?
Well, didn't he die in New York about 8 months ago?
Yes. Well, just before he passed away, he sent for me and told me about Ashta. He got the story from a native whose life he'd saved.
It sounds to me like old Mitchell dreamed up that story. It doesn't make sense.
He swore it was the truth. He was planning to come back here to get Ashta when he was taken suddenly ill and died.
Didn't he tell you where the mummy is? What temple it's in?
He tried to, but he was too far gone. He repeated the word crocodile 2 or 3 times, and then the end came.
Is there a crocodile temple around here?
Not that I know of. But I'm going to find out which temple Ashtar is in, and then we're going to get her out somehow and bring her back to civilization.
Major, that's courting sure death, and you know it.
Oh, nonsense. I'm certain Kent and I can outsmart any of these natives, including the priests. And if we can lay our hands on the mortal remains of Ashtar, we're not only famous, but we'll make a fortune. However, we've got to be extremely cautious.
Well, it sure is worth a try, Major, and I'm with you.
Oh, I am too, but don't say I didn't warn you. Look, Kent, you'd better stay here in camp while I go over to the village and see what the chief wants.
Okay.
I shouldn't be gone more than an hour. Are you going back to the plane, Jack?
Yeah, I'd better keep an eye on our only means of getting out of this place. It'll come in mighty handy if things get too hot.
All right, come on. See you later, Kent.
1 hour passes. 2 hours, 3. Off in the blackness of the jungle, weird animal cries break the stillness of the night. Clark Kent, asleep on a canvas cot inside his tent, is suddenly awakened by shouts.
Oh,
Hello? Corboy?
That you, Kent?
Yes, what's up?
Is the Major here?
I suppose so. I've been asleep. Look in his tent.
He's not there.
Well, where do you suppose he is?
Something's happened to him.
What makes you think that?
A little while ago, old Tassel, the chief, came down to the bank where the plane was moored. He was looking for the Major.
You say the Major never showed up at the chief's hut after leaving here?
Yes, not. Left him at the edge of the clearing and went on down to the river. Now, last saw him, he was headed for the village.
Wait a minute. Did the chief send for him?
Yes, and when the Major didn't show up, Tassel thought he was on the plane.
You don't suppose the Major suddenly decided to go scouting around among the ruins looking for Ashta's temple, do you?
Why, Georgie, he might have at that.
He's so excited about that mummy, he's apt to do anything.
If you ask me, I think he's crazy. You can't make me believe that... Now, what's that?
Don't shoot. Friend. Don't shoot, Corboy. It's a native.
See what I told you about these birds sneaking up on you? Come over here. Friend. What do you want?
Bring word. White Chief. Does he mean Major Dover?
Yes. What about White Chief?
Quemado got down deep. Quemado? That's the high priest, isn't it?
Yes, he's grabbed the Major. Where is he?
Hey, what? The native's disappeared.
He can't be far away. I'll get him.
Corboy, wait a minute. You'll never catch him in the dark.
What did he do? Dover's life isn't worth a plug nickel if the high priest got him.
That native said Quemado's got the Major down deep. Do you know what he meant?
The only thing I can figure he meant is down in the earth.
Exactly. And that must mean one of the half-buried buildings some of the temples are built on.
That's a good guess, but which one? There's dozens of them.
Corboy, I've got a hunch, and I'm going to follow it. In the meantime, you go back to the plane.
No, I'll stick with you. You couldn't do anything alone in the jungle. You get lost in 2 minutes.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not as inexperienced as you think. Besides, you ought to be on hand to guard the plane in case of an attack.
That's right. What are you going to do?
Well, you get back to the plane. I'll tell you more later.
Okay, but I think you're crazy to try it alone.
Oh, don't worry. I can take care of myself. And I'll come back to the plane as quickly as I can.
All right. I'm on my way.
Good luck. Thanks.
There. Now that I've gotten rid of Corboy, Superman can get to work. I'll fly over the ruins and locate the temple where they're holding Dover. Up, and away! Faster! Here we are over the ruins. There's the Temple of the Warriors. I wonder if my hunch was right. My supervision certainly is helpful now. Right, yes, by golly, there is Dover in a dungeon under the temple. I must get to him. Down! Thank heavens there are no natives around the entrance. Now to get in. Oh, this stone door's solid, all right. But it can't stand up against Superman. There we are. Now, down these steps, fast. Along this corridor. There's the dungeon up ahead. The natives guarding it. Faster. Look at them run, scared to death. It's a good thing I won't have to stop and fight them. Here we are. There's Dover lying on the floor in the dungeon. Looks as if he's done for. Ripping out this iron door ought to be easy. Hope I'm not too late. Dover,
Major Dover.
Oh.
It's Clark Kent, Major.
Kent?
Yes.
Kent, where am I?
You're in the dungeon underneath the Temple of Warriors. The High Priest captured you.
Camado?
Yes.
Kent, we're done for. He's got us both.
He didn't get me. I've come to take you out of here.
How did you get in?
Well, the stone entrance door wasn't completely closed. Can you walk, Major?
I guess so. I'll try.
All right. We'll have to hurry. There were some natives guarding this dungeon, but I chased them away.
Listen. Kent, it's too late. The priests are coming, and they're the most bloodthirsty members of the tribe. We're trapped.
We can make it if we run.
It's no use. They're coming from both directions. Oh, I'm sorry I got into this, Kent.
They haven't got us yet. Major, look. Look at that wall. A section swinging out.
And this is the end. The priests are coming through a secret passage.
Dover, look. Someone is beckoning to us from behind that secret door. Come on.
No, Kent, no. Keep back. It's a trick.
Trapped in an underground dungeon beneath the ruins of an ancient Mayan city deep in the Central American jungle, Clark Kent and Major Dover hesitate. Closer and closer come the fierce native priests, howling for revenge. There is only one way of escape, through the secret door. But who can tell what danger is lurking there in the shadows? What will Kent and Major Dover do? Tune in next time and follow this exciting story of perilous jungle adventure with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! And now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice. Strange visitor from the planet Krypton, possessed of physical powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men, and who champions the weak and the oppressed in his guise of Clark Kent, star reporter for the Daily Planet. With Major Evans Dover, noted explorer and archaeologist, and his pilot Jack Corboy, Clark Kent flew down to the ruins of an ancient Mayan city in the heart of the Central American jungle on an exploring trip. But after a native high priest had attempted to kill the major, Kent learned that the real purpose of the expedition was to obtain the remains of the goddess Ashta, a mummy hundreds of years old, but reputed to have the appearance of a living woman who was only asleep. Then Dover was captured by the high priest Camado, and Kent, assuming the blue costume and red cape of Superman, fought his way to the dungeon where the explorer was imprisoned. When escape seemed cut off, a section of the dungeon wall swung out, and a shadowy figure beckoned. But Dover refused to enter the secret passageway, fearing a trap. As our story continues today, Kent and the Major are still hesitating, in spite of the fact that a horde of natives intent upon the death of the two white men are swarming down on them along the underground corridors. Listen.
We've got to take a chance on that secret door, Major. We're doomed if we don't. Come on.
Blimey, you blokes had better hurry, too.
Who's that, Kent?
It's me, and I'm trying to help you. Quick now.
It's someone friendly. Come on, Major.
Right.
If that was a narrow squeeze, mates, another half-minute and they'd have had you both, they would.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
Shut your head until we gets going. Mind your step now and follow me.
Where are you taking us?
Back to me hut in the village, I hopes. We'll be all right as long as we're in this blooming secret tunnel, but we'll have to look sharp when we leave it. Yeah. You wanted to know who I am and where I comes from, eh?
That's right.
Well, my name's Albert Andrew Wellington Clemson, called Bert, and I hails from merry old England, I does.
What are you doing down here in the jungle?
I'm Most High Counselor to His Majesty Chief Tasso. How'd you like that one?
Counselor to Tasso? Since when?
11 years, matey.
Wait a minute, Kent. I knew this was a trick.
A trick?
Yes, this man's lying. If he'd been down here 11 years, I would have seen him or known about him when I was here before.
Oh, no, you wouldn't, me Arthur. When you was digging among the ruins afore, I kept out of sight in me hut next to the chief's.
Why?
'Cause I'm a deserter from His Majesty's Navy. And I keeps under cover when there's strangers about.
Oh.
Does that ease your mind, Major Dover?
Why, he even knows your name, Major.
Blooming well right I does. Come on, lads. We've got to hurry if they're going to beat Quimado and his band of cutthroats to the exit of this tunnel.
How did you know they're in the dungeon?
It's old Birdie's business to know everything what goes on around the village and the ruins. Else how could I counsel His Highness, the chief?
Did you know Quimado tried to kill us before?
Of course I did. So I says to myself, says I, if you wants them blokes to help you, Bertie, you'd better off do it. So here I am, and here you are, and away we go.
Help you? In what way?
Chief Tesso needs the helping hands and the willing hearts of a couple of brave lads like you. He's got a problem, he has.
What kind of a problem?
A little score to settle with your bloodthirsty friend, Quimado. And seeing as how you got one to settle too, I thought we might join forces.
In that case, you can count on Kent and myself. Well, what do you want us to do?
All in good time, Major. Right now, we got to get out of this with our whole skins.
What's the matter?
There's the exit of this here tunnel, and there's natives outside.
How do you know?
Didn't you hear that hoot owl? It's a signal the coming priest use. Keep your mouth shut and don't move. You see, I knows all their little tricks. Listen. See, there's native guards outside, all right. Giucani. We are gorgeous. Ah, there you are. Blimey, the beggar recognised me, and I had get him.
What does that mean?
Means the rest will be coming. We've got a fight on our hands.
How many are there?
Ain't no telling. They don't know how many we are, neither. Look lively, lads. Here they come. Get to them, lads, for the everlasting glory of the British Empire and Chief Tesso.
Dover! Major Dover! Bert, the Major's down.
I can't help him. I got my own hands full.
There goes Bert. Well, it's high time for Superman to take over. How do you like that? And that? And that? Oh, you think a knife can hurt Superman, do you? Well, try it. Are there any more of you? Well, looks like that's over. Now let's have a look at the Major and Bert. Oh, they're both out cold. I guess the only thing to do is carry them back to the village. Well, one under each arm. So. And there we are. Now to the exit. And up. Up. Pouring out over the jungle, red cape streaming in the wind, Superman heads for the village with the limp forms of Bert and Major Dover under each arm. Arriving at the native quarter, Superman carries his unconscious companions to Bert's hut. Bathing their cuts and bruises, he places them on sleeping mats and himself stretches out for a welcome rest. Early the following evening, Dover, Kent, and Bert, still in the latter's hut, are talking quietly. Listen.
But what gets me, Mr. Kent, is how you ever got away from that fighting mob Evans. Certainly, it's a blooming miracle, it is.
Well, you see, Bert, it wasn't nearly as difficult as it sounds. There were so many of them, and it was so dark that they soon got to fighting with one another, and I slipped away in the confusion, dragging you two out with me.
You got your pokes in regular, I'll wager.
I guess I must have gone down right at the beginning.
Yes, you did, Major. And then Bert went out. As for me, I was just lucky.
Maybe it was luck. Maybe it was knowing how to handle your dukes. Anyhow, you are the lads for Chief Tesso.
You never did tell us what Tesso wants done, Bert.
That's right. Well, in a nutshell, he wants to put that swab Quimado out of business.
You're talking to the wrong people if you mean murder.
Who said anything about murder? All Tesso wants is to whittle him down to boy's size. Quimado's got too powerful for the chief's liking.
Oh, that's different.
You see, they've been fighting to get the best of each other for years. About 2 years ago, it looked like Tesso had the high priest lashed to the mast. And then he pulled a blooming rabbit right out of the hat.
How do you mean?
Performed a miracle, he did.
What?
Seen it with my own eyes.
What sort of a miracle?
Well, at a religious ceremony in the Temple of Ashtar.
The Temple of the Goddess Ashtar?
Right. Well, sir, Quimado, he resurrected the mummy of the goddess, which all these blokes worships. And he made her rise up from her couch where she'd laid for centuries. And blimey, was she a beauty.
But such a thing's impossible, man.
That's what I said to myself. But he done it. And since then, Quimado's been the #1 bloke of the tribe.
I don't believe it, Bert.
You don't, eh? Well, you just wait here half a mo, and I'll see if Tesso's in his hut. He can tell you the same thing. You wait right here, see? Kent, it's true.
But how can such a thing be true, Major?
I don't know, but it is. You've heard this amazing tale from an eyewitness, Kent.
It's incredible.
We've got to find out from Bert where the temple is. Once we know that, the battle's half won.
What's happened so far, I'd say that when we find out where the temple is, the battle's only begun.
We've got to be careful not to arouse any suspicions in Bert's mind about what we're after.
Right.
He's a tough-looking customer, and if he's been down here for 11 years, he'll be on the side of the chief.
I'll let you do most of the talking. You can convince him that...
Hey, old Tesso's gone somewhere. I couldn't find him. But he'll tell you straight when you sees him.
Where is this Temple of Ashtar, Bert? Never heard about it when I was down here before.
Yeah, you wouldn't. It's sacred to the natives. And I guess I'm the only white man what's ever been near it, let alone in it.
How does that happen?
Well, you see, I was adopted like by the tribe. And besides being Tesso's right-hand man, so to speak, where he goes, I goes.
I'd certainly like to see that Temple of Ashtar. From what you said, I suppose that's impossible.
No, it ain't, matey. You see, what Tesso wants from you is help in solving the mystery of Kimado's miracle. And to do that, I got to get you two inside the temple.
Really? You'd really get us in?
Sure. You see, the Temple of Ashtar's built on a blooming island, surrounded by a lake in the middle of the jungle.
Oh, then the temple isn't among the other ruins.
Right, me now. Entirely away from them. And you'd never be able to find it unless you was guided there. And even then you'd never be able to get across the lake.
Why not?
Because the lake's filled with hundreds of man-eating crocodiles, that's why.
Crocodiles? Well, how do the natives get to the temple for the ceremonials?
There's a road leading from the shore to the temple, but it can only be used when the lake's half drained. And the only ones who know how to drain the blooming lake's the high priest and his assistant.
You mean to say Tasso, the chief, doesn't know?
No. Now, where you two comes in is to get to the temple somehow and find out first how his nibs draws off the water. Then you got to have a look at the goddess.
That's a man-sized order, Bert.
Strike me if it ain't. I can't do it alone, but with you two, well, I think it can be managed. But it won't be no child's play, and there's plenty of danger.
Well, I'm for lending a hand. How about you, Kent?
You bet.
Yeah, it's the spirit, me boys, and you won't be sorry. Because I promises you, old Tasso will give you a free hand with Kimado's treasure chests. Why, you never seen so much gold, and so many bleeding diamonds and rubies and... Blimey, what's that?
Those were shots from an automatic.
There's cowboy shooting. Something's wrong.
Look at the doorway here. The sky's all red.
Oh, good heavens, Kent, that blows from the river bank where the plane is moored.
Are you sure?
Yes. Cowboys are either trying to summon help or he's being attacked.
Come on, lads, and we'll see what's up.
Major, if anything happens to the plane, how will we ever leave this place?
We never will, Kent. Never.
Just when it seems that Clark Kent and Major Dover are on the road to the discovery of the amazing secret of the goddess Ashta, a new menace appears. What is happening to Corboy and the Major's plane, without which they cannot escape to civilization alive? Tune in next time and follow this exciting story of perilous jungle adventure with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice who came to Earth from the planet Krypton. Superman, who can travel faster than a rocket, leap tall buildings, bend giant steel girders with his bare hands, and who goes about among men disguised as mild-mannered Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. Kent, who joined the flying expedition of Major Evans Dover to the Central American jungle as a vacation trip, has finally found that the expedition is not for the purpose of uncovering further Mayan ruins.
Major Evans confessed to Kent that his true purpose is to obtain the remains of the goddess Ashta, a sacred mummy hundreds of years old, but said to have retained the appearance of a living woman who is only asleep. 3 times Kamado, high priest of the tribe which worships the goddess Ashta, has tried to do away with the 2 white men. The last time they were rescued from an underground temple dungeon by a Cockney deserter from the British Navy who acts as counselor to Tasso, the tribal chief. Bert, as the Cockney calls himself, then asked Major Dover and Kent to help Chief Tasso oust the high priest Kamado from power. This they quickly agreed to do when Bert told them that in return he would lead them to the secret temple of the goddess Ashta. But while discussing the plan in Bert's village hut, gunshots were heard, and the 3 rushed out to discover that the Major's plane was apparently on fire. If we join them now, they are starting for the river where the plane is moored. Listen.
This way, Dad. Follow me.
Major Dover, you go on with Bert.
What are you going to do, Kent?
I'll try to get some natives to help us.
All right, but for heaven's sake, hurry. If our plane is destroyed, we'll never get out of this place alive.
Okay. I'll join you in a few minutes.
With those 2 out of sight, Superman can make better speed than Clark Kent ever could. And speed is important now. Up, and away! Faster. I'll need a few minutes to work in before Dover and Bert get to the river. There's the river. Great Scott. The plane isn't on fire at all. It's surrounded by a circle of flames. Corboy must have set that fire himself to keep the natives away from the plane. And there he is, lying on the wing, unconscious. Faster. Through these flames. They can't burn Superman. Here we are. Poor Corboy must have been knocked out by a spear. Here, carry him into the cabin and get this plane up before the flames set it on fire. Uh-oh. He's coming to. Better change back to Clark Kent.
What?
Take it easy, Corboy. In we go.
Kent, oh, my head. Where'd you come from? Where's Major Dover?
Never mind that now. Can you handle these controls?
Oh, hang it. I've twisted my arm. Can't I set that fire in the water to save the ship, and now it's going to burn it up.
Not if I can prevent it. Where's the starter?
That button there below the bank and turn indicator.
Good.
What are you going to do? You can't fly this ship, man.
Oh, yes, I can. You'll help me with your one good hand. We'll shoot right through that break there in the flames.
Okay, kid. If you're game, I am. Let's go.
Right. I didn't think we'd make it for a minute. If this ship had really caught on fire, we'd have been goners.
You sure would. Hey, what are we going to do now?
Well, we'll just fly around a bit until those gasoline flames on the water burn themselves out. Hey, what on earth happened?
Well, a bunch of natives were after me. Some of the high priest's men, I think.
What had you done to them? Why should they want to attack you?
I don't know. I was just doing a little exploring in the jungle near the river.
Looking for anything in particular?
No, just wanted some exercise. Anyhow, all of a sudden I came to a sort of clearing, and what do you think I saw?
Not the temple of the goddess Ashta.
No, I think that's a myth. But what I saw definitely wasn't a myth. It was the wreckage of an airplane.
Of an airplane?
Yes, sir. I started to look it over, but before I could get anywhere, a bunch of natives came leaping through the brush, brandishing spears and shrieking like mad.
Well, I wonder what brought that on.
I don't know, and I didn't wait to find out. I breathed down the river and paddled back to the plane. Then when I saw another bunch of wild-eyed natives coming after me, I got some cans of gas and dumped it on the water around the ship.
And then set fire to it. Swell idea.
Yeah, but it nearly didn't work. Just as I climbed back on the wing and started shooting to signal you and Major Dover, a flock of spears came flying through the air, and one of them must have knocked me out.
Something mighty queer about all this. I'd like to get a look at that wrecked plane, Corboy. Bet there's a good story behind it.
Now, don't let any of the natives catch you around it, Kent. They must regard it as a sacred relic or some such thing the way they went after me.
Look, Corboy.
Huh?
Isn't that Major Dover down there on the riverbank?
Sure is. Old Chief Tasso's with him. Say, looks like he's making signs at the natives in the war canoe.
Yeah, that's right. They're all starting for the shore.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's another white man with Major Evans and Tasso?
Oh, that's Bert. He rescued the Major and me from a gang of Kamado's priests who had us cornered in a temple chamber. He's a Cockney, deserter from the British Navy, and now right-hand man to Chief Tasso.
That sounds like an interesting character.
Yeah.
Look, fire's burned itself out. Huh? Guess we can go in for a landing now.
Okay. Give me a hand again.
Easy now. Careful. That's well. Kent, you're not a bad pilot.
Thanks, Corboy.
Oh, say, I'll ask Bert about that wrecked plane. He'll know something about it.
Well, let me know the first chance you get.
Oh, aren't you coming ashore?
No, not me. Stuck my neck out once, and that's enough. From now on, I'm going to stay right with this ship. Hey, look, we drifted right up to shore.
Oh, good. Take her back to midstream after I jump ashore. I'll ask Chief Tasso to put some of his own guards on the bank to watch the plane and see that the high priest's men don't bother you.
That'll be swell. And thanks a lot, fella, for pulling me out of a tight spot.
Oh, forget it. See you later.
Is Cowboy in the plane?
Yes, he's taxiing back to midstream.
Oh, I just wanted to know that he's all right.
Yes, he's all right.
Hey, what's happening here?
Some of the natives attacked Corboy. What was the idea of that, Chief?
Not Tasso's men. Quemados.
Tasso didn't know nothing about it, he didn't.
That's right, Kent. Tasso joined us as we ran through the village. He was the one who ordered the war canoes back to the bank. What in heaven's name happened?
I'll tell you about that later. First, I've got a question to ask. Bert, do you or Tasso know anything about a wrecked plane around here?
Wrecked plane?
Yes.
What are you talking about, Kent?
Well, Corboy has discovered the wreckage of a plane hidden in the jungle near the river.
Oh, that one. Viracochus bird, Tasso. Lord, lummy, that fell a couple of years ago, mate.
Well, what happened to the pilot? Was he killed in the crash?
Swelp me, he was never found. I was up the river when it happened. But Tasso was here.
Man no come out Iron Bird.
He means the pilot wasn't in the plane. The blighter must have jumped out when it started to fall, landed in the jungle somewhere, and croaked.
Oh, that's possible. But why should Quemado's men try to kill Corboy because he was looking at the wreckage?
You got me there, boy. We got something more important to talk about than a blinking wrecked plane. Sonny, we're all going to the Temple of Ashta.
We are? When?
Tomorrow night. There's to be a conclave of the tribal council and the priest of the Temple of Ashta.
Yes, and of course Tasso and his faithful Bertie's got to go.
But I don't see how
Bert says the lake of the crocodiles will be drained enough so the road can be used.
Yes, and you two lads will cross over to the temple as nice as you please.
But won't the road be guarded?
Of course it will be, but I got a plan I have.
Yes?
When the moon comes up, you'll...
Bert, isn't that Quemado coming along the path from the village?
What? Strike me if it ain't. Hey, you blokes go back to your camp, and I'll visit you tomorrow and tell you what's to be done.
Right.
And mind you, keep a weather eye out for any Quemado's men who might be prowling around.
Don't worry. We will.
The following night, huddled in the jungle shadows at the edge of the clearing which surrounds the Lake of the Crocodiles and the Temple of Ashta, Major Dover, Clark Kent, Chief Tasso listen attentively, while Bert the Cockney whispers final instructions.
And mind right what I'm a-telling of you. I'll pass the guard at this end of the road and cross over.
Yes?
Then, when I'm well on my way, Tasso will start. When he gets up to the guard, he'll knock the blighter out. Then you two comes on a double.
Right.
From there on, it's easy sailing until we gets in the temple.
Won't there be any guard at the entrance to the temple, Bert?
He'll be inside. And Mr. Kent and I will take care of him when you gets over. All right. Here I goes. Mind what I told you now.
Do you think it's going to work, Tasso?
Look. White guard, pass guard. We go now. Get ready.
Tasso. Suppose you can't overpower that guard. Shall we come out and help you?
Tasso need no help.
Kent, they've really fixed things.
I wonder. You know, Major, this whole thing looks too smooth for me.
You mean you think we're being double-crossed?
No, not exactly that, but... Look, Major, I'm going to play a hunch.
What are you talking about? What are you going to do?
Tasso's almost up to the guard now. When he socks him, you go ahead without me.
Then what will you do?
I can't stop to tell you now. Look, Tasso's knocked the guard out. Get going.
But, Ken,
You've got to trust me, Major. Now, go on, please. I'll follow in a few minutes. The road will be unguarded, and I can make it all right.
But what will I tell Tasso and Bert?
Well, tell them anything that comes to your mind. But hurry, man, hurry.
Well, all right.
Where other white man?
He hurt himself. Said for us to go on.
Other white man afraid. We go.
Did Bert get across, Tasso?
He go in temple.
Tasso, look at the water.
What white chief see?
It's rising, Tasso. The lake's filling up again.
Quemado trap us.
Kent was right. We've been double-crossed. Kent! Help!
Kent and Chief Tasso were trapped in the middle of the Lake of the Crocodiles that surrounds the temple of the goddess Ashta. Slowly but surely the water is rising. and the ugly black snouts of the man-eating monsters push through the water toward the narrow road, which will be covered before Dover and Tasso can reach the land ahead or behind. And where is Kent? What is he doing? Only Superman can save these two, yet Kent cannot reveal his other identity to Dover. What will happen? Tune in next time and follow this exciting story of perilous jungle adventure with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed. Superman, who travels with the speed of light, but who walks about among human beings disguised as mild-mannered Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. At the moment, Kent and Major Evans Dover, noted archaeologist, and his pilot, Jack Corboy, are deep in the heart of the Central American jungle, searching for the remains of the goddess Ashta, a sacred Mayan mummy hundreds of years old that is rumored to have retained the appearance of a living woman who is only asleep. Bert, a Cockney deserter from the British Navy who was advisor to Tasso, the tribal chief, has promised Kent and Dover to lead them to the secret temple of Ashta, where the sacred mummy lies, a temple ruled over by Kamado, the villainous high priest. When we last saw them, Kent, Major Dover, and Chief Tasso were setting out to cross to the temple by a road running through the half-drained Lake of the Crocodiles, which surrounds the temple of Ashta. At the last moment, however, Kent told the Major to go on without him, insisting that he was playing a hunch. A few minutes later, when Tasso and Dover were halfway across the lake, it started filling up, and they seemed doomed to a terrible death. As our story opens today, we join Kent, who is changed to Superman. He crouches in the jungle underbrush, watching Dover start on the narrow path to join Chief Tasso for the journey across the Lake of the Crocodiles. Listen.
I suppose Dover thinks I'm afraid to go with him to the temple, but it can't be helped. Superman has some checking up to do first. It shouldn't take but a few minutes. Up, and away! Now, over the jungle to locate that wrecked plane Corboy saw. There isn't much time. Faster! Ah, there it is. Now, down! It's a wrecked plane, all right. Now, let's see if I can find any identifying marks. I'll just lift this wing up. By George, my hunch was right. It's the plane I thought it was. Now, back to the village to check on one thing more. Up, and away! Faster, there's no time to lose. I've got to get back to the temple before Dover and Tasso and Bert enter it. Now, there's the village. Down. Yes, this is the right hut. I hope there's no one inside. In we go. Oh, so we did leave a guard, eh? Drop that spear.
Come on.
Fool, spears can't hurt me. Okay, if you want to fight. Now, do you want some more? All right, then get up.
Me go.
Oh, and bring some more natives? Oh, no, you don't. Where's the key to that chest in the corner there?
Key? No understand.
All right, I'll break the chest open with my hands. Now, let's see. Here we are. Just what I was looking for. Flying helmet, goggles, gloves. But where's the... Wait. Sounds like Dover calling for help. Unless my super hearing deceives me, Dover and Tasso are in danger. No time to search further. I must get to them. Up, and away! There they are. Great Scott, they're on the road leading across the Lake of the Crocodiles, and the lake's filling up. Faster, I've got to save them.
With the speed of light, Superman streaks above the jungle for the temple of Ashta. With his super sight, he spots a native within the temple working with the lever. Crashing through the temple walls, the man of steel claws his way to the native. Hurling him away from the lever, Superman reverses it violently. Suddenly, the beast-infested waters of the Lake of the Crocodiles stop rising. Then they begin to recede. Watching for a moment to be sure that Dover and Chief Tasso can continue on to the temple in safety, Superman streaks out of the temple. Presently, he emerges from the jungle underbrush on the opposite side as Clark Kent and runs swiftly across the sunken road to join Major Dover and Tasso.
Oh, I was afraid you'd get in the temple before I got here.
Kent, where in heaven's name have you been?
Major, I thought I heard some natives moving around back of us when we were at the edge of the clearing. And I wanted to investigate.
White man, see my tribesmen?
No, I guess I was mistaken. But, Major, why were you calling for help?
Kent, Tasso and I came within an ace of being devoured by the crocodiles.
Great heavens. What happened?
When the chief and I got halfway across the lake, it started to fill up.
Well, what did you do?
Just as the level of the water rose to the edge of the road, and the crocodiles were beginning to snap their awful jaws, it stopped and then began to drop.
I wonder what caused that.
I don't know. Tasso thought Quemado had trapped us, but it couldn't have been that.
Quemado tried to kill Tasso and White Chief.
Where's Bert?
I don't know. Seems to have disappeared.
Maybe him in temple. We go.
Oh, wait a minute, Tasso. Suppose we run into more guards.
This entrance, secret tunnel to inner temple. No guard.
I hope you're right, Chief.
You know the way, Tasso. We'd better go first. Kent, we're going to see the goddess at last.
I hope we are. But we're not in that inner temple yet.
But we're going... Hold it.
What's the matter?
Tasso's stopped. Someone's coming.
Come in. Oh, let me. Where you can speak.
It's Bert.
Come on. Oh, yes. The way's clear.
Quemado in temple.
Quemado? Why, of course, Tasso.
Quemado, no white man with us?
Nah, Quemado hasn't an idea that you blokes is anywhere around. Now then, let's shove off. I'll lead the way. Now, first of all, I wants to show you that's the blooming goddess.
Where is she, Bert?
In all the inner temple. You never saw a sight like it before, I'll wager. Lord, Lemmy, the King of England ain't got such a place.
Too bad we haven't got a camera with us.
Mind these turns along here.
How far do we have to go before... Listen, Kent.
Good Lord. What was that?
It sounded like rocks crashing down. Tasso, Bert.
What's wrong?
Come here, quick. Call Bert.
Come here.
Major, the whole tunnel's caved in behind us.
Quemado.
It's completely blocked. Where's Bert?
I don't know. I called him, but he must have been around some of the turns in the tunnel, because he hasn't answered.
We better hurry and catch him, then. How do I do it? Major Dover!
There's another cave-in. It's up ahead this time.
That means we're trapped in this tunnel.
Tasso, are there any other ways out?
No.
Poor Bert. That cave-in ahead must have buried him alive.
Look, we've got to dig ourselves out of here some way. The air in this place won't last an hour.
We die.
Oh, no, we won't. We'll get out of this some way. Dover, you and Tasso go back and see if there's any chance of breaking through the cave-in in back of us.
What are you going to do?
I'm going up ahead and see what that one looks like. But we've got to work fast. Get going.
Right. But I'm afraid it's a hopeless task.
Can't dig through rock.
Well, they're working on that rear cave-in. They can't see me up here, and Superman can go to work on the front one. I wonder if it did catch Bert, or if... Oh, boy, what a mass of rock. This will be a job. One cave-in could have been an accident, but two, that's deliberate. That was a big one. Now we're getting someplace. I'm through. A few more rocks out of the way, and there'll be room enough for us to crawl through. Now to call Dover and Tasso. Major Dover! Major Dover!
What is it, Kent?
You and Tasso, come on. Never mind the other cave-in. I've broken through this one.
Kent, an opening. How on earth did you do it?
And those two big rocks must have jammed and formed some sort of a bridge which held back the rest of the big rocks. It wasn't hard at all to loosen them.
What about Bert?
Well, he must have just escaped it. All right, let's crawl through.
Why? We're at the end of the tunnel.
Inner temple. Through door there.
The inner temple.
Oh, Lavishness. You wasn't trapped?
Bert, you escaped then?
Blinking tunnel fell in so close behind me, near took off the seat of my pants. Spoke me, I thought it was done for. But God be praised, you're here.
Yes, we were very lucky.
Come on then, me hearties, and have a look at her highness, the goddess Esther, in the throne room. Here now. Why,
It's unbelievable. Kent, did you ever see such a haul?
No, I never did.
Silver and gold, them drumming walls is, and the hangings is cloth woven out of pure gold. There's a king's ransom 10 times over in this place, there is.
Bert, where's the conclave of the tribal council and the priests? I thought it was being held in here.
What? Oh, no. They're chewing the cud in the room above this one. Tess and me's going up there as soon as we hide you and the major.
Bert, where is the goddess Ashta?
On a couch behind them hangings. Come on over and I'll show it to you.
Bert, you said something about hiding us.
That's right, mate. I've got a nice little hiding place for you until after the Iron Mucky Max has left the temple. Then there'll be work for us to do. Pull back the hangings, Tesso, and show the lads a sight.
Kent, look.
Quite toxin. Ashta.
She's beautiful. Kent, I can't believe my eyes. It's true. She's centuries old, but she only seems to be asleep.
Getting close, innit? A good look at her, boys.
Kent. Bert. Look. Ashta. She's opening her eyes. Good heavens.
Let me see.
Touch her if you like. She won't bite you. Go ahead. I'll be with you in a minute.
Bert, wait. That isn't a mummy, and you know it. Major Dover, listen. I told you there was something fishy about this.
Back, Ken! What's back? The floor is giving way!
Falling out from under us!
What happened to Kent and Dover and Tasso as they gazed at the amazing mummy of the goddess Ashta? Is this the scheming Kamado's final effort to finish off the 2 white men, and Tasso as well? And what is the secret of the goddess Ashta? What strange sorcery made the eyelids of the centuries-old princess seem to flutter? What is the fate of Dover and Kent? Tune in next time for the thrilling climax of this exciting story of perilous jungle adventure with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who came to Earth from the planet Krypton before it was destroyed by quakes and fire. Superman, faster than a bullet speeding to its target, stronger than the fabled Samson, who goes about his daily tasks on Earth disguised as mild-mannered Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw them, Kent and Major Dover, on an excavation trip among the Mayan ruins of Central America, had gotten their first glimpse of what they were told was the centuries-old Mayan goddess Ashta, who appeared to be, to their startled eyes, merely a beautiful girl asleep. Then, as they crowded close to the couch upon which Ashta was lying, her eyelids began to flutter. When Kent turned toward Bert, the Cockney advisor to Chief Tasso, with an accusation on his lips, the floor suddenly gave way, and Kent, Dover, and Chief Tasso were plunged into the blackness below. As we continue our story today, a few minutes have elapsed. In a room adjoining the ceremonial hall, Kamado, the murderous high priest, resplendent in his robes and headdress of office, is hastily transferring piles of precious stones and gold images into several open chests. Suddenly, the door of the room creaks open. Listen.
Well, it's all finished and done with, Commander Miarty. You can take off that headdress now. They won't be coming around.
You are for sure, amigo? These Kent and Dover have escaped our traps before.
They won't this time. They're in the room below the altar, and there's nothing but solid walls around them.
Why not? We are ready to get going. I have waited a long time for this moment.
You've done a blooming good job, too, Kimado. Now then, you got the jewels all stowed?
Si.
Good. After the ceremonial, we'll cart the chests down to the river and load them aboard Dover's plane.
How you do this thing, amigo?
I'll send a native out to the pilot with a message that Dover wants him. When he comes ashore, he's conked.
Si. And are we going to get the senorita to the plane?
Esther? She ain't going with us, Quimado.
And why not?
We can't be bothered with no feminine. We'll let her come awake and leave her here. The natives will think their goddess has come to life and she can live like a blooming queen.
But I have other plans, my friend.
What do you mean, other plans?
When Quimado gets to Mexico, the beautiful goddess will become his wife.
Well, no, she won't, me Arthur. She goes free, and Albert Andrew Wellington Plimpson's just a bloke to see that she does.
And I say she will be my wife. I have fallen in love with her, and when we go, she is mine.
Not a chance, I say, matey.
So? Maybe these will help convince you.
Put that knife away, you swine.
Does she go with me?
No.
Well, now, are you like for peace, then?
So you tried to stab me, but you ungrateful whelp.
It's your life or mine.
Let go of that knife. Let it go. Now, then I'll show you. Now, Bertie does to him what crosses him. It'll lay you out for a while, and I'll settle with you later. Now, then, I got work to do. Who's there? What do you want?
Open that door, Bert.
Who's calling my name? Oh, bless my soul, who are you? What's that costume you're wearing? Where did you come from?
Never mind who I am.
Well, what you used to break down that door with?
My bare hands, Bert.
Oh, yes? Let's see what you can do against a real man, me hearty. Ow! Oh! Blimey, what are you made of? Stone?
Never mind that, you dirty double-crosser. Come here.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to turn you over to the natives, and they can do what they please with you.
No. I won't go, do you? Get away from me. Keep back, I tell you. Keep back, or I'll...
You what? What will you do?
All right. I'll give in. The game's up.
The game was up before this. I know the trick of your fake goddess.
Oh, it does it? How could you know that?
I had a look at that wrecked plane in the jungle, and I could still make out the white rose insignia of the lost round-the-world flyer, Betty Chase. She's your goddess, Ashta.
You're right. That's who she is.
How did you work it, Bert? How did you manage to palm off Betty Chase as the goddess Ashta for 2 years?
Oh, I suppose I might as well tell you. Seeing as how I can't lick you.
That's right. I'm sorry, Bert, but...
don't waste your sympathy on me. I hate you for spoiling my little game. And we ain't quits yet.
All right, Bert. But tell me about Betty Chase. Did you use some secret embalming fluid to preserve her body?
She ain't dead, you swab.
What?
For 2 years, she's been kept in a state of suspended animation with some herbs the high priest had and guarded by native women. They fed it to her twice a day.
Good heavens, man. You mean she didn't die when her plane crashed?
Nah. Me and Quimado rescued her.
So you and the high priest were partners, eh?
Partners? Why, the blighter was an escaped convict from New Guinea. I picked him out of the river 6 years ago, then knocked off the real native high priest and put Quimado in his place. With an headdress on, he fooled them all, he did.
A fine pair you two made.
We did all right till you come. Anyway, Quimado and me was coming through the jungle one day when a plane flying overhead suddenly crashed into...
The plane's just crashed in the jungle. She's nearly fallen.
It's down here in the clearing. Come on, Quimado. Lord, lummy, what a cracker.
It's the pilot, over here in these brush.
Come on. Well, strike me, think it's a woman.
Oh, Dios. A beautiful senorita.
Yes, and she ain't dead, Quimado. Ain't even scratched, she ain't. That's got the blooming wind knocked out on her.
Amigo, I have one wonderful plan.
Yes, what?
From long time ago, I have discovered a herb which keep people asleep but do not harm them.
Well, what of it?
The senorita. We take her to the temple and give her this herb. Then we hide Ashta's mummy and put the senorita in her place. We tell the natives we have resurrected Ashta, and then they think we have performed miracles.
Oh, well, let me, Quimado, you're a blooming genius, you are.
Then we have supreme power over these natives. We get the gold and treasure, and with the time she's come, we vamos.
Right as rain, Quimado, me hearty.
Come, eat it up. We carry her back to the temple.
There you are. How'd you like that for a scheme?
It's unbelievable.
But that ain't all. I'll have the last laugh on you yet.
What do you mean?
You'll never get out of this place alive. The blooming natives will kill you when they find you violated the sacred temple.
I'll take a chance on that.
Yes? Well, what are you going to do with him what's coming?
Where?
Look, through that door. Look.
Come back here, Bert. You can't get away from...
Bert! Bert!
heavens, he's fallen in that knife. Oh, too bad. Gone, poor fellow. Well, perhaps it's better that way. Good heavens. That must be Betty Chase in the ceremonial hall. She's come to. I'll have to get to her before she tries to get out of the temple. I must change back to Clark Kent.
Help! Help!
Miss Chase! Miss Chase, it's all right.
Where am I?
Who are you? I'm Clark Kent, a friend, believe me.
I never saw you before. What am I doing in this?
Look, Miss Chase, you've been through a horrible experience, but I can't stop to explain it all now. We've got to get out of here. We're in terrible danger. Will you trust me, please?
This is some horrible nightmare, but I'll trust you.
Kent! Kent, where are you? The temple is got... Good heavens, Kent. The goddess Ashtar. Am I crazy?
Major, this is Betty Chase, the round-the-world flyer who disappeared 2 years ago. She was kept in a state of suspended animation and substituted for the mummy of Ashtar.
Look, Kent, this is no time for tricks or jokes. The natives have surrounded the temple, and they're out of control. They're dragging priests to the shore of the lake so they can get across. Who is this?
I really am Betty Chase.
Where is Tasso, Major?
He's outside trying to pacify the tribe, but it's no go.
Major, listen to me. Take Miss Chase and go up to the roof of the temple. Now, don't stop to ask why. There's only one chance of saving your lives, and it's going to take a lot of courage, but you can do it. Now go and wait there.
Right, Kent. Come on, Miss Chase.
Kent, changing to Superman, flies with the speed of light out of the temple into the Major's plane. He drops down to the river and, changing back to Kent, climbs aboard the ship. And while the pilot gets the plane started, Kent attaches 2 rope ladders to the wings. Then the plane roars up from the river, the 2 ladders dangling below it, and heads for the Temple of Ashtar.
Have you got your landing lights on, Jack?
Yeah, but man alive, it's going to be some trick for the Major and Miss Chase to grab those rope ladders when I fly over the temple.
I know. Throttle the ship down to its lowest flying speed, and I think they can make it.
Look, Kent, look.
What?
There they are on the temple roof.
Yes. And they see us. Look. Dover's clasping his hands at us. He knows what they're to do.
Am I low enough for the ladders to drag on the roof?
Just right, Jack. Easy. Now! Well, now that we're safe and comfortable in the plane, Miss Chase, you must be happy to be on their way back to America.
I am very happy. But tell me, Mr. Kent, how on earth did you and Major Dover happen to be here in Central America?
Well, it's this way, Miss Chase. I flew down with Major Dover on my vacation.
And so the expedition of Major Dover and Clark Kent turned out to be highly successful. They found the fabulous goddess Ashtar, discovered she was Betty Chase, lost flyer, and brought her back to the United States. And Clark Kent scooped the world with his sensational story of finding the vanished round-the-world woman flyer. But even as the plane wings its way back to civilization, a far more dangerous adventure is waiting for the Star News reporter of the Daily Planet. Tune in next time and follow the amazing exploits of Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world, who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can twist steel in his bare hands, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who walks among human beings disguised as Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. As our story opens, Kent has been called into Editor Perry White's private office. White has another visitor with him, a little silver-bearded old man who is immediately introduced to Kent. Listen.
Oh, come in, Kent. I want you to meet an old friend, Professor A.B. Thorpe. Professor, this is Clark Kent, my star reporter.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, sir. How do you do, young man?
Sit down, Kent. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
Now then, do you know anything about ichthyology?
Ichthyology? No, I can't say that I do.
Well, Professor Thorpe will explain.
Well, to put it simply, Mr. Kent, ichthyology, as you probably know, is the study of fish. In my case, the deep-sea variety. Now,
then you're the Professor Thorpe who's invented a new type of bathysphere, sort of a deep-sea diving bell?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's why I called you in, Kent. The professor sails from Key West tomorrow to the island of San Monacan in the Caribbean Sea. He's going to do research on the tropical marine life in those waters.
And you want me to get a feature story on the expedition?
Well, I'm more interested in the bathysphere itself. From what I hear, there's nothing like it in the whole world.
Oh, now you're exaggerating, Perry. But it does contain a few new ideas.
Suppose you tell Kent about it right now, Professor.
Well,
and take notes in the story as you talk.
Yes. What's it like, sir? What are the new features you've invented?
Well, for one thing, my bathysphere allows men great freedom of movement at the very bottom of the sea.
Uh-huh.
Well, just imagine a fully equipped scientific laboratory at the ocean bed.
Oh.
Equipped with a system of safety doors allowing divers to walk right out onto the floor of the ocean. Deeper than man has gone before.
I see. About how far down can you go with your bathysphere?
Oh, easily a quarter of a mile.
Hey, that's pretty good.
The bathysphere is my life's work, Mr. Kent. And it represents a life savings. If anything should ever happen to it, I don't know how I'd ever manage to build another.
Excuse me, Professor.
Surely.
Steady, desk. White. Oh, hello, Sloan. What is it? What? You don't say. Left Key West this morning. Well, that's impossible. Telephone back for confirmation. You've already done that, and the story is confirmed. Oh. Professor, I've got bad news for you.
What is it, Perry? I heard you say something about Key West. That's where my ship, the Juanita, is docked.
You mean that's where your ship was docked?
What happened, Mr. White?
Why do you say that, Perry? What do you mean?
That telephone call was from Sloan,
Yes.
our teletype editor. We've just received word on our news ticker that your ship sailed from Key West a few hours ago.
The Juanita sailed? That's impossible. It can't be. There's some mistake.
There's no mistake. We have a confirmation from the Key West Authority.
But we were scheduled to leave until tomorrow. The Juanita couldn't leave without me. Where could she have gone?
Don't you have any idea, Professor?
Well, Mr. Kent, I don't know anything about this. I don't know what to say. The bathysphere was on board. All our equipment, all my private papers and charts.
Mr. White, that ship has been stolen.
You're right. I'll notify the Coast Guard. They'll stop her before she gets far.
No, please. I won't have the police drawn in.
Why not, Professor?
I don't want that sort of publicity. I couldn't stand it.
Well, in that case, there's nothing we can do.
Oh, yes, there is, Mr. White. I have an idea.
What is it, Kent?
Is the Daily Planet seaplane still moored in the bay?
Yes.
Well, let me take it and pilot Professor Thorpe to Key West. We could overtake the Juanita before she gets far out to sea.
Mr. Kent, that's a lifesaver. It's the only solution. Now, please, Perry.
Idea?
Well, it is my only chance to straighten this mess out without publicity. Perry, you have just got to help me.
Now, relax, Professor. Relax. Of course I'll let you have the plane. Kent will fly you down there immediately.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Perry. Thank you so much. Now, come along, Mr. Kent. Hurry,
right,
because there's no time to lose. We must get underway at once. There, Kent. Look, there's the Juanita below us.
Are you sure, Professor?
Oh, absolutely. We're sufficiently low to make out enough to tail the ship for reckoning. Look there on the bridge. That must be Captain Maddox. But that bandage on his head.
He sees us. He's waving up at us.
There, you see. I knew the ship wasn't stolen.
I guess you're right. Well, we'll land. I'll put the plane down in the water close by.
All right.
Here we go.
Kent, for heaven's sake.
No danger, Professor. Just hold tight. Well, here we are.
Now we just wait here for your captain to send over a small boat to pick us up.
Yes, and when I see him, he's going to get a piece of my mind. I want a complete explanation of this business.
Yes, he has a lot of explaining to do.
Kent, I say, can you see what those sailors are doing at the ship's rail?
Well, I guess they're launching the small boat. No. Great Scott, they've wheeled a gun up on deck.
What's that? A gun?
Yes, a small cannon.
Why, so they...
Professor Thorpe, it's being aimed straight at us. Look, you'd better stand up there near the motor in plain sight. Yell for them not to shoot.
Oh, bless my soul, indeed I had. Captain Maddox, stop that! Don't fire. It's I, Professor Thorpe. Kent, they don't seem to hear me.
You're right, sir. They're getting ready to fire. They have fired. Scott, they almost hit us.
Well, they only missed us by a few feet. Did you see a splash in the water there?
Yes, and they've reloaded for another shot. Get down.
Kent, are they mad?
Jump, Professor, jump! Professor Thorpe. Why, he hasn't come up. Great Scott, I hope he wasn't hit by that shell.
Well, this is where Clark Kent gives way to Superman, and quickly. I'll have to work fast. Dive down after him. Here goes. Down, faster. No time to lose with a life at stake. Where is he? It's hard to see through this murky water. Hold on. What's that? It looks like... Yes, it is. Professor Thorpe sinking to the bottom. Must have struck his head when he fell. Got him. Now to bring him to the surface. Up. I'm above the surface now. Thorpe's still unconscious. Fortunately, the coast is clear. Sailors are all on the other side of the ship where our plane went down. I'll have to take Thorpe on board. Up, and away!
Kent.
Professor, you all right?
Yes, I suppose so. I swallowed a little water. But what happened, Kent? How did you get me on board?
Well, after I found you in the water, I pulled you over to the side of the ship. I found a rope and brought you up here on deck. A little first aid treatment, and here you are.
I see. Oh, Kent, I'm grateful. Someone's coming this way.
Yes. A man with a bandaged head, wearing the captain's uniform.
Yes, that's Captain Maddox. Maddox, come over here.
Well, I'll be. Professor Thorpe. Were you on that seaplane I just sank?
Yes, of course I was. Don't tell me you didn't recognize me.
Word of honor, Professor. I'd never have shot at you if I had.
You had no business firing on anyone, Maddox. And why did you report without me?
Why, I was only following your instructions.
My instructions? Confound it. What on earth are you talking about?
Your telegram, sir, ordering me to sail from Key West without you.
But I
And to fire on any craft that tries to stop us.
Maddox, now one of us is insane. I never sent you any such message.
Well, I got it. Got it right here in my pocket.
Can't I can't make head or tail of this.
Just a moment, Professor. Captain, you say you've got that telegram handy?
Sure have, sir. Here. Read it for yourself.
Thank you. He's right, Professor.
What?
Listen to this.
Well, what does he say?
Captain Maddox, proceed to San Monicam without me.
What?
Strict orders to fire on any craft attempting to stop you.
But
We'll explain later. Signed, A.B. Thorpe.
I never sent that telegram.
Somebody sent it, sir. I got it.
It's an outrage. It's a forgery of my name.
I'm sorry, sir. I've got to get back to the bridge. Engine room's calling.
All right. Keep right on your course, Maddox, and come to my cabin as soon as you get free for a moment. Wait a moment. What happened to your head? Why is it bandaged?
Just a little accident, sir. Nothing serious.
It looks serious, but you can tell me about it later. Come along, Kent. We'll go to my cabin.
Okay, Professor. Say, what do you make of that telegram?
I don't know, Kent. But it may mean that we're in prospective trouble. Someone's evidently trying to get hold of this boat.
Well, who do you think it might be?
I haven't the faintest idea.
How about Maddox? Are you sure he's trustworthy?
No question about it. He came to me with the highest recommendation.
Well, Professor, I'm sure Maddox is mixed up in this.
Why do you say that?
Well, look at the evidence. Who took the ship out of port? Maddox. Who gave the orders to fire on us with murderous intent? Maddox again.
Well, right.
And his only explanation is the telegram he claims to have received.
Well, isn't that sufficient proof of his innocence?
No, sir, it's not. He could have sent that telegram to himself.
Kent, if you're correct, Maddox meant to kill us both.
That's the way it adds up, Professor.
Good heavens. Oh, there we are. This is my cabin.
Oh.
Come in, Kent.
No. Hold on a moment.
Kent, what's the matter?
It might be nothing at all, but listen to that sound, that tapping.
Yes. Yes, it seems to be coming from beneath the floor.
What's down there, Professor?
The hold of the ship. Storerooms, motors. Kent, you don't suppose...
That tapping is a signal, Professor. I'm sure of it. Listen. And 3 short ones, 3 long ones, and 3 short ones over and over again.
Kent, that's the Morse code.
Morse code for SOS. That means help. Come on, Professor. We've got to get down into the hold of that ship. Somebody needs help.
Yes, but who could it be?
Well, that's what we've got to find out. Lead the way, Professor, quickly.
Gathering mystery on board the Juanita. A frantic SOS for help. Who is the prisoner in the ship's hold? Will he reveal the sender of the telegram that almost caused the death of Professor Thorpe? Is Kent right? Is Captain Maddox the culprit? If so, why is he trying to seize the science ship? Into what grave dangers is the Juanita sailing? Listen in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice. Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who walks about among men disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered news reporter. As you remember, Kent and Professor Thorpe in the Daily Planet seaplane had flown in pursuit of Thorpe's ship, the Juanita, which they learned had sailed from Key West without the professor. When they found the ship, they were fired on by a cannon which had been wheeled up on deck, and Professor Thorpe, unconscious, had been knocked into the sea. Kent, as Superman, had rescued the professor and brought him aboard the Juanita. Captain Maddox, his head bandaged, explained his strange behavior by producing a telegram apparently signed by Professor Thorpe, ordering him to sail at once and to fire on any craft that might attempt to stop him. Certain that the false message was sent by somebody who wanted to gain possession of the professor's precious bathysphere, a new type diving bell invented by Thorpe for his study of deep-sea fish, Kent and the professor were in their cabin discussing the peculiar event, and they heard a tapping from the ship's hold below deck. They identified it immediately as Morse code for SOS, help. As our story continues today, Kent and Thorpe are rushing down the companionway to find the sender of the urgent message. Listen.
Kent, this is the most amazing turn of events. Hurry, Professor. No time to talk now. Do you think someone is really being held prisoner in the hold? We'll know pretty soon. Let's hurry. Here we are, below deck. Now, quiet. Listen. Tapping has stopped. Well, so it has. What do we do? I'll have to look around quietly. If someone is being held prisoner down here, we don't want to let the wrong people know that we're wise yet. No. All right. We'll split up and search the entire hold. Say, what's the matter with you, Kent? What are you listening for? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, Professor. Go on, you take the forward end. Look among those boxes. And you? I'll look around here. All right, Kent. Call me if you find anything. All right. I almost gave myself away that time. I was listening to something.
Heavy, labored breathing. Seemed to be coming from behind that steel partition. Wonder if there's a door there. Yes, there is a steel bulkhead door, but it's locked. No time to bother looking for keys. I'll have to twist it apart. Now then. There, that did it. Twisted the hinges. Now to force it open. There we are. Great Scott. There's a man on the floor, gagged, bound, and blindfolded. Better change back to Clark Kent and free him.
All right. Take it easy, mister. I'll have you free in a moment. There you are. Feel better?
I sure do. Thanks, son. Thanks a lot.
Are you the man who was tapping out that SOS?
Yeah, but...
How did you manage to do it?
Oh, my feet. Nothing else I could use, tied up like this. Hey, but who are you? Where did you come from?
Kent, where are you? Oh, did you find anything? Yes, right here, Professor.
What? Bless my soul. Captain Mather.
What?
That's me, all right, Professor.
But what are you doing down here out of uniform? And who tied you up like this?
Oh, darned if I know, but I'll soon find out. You mean later that, sir?
But, Professor, this can't be Captain Maddox. We left Maddox on the bridge a few moments ago.
Huh?
He had a bandage covering his head and face.
Me? On the bridge with my face bandaged? Oh, no. I've been down here a night and a day, I reckon.
Kent, what is this?
Professor, are you certain this man is Captain Maddox?
Of course it's Captain Maddox. But who is the man we spoke to on the bridge? The man with the bandaged head.
I'm beginning to see now. Obviously, he's an imposter. That bandage was used as a disguise.
Look here, Professor. Do you mind telling me what's going on here? And who is this young fella?
Captain, this is Clark Kent, a reporter who's making the trip with us.
How do you do, Captain?
How are you?
Well, it's lucky we heard your signal on deck, isn't it? Tell us how you got down here.
Well, I was standing on the starboard deck last night when Sparks, the radio operator, came by.
Yes?
First thing I knew, someone slipped up behind me and cracked me on the head, and everything went black. I came to us down here, dressed up like a hog.
Why, the scoundrel, that's mutiny.
This job appears to have been very cleverly planned. Go on, Captain.
That's all there is to it. Been trying to get free ever since. Now, suppose you tell me your side of the story, young man.
Well, it's short but interesting. Captain Maddox, the man on the bridge of this ship has fooled the crew into thinking he's you.
What?
Just as he fooled us.
Well, why would he do that? Who is he?
Well, we don't know, but it looks like there's a plot afoot to seize the ship and the professor's bathysphere, Captain.
Well, that's piracy, young fellow. Where is that masquerading devil? Let me get my hands on him.
Well, he must be on the bridge.
Professor Thorpe, you got to throw him in irons. Come on.
I'm right with you, Captain.
So am I. Let's go.
Get that slot and throw him behind.
As the three men race up the companionway stairs to the deck, another scene is being enacted in the radio cabin, where Sparks and Wolf Cleland, who has been masquerading as Captain Maddox, are plotting together. Listen.
See here, Wolf. What do we do now that the professor and his pals are on board?
Only one thing to do. We'll have to get rid of them.
Sure, but how?
Don't worry. I'll find a way. There's too much money at stake to let go of it now.
You bet. But we'll have to work fast.
Yeah. They find Maddox down in the hole and tip off the crew as sunk.
Say, maybe we ought to radio Escobar. Ask him what to do.
He was going to call us, wasn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't called yet. I've been at this machine all day, and there hasn't even been a chirp out of it. Wait a minute. Somebody's calling us. It sounds like Escobar. I'll give him the go-ahead. SS Juanito answering. Come in, please. SS Juanito answering. Come in, please.
Hello, Sparks. Escobar. Everything under control? Come in.
We got the ship, Pete, but Thorpe just came on board. What do we do? Come in.
You fools. What went wrong? Come in.
He flew out after us. We took care of his plane, but the guy with him got up on deck. He fell for Wolf's telegram story, but he might get wise later on. Come in.
Tell Wolf to put him out of the way. Both of them. Get rid of them for good. That's all for the present. I'll call you back later with more instructions. Signing off.
Boy, Pete sounded plenty sore.
Yeah, I heard him. Well, we'll have to go to work. Got your gun handy?
Yeah. Holy smokes, look who's on deck.
The professor and his pal. And Maddox.
What do we do?
Listen. They're coming after us, so let them come. As soon as they get inside, put your gun on them. Quiet.
There they are, the rats. Come on, Kent, grab them.
Look out, Captain. The radio operator has a gun.
Stand back, you guys. Get your hands up or I'll shoot.
Oh, no, you won't.
I'll say that. Give me that. Fox. Look out, Kent. Kent, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. This man seems to have shot himself.
Oh, leave him be. Give me a hand. Give me a hand with this one.
All right. I got him. Better give up, fella. You don't have a chance.
I'll say you're both dead
Oh,
first.
yes, that's so.
Hiding, stop it, I say.
Professor Thorpe.
Let go of him, Kent. You too, Captain Maddox. I'll handle this man myself.
Oh, pretty brave with that gun, ain't you, Professor?
Yes, and I'll shoot you down like a dog if you try anything. Keep your hands up and get your back against the wall.
Okay.
Well, nice work, Professor. But how did you get the gun?
I dashed into my cabin when I saw the fight start. I thought a gun might come in handy. Kent, what happened to the radio operator?
His revolver went off while I was wrestling with him. One of the bullets must have gone the wrong way.
Let me have a look at him. Oh, Professor. Yeah, he's badly wounded. You'll need immediate attention.
Get somebody to carry him to a cabin and dress his wound.
Say, Professor. Kent, look here.
What is it, Captain?
There's tattooing on Spark's chest. It's an odd pattern. Here, look at it.
Why, it's shaped like an octopus.
It looks more like a map to me.
Captain Maddox, did you say there's a map tattooed on that radio operator's chest in the form of an octopus?
Yes. See for yourself, Professor.
No, I'd rather not. Kent.
Yes?
Kent, open this other man's shirt and see if there's the same tattooing on him.
Why, Professor, what's the matter? You look upset.
Hey, Kent, do as I say.
No, you don't. You'll keep your hands off me.
Now, hold still, you. Remember, I've still got this gun. Go ahead, Kent.
Okay.
Well, Kent, what do you find?
Well, you guessed right, Professor. The same identical tattooing. Both of them with the same map in the shape of an octopus. What does it mean, Professor?
Take the bandages off his head and face.
Yes, let's see what he looks like.
Hold on, you guys. I'll pull him off myself.
Huh.
Well, Maddox, surprised?
It's Wolf Cleveland.
Guess you never knew how much we resemble each other, did you, Maddox?
Do you know this man, Maddox?
Know him? There isn't a man that ever sailed the Caribbean Sea that don't know him. He's one of the worst crooks that ever polluted these waters.
No, we're getting somewhere. Cleveland, what's the meaning of these tattooed maps? Why were you and the radio man trying to seize the ship?
That's my business, brother.
You better talk now, Cleveland, for your own good. Piracy on the high seas carries a stiff penalty.
Well, if you really want to know, ask Professor Thorpe. He can tell you. He has a minder.
Professor Thorpe? Professor, is this man telling the truth? Do you know why your ship was stolen? What these maps mean?
Yes. I think I do now, Kent.
Oh, for heaven's sake, tell us. What's this all about?
Kent, I have a confession to make. You may as well know the truth now. I've been sailing under false colors.
Really? Just a moment, Professor.
SS Juanita, come in.
The radio. Someone's calling us. Here's the switch.
Let me take that, Captain.
SS Juanita answering.
SS Juanita. This is the SS Juanita. Come in, please.
Hello, Spark. Escobar speaking. Have you taken care of Thorpe and the other ones? Come in.
What does he mean?
Throw the switch. Tell him yes. Ask him what to do now.
Yes, we took care of them. What do we do now?
Listen carefully. Here are the new instructions for you and Cleveland. Everything depends on how you carry them out. Make a careful note of what I am about to say.
Mystery, dark and foreboding, hangs like a cloud over the Juanita. What is the meaning of the strange octopus-shaped maps tattooed on the chests of Wolf Cleveland and the radio operator? And what connection have they with Pete Escobar, leader of the pirate gang? How much does Professor Thorpe know? And how much is he hiding behind a cloak of fright and silence? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of adventure on the high seas with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now, Superman, valiant, courageous fighter for truth and justice who has come from the planet Krypton with a physical structure never before attained by mortal man. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, newspaper reporter. When we last saw Kent, he and Professor Thorpe, noted scientist and inventor of the bathysphere, a new deep-sea diving bell, had regained possession of the Juanita, the professor's ship, by overpowering a man named Wolf Cleveland, who was masquerading as the ship's captain, and by rescuing Maddox, the real captain, from the hold. As our story continues today, Kent, Professor Thorpe, and Captain Maddox are in the radio room aboard the Juanita. Suddenly a light on the control panel blinks and a signal comes out of the loudspeaker. Listen.
Calling the SS Juanita. Calling the SS Juanita. Come in.
Throw the switch, Ken. Answer him.
SS Juanita answering. Come in.
Sparks, this is Escobar. Now listen close. Tell Cleveland to bring the Juanita into port at Maneo at midnight. I want you both to meet me at the Paradise Cafe on the waterfront. You got that? Come in.
Yes, I got it. Is that all?
That is all right now. Cleveland is to anchor the ship in a quiet section of the harbor, where it won't be seen. He'll get the rest of my orders when I see him at the cafe. Just don't make any more mistakes. Signing off.
Well, what do you think of that, Professor?
I hardly know what to say, Kent. Who is this Escobar person?
I know him, Professor.
You do, Captain?
Who is he, Maddox?
Well, I don't know him to speak to, but I've seen him. He hangs out at Wolf Cleveland. And he's dynamite.
Hey, by the way, where is Cleveland?
What? Why, he was here a moment ago. Kent, Captain, he's escaped.
Oh, no, he hasn't. I had him thrown into irons.
Oh. Professor, are you sure you don't know why Cleveland and Escobar are after your ship?
No, Kent, I don't.
A little while ago, you mentioned that you had a confession to make. You said it would clear up this mystery.
Yes, I said that, but I was wrong. That confession is a private matter. I'd rather not talk about it now.
I see. Well, then we're just as much in the dark about all this as we were before.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Wait. I've got an idea.
What?
He's taking a chance, but it might work. And if it does, we'll get to the bottom of this mess.
What is it, Kent?
Look here. Cleveland was able to masquerade successfully as Captain Maddox. With only a bandage covering part of his face, he fooled you and the crew.
Yes, that's true.
Well, then, what's to prevent Captain Maddox from masquerading as Cleveland?
Me passes Cleveland.
Sure.
Oh, that don't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does, Captain. You and Cleveland look very much alike. Well, we'll bandage up your face, and you and I will keep that appointment with Pete Escobar at the Paradise Cafe tonight.
Well, good gosh.
Splendid idea, Kent.
Will you do it, Captain Maddox?
Well, that's against my better judgment. But Kent, I reckon I will. If we don't stop that pirate now, we won't have a minute's peace when we reach San Monica.
Good. Thank you, Matt.
That's the spirit, Captain. Now you better call the engine room and order full speed ahead.
Yes, sir. Not much time left. We're going to keep that date. Hello, Higgins. Higgins. Captain Maddox speaking. Full speed ahead. Pile on all the steam you'll carry. We're heading due west to Maneo, and we've got to get there before midnight. Well, Kent, here we are. So this is the Paradise Cafe, huh?
Certainly looks like a tough joint.
Yeah.
What time is it, Captain?
It's, just midnight.
Uh-huh.
And there's Pete Escobar himself walking toward us.
The big man with a scar on his cheek?
Yes, that's him. I hope my disguise works.
Well, these dim lights and the heavy cigarette smoke will help.
Hello, Cleveland. You been in long?
No, I just arrived, Pete.
You've got your face covered with that bandage, eh?
I am.
Sure makes you look like Maddox. Say, who's this mug you got with you?
Clark Kent's my name.
What'd you bring him along for, Wolf?
Well, I just thought
It's this way, Escobar. I'd like to join your outfit.
Yeah, he's a handy sort of guy, Pete. I thought we could use him.
What's your trade?
Well, I'm a deep-sea diver.
Oh, deep-sea diver, eh? Maybe we can use you. Come into the back room. We can talk better in private.
All right.
Sit down, Kent. You are off Thorpe's boat, the Juanita, eh?
Yes.
You know anything about that deep-sea diving belly of his, the bathysphere?
Well, sure. That's why he hired me. I operate it.
Well, that's perfect, Cleveland. Just the man we're looking for. You're working for me now, Kent.
Okay. What's the job? What are you going to do with Thorpe's bathysphere?
Didn't you tell this guy what's on the fire, Cleveland?
No, I didn't tell him a thing.
Well, Kent, we're after gold.
What?
$2 million of it, laying down at the bottom of the ocean.
Gold? $2 million?
Yes, sir. And that's where you and Thorpe's bathysphere come in. But we let that go until later. Where'd you leave the ship, Cleveland?
About a quarter mile offshore, just like you said.
Good. Now listen. I got 20 guys out there in the barroom. The toughest smokes I could find. As soon as we finish up here, we'll go out to the harbor and take over the Juanita, lock, stock, and barrel.
How are you going to take 20 men out to the ship?
I got a big speedboat tied up at the pier.
Oh. Yeah, but what about the ship's crew? What do we do with them?
Dead men don't talk, Cleveland. We'll take them off guard and tie them up. When we get out to sea, we'll toss them overboard. Incidentally, what did you do with Thorpe?
We finished him. He won't bother us no more.
See who that is, Cleveland. Oh, wait a second. I'll go myself.
Kent, look who's at the door.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
He escaped from the ship.
Yes, and he's telling Escobar who we are.
So, Captain Matt.
It's up.
Trying to put something over on Pete Escobar, huh?
Now, look here, Escobar.
Shut up. I'm going to get my boys and let them walk over you.
Kent, they trapped us.
You're right. A gang of his will be here in a minute.
Yeah, but what do we do, Kent? They'll kill us. They'll tear us to pieces.
Get over by the door. I'm going to smash the electric light. The darkness will cause confusion when they get in here.
All right, Kent, hurry.
Now then, Maddox can't see me. It's high time Superman took charge here. I hate to do it, but I'll have to knock Maddox unconscious in order to take him out of here with me. I'll wait for the gang to get in and time the punch so he won't know who hit him.
Kent, here they come.
Okay, boys. Get in there and mess them up good. Both them.
They're in. This is my chance.
Kent, help! Help!
There, that did it. Knock Maddox cold. Now to sling him over my shoulder and get out while these thugs flounder around in the darkness. No use fighting my way past this mob. I'll smash through the wall. Here we go. There, we're through. And there's the harbor below me. Now, back to the ship. Up, and away! Red cloak streaming in the wind, Superman rockets through the night, out across Manila Harbor to where the Juanita rides at anchor like a ghost ship in the moonlight. Swiftly, Superman streaks down and lands on the deck. Down to the deck of the ship. Down.
Captain Maddox, how do you feel?
Oh, pretty shaky, Kent. What happened? How'd you get me back to the ship?
Well, after you were slugged, I managed to get hold of you and pull you out and...
Out of that room full of killers?
Well, yes, it wasn't as difficult as it sounds. They were fighting each other in the dark. And I just slipped through them.
Kent, Captain Maddox. Oh, you're back. Cleveland escaped.
Yes, we know, Professor. He's at the cafe. We just got out by the skin of our teeth.
Kent has news for you, Professor. His scheme worked.
You've learned why Escobar and Cleveland want my ship?
It's not the ship, Professor. It's the bathysphere, the deep-sea diving bell. They need it to go down after sunken gold.
Sunken gold?
Yes.
Funny, but I suspected that.
You suspected it? But how?
I might as well confess now, Kent. I'm going after that gold myself.
You're what?
Oh, I'll be hanged.
Yes. That was the confession that I couldn't make before. I couldn't make it until I was certain Escobar was after the same thing.
But, Professor, I thought this expedition, the bathysphere, was to do research on marine life, strange fish.
No, that story was false, Kent. I made it up to avoid the publicity that would follow if people learned that I was after millions in gold.
Where did this gold lay, Professor Folk?
At the bottom of Octopus Bay, 300 feet below the surface. I suspected that Cleveland knew about the treasure the moment I saw that tattooed map on his chest. But I had to be certain.
But, Professor, it doesn't seem possible that you're just a fortune hunter.
Oh, not believe me, Kent, I'm not. When I tell you why I need that gold, you'll understand me better. I discovered the sunken Spanish gold ship 30 years ago.
But how could you if she's down that deep?
That time I was younger, Captain. One day I went down in a diving suit after tropical fish. I descended further than I've ever gone before, and I saw the hull of the ship beneath me. But it was impossible to stand the pressure, so I returned to the surface.
Oh, then you can't be sure the gold is actually on board.
Yes, Kent, it is. I investigated. I read ancient manuscripts until I came across one that told of the sinking of the galleon La Quinta in Octopus Bay near the island of San Monicum during the year 1786. She carried over $2 million in gold, and not one penny of it was ever recovered.
I see. But you said you had a reason for needing the gold.
To build a laboratory, Kent. The greatest scientific institution ever created. A place where scientists could work for the betterment of mankind, unworried by any thought of finances. That's been my life's dream. And with the gold from that treasure ship, I could make that dream come true.
Professor, if that's what you want it for, I'm with you.
Yes, and so am I.
Thanks. Both of you. I knew I could depend on you. That sound, Kent, off in the darkness. What is it?
Oh, sounds like a speedboat coming this way.
It's a launch, Kent. See it? Off our port bow?
A launch. Professor, it's Pete Escobar and his gang.
What?
They're coming to take over the ship.
Oh, hi, Juanita. Stand by for the boating party and don't sign any funny business.
That's Escobar, all right. What do we do?
They're too close. We can't get away.
I know it.
Oh, we're lost. They'll kill every one of us. Kent! Kent!
Sunken gold. A $2 million treasure at the bottom of Octopus Bay. Will Escobar and his thugs capture the Juanita and the precious bathysphere, the only diving bell able to descend to a depth of 300 feet? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow this exciting story of adventure on the high seas with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, who came to Earth from the planet Krypton, and who walks about among ordinary men disguised as mild Clark Kent, star reporter. As you remember, Kent and Professor Thorpe have been engaged in a fierce struggle with Pete Escobar and his gang of Caribbean pirates over a $2 million treasure that lies in a sunken Spanish gold ship at the bottom of Octopus Bay. To reach the treasure, Professor Thorpe invented his marvelous diving bell, the bathysphere, and Pete Escobar had made several attempts to seize it in order to reach the fabulous treasure, only to be foiled each time by Superman. But as our story continues today, we find Escobar striking again. Kent, Professor Thorpe, and Captain Maddox, skipper of Thorpe's boat, the Juanita, are standing on deck watching a fast speedboat loom out of the darkness. On board is Escobar's waterfront gang, armed to the teeth with revolvers and machine guns. What chance have Clark Kent and his friends? Listen.
Captain Maddox, can't we get up steam and escape?
Not a chance, Professor Thorpe. That speedboat's too fast. You got us 20 knots to our 10.
Oh, my life's work thrown away. Kent, isn't there something we can do?
Wait. I've got it, Professor. That small cannon Cleland fired at us. We could hold them off with that.
Yes, the cannon. I'll go with you, Kent.
All right. No, you stay here, Professor. I'll get one of the crew to help me.
Very well, but hurry up, Kent. For heaven's sake, hurry.
Now then, I'm out of sight behind the wheelhouse.
I'm Clark Kent made a quick change to Superman. Not a moment to lose. I'll have to get to Escobar in his speedboat before he reaches the Juanita. Up, and away! Faster. Escobar will start shooting soon. Lives mean nothing to him. He wants Thorpe's diving bell. There's the speedboat directly below and in front of me. Good thing they can't see me in the dark. I'll dive into the water. Down! Now, I'll wait here underwater until the speedboat comes along. There it is. Now, up we go, right into the... That did it. Smashed the bow of the boat and capsized it. Dumped them all into the water. Now, back to the Juanita. Up, and away! There we are. Now, if I can find Professor Thorpe.
Kent, where have you been?
Why, all over the boat, Professor. I looked high and low for that cannon, but I couldn't find it.
Well, fortunately, we don't need it now, Kent.
You don't need it?
No. Something miraculous has happened. Look out there where you last saw the speedboat.
Why, it's overturned.
Yes.
Stove in. Escobar and his thugs are in the water clinging to the wreckage.
Yes. It was a miracle, Kent. Nothing but a miracle. Just when I thought all was lost, their boat seemed to leap into the air. It turned turtle and threw them all into the sea.
Well, how do you suppose it happened, Professor?
I don't know, Kent. The boat must have struck a submerged log.
Rather lucky for us, wasn't it?
Yes.
What are we going to do about those men?
Leave them there. They won't drown. They won't get anything worse than a good soaking.
But shouldn't we capture them, take them to the nearest port, and have them locked up?
Oh, it might be dangerous fooling with them in the dark. And besides, I can't afford any publicity. If I press charges against Escobar, the story of the sunken gold might come out.
Oh, then we're better off leaving them where they are.
Exactly, Kent.
Steam is up, Professor Thorpe. All ready to weigh anchor.
Very well, Captain Maddox. Now, get the ship underway. I want to take advantage of every second that Escobar and his men are held up. We must reach Octopus Bay and the treasure without a moment's delay.
Aye, sir. We'll set a course for Octopus Bay on a forced draft. All right, deck watch. Weigh anchors.
Aye, sir.
Captain Maddox.
Yes, Mr. Kent?
I was wondering, why do they call this body of water Octopus Bay?
It's a name the natives gave it, Mr. Kent.
Oh?
Waters hereabouts are full of the slimy creatures.
Well, say, in that case, isn't it a bit dangerous to send a diver down here?
It's dangerous, all right. But it's the only way we can locate and recover the gold.
What if the gold is 300 feet down? How can a diver withstand such terrific pressure?
Professor Thorpe took care of that. Invented an improved type of diving suit for Gleason. He'll be able to alternate. Work 10 minutes and rest 10 minutes in the bathysphere.
Yes, Captain Maddox. I have it. I have it.
Have what, Professor?
I figured out the exact location of the gold ship.
What?
Captain Maddox, look at this geodetic chart.
Yes, sir.
Now, draw a straight line from the very end of that point of land on our left to this spot I marked on the chart. Now, do you follow me?
Yes, sir.
Go on, Professor.
Now, measure in on that line exactly 100 yards.
Got it.
By my calculations, the Spanish gold ship should be on the ocean bed precisely at that point.
Well, say, that's just about where we're anchored now, isn't it?
Well, yes, the one is almost directly above that spot, sir.
Excellent, Captain. Now, is the bathysphere ready to be launched?
All ready, sir. It's swung out over the side, prepared for submersion.
Then we start working immediately. I'm going to confer with the diver. Get the oxygen pump started. I'll be right back.
Gosh, I've never seen Professor Thorpe so excited.
Well, there's $2 million in gold at stake here, Mr. Kent. I'm a little excited myself. I'll phone and get that pump started. Hello, Connolly. Start the oxygen pump. Mr. Kent, let me have that chart, please.
Oh, yes. Here it is, Captain.
Thank you. 50 fathoms deep here. 300 feet.
Yeah, that's a lot of water, isn't it?
It's too much for my peace of mind, seeing as how the octopus always lives in deep water.
Yes, Captain Maddox.
Professor Thorpe and Gleason the diver are over at the bathysphere. Come on, Captain.
Captain Maddox. Now, is everything ready?
Yes, sir. Oxygen pump is working. Should have built up enough pressure by now.
Very good, Captain. Now, you stay here on deck and supervise the lowering and lifting of the bathysphere. I'll go down with Gleason.
Aye, sir.
Oh, say, hold on. What about me, Professor Thorpe?
You remain on deck with Maddox, Kent.
What?
Help him with the airlines.
Oh, now look, Professor, I want to go down with you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kent. It's not advisable. There may be danger.
I'm not afraid, Professor. Why, I wouldn't miss a trip to the bottom of the ocean for anything.
I'm sorry, Kent, but it's out of the question.
But, Professor, I've got to go with you. You know Editor White assigned me to cover the operation of your bathysphere. I've got to get a story on the submersion.
Story, eh?
Yes.
Well, come along, then. Right through the steel door. I owe Perry White and you a great deal.
Oh, thanks, Professor. Thanks.
Oh, one last thing, Captain Maddox.
Yes, sir?
We'll test the speaking tube and the airline at 50 feet.
Yes, sir. I'll be standing by for your call. Good luck.
Thanks, Captain.
All right. Let her go.
Into the murky green waters of Octopus Bay sinks Professor Thorpe's bathysphere. When the huge steel ball reaches 50 feet, it stops with a shudder and floats for a moment like a giant bubble. At the telephone, Thorpe signals the Juanita, riding at anchor above.
Hello? Hello, Captain Maddox?
Right here, Professor Thorpe. I can hear you perfectly. How's your air supply, sir?
It's perfect, Captain. All your meters registering correctly?
Everything okay up here, sir?
Good. Pay out the cables, Captain. We're going on down to the bottom. Slowly.
Down through the eternal darkness. Further than man has ever gone before. 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. Down into the inky dwelling place of the killer shark, the deadly octopus, and countless unnamed creatures of the deep. Gently, the huge bell settles on the bottom. In his diving suit, Gleason emerges from the bathysphere in search of the age-old Spanish treasure ship, leaving Kent and Professor Thorpe to close the steel safety doors behind him. Listen.
Professor, would you mind explaining how that safety chamber works?
Just a moment, Kent. As soon as Gleason leaves the outer door in his diving suit...
Okay. But how will you know when he does?
The green light on the control panel will flash. There it is. He's outside now.
Oh. Well, didn't the water rush into the chamber when he opened the outer door?
Of course, Kent. But I took that into consideration when I designed the bathysphere.
Oh, I see.
Seems a bit stuffy in here.
Yes, it does. But about the safety chamber, Professor?
Well, as you know, the chamber has an inner and outer door, both of them strong enough to withstand tremendous pressure. Right now, the space between them is filled with water.
Yes?
But when I press this white button on the panel, compressed air forces the water out of the chamber and closes the outer door at the same time.
I see.
Listen.
Oh, Professor Thorpe, it's amazing.
Hey? Well, what did you say, Kent?
I said your diving bell is it's a marvelous invention.
I'm glad you like it, Kent. But my throat seems dry. Hand me the water bottle, please.
Professor, is anything wrong?
It must be the air. It's heavy. My throat feels dry and hot.
Yes, it is growing hot. Here, have a drink.
Kent, take a look at the oxygen gauge on the panel, quickly. Where's the needle?
The needle? It's on the red side.
Kent, the air is foul.
What?
No oxygen. Call Maddox. We're trapped. Kent,
Scott, he's collapsed. I better turn him over and loosen his collar. There now. Professor Thorpe. Professor, don't you hear me? Oh, good heavens, he's unconscious. Oh, this air must have gotten him. I'll have to call Maddox and tell him to bring the diving bell to the surface. Hello, Captain Maddox. Clark Kent calling. Funny, there's no answer. Hello, Captain Maddox. Captain Maddox. Strange, I don't hear any sound at all through this tube. I've got to reach him. I've got to get Thorpe up to the surface before this foul air kills him. It's even bothering me. Maddox. Captain Maddox. Hello, Captain.
Grim tragedy reaches its cold tentacles into the dark water at the bottom of Octopus Bay. What happened to the precious life-giving airline? And why has Kent been unable to reach Captain Maddox through the speaking tube? Had the lines been fouled by some marauding monster of the deep? How will Kent, even as Superman, save Professor Thorpe and Gleason the diver? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world, who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can twist steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, and who walks about among human beings disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter. Searching for a $2 million treasure in gold that has lain for centuries in a Spanish galleon at the bottom of Octopus Bay, Kent, Professor Thorpe, and Diver Gleason have descended to the ocean floor in Thorpe's remarkable bathysphere, a deep-sea diving bell. Earlier, Kent, as Superman, had defeated several attempts by Pete Escobar, a Caribbean desperado, to seize the bathysphere and get the gold for himself. When we last saw Kent, he and Professor Thorpe were in the bathysphere, waiting for Gleason, the professional diver, who had ventured out into the octopus-infested bay. But suddenly the air became hot and foul, and when Professor Thorpe fainted, Kent stepped to the speaking tube to call Captain Maddox on board the Juanita, anchored 300 feet above them. As our story continues today, Kent is still at the tube, desperately calling Maddox. Listen.
Hello, Captain Maddox. Hello. Oh, it's no use. Speaking tube is out of order, too.
Well, this is a job for Superman. Got to get Thorpe out of here. No time to lose. But if I smash through the side of the bathysphere, I'll ruin it and doom Gleason, the diver. But if I don't, we'll all die here. Even Superman can't live without air. Wait. Hold on. The safety chamber. If I can manage to get out through it and close the doors without letting the ocean in, I might be able to find the break in that airline. Here we are. The safety chamber. One more huge door between me and the sea. Oh, wait a moment. Thorpe said something about compressed air emptying the safety chamber and closing the outer door. I'd better get that first so the professor will be protected. There. Now to close the inner door. And open the outer one. I hope that compressed air holds out long enough to keep the safety chamber free from water until I return. It worked. Now, out we go into the water and close the door. There. That door is sealed shut. The water pressure down here is terrific. I've got to work fast. Find out what's wrong with the airline and speaking tube. Oh, great Scott, what's that? An octopus. A huge octopus with its tentacles wrapped around our connections to the surface. So that's what's causing the trouble. And I'll soon settle him. Up, up, up. Come on. Unwrap yourself from those lines. Suction cups are mighty powerful. Guess I'll have to pull his tentacles off. Here goes. There, he's giving. A bit more and I'll have those lines free. Now then. Broke him loose. But he fastened his other tentacles around me. Trying to crush me, eh? He's giving all right. Now, one last punch. All my strength. Hit him square in the middle. Finished him. Now, back to the bathysphere and Professor Thorpe. Down, down.
Kent.
Here I am. Are you all right, Professor?
My throat feels like sandpaper. What happened?
I guess the air supply failed and you passed out. I began to feel pretty weak myself.
What happened? What saved you?
I don't know. The airline must have become twisted. A few minutes later, it worked free again.
Thank heavens. Just as the nick of time, I'd say.
Yes. Professor, that noise.
It's Gleason. Back from the gold ship.
Oh.
I'll let him in. All right. He's come through the outer door and into the safety chamber. We'll let the air force the water out of the chamber. And then we'll open the stone.
Now, Professor?
No. No, give the air another moment. All right, Kent.
Gleason, what's the box you're carrying?
He can't hear you with that diving helmet on his head, Kent.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Take that box away from him. And help me get his diving helmet off.
Okay.
Well, Gleason?
Wow. That sure feels better. Greetings, folks.
For heaven's sake, Gleason. What did you find?
Yes, what's in that box?
One question at a time. First you, Professor. I found the gold ship. Just where you said it would be.
You did? What about the gold?
Open that box.
The box?
Just a second, Professor. I'm opening it. Great Scott. Gold.
Spanish doubloons. The gold of the treasure ship. Hundreds of them.
And that's only a small part of it, Professor. I left about 10 more of those boxes back in the ship. I couldn't carry them.
Kent. Gleason. I've succeeded. Oh, you don't know what this means to me. It's not the gold itself.
I know, Professor. Now you can build your Institute of Science.
Yes, Kent. A nice dream come true. I can hardly believe it.
Oh, you'd believe it all right. If you saw the boxes piled up inside the hull of that old ship.
Listen, how long will it take you to transfer all the boxes to the bathysphere?
Oh, about an hour, I guess.
Well, hurry. Let's get to work. Bring them here.
Okay.
Hello. Hello, Professor Thorpe.
That's Captain Maddox calling us.
I'll take it, Kent.
All right.
Hello, Captain Maddox. Thorpe speaking.
Professor, I've been trying to reach you for a few minutes, but you didn't answer. The sky is badly overcast up here. Looks like a storm gathering.
Now, don't worry about that, Captain. I've great news for you.
You found the treasure ship?
And the gold, too. Boxes full of it. Gleason just brought it in.
Oh, that's wonderful, sir, wonderful. But you better come on up.
Come up. What for?
I've already told you. There's a storm brewing. The barometer is falling, and it looks like we're in for a blow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain. We must stay down here. Only an hour more.
Professor, you're taking your life in your hands.
Oh, nonsense, Captain, nonsense.
Professor Thorpe, listen to me.
Hold on a moment, Captain. What is it, Kent?
I heard what the captain said about the storm. He's right, Professor.
Oh, you too, Kent. What do you think, Gleason, you should know about these things?
Well, it might be dangerous if it blows, but I'm not afraid. Anything you say, Professor.
I say continue to work. Get out the gold while the getting is good.
Oh, Professor Thorpe, don't let the gold make you foolhardy. Captain Maddox knows what he's talking about. Even Gleason admits it's dangerous.
But Kent...
Gleason's the man who will take most of the risk. He might be separated from the bathysphere during a storm. You have no right to gamble with a man's life, not even for a few minutes.
Well, perhaps you're right, Kent.
Perhaps the sight of this gold has got the better of me.
Then you will go up to the surface?
Yes, Kent. I'll have a look at the barometer. See just how close that storm actually is. Hello? Hello, Captain Maddox.
Yes, sir.
Bring the bathysphere to the surface.
Aye, aye, sir.
Well, here we go now.
How far down is the bathysphere?
The cable meter reads 50 fathoms, Captain. Been that way for several minutes.
That means they're at the bottom. I told them not to get down again. I warned them.
Worried about the storm, Captain?
Yes, I am. It's coming, Kent, and it looks bad.
Well, we did our best to stop them. Nothing could hold the professor back after he saw the barometer had only dropped 2 points.
Yes, but it's dropped 10 more in the last few minutes.
Captain, that's thunder. And those clouds overhead.
Yeah, the storm is about to break. Call Professor Thorpe. Get the bathysphere up here immediately.
Where are you going?
Got to batten down the hatches. Stand by the anchors. All hands on deck. All hands on deck. Men ready for weather.
Hello. Hello, Professor Thorpe. The storm broke, sir. You'd better come up quickly. Oh, yes. Mountainous waves. Call me back as soon as Gleason returns to the bathysphere, but don't waste a moment.
Kent, the anchors.
What's the matter with them, Captain?
Wind's too strong. They're slipping. This is a hurricane. We're being driven toward the rocks.
Oh, what'll we do?
Oh, one side, Kent. I've got to work fast. Mr. Conroy, I want full steam up. Give her every ounce you'll take. We'll try to get headway.
Aye, aye, sir.
You men, break out the sea anchor. Hurry, move fast. Look at the down there. He's up in that starboard hawser.
Aye, sir.
Hey, helmsman. Hard to port. Come on, get that wheel over. Kent, if we can only get her nose up into the wind, we may be able to hold her steady.
You think you can do it, Captain?
No, it's one chance in a million, Kent. It looks like it's going to be the worst blow I've seen in all my 30 years of sailing.
Captain Maddox.
What is it, Conroy?
No use, sir. We're not making a foot of headway against this gale.
Keep on trying. Hold that wheel over. The sea anchor should help.
The sea anchor.
Well, what's wrong with it?
It's gone. The line snapped. Can't just ripped into shreds.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
Well, isn't there anything else we can do, Captain?
Kent, I'm afraid we're licked.
What about Thorpe and Gleason? The bathysphere will be dragged along the bottom. They'll be killed.
Can't help it, Kent. There's nothing we can do.
What?
She won't hold in this sea.
What's the bathysphere? We can try to bring it out.
No, don't touch it. They'll snap the airline. They'll suffocate.
You mean to say you're going to stand by and let them die like trapped rats?
Kent, all we can do is hope for the best. The anchors may catch and hold before we hit the rocks. Either that, or we're all doomed.
Caught in the wild, screaming fury of a tropical hurricane, the Juanita, pounded by mountainous waves, is driven closer and closer to the jagged rocks that line the shore of Octopus Bay. Can Kent, as Superman, save the helpless ship from certain destruction? Will he be forced to sacrifice the lives of Professor Thorpe and Gleason, trapped in the diving bell 300 feet below the raging surface of the water? Don't fail to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look.
It's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look.
It's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, who is faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, but who walks the earth as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. As you remember, Kent and Captain Maddox were on the deck of the Juanita in a terrific hurricane that suddenly swept Octopus Bay, where they had gone with Professor Thorpe to recover a $2 million treasure that lies sunk at the ocean bottom. Down in his bathysphere, 50 fathoms under the sea where the treasure lay, Professor Thorpe and diver Gleason were trapped when the storm broke. The frightful fury of the tropical gale had torn loose the Juanita's anchors and was driving the ship straight for the menacing Shark's Tooth rocks. while the bathysphere with its human cargo was being dragged along the bumpy bottom of the sea. As our story continues today, the Juanita is still being tossed about by the mountainous waves. And down at the ocean floor, the diving bell crashes on toward destruction, while Professor Thorpe and Gleason fight desperately to keep from being battered in its cramped interior. Listen.
Hang on a bit. Bar, Professor. Gleason, how long do these tropical storms last? I can't stand much more of this. Might be 10 minutes. Might be an hour. An hour? Oh, good heavens. How strong is the bathysphere, Professor? Can't you take this banging around? I don't know. 3 inches steel plate. But this battering may lose the seam if it doesn't stop soon. Yeah. There's nothing we can do but hang on. We've got to get up to the surface. But, Professor, it's impossible in this storm. We've got to. I'm frightened, Gleason. Oh, no. Take it easy. We'll come out of it okay. But how? The bathysphere can't stand much more of this pounding. It wasn't built for this kind of treatment. I'm going to call Captain Maddox. Hello. Hello, on deck. Juanita.
Hello, Professor Thorpe. Maddox speaking.
Maddox, you've got to bring us up to the surface immediately.
Professor, we can't do that now. The storm's getting worse. It's suicide to even attempt it. You're better off down after. Before we can...
Only I command you.
I'm sorry, sir. I must use my own judgment. I can't afford to risk your life and the lives of my crew.
But, Maddox, listen to me. Hello. Hello. He's at the speaking tube. I think the captain's right, Professor. We are better off down here, even if we are getting bounced around. We'll just have to take our chances.
And meanwhile, on shore, another danger threatens the storm-tossed Juanita. Seeking protection from the hurricane's fury in the lee of a huge mass of rock is the villainous Pete Escobar. With him is Carlos, his evil assistant. Escobar looks quickly across the bay through his binoculars, then speaks.
Carlos, look out there in the bay. Thorpe's ship, the Juanita.
Yeah. I can't see nothing. There's wind and those great waves there.
Use the binoculars. Look there. Near a sharp tooth rock.
Oh, yes, I see her now, Escobar. She's being driven like a straw before these winds.
Yes. Must have slipped the rankers, Carlos. And this storm is driving us straight for the rock.
But from me, see how this hurricane blows her. Like the cork on the wind.
Ah, that is good. She will be smashed to pieces. We will wipe out any survivors of the crew. And the gold will be ours. $2 million in gold, Carlos.
Yes, the gold.
See. It's all in Professor Thorpe's bathysphere, which went down to the bottom before the storm began.
Then they will have the treasure.
Yes, but not for long, Carlos.
What do you mean?
The Juanita will surely go on the rocks.
Yes?
When the hurricane passes, we wipe out the survivors and salvage the bathysphere full of gold.
But Escobar, will not this bathysphere be lost?
No. The bathysphere cables are still attached to the ship. Captain Maddox won't cut the bathysphere loose because Professor Thorpe and his diver are inside.
But Escobar, suppose you want it, she does not go on these rocks.
There is your answer, Carlos. The storm grows worse. It will not fail us. But if it does, I have another plan. You will see.
Captain? Hey, Captain Maddox, where are you?
Hey, hand at the wheel.
Say, this is awful, Captain. How are we doing?
Badly, Kent, badly. Worst storm I've ever encountered.
Oh.
Quick, grab the handrail, Kent. You'll be washed overboard.
I got it. Oh, say, I've never seen such waves before.
Nor have I in all my years at sea. It's a 100-mile-an-hour wind.
Great guns. What do we do?
It doesn't seem much that we can do, Kent. Except keep trying and hoping.
Well, Captain Maddox, you don't think that...
That we'll crash? I don't know, Kent. Unless the storm lets up soon, anything can happen. If I could only get our anchors to bite into the bottom.
Why don't they grab hold?
Well, there's not much chance. This wind and these mountainous waves don't give our hooks a chance to sink into the sand bottom.
Speaking of the bottom, what are we going to do about Professor Thorpe and Gleason down in the bathysphere?
Have you heard from them?
Yes, a few minutes ago. They're being dragged and bounced on the bottom.
Well, I hope the bathysphere is strong enough to withstand the putt taking now.
Why in heaven's name don't we bring them up to the surface?
Oh, Kent, it'd be suicide to even try it. Besides, the weight of the diving bell serves as a drag anchor for the ship. It might help us ride this out.
But, Maddox, if we do capsize or pile up on the rocks, they'll be caught down there. Caught like rats in a trap.
Oh, by the great horn spoon, Kent. Look to the starboard.
Rocks. A whole row of them.
The Shark's Tooth Reef. Evilest rocks in the seven seas. We're driving straight at them.
Good heavens, what'll we do?
The wheel, Kent. You'll be swinging.
All right, come on, let's go. Oh, it bucks like the devil himself put down with the rudder.
Hold it, Kent. It's our only chance.
Trying.
Those waves are smashing the rudder about.
Are we veering away from the reefs, Captain?
No. I'm afraid not, Kent. The wind's too strong. Forcing us on the rocks in spite of the rudder. Where are you going?
Going to see if I can lend a hand to the crew. I'll be back soon. Nothing the crew can do to save the Juanita in this hurricane.
This is a job for Superman. Now then, how far are we from those rocks? About 50 yards. Well, that's enough. Over the side we go. Up, and away! Faster. Not a moment to lose. There must be some way I can hold the Juanita off those rocks. I have it. Yes, I'll brace myself against the rocks. As the ship comes in, I'll catch her, hold her off long enough for the anchor to take hold. Down. Now then, here she comes, bearing down on me like a locomotive. Ready? Now. Caught her. Now, I'll have to hold her steady for a while. Hold it.
Steel muscles braced like giant girders, Superman holds the ship and its human cargo against the fury of the hurricane. Holds it until it is firmly anchored. Then, as the storm dies down, he flies back aboard the Juanita, unnoticed in the excitement.
Kent, where did you disappear to?
Well, I'm ashamed to say it, Captain. I got seasick during the height of the storm and went down to my cabin.
Oh, just seasick.
Yes.
Well, thank heaven you're all right. I was afraid you'd been washed overboard by those waves.
Oh, I'm all right. Say, what happened, Captain? Things looked very bad just before I went below.
Well, we were just about to pile into the Shark Tooth Reefs back there, Kent. I still don't understand how we avoided them.
What did happen, Captain?
I can't explain it. There we were driving straight for those rocks, and suddenly, when everything seemed lost, the ship stopped.
What?
Stopped as though giant hands had reached out and saved us. It was a miracle.
Well, it does sound like a miracle. Couldn't that have been a cross current, some powerful tide operating at the reef? Or couldn't the hooks just happen to catch?
Yes, that's possible, but not likely. But say, why are we standing around? We've clean forgotten about Professor Thorpe and Gleason down there in the bathysphere.
Good heavens, you haven't heard from them?
Not a word.
Oh, I'll call them right now. They must be badly shaken up. Hello? Hello down there in the bathysphere. Hello, Professor Thorpe.
No answer, Kent?
No. Let's try again. Hello, Thorpe. Gleason. Hello down there.
Well, Kent?
Still no answer. Captain Maddox, something must be wrong.
The oxygen pump. Come on, we'll have a look at the gauge.
All right.
Well, the pump's still working.
Yes, but the pressure, Captain. Captain, look at that gauge.
Pressure zero.
Yes.
Great Scott, Kent. Look in the water. Air bubbles.
That means the airline is disconnected, Captain. We've got to bring the bathysphere up out of the water quickly.
Hurry, Kent. Start that motor winch.
Okay. How quickly can this winch raise the bathysphere?
About 100 feet a minute, Kent.
We don't know how long Thorpe and Gleason have been without air.
The airline must have been broken during the storm. There's still a chance. The bathysphere's reserve tank has enough to last for about 15 minutes.
Oh, can't we speed that motor? Captain Maddox.
Huh?
Doesn't that cable seem a trifle slack to you?
Slack? How do you mean?
Well, it's coming up so easily. Almost as though no weight were attached to it.
Oh, but that's impossible, Kent. The bathysphere weighs tons of... Hold on. Stop that motor.
Why?
If you're right, Kent, this is worse than we suspected. Stop that motor. I want to test the cable.
Okay. What is it, Captain? What happened?
Oh. Kent, I hate to say this.
What is it?
There's nothing at the end of this cable. The bathysphere is gone.
Bathysphere gone?
Yes. Cut loose. Professor Thorpe and Gleason are gone with it.
Somewhere at the bottom of Octopus Bay lies the diving bell. In it are two desperate men trapped when success and the Spanish gold were in their hands. What grim, hopeless thoughts pass through their minds at this moment? And what new evil is Pete Escobar plotting now that the ship is safe from the storm? How will Clark Kent save Thorpe, Gleason, and the Spanish gold? Listen in next time and follow the thrilling story of Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, valiant, courageous visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth to fight a never-ending battle for truth and justice, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. As you remember, Kent accompanied Professor Thorpe, inventor of a new bathysphere diving bell, to Octopus Bay in the Caribbean Sea to recover a $2 million Spanish gold treasure lying 300 feet beneath the surface of the water. Twice, Professor Thorpe's boat, the Juanita, was attacked by a mob of Caribbean desperados headed by Pete Escobar, a half-breed, who knew the location of the gold but needed the Thorpe diving bell to reach it. But each attack was beaten off by Superman, and the Juanita finally reached Octopus Bay, only to encounter a terrific tropical hurricane that seemed to spell doom for the ship and the precious bathysphere in which Professor Thorpe and Diver Gleason were trapped 300 feet down. But Kent, as Superman, saved the ship from destruction on the rocks, held it against the fury of the storm until the heavy anchors dug into the sand. As our story continues today, Kent and Captain Maddox of the Juanita are at the rail, attempting to raise the diving bell to the surface. Listen.
Cut the donkey engine, Kent. It's no use.
What do you mean, Captain Maddox?
Cut that engine. Don't you understand, Kent? The bathysphere is broken loose from its cables. It's lost. Somewhere on the bottom of Octopus Bay.
But, Captain, it can't be. Professor Thorpe and Gleason, the diver, are inside the bathysphere.
I know, Kent, and there's nothing on God's earth we can do for them. That hurricane must have snapped the steel cables like they were cotton threads.
Captain, maybe you're wrong. Why don't we keep the donkey engine running, bring the cables up, even if there's only a slim chance?
There isn't even a slim chance, Kent. All right, go ahead. Start it up. See how slack the cables are. If the bathysphere was attached to them, they'd be as taut as drumheads. Oh, no, Kent, she's gone forever.
But isn't there anything we can do? Use grappling irons or send down a diver?
Grappling irons won't work in 300 feet of water. And we haven't a spare diving suit on board. There, look. The end of the cables. Stop the engine.
Oh, you were right, Captain. Both cables snapped off, and the air hose with them. I guess that means even if we could raise the bathysphere, Thorpe and Gleason would be dead from suffocation.
Wait. Maybe not. We've got a reserve tank of oxygen down there. It's good for at least 15 minutes.
You mean they'll have good air for 15 minutes?
Yeah. Oh, yes, but what good will it do them? Even if it could last for 15 hours, it wouldn't... Ken, where are you going?
Down in my cabin. This thing has me all broken up.
Oh. I understand, kid. Try and get some rest.
I'll try. Getting some rest is the last thing on my mind now. 15 minutes. There may still be that slim chance I was talking about.
Maddox can't see me now, so Superman can take over. If I can only find the bathysphere, I can bring it to the surface. But the problem will be finding it in all that water. No telling how far it's drifted since it broke loose. Well, no sense debating about it. Every minute now may mean the difference between life and death. Up on the rail. Now, down into the water. Down!
Cleaving the surface of Octopus Bay like the steel-sharp blade of a knife, Superman swims far down into the murky depths searching for the diving bell that has suddenly changed from a haven of safety into a trap of death. And meanwhile, in the bathysphere itself, Professor Thorpe and Gleason watch the minutes slip by, awaiting the end they know is not far off.
Listen. Try the phone once more. Once more, Gleason.
It's no use, Professor Thorpe. Everything's cut, cables, airline, phone.
Try it.
Just a waste of breath, and we need that breath, every bit of it.
Do as I say.
All right.
Hello, Juanita. Hello, Juanita. Captain Maddox. Captain Maddox. Oh, it's dead. Line's dead.
That means we haven't a chance, Gleason. Not a chance. Oh, why didn't I listen to Maddox? He warned me not to come down again.
Oh, don't talk, Professor. It uses up oxygen and there isn't much left.
What's the difference? Gleason, you did find the Spanish gold ship, didn't you?
Yes.
And you brought the gold back to the bathysphere. $2 million worth.
Yes, I brought it back.
Where is it, Gleason? I want to look at it.
It's there in those boxes.
$2 million worth of gold. Enough to build an institute of science that would stand forever as a monument to mankind. But that'll never come to pass now. Never, never.
Please don't talk, Professor. We haven't much oxygen left.
You think they're searching for us?
Wouldn't do them much good.
Gleason, listen.
Well, what is it, Professor?
Listen, I'm not going to let myself be trapped down here. I want a fighting chance to live.
Professor, what are you doing?
Forcing the water out of the safety chamber. Give me your diving suit.
Professor Thorpe, you're mad. You can't leave the bathysphere. You wouldn't last a minute under that water pressure without any oxygen.
You heard what I said. Give me that diving suit.
No, I won't. It's suicide.
All right, then. I'll open the safety door and let the sea pour in. I can't stand this any longer.
No, don't, Professor.
Stand back. I've got a revolver, and I'll use it if you make an attempt to stop me.
Professor.
I'm not going to die a slow, tortuous death. If it must come, I want it to come quickly. So here goes.
Stop. I hear tapping.
You're lying, Gleason.
No, I swear it. Close the steel door and listen. There. Do you hear it?
Yes, I think I do. What is it?
I don't know.
Oh, it's probably just a fish or an octopus.
No, it's too heavy. Professor, we're moving. Bathysphere is going up.
No, that's impossible.
It's true. Look at the pressure gauge. It's falling.
You're right. We are going up.
You bet we are.
Gleason, it's a miracle. A miracle.
Six bells. No sense standing here at the rail watching the water. That diving bell's gone for good. Conroy.
Aye, sir.
Radio to Coast Guard at Key West reporting its loss. Then weigh anchor.
Aye, sir.
Wait, Conroy.
Yes, sir?
Something's breaking water off there amidships. What is it?
I can't tell, sir.
Conroy. Look, it's the bathysphere. All hands on deck. Get a wall over. Put a line to her, quickly. Get a steel cable.
Drop that small boat. Get a line over there while he's still capsized.
Hurry, men. Hurry before she sinks again. That's it.
He's up on that cable. Keep there, no question. Let him have cable.
Fingers crossed, men. Quickly.
All fast, sir.
That's good. Now start the dunk engine on the wind. Easy.
Bring up the side there.
Let it come. Conroy, bring the black and tackle over. Put two more cables for it. That does it. Now, up with her. Easy. Swing it over. Down on deck. We got it. Open those steel doors quickly.
Stand back out of the way.
Professor Thorpe, Gleason.
Maddox.
Conroy, have some men carry Professor Thorpe and Gleason to their cabin.
No, wait. We're all right, Maddox. Just need some fresh air. What happened to us?
The storm snapped the bathysphere cables. We'd given you up for lost. I was just about to weigh anchor and head back when the bell shot up above the surface.
Professor Thorpe. Gleason. You've been saved. How did it happen?
I don't know, Kent. Gleason can tell you better than I.
I don't know much either. We were down there for what seemed like hours. The oxygen was almost gone, and suddenly we heard a faint tapping.
Tapping? From outside the bathysphere?
I guess so. Next thing we knew, we were slowly floating upward. And here we are.
Well, we've had some miracles on this trip, but this tops them all.
And Kent, we have the gold.
What?
All of it.
Say, that's great.
Oh, I think what we all need most is a good night's sleep. We leave everything just as it is until morning.
Yes, but what about the gold, Professor? It won't all fit into the ship's safe.
Well, leave it in the bathysphere until morning. Go on, Kent. Gleason.
Take my arm.
We need it.
But even as peace and quiet settle over the ship, riding at anchor 50 yards off the rocky shore, Pete Escobar and his henchman Carlos, who have followed the ship to Octopus Bay, push off in a rowboat with muffled oars, slip silently over the now calm surface of the bay in the direction of the Juanita.
Quiet, Carlos. You must not hear us. This time we cannot fail.
It still puzzles me, Escobar, how they escaped the storm.
What difference does it make? This way is easier. We know they have the gold on board. Through the binoculars, we saw them bring up Thorpe's diving bell. The gold is still in it, waiting for us.
It will be good to touch it with my hands. Very good.
Soon, Carlos, soon. Now, easy. Come close. Swing around so I can grab that line hanging over them. That's enough. I have it. Now, those sacks. Take them and we'll climb aboard.
Suppose there is someone on watch.
You have your knife?
See?
And you will use it. Come on. Can't you climb this rope without kicking the side of the ship? Now there. Keep low, Carlos. And follow me.
Go ahead.
Now, see? There is the diving bell. Then it is the gold. You stay here outside. I will hand it out to you. Put it into the sacks.
Yes, Escobar.
Make no sound. Come on. Pronto. Here we are. Even the door to the bathysphere is open. Prepare the sacks, Carlos, and keep watch if anyone comes.
See?
I will go in after the gold.
Wait, Escobar. Someone is come.
Get down.
See?
It's Maddox, captain of the Juanita.
There is someone reaching.
Professor Thorpe.
Escobar, they are coming toward us.
Keep that knife ready.
Incidentally, you haven't seen the Spanish gold, have you?
No, sir, I haven't.
Well, come over here. I'll show it to you.
Oh, fine, Professor, fine.
Get ready, Carlos. Get ready.
Unaware that Pete Escobar and his henchman Carlos are crouching in the shadowed darkness of the bathysphere, Professor Thorpe and Captain Maddox approach to look at the gold doubloons brought up from the bottom of the sea. Will their eyes ever feast upon the precious Spanish treasure, or is this the end? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Now Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth resolved to lend his amazing physical powers to the fight for truth and justice. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. When Kent accompanied Professor A.B. Thorpe, middle-aged inventor of a new deep-sea diving bell, to the Caribbean Sea in search of a sunken Spanish gold treasure, he never anticipated running into so much varied adventure. But finally, the $2 million gold hoard was brought up from the bottom of the sea and placed on board Professor Thorpe's ship, the Juanita. As our story continues today, it is after midnight, and the Juanita is riding at anchor under a moonless sky. Two men have rowed out from the rocky shore, and at this very moment are crouched on deck with sharp steel-bladed knives clutched in their hands. One of them is Pete Escobar, a half-breed who has known about the Spanish gold for a long time and has come to steal it. The other is his henchman, Carlos, a thin-lipped, sallow-cheeked desperado. As they wait, hiding behind the huge steel diving bell in which the gold is stored, Professor Thorpe, unable to sleep due to excitement, approaches, accompanied by Captain Maddox, skipper of the Juanita. Listen.
I've forgotten completely that you hadn't seen the gold we brought from that sunken Spanish ship, Captain Maddox. In the excitement, it just slipped my mind.
Well, that didn't bother me, Professor. All I was interested in was getting you and the diving bell up from the bottom after that hurricane hit us.
Well, you'll see the gold now. $2 million worth of Spanish doubloons. A king's ransom, Maddox. Enough to make my dream of building a scientific institute dedicated to the betterment of mankind become a reality.
Well, we've certainly gone through enough to get it, sir. And the sooner we carry it back to America, the better I'll like it. I've had the feeling all along that we haven't heard the last of that half-breed Escobar.
Pete Escobar?
Yes.
Oh, he won't bother us again. Remember, we left him floundering round in the harbor back at Manau.
Yes, I remember, but... Wait a minute. You hear that peculiar noise?
No. No, I don't hear a thing. Except the creaking of the boat.
Like something banging up against the ship's port side? Hear it?
No.
Listen, it sounds like a rowboat moored to our boarding ladder. Now take a look.
Oh, don't bother with that now, Maddox. I want to show you the gold.
Yes, but if it's either of our small boats, Professor, it shouldn't be there. Well, if it isn't one of ours,
then... You can investigate later, Maddox. Let me show you the treasure, and then I'll go below again and try to get some sleep.
All right.
Have your flashlight?
Yes, right here.
All right, snap it on.
Now, Carlos.
Look out, Professor.
They're down, both of them. Good work, Carlos. Now, quickly, the gold in the bathysphere into the sack. Someone else may come.
Yes, Commander. These boxes have much gold in them, eh?
5, 6, 7, 8. Only 2 more. Here they are. Now, you take one sack and I take the other. Quickly. Get down into the rowboat, Carlos. I will lower the sacks to you.
Hey. I am ready, Escobar.
Diablo. They're heavy. You have that one? Here is the other.
I have it.
Now hold the rowboat steady while I come down. Take the oars, Carlos. Row as you have never rowed before.
I have it, Escobar. Gold.
See, Carlos. $2 million worth of it. $2 million.
It's just a shoulder wound and not very serious, Professor Thorpe. I'll wash it out and bandage it up. Let me have that warm water, Sailor.
How is Maddox, Kent? Was he hurt badly?
Yes, I'm afraid so. He's still unconscious. I took the liberty of ordering the Juanita to sail from Manau Harbor at once. Captain Maddox needs medical attention.
You did the right thing, Kent.
There we are.
Oh.
Now, the wound is washed out. Now I'll bandage it up for you.
Kent, is all the gold gone?
All of it, Professor. I still don't understand why you didn't shout for help. I was only dozing in my cabin.
There wasn't time. Just as Maddox flashed his light, Escobar leaped up from behind the diving bell, followed by another man, and they both had knives.
You're sure it was Escobar?
Positive. I saw his face clearly, just before he stabbed me.
How did they get on board?
Probably in the rowboat Maddox had banging against the ship's side. He wanted to investigate, but I restrained him. If he had found the rowboat, it never would have happened. I have only myself to blame.
Oh, come now, Professor. That's no way to look at it.
It's true, Kent. Not only have I lost the gold, but you say Maddox is seriously injured. He may die. If he does, his blood will be on my hands. Tell the first mate to pile the steam on, to push the Juanita as fast as she'll go.
Okay, Professor.
We've got to get Maddox to a doctor before it's too late. Before it's too late.
With the captain's life hanging by a thread, the staunch little ship plows across the vastness of the Caribbean Sea, heading for the nearest port, Manau Harbor. In the meantime, back in the offices of the Daily Planet, Editor Perry White, worried at not having heard from Kent and unable to reach the Juanita by radio, has assigned another reporter, Bill Wentworth, to locate the missing boat. Overhearing Editor White's instructions to Wentworth, Jimmy Olsen, young Daily Planet copy boy and staunch admirer of Clark Kent, stows away aboard the plane Bill Wentworth charters for the trip. We find them now in the room of a small hotel in Manau Harbor.
Operator, have you put through my call to Mr. Perry White at the Daily Planet?
Please, Mr. Wentworth, don't tell Mr. White. I didn't mean anything by it.
Not much you didn't. Sneaking on board the plane and not showing yourself until we landed in Manau Harbor. A very pretty trick.
All right, maybe it was a trick, but I had to do what I had to, Mr. Wentworth. When I heard Mr. White tell you Clark Kent was missing, I couldn't stay behind. Clark's a friend of mine, and I give up my life for him.
All right. Operator, cancel that call. Now stop bawling like a baby, Jimmy. I won't call Mr. White.
Gee, Mr. Wentworth, you're swell.
No, I'm just a soft-hearted fool. If I wasn't, I'd ship you back home on the first boat. However, I'm going to let you stay until we locate Kent and Professor Thorpe. On one condition.
I'll do anything you say.
All right. Now, this is the condition. You are never to leave my sight no matter what happens. Is that clear?
Absolutely, Mr. Wentworth.
And don't call me Mr. Wentworth. My name is Bill.
Okay, Bill. What do we do first?
Well, I got some information from the chief of the harbor police. The Juanita left here for an undisclosed destination 3 days ago and hasn't been heard from since.
Oh, 3 days isn't such a long time, is it?
Well, not ordinarily. There was a hurricane out at sea yesterday.
Oh.
The Juanita is only a small boat, you know. I think the best thing we can do is charter another boat and go out looking for her.
Yeah.
Well, finding her is 100 to 1 chance, but it's worth a try.
Mr. Wentworth.
Huh?
I mean, Bill, there's something I don't quite understand. Why did Clark Kent go on this trip with that professor?
Well, according to the story in the papers, Thorpe planned to study deep-sea forms of marine life in his new bathysphere, a diving bell.
That's what I thought, but isn't it true?
No, it isn't. Thorpe was searching for a treasure in Spanish gold, a $2 million treasure at the bottom of the sea.
No wonder it was such a secret.
Well, that's what worried Perry White, Jimmy. He had an idea someone else was in on the secret. Well, let's not waste any time. The quicker we get a boat, the quicker we can get on the way. Come on.
This looks like the place, Bill. Didn't that man say the Paradise Cafe?
Yes, and he said we could hire a boat from a man named Pete Escobar. Maybe you'd better wait outside, Jimmy. This joint looks tough.
But you made me promise never to be out of your sight.
Okay, kid, you win. Come on. We'll ask the bartender.
Okay.
Can you tell me where I can find Pete Escobar?
Como?
I'm looking for Pete Escobar. I want to hire a boat, and I understand he owns one.
In the back room, you find Escobar.
Well, thanks. Follow me, Jimmy.
Right behind you, Bill.
I can't say I like the looks of the cutthroats hanging around this dive. You stick close to me.
I will.
Here's the door. Mr. Escobar?
Who told you to come in here?
Oh, the bartender. I want to hire a boat. The man down at the dock said you had one for hire.
Who are you?
Well, my name is Wentworth, and this is my friend Jimmy Olsen.
Oh.
Now, come on in, Jimmy.
Okay.
Close the door.
I don't hire my boat anymore. What you want it for? Fishing?
No, we just thought we'd take a little cruise for a few days.
We're going to look for a ship called the Juanita. A friend of ours is on it, and we
Jimmy.
want to...
Oh. So you're looking for the Juanita, huh? You have a friend on the Juanita.
Oh, boy, just fooling. We don't care about the Juanita. We just want to take a cruise.
I see. You just want to take a cruise. It's too bad my boat is not for hire.
Yes, we're sorry. Well, thanks just the same. Come on, Jimmy.
Oh, wait, I'm tying my shoe. There, it's tied.
Come on.
Okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Escobar.
Adios.
Hurry. Hurry, Jimmy. The quicker we get out of here, the better.
You bet.
Follow me to the street.
Okay.
Walk fast, Jimmy. Right back to the hotel.
I got something to tell you. It's important.
And I've got plenty to tell you, young man. You never should have mentioned the Juanita. Suppose Professor Thorpe has already found the gold and is headed back here. We don't want any of these natives hanging around the ship.
If Professor Thorpe did find the gold, then he hasn't got it now.
What do you mean, Jimmy?
Here, stop under the streetlight. Remember when I said I was tying my shoe?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't at all. I was picking something up from under the table Escobar was sitting at.
What was it?
I got it right here in my hand. Look.
Good heavens. It's a gold doubloon. Dated 1784.
That's right, an old Spanish gold piece.
Jimmy, I think you've stumbled onto something.
Yes, sir.
Escobar must have the treasure Professor Thorpe was after. No wonder he looked so funny at us when you mentioned the Juanita.
Do you think he's trying to make trouble for us, Bill?
Jimmy, it's hard to... Wait. Look. Those two men who just came out of the cafe.
Yes, sir. They act like they're looking for somebody.
Jimmy, they're looking for us.
They see us, Bill. They're coming after us.
You're right, Jimmy. Come on. Run.
Right.
Run.
What good will the old Spanish doubloon do, even as a clue to the disappearance of the Juanita? Now that Pete Escobar, because of Jimmy's slip, knows the two Americans are Clark Kent's friends. How can they escape Escobar's killers? And in the meantime, what of the Juanita nearing Manao Harbor? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of sunken Spanish gold with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now Superman, strange visitor from another world who has come to Earth resolved to dedicate his amazing physical powers to the never-ending fight for truth and justice. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered newspaper reporter. Kent had accompanied Professor A.B. Thorpe, inventor of a new deep-sea diving bell, on a voyage to the Caribbean Sea in search of a fabulous sunken Spanish gold treasure. When he failed to communicate with his paper, The Daily Planet, editor Perry White became worried and sent Bill Wentworth, another reporter, down by chartered plane to investigate. Hidden aboard the plane was Jimmy Olsen, Daily Planet copy boy and friend of Clark Kent. In Manau, the port from which Professor Thorpe's ship, the Juanita, had sailed, Bill Wentworth and Jimmy tried to hire a boat to search for the missing Juanita. By a strange twist of fate, they were led to Pete Escobar, a half-breed who had been the cause of all the Juanita's troubles. Jimmy let slip why they wanted a boat, and Escobar refused to rent them his. Before leaving Escobar's hangout, a back room at the Paradise Cafe, Jimmy found an old Spanish coin on the floor. On the street, he and Bill Wentworth examined it, were convinced it was part of the professor's sunken gold treasure. They were about to return to question Escobar when two men came out of the cafe and started after them. In the meantime, the Juanita, leaking and battered from the hurricane, is slowly making her way towards Manau. As our story continues today, we find Clark Kent and Professor Thorpe conversing on deck. Listen.
The first mate says we'll be picking up the Manau lighthouse within the hour, Professor.
The sooner the better, Kent. How's Captain Maddox?
He's still unconscious. That stab wound he got when Pete Escobar and his henchmen came on board the Juanita was pretty deep. The wound in your shoulder seems to be healing up pretty well.
Yes, I'm all right. But I'm worried about Maddox. Unless we reach Manau soon, it may be too late.
We're going as fast as we can, Professor. Incidentally, I never did really understand what happened last night.
Well, you remember that after the bathysphere shot to the surface with Gleason, myself, and the gold treasure inside it, you, Captain Maddox, and the crew hoisted it on board.
Yes. And then you suggested that everyone turn in. I recall the gold was left right in the bathysphere.
Yes, that's right. Well, along about midnight, unable to sleep, I came up on deck and found Captain Maddox.
Uh-huh.
We chatted a few minutes, and then I offered to show him the Spanish gold. As we drew near the bathysphere, Escobar and his partner jumped out from behind the diving bell and attacked us with knives. And that's all I remember.
I'm sorry I wasn't there with you, Professor.
What good would that have done? 2 men with knives were a match for a dozen who were unarmed.
Well, you can't tell. I might have been able to hold them off.
Well, there's no sense in discussing it now. It's all over. The gold is gone, and Maddox lies at death's door. I've been a failure, Kent. A horrible failure.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Professor.
I'm afraid it was, Kent. I should have dealt severely with Escobar and his gang when they first attacked us in Manau Harbor and tried to steal the bathysphere. I shouldn't have let them escape.
Well, we all make mistakes.
I know, but this escape was a costly one. $2 million in gold. And possibly a man's life. I have nothing more to live for, Kent. If my dream of building a scientific institute that would work for the betterment of mankind shattered into a million fragments, all I am is an old, useless man.
Oh, that's not true, Professor Thorpe.
I'm afraid it is. This is my last chance to achieve success, and I missed it.
Oh, maybe you haven't. Oh, it's time for me to go down and look at Captain Maddox.
I'll go with you.
All right.
Kent, do you think there's any hope for him?
I don't know. He's lost a lot of blood, but if we can get him to a doctor... Is the one in Manau?
Yes.
Oh, here's his cabin.
Kent, look at him in his face. He's as pale as a ghost. What's happened?
His pulse is very weak. Seems to be slipping fast.
Oh, Kent, what can we do?
We're an hour from the lighthouse. How far from the harbor?
2 hours at least.
Professor, you'd better go up on deck. I'll take care of Captain Maddox.
But how?
Never mind. Just go up on deck. You're looking pale yourself. Go on.
All right, but I don't know what you think you can do.
Well, you just leave it to me. Now that he's gone, I'll see what I can do.
Not as Clark Kent, but as Superman. 2 hours to Manau Harbor. Poor Maddox will never last that long. It's a matter of minutes now. Somehow I've got to get off this ship with him and not be seen. Be taking a desperate chance in broad daylight, but life and death hang in the balance. Well, here goes. Up with him gently. There we are. Now to reach the starboard deck without being spotted by one of the crew. Easy. Easy. So far, so good. Only a few more steps to go. Now, here's the deck. A split second to reach the rail, and then off. Oh, no, wait. Someone's coming. A sailor. Oh, it was a little too close for comfort. I'll wait until he gets behind the deck house, and then the coast will be clear. Now. Up. Up. And away!
Red cloak streaming in the wind, Superman wings like a giant bird for the distant town of Manaus, while the shadow of death hovers above him, threatening at any moment to steal the last breath of life from the unconscious body of Captain Maddox. In the meantime, a man and boy race wildly through Manaus' narrow streets and finally stumble exhausted into their room at the Waterfront Hotel.
Slam the door, Jimmy. Lock it.
You bet I will. Thought sure they were going to get us, Bill.
We're not done with them yet. Here, pile those chairs up against the door.
Right. You think they'll try to break in?
I wouldn't put anything past those half-breeds. Here, help me with this table.
Okay. It's all my fault, isn't it? If I hadn't mentioned the Juanita, everything would have been all right.
Oh, forget it. What's done is done. Listen.
Someone's coming up the stairs.
Don't move.
They're trying to get in.
Open the door, Americano.
Don't answer.
Open, Americano.
Jimmy.
Yeah?
Slip over to the window quietly. That's fine. Now help me raise it.
All right.
Gently. Take it easy. That's it. That's the stuff. Oh, let him bang. That won't get him anywhere. Let's see whether we can climb out and down to the street.
Send them climb down on. No drain pipe. Nothing.
I'm afraid you're right. We'll just have to sit here and wait. I'd give my right arm for a gun.
We make plenty trouble, Americano.
Let them talk. Words can't hurt us. Well, I guess you're sorry now you're stowed away on that plane, eh, Jimmy?
Oh, no, I'm not. I like excitement. But when Clark Kent and I were up my aunt's place...
Wait a minute. They're going down the stairs.
You think they've given up?
Not if I know half-breeds. We'd better close the window and draw the shade.
Okay. What do you think they're going to do, Bill?
There's no telling. By the way, have you still got that gold coin you picked up at the cafe?
Oh, yeah. Here it is.
Dated 1784. Yes, there's no question about it, Jimmy. This is one of the doubloons from the sunken treasure Professor Thorpe was after.
Then Escobar has got the treasure.
Well, it looks that way.
How did he get it?
He probably stole it off the Juanita. Jimmy?
Yeah?
If anyone knows the fate of that ship and the people on board her, it's that greasy half-breed. And we've got to do our level best to get out of here and worm the truth out of him.
What's that?
A stone hurled through the window pane. Here it is on the floor.
Look, there's a message tied around it.
Yeah, and it's written in Spanish. Maybe I can translate it. Let's see. This is a last warning. Unless you give up, it will death your be... Oh, no, that's not quite right. Now, unless you give up, death will be your end. Well, it means the same thing.
Do you think they mean it?
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. If Escobar has done anything to Kent or Professor Thorpe, he's got to get rid of us. Because he knows that sooner or later we'll track him down.
It's all my fault. I told him we were looking for the Juanita.
Oh, don't be silly. Now, listen to me.
Yeah?
In case anything happens, anything serious, get to a telephone as fast as you can and call Mr. White.
But if anything happens, it'll happen to me, too.
Oh, no, they won't bother you. You're just a kid. Now, remember, get to a phone in a hurry. Call Mr. White and tell him everything. If necessary, he'll see to it that an American battleship loaded with Marines is sent down here.
Another message, Bill.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Well, this one is short and sweet. You have 1 minute to give up. Well, that's generous of them. Jimmy,
Huh?
I forgot the telephone. Operator. Operator.
You can call the police, Bill.
Operator. Operator. No, they're not that dumb. The wires have been cut. For a moment, I thought that there was a way out. How much of our minute is left?
30 seconds on my watch.
Well, a lot can happen in 30 seconds. Anyway, I think it's just a bluff.
You do, really?
Of course. After all, it's broad daylight. They don't dare pull anything.
Something's choking my throat up. Hey, smell it, Bill?
Smoke.
Bill, you don't think that
Oh,
they'll...
take it easy, kid. Take it easy. Don't lose your head. It's smoke, all right. But where's it coming from?
Look, the cracks in the floor over in the corner.
Yeah, you're right. The floor's getting hot. That means they've done it, the rats.
You mean set the place on fire?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Or maybe it's just a smoke bomb or a smudge to scare us out. We'll wait and see.
getting worse, Bill.
Hey, stay close to the floor. Put a handkerchief over your mouth. If it's just smoke, we can stand it. The window pane is broken and we're getting air.
What's that crackling sound, Bill?
Kid, I'm afraid it's more than just smoke. They weren't bluffing. The place is on fire. Get through the window.
Right.
Oh, we don't dare jump. It's a good 100 feet to the ground.
What about the bed sheets? Couldn't we tie them together?
Oh, there's only 2 of them. They're not long enough.
What do we do, Bill?
Let's see if we can get through the door. Come on. Help me move this stuff.
Right. Chairs out of the way. There we are.
Now stand back and I'll open the door.
Okay.
Oh, not a chance. That hall is an inferno. There's only one thing left, Jimmy. We've got to give up. I'll yell out the window.
Hey! We give up! We give up!
Didn't they answer? Where are they?
Oh, gone, I suppose. They wouldn't hang around after setting a place on fire. Jimmy, look out! The door's coming in. It looks like we're trapped, Jimmy. Trapped.
Trapped by Escobar's hired desperados in a tiny hotel room, Jimmy Olsen and Bill Wentworth are helpless to save themselves from the roaring inferno that soon will turn the wooden building into smoldering ashes. How will Superman, winging his way towards Manaus, be of help in snatching them from disaster? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers beyond the belief of mortal men, and who fights for truth and justice disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. As you remember, Kent accompanied Professor A.B. Thorpe, inventor of a new bathysphere diving bell, to the Caribbean Sea to find a sunken Spanish gold treasure. Despite a hurricane that almost spelled disaster, the treasure, $2 million in gold, was brought up from a depth of 300 feet, only to be stolen by Pete Escobar, a half-breed desperado, who attacked Thorpe's ship, the Juanita, in the dead of night and seriously wounded Maddox, the captain. In the meantime, unknown to Kent, Bill Wentworth, a Daily Planet reporter, and Jimmy Olsen, the paper's copy boy, are in Manaus searching for him. At the moment, they are trapped in their hotel room by Escobar's men, who set the wooden building on fire. Aboard the Juanita, headed for Manaus Harbor, Clark Kent decided Captain Maddox couldn't live unless he received medical attention at once. As Superman, he lifted the unconscious captain in his arms and flew with him to Manaus, miles away, where he finally found a doctor. We join him now in the doctor's office. Listen.
Dr. Corraldo, is there any chance of saving Captain Maddox?
That is very difficult to tell. I will do my best.
Well, you've got to do everything in your power, Doctor. You've got to. Spare no expense.
Of course not, senor.
Do you want me to wait here?
That will not be necessary. Your friend will be given every attention.
All right. I'll be back then in about an hour. I've got to meet an incoming boat.
Adieu, senor.
Poor Maddox. Looks bad for him. Oh, why couldn't I have been up on deck when Escobar attacked him? It would have been a far different story to tell. Well, I suppose there's nothing to do but hope for the best. Hey. What's that red glow in the sky near the waterfront? It's like a building on fire. Why, it is. Maybe I can be of some help. Look at that thing blaze. Not a chance of saving it. Burn to the ground in 5 minutes. Hold on. There's someone trapped on the 3rd floor. I saw a face at the window. I'm sure I did. There's only one way I can reach whoever it is. As Superman. I'll duck around to the other end of the building away from the crowd.
There we are. Now, up the side. And through this window. Great Scott, it's blazing in here. Good thing fire doesn't bother me. Now, where would the room be? The room where I thought I saw the face of the window. Now, here's the hall. 3 doors leading off it. Have to try them all. Kick the doors in. Here goes. This room's empty. Well, try the next. Empty. Only one to go. Well, this door's already fallen in. This is the room. I'm too late. It's like the heart of a blast furnace. Great Scott, there is someone in the room. A man and a boy. Both unconscious. Another second and those flames will get to the... Why, Bill Wentworth of the Daily Planet. And young Jimmy Olsen. Got to get them out of here alive. It's the last thing I do. One under each arm. There we are. Now, back along the hall to the window where I came in before some of those falling timbers land on it. There we are. No time to raise the window. Have to kick the rest of the glass through. There, that does it. Now, outside. And up. Up. And away.
All right, come on, Jimmy. Another glass of water.
Oh, Mr. Kent, that's all I've been doing. Drinking water. My insides are floating.
Well, you know what Dr. Corralo said. Plenty of liquid. Being exposed to those hot flames so long dehydrated you.
What does that mean?
Well, when you've been dehydrated, most of the water is gone from your body. And the human body must have water to live. So down the hatch with it, young fellow.
Okay.
That's it.
That's the last glass I'll drink. I feel all right, Mr. Kent. Say, how's Bill Wentworth?
Well, he got a few bad burns on his hands and legs, but he'll be all right in a day or two. Now then, suppose you take a deep breath and tell me everything that happened before you were caught in that hotel fire.
First, I want to know how we got out.
Oh,
Last thing I remember, the door fell in and the room filled up with fire.
Oh, never mind about that. What were you doing in the hotel in the first place?
Pete Escobar's men chased us up there from the Paradise Cafe.
Yes?
I told you how we went to the cafe to hire Escobar's boat.
Uh-huh.
And how I found that Spanish gold piece on the floor.
Yes, but how did Escobar know that you were connected with the Juanita and Professor Thorpe?
Oh, well, that was my fault. I told him we wanted the boat to look for the Juanita.
Oh. Are you sure, Jimmy, that the gold piece you found was an old Spanish doubloon?
Positive. Bill Wentworth saw it, and he said it was.
Mm-hmm.
The date on it was 1784. Well, that makes it old enough, doesn't it?
Yep, it's part of Professor Thorpe's treasure, all right. Now we have to figure out a way to get it back from Escobar.
Well, I'll help you.
No, you won't.
Huh?
You got all the adventure you're going to have on this trip.
Oh.
Incidentally, young fellow, this is the second time you've stowed away on a plane. What do you think Mr. White's going to say when he finds out?
Oh, he won't find out if you don't tell him.
Oh, I see. Expect me to keep things undercover for you, huh?
Mm.
Well, I don't know. It all depends on how you behave from now on. If you stay out of trouble, I might be inclined to forget what happened.
Oh, Mr. Kent, you're swell.
Save the bouquets for later, Jimmy. Now, you stay right here at Dr. Corralo's house while I go down to the docks to meet the Juanita. She should be in soon.
Oh, please let me come along.
No, nothing doing.
Oh, please, Mr. Kent.
Oh, now, you're supposed to rest.
But I feel fine, really, I do.
Well, you sure?
Absolutely. Never felt better in my life.
Well, maybe it'll be safer to take you with me. At least I can keep an eye on you. Come along.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Remember now, Jimmy, if you get yourself into trouble again, it'll be the last time I ever do.
What happened, Carlos? It took a long time.
To start the fire, Escobar, take time.
The fire?
See, we chased them, the man and the boy, to the hotel.
So?
They would not come out of the room, so we burned them out like rats.
You mean the hotel caught on fire?
See, it was the accident. It's too bad the Americanos were on the third floor and could not come down.
Yes, it's very sad. Now there is only one left. Torres, the professor.
He will not bother us, Escobar.
One can never be sure. Pedro has come from the docks to tell me the Juanita has been seen rounding the lighthouse. Would not be safe for us if she came through the channel and anchored in Manao Harbor.
But what can we do? Darkness does not come for the 3 hours.
We do not need darkness, Carlos, for what I have planned. It can be done in daylight. You know the channel leading to the harbor.
She's very narrow, but deep.
Correct. Now, open that closet. What do you see inside, Carlos?
2, 3, 6. Why are they cannonballs with chains?
No, Carlos. They are not cannonballs. They are small underwater mines with which to blow up ships.
Mines? To blow up ships?
See, Carlos. And they are just right for the Juanita. Bring them out, but handle them gently.
Sure. What you do with them, huh?
The channel leading to Manaus Harbor is narrow, no? We will place the little mines across the channel so that when the Juanita comes through, she cannot miss them. But come, time is short. Here, I will carry four of them. Follow me out the back door.
There are people standing on the shore, Escobar. They will see us.
Who cares? They will think we are fishing. Slow down. Now, must be very careful, Carlos. I have set the firing pins on the mines. Do not shake them or they will go off and blow us to pieces. Slow down. We come to the channel.
There is the Juanita, Escobar. Offshore.
We must work fast. Stop the motor. Now, lift them up. One at a time. But be careful.
How many are left, Escobar?
3. You are doing well. Easy, easy. Now the last one. Bueno, Carlos. When she comes into the channel, the Juanita will have a surprise.
Start the motor, Escobar.
Don't be a fool. You want to hit one of the mines? Wait until the tide carries us away.
But the Juanita, Escobar, she's coming for the channel.
There is time, mi amigo. Plenty of time. She is still a mile away and moving slowly. All right. Now, start her up. Give her the gun, Carlos.
Mr. Kent, I never knew the Juanita was that big. Oh, she looks like an ocean liner.
Well, you wouldn't have thought so if you'd seen the way that hurricane tossed her around. But she's a sturdy little ship, all right. Any other boat would have broken in two. How's your eyesight, Jimmy?
Oh, pretty good.
Can you see anybody on deck?
Mm-hmm. There's a man standing at the rail on the left side.
Jimmy, I'm surprised at you talking about the left side of a boat. Huh? Why, there's no such animal.
Well, he is on the left side.
Ah, you mean the port side.
Oh, sure.
Now, can you see his face? Is he an elderly man with a white goatee?
Mm-hmm. I think he is.
Now, then it's Professor Thorpe. Will he be surprised to see me?
Say, how does the boat come into the harbor?
Why, through that narrow channel between those rock jetties over there.
Out there where the motorboat is?
Yes, that's right.
That motorboat had better get out of the way or the Juanita will hit it.
Oh, no, don't you worry, Jimmy.
Say, what's a motorboat doing out there in the channel anyway?
Oh, fishing or testing the depth of the water.
Say, one of them just dropped something overboard.
Huh?
I said one of the men in the motorboat just dropped something overboard.
Oh. Or probably just a channel marker.
Hey, look. The motorboat is moving away now. And the Juanita's moving, too.
Yep. She's heading right for the channel.
Yeah. Hey, do you think they'll get in there safely, Mr. Kent?
Oh, sure she can.
I don't know. That channel's awful narrow. I'd be kind of scared if I were on board that big, wide boat.
Scared, Jimmy? Oh, there's nothing in that channel to be scared of.
Nothing to be scared of. If only Clark Kent knew how wrong he was. But only Escobar and Carlos, watching the Juanita from a wooded cove far up the shore, know that 8 deadly underwater mines are strung across the channel, waiting to blow Professor Thorpe's ship sky high. What chance has Superman of saving the Juanita? What can he do standing on the dock in the guise of Clark Kent? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Look, it's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet. When Kent, as Superman, helped Professor A.B. Thorpe, elderly inventor of a new diving bell, bring up $2 million in gold from a sunken Spanish ship at the bottom of Octopus Bay in the Caribbean, he thought the adventure was over. But that night, a half-breed desperado named Pete Escobar and his henchman Carlos boarded the ship, stabbed Maddox, the captain, and stole the gold. With Maddox dying and in dire need of medical attention, Superman left the professor's ship, the Juanita, and brought the injured captain to Dr. Corraldo's house in Manaus. As our story continues today, Kent and young Jimmy Olsen, Daily Planet copy boy, are standing on a dock, watching the Juanita head for the narrow channel that leads into Manaus Harbor. Neither of them know that Pete Escobar and Carlos have planted underwater mines across the channel to blow Professor Thorpe's ship sky high. Listen.
What's she blowing for, Mr. Kent?
Oh, probably just to announce that she's coming into the harbor. Oh, say, now, remember, Jimmy, don't mention that hotel fire to Professor Thorpe.
Why is that so important?
Well, it's not terribly important, but I just don't want to add to Professor Thorpe's worries. After all, if he knew that you and Bill Wentworth were almost burned to death by Escobar and his gang, well, he'd feel as though he were responsible for it.
Well, that's silly. Mr. White sent us down to find you and the Juanita. We just ran into trouble right off the reel.
You mean Mr. White sent Bill Wentworth down? You smuggled yourself aboard the plane.
Oh, I'd rather forget that, if you don't mind.
I won't forget it unless you stay out of trouble from now on.
The Juanita's not far from the channel now. Certainly doesn't look like there's room enough for her to get through.
Jimmy, you're impossible at times. Why, there's room enough for 2 boats the Juanita's size and clear sailing right into the harbor.
Well, I hope so. Hey, Mr. Kent, look up the shore of that cove. Isn't that the motorboat we saw fooling around the channel?
Yes, what of it?
But the man kneeling in the bow of the boat. He's watching the Juanita through binoculars. What's he doing that for?
I don't know, Jimmy. You stay right here. I'll be back in a minute.
Where are you going?
I want to call Dr. Corraldo and find out how Bill Wentworth is.
Oh.
Don't move from that dock. There. Jimmy can't see me behind this building. It's a good thing he noticed that man in the motorboat peering through binoculars. There was one thing he didn't see that I did. The man is Pete Escobar.
I'll just change to Superman, sneak up to that cove, and find out what Escobar is up to. Luckily, there's nobody around to see me. Now, one quick dash, and I'll be in those woods along the shore. Here goes. There. That does it. I can hear them talking from here. That's Escobar, all right. The other one must be Carlos. I'll creep up a little closer.
Diablo, 60 times you asked me that, Carlos. Why should anything go wrong? Juanita's almost to the channel. Another few minutes.
Mines will explode.
Mines?
Of course they will explode. Did you not place them across the channel?
Escobar.
Mines strung across the channel. The Juanita only 100 yards from the entrance. I've got to work fast, no matter who sees me. Up, 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 and away! There's only one thing I can do. Dive into the water of the channel and set those mines off. The Juanita can't stop now. It's too late. Even I may be too late. There's no telling how many of the mines are floating underwater. Now, she's heading into the channel. Down, down. Now, where are those mines? Here's one. And another. Good thing they can't hurt me. That makes 4. Escobar didn't lie. They're strung right across the channel. 5, 6. Juanita's trying to stop, but she can't. The tide's carrying her in. Well, it looks like I cleaned them all out. No, I see 2 more. The ship's bearing right down on them. I'll have to dive under and get them quickly. There. That does it. Now the Juanita can dock safely.
Mr. Kent, where are you?
Here I am, Jimmy. What happened? I heard some explosions.
You never saw anything like it. The Juanita was just about at the channel when a man in a red cape and blue tights flew through the air, jumped into the water, and then things began to explode.
Jimmy, what are you talking about?
On my word of honor, Mr. Kent, the man in the red cape came out of nowhere. I was watching the Juanita when suddenly I saw him. Mr. Kent, do you think it could have been...
Who, Jimmy?
Superman.
Superman? Well, who's Superman?
Do you remember when Lois Lane was thrown out of an airplane by the yellow mask?
Yes?
She said a man in a red cape caught her in his arms and saved her.
Oh, Jimmy, you don't believe that sort of stuff, do you?
I tell you, I saw this with my own eyes. He was flying with his cape spread out like wings.
Sure you feel all right, Jimmy?
Oh, Mr. Kent, please believe me.
Well, we'll talk about it later, Jimmy. And Juanita's doctor.
Kent, is it you?
Hello, Professor.
All set, Collyer. Lower the gangplank.
Kent, man, I can't believe my eyes. What on earth happened to you? How did you get off the Juanita? Where's Captain Maddox?
I'll explain everything a little later, Professor. You must be tired now.
Tired? Why, I've been frantic with worry. And then on top of everything, to have those explosions at the channel and to see that man in the water.
You see, Mr. Kent, I was right. There was a man who drove into the water, and those explosions. You see?
Oh, Professor Thorpe, this is Jimmy Olsen, one of the copy boys in the Daily Planet.
Oh.
Perry White, my editor, evidently became uneasy because he couldn't locate us by radio, and he sent Jimmy and Bill Wentworth, a Planet reporter, down to find us.
Glad to meet you, Professor.
How do you do?
You did see Superman, didn't you?
I don't know what I saw, son. For the last 2 weeks, all I've been seeing are horrible, ghastly, unbelievable things.
You said you saw him in the water when you heard the explosions. You said
Jimmy,
you did.
Professor Thorpe is tired. Don't bother him with that now.
Kent, what about Maddox? Is he dead?
No, Professor. He's going to recover.
Oh, good.
He's at the doctor's house. So is Bill Wentworth. He had a little accident.
Kent, you've got to explain all this to me. My head is whirling like a top.
I think the best thing to do is to go to Dr. Corraldo's house. Then you can see for yourself that Captain Maddox is on the road to recovery.
Anything you say, Kent, but I must have an explanation before I go mad.
Oh, you'll get it, Professor. Come on, Jimmy. Get on over to Dr. Corraldo.
But even as Clark Kent leads Professor Thorpe and Jimmy Olsen to the doctor's house, the sinister, shadowy figure of Carlos follows them through Manao's dark, narrow street. Minutes later, he returns to the back room of the Paradise Cafe, where Pete Escobar maintains headquarters.
Well, you found something, Carlos?
Sí, Escobar. They'll go to the casa of El Doctor Corraldo, El Medico.
How many of them?
3. 2 men and the boy. I do not understand how the boy escaped the fire.
This time, none of them will escape. What I do not understand is the mine going off and the man who flew like a bird. Maybe I'm going crazy.
Oh, no, Escobar. I saw this man, too.
Maybe we are both crazy. We shall see. Now, listen to me. I've written a message. You have Pedro deliver it to them at Corraldo's house. They do not know Pedro. He is to leave it in return. And is to watch out that he is not followed. Understand?
Yes, Escobar. What is this message?
Never mind. It's written on the paper in English. Find Pedro and have him delivered. Pronto.
Yes, Escobar.
Another cup of tea, Professor?
No, thank you, Kent. Now, continue with your story. When I left you in the cabin with Maddox, he seemed to be sinking fast from the knife wound Escobar gave him.
Yes, and I realized every minute counted if his life was to be saved. I heard a speedboat coming along, and I rushed up on deck and hailed it.
Speedboat? I saw no boat.
Oh, it was there, all right. Well, I got Captain Maddox on board, and we raced into the harbor. There wasn't time to let you know we'd gone.
Kent, it sounds like something to dream, but if you tell me that's what happened, I must believe it. After all, you were waiting on the dock for the Juanita, and Maddox is here at the doctor's house recovering from the knife wound, so your story must be true. Tell me, what about the gold?
Escobar has it. Jimmy proved that when he found one of the coins.
I found it under the table in the back room of the Paradise Cafe.
I don't suppose we'll ever get it back. Well, we can't.
We're going to make a good attempt, Professor.
Appealing to the authorities won't do us any good. That much I can tell you. If they do manage to take it away from Escobar, they'll confiscate it.
Yeah, I figured as much. I'm afraid we'll have to tackle Escobar ourselves.
No. I know where you can find him. At the Paradise Cafe.
Yes, Jimmy, we know.
No, but Kent, he is dangerous. He stopped at nothing. That murderous attack on Maddox and myself.
Yes, and setting the hotel on fire.
Jimmy...
Fire? What was that?
Nothing, Professor. Look, I think you and I had better go back to the Juanita and see that everything's shipshape, huh? And then we can discuss some way of recovering the gold. You stay here, Jimmy.
Oh, let me come.
I said you stay here. And practice remembering a few things. Come on, Professor.
Kent, do you really think we have a chance?
Oh, gee, I couldn't help it if I forgot I wasn't supposed to talk about the fire. No, I suppose you won't let me do anything. Oh, hang it all. I wish I knew what really happened with those explosions in the water. I'm sure I saw a man in a red cape fly out to the channel and dive in. I bet it was the Superman who saved Lois Lane. Boy, I'd like to meet him sometime. Oh. You want to see the doctor?
No, I got a message for Professor Thorpe.
Message for Professor Thorpe? Oh, I'll take it. Thank you. Maybe it's important. I better open it. Yep. Yeah. Holy jumping Willikins. Look what this says. Professor Thorpe, if you want to get your gold back, go to the cave behind the cemetery. The gold is hidden there. I tell you this because I am an enemy of Pete Escobar. Wow, what a chance to show Clark Kent I can do things on my own. I'll go to the cave, get the gold, and bring it back here. The cave behind the cemetery. All I've got to do is find out where the cemetery is. I'll sneak out and be back before they are. And won't Clark Kent be surprised?
Is Jimmy walking into danger? Or will he be smart enough to recognize Pete Escobar's trap? The trap set for Professor Thorpe and Clark Kent. Don't forget to tune in the next thrilling episode of this exciting story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Look, it's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers never before dreamed of by mortal man, and who fights a constant battle for truth and justice, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. Thus far, Kent's expedition to the Caribbean Sea with Professor Thorpe, gray-haired inventor of a new deep-sea diving bell, has been disastrous. Although they found the $2 million in sunken Spanish gold Professor Thorpe was after, it was stolen from them by a half-breed desperado named Pete Escobar. As our story continues today, Escobar still has the gold and is making one final attempt to wipe out Kent and Professor Thorpe by luring them to a secret hiding place. Unfortunately, the message Escobar sent fell into the hands of young Jimmy Olsen, copy boy on the Daily Planet. And at the moment, Jimmy is on his way to the hiding place alone. In the meantime, Kent and Professor Thorpe are returning from the waterfront, where they had gone to inspect the professor's ship, the Juanita, both unaware that Jimmy is stepping into a dangerous trap. Listen.
I still don't quite understand, Kent, what that boy Jimmy is doing here in Manaus.
Jimmy Olsen?
Yes.
Oh, well, he doesn't really belong here. You see, when Perry White, the editor of my paper, couldn't reach us by radio, well, he naturally became worried.
Yes, of course.
So he sent Bill Wentworth, another reporter, down here by plane to check on our whereabouts. Well, Jimmy, the little devil, stowed away on the plane. Right? Here he is.
Oh. And what about Wentworth?
Well, I told you, Professor, but you've probably forgotten.
What?
He's at Dr. Corraldo's house recuperating from a little accident.
Well, that means we have two patients at the doctor's house. Captain Maddox and your reporter friend.
Yes, that's right. Well, they're both coming along nicely. Yeah, now if we can only figure out some way of getting that Spanish gold back from Escobar, this trip may not be so unsuccessful after all. I think... Oh, say, here we've walked past Dr. Corraldo, 2 houses back.
Oh, so it is.
Yeah, I hope Jimmy's kept out of mischief. Here we are.
Kent, talking to you has given me renewed hope. I do believe we may yet recover that gold.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Professor.
Buenos dias, senores.
Oh, hello, Juan. Did the doctor return?
No, senor.
Where's Jimmy?
Where's the little boy, Juan? El muchacho.
Oh, he go out.
Out?
Si, senor.
All alone?
Si, senor.
Funny. All right, Juan. Thank you. Gracias.
Where do you think he went, Kent?
I don't quite know, Professor. I gave him explicit orders not to leave this house, and he knows the penalty for disobeying.
Well, he can't have gone far. Probably just to the corner. He'll be back soon. So, you can't keep a young active boy cooped up in a room indefinitely.
Oh, I know, but it's getting dark, and Manaus is a strange place. I don't quite like the idea of his being out alone.
Oh, come, Kent. Don't be too harsh with him.
Well,
Let's pay Maddox a visit and see how he's getting along. Come on.
I won't feel easy, Professor, until Jimmy comes back. Shouldn't have gone out alone.
And well may Clark Kent feel uneasy, for at this very moment Jimmy Olsen is climbing over the rocks behind the Manaus Cemetery, searching for the cave mentioned in Pete Escobar's luring message. The sun has already dropped below the horizon, and eerie gray shadows are creeping over the graveyard. Listen.
Oh, boy, I'm wondering. I don't know where that cave can be. It's pretty well hidden. Oh. Even if I do find it, I don't suppose I'll be able to carry the doll back. It's too heavy. Well, at least I can tell Clark Kent and Professor Thorpe where it is. I don't see anything that even looks like a cave. Wait. Yes, I do. Up ahead. This is it. The goal must be inside. Gee, it's dark in here. I should have brought a searchlight.
You won't need a searchlight.
Who's there?
Grab him, Carlos.
Hey, let me go. Let me go.
Carry him back, Carlos.
Let me go. I'll kill you.
Hurry up, Carlos. What you wait for?
Let me go. I tell you, let go of me.
Go ahead, yeah. Nobody hear you. Wait, Carlos. I open the door. Take him inside. Put him down.
You can't do this to me. I know you. You're Pete Escobar.
That's right.
You're the one who stole the gold from Professor Thorpe.
You know a lot of things, huh? Maybe too much.
I know that you're a crook and you better let me out of here.
Maybe you like it here. Nice room at the end of cave. With oil lamp.
You let me out, and my friends will take care of you.
Your friend. Not very brave, you friend. Standing cheated.
I'm not a kid, and they didn't send me. I came by myself.
You came to get the gold, eh? Look at it. In the corner there. Piled up in boxes. You would like to have it, no?
Go ahead, laugh. You'll laugh when Clark Kent gets after you.
Clark Kent, eh? I remember Clark Kent. I do not like him. Carlos, open the door.
What are you going to do?
We're going to leave you here with the gold while we go look for Clark Kent.
You can't do that.
Adios.
No.
Quick, Carlos. To the cafe.
Kent, for the love of heaven, stop pacing up and down the room. The boy will be here shortly.
It's been an hour since we returned. I can't stand this any longer. I'm going to look for him.
Where will you look?
I think if I can find Pete Escobar, I'll find Jimmy.
Kent, what are you saying?
I may be wrong, but it's worth a try. You stay here in case he comes back.
Kent, you're being foolhardy.
Don't worry about me, Professor. Maybe foolhardy for Clark Kent. But it isn't foolhardy for Superman. I'm convinced Escobar has something to do with Jimmy's disappearance. There's only one way to find out. From Escobar. He won't recognize me as Superman. My red cape and blue costume will take care of that. All right, Escobar. You asked for it. Up, and away! There's the Paradise Cafe, Escobar's hangout. I'll drop down the river and see whether he's in that back room. Yes, he's there, all right. I can see him through the window. His black-hearted henchman Carlos is with him. Well, I won't bother to knock. That back door lock looks flimsy. Who's that? Good evening, Escobar.
Who are you? What do you want?
Never mind who I am, and you know what I want.
Nobody makes joke with Escobar.
Get out. This is far from a joke. Where is the boy? Jimmy Olsen.
Who?
You know who, Escobar. The boy you tried to kill by setting fire to the hotel. Where is he?
What business is that of yours?
Unless I know in a hurry there's going to be trouble.
Never trouble for Escobar. Don't move.
You're wasting your time, Escobar. That gun in your hand doesn't frighten me.
Grab him, Carlos.
Look out, Carlos. I warned him.
For that, my friend, you die.
Not as simple as all that, Escobar. Tell me before I lose my temper and lay you out like I did Carlos. Where is the boy?
Listen. Earthquake.
What's that? Earthquake! Earthquake! Let me out! Hold on. You can't get away with a trick like that. All you're hearing is thunder. No, earthquake! Earthquake or no earthquake, Escobar. You stay right here until I find out where that boy is. Look! Miss Amy, she comes down! Great Scott, you're right. Look out! Oh, the entire roof collapsed. They're pinned under the timbers, both of them. I've got to get them out. Carlos is done for. But Escobar's still alive. Escobar, listen to me. Where is the boy? Tell me quickly.
Behind graveyard. Cave.
Where, Escobar? Where?
Behind graveyard. Cave.
He's gone. A cave behind a graveyard, eh? Wherever it is, I've got to find it before this earthquake makes it impossible to find anything. Up, and away! I can see the whole town from up here, but no graveyard. Wait. Yes, there it is. Faster! That looks like a cave beyond those rocks. Down! It is the entrance to a cave, but it's all blocked up. Got to work fast. If Jimmy's in there, he may be buried under tons of stone. Here goes. Oh, the quake certainly made a mess of things. There, I'm through and into the tunnel. Jimmy! Oh, I hear him. I'm coming, Jimmy! He's behind this heavy wooden door, locked in. Get away from the door, Jimmy. It's coming down.
Superman.
Quickly, Jimmy. No time to talk. You hear that rumble? It's an earthquake. Come on.
The gold. Professor Thorpe's gold there in the corner.
I'll take it. Run down the tunnel before it collapses. Quick, I'll follow you.
Okay.
I got the gold. Run faster, Jimmy. The tunnel's caving in behind us. Run.
Right. There's the tunnel up ahead.
Keep going, Jimmy. Don't trip on any rocks.
I won't.
We made it, Jimmy. We made it. We're out. Look at that tunnel. Flat as a pancake. But the earthquake seems to have stopped. Jimmy, what's the matter?
The luckiest boy in the world.
What makes you say that?
Me. Jimmy Olsen. Standing here talking to Superman. Gee. Do you always wear that red cape and the blue costume?
No, Jimmy. Not always.
You mean sometimes you wear ordinary clothes like other men?
That's right.
Then who are you? What's your real name?
I can't tell you that now, Jimmy. But someday you may find out. Now I think I'd better be going. Your friend Clark Kent is looking for you, and he'll be here in a few moments. Goodbye, Jimmy.
Goodbye, Superman.
What does Superman mean? Does he intend to reveal his double identity to Jimmy Olsen? To let Jimmy know he is Clark Kent? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow this exciting story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical abilities far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. When we last saw Kent, he had recovered Professor Thorpe's $2 million gold treasure from Pete Escobar, a half-breed desperado, and at the same time, as Superman, had rescued young Jimmy Olsen, Daily Planet copy boy, from death in an earthquake-shattered cave. As our story continues today, Professor Thorpe's ship, the Juanita, is being made ready for a trip back to the United States. While waiting for food and water to be loaded aboard, Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen are strolling along the sandy shore of Manaus Harbor, engaged in a serious conversation. Listen.
Go on with your story, Jimmy.
You won't believe it anyway.
No, I can't believe it or disbelieve it until I hear it. What happened after Escobar left you locked in that dungeon in the cave?
Well, I yelled myself hoarse and banged on the door until my hands hurt. It didn't do any good.
Uh-huh.
And the stone walls began to shake, and I thought sure I was a goner. Those walls were shaking like they were made of paper.
Well, the earthquake did that.
Whatever it was, I was plenty scared. Then, right in the middle of everything, I heard someone shouting for me. I thought it was you, but the next minute the door came crashing in, and...
And what, Jimmy?
You won't believe me. I know it sounds crazy, but it was him, all right.
Who, Jimmy?
Superman.
What?
I swear it was, Mr. Kent. He was wearing his blue costume and his red cape, and you could see his muzzle bulging out. See, he was swell.
Well, what did he do, Jimmy?
Well, he told me to run up the tunnel while he picked up all that gold and followed me. She just got out just in time. The whole cave went flat as a pancake.
I'd say you were pretty lucky.
Yeah, you bet. You know what he told me?
No, what?
Oh, guess this will sound silly, too, but Superman said someday I'll find out who he really is. You know, Mr. Kent, he doesn't always go around in that blue costume and red cape. Sometimes he dresses just like you and me. That's his disguise.
Well, I guess that means the Juanita's all loaded, Jimmy. We'd better get back.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. That's swimming on top of the water.
Huh? Oh, it looks like a small turtle.
Gosh, Mr. Kent, can I catch it and take it back home with me? I'll bet none of the kids in my block ever saw a turtle. It'll live, won't it?
I guess so. Here, I'll bring it in closer with this stick.
Okay.
Wait a minute. All right, there. Grab it, Jimmy, before it gets away.
I got it.
Okay.
Gosh, it's a funny-looking thing. Throws its head in the minute you touch it. See, at the top shell. It's like stone.
Yes, turtle shells are very hard. See the markings on it? They form a design.
Hey, this one's got a lot of scratches on the shell. Look.
That's funny. Let me see that turtle, Jimmy.
What's the matter?
These scratches, they look like they were done with a knife or a sharp stone.
Why would anyone want to carve up the shell of a turtle?
I don't know. But look at this. Isn't it a perfect letter H?
Yeah. There's an E next to it. An L, and I guess this is a P.
So what does that spell?
H-E-L. It spells help.
Exactly.
Oh, gee, the Juanita's blowing for us. Come on, let's hurry.
No, she'll have to wait now. This is getting interesting.
Huh?
There's some more scratches above the word help. See them?
Mm-hmm. Hey, they make words.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Now, let's see. This might be a D, an E, A, another D.
That spells dead.
Yeah, and then there's M, A, N. What does this look like?
S.
Yeah, you're right. M-A-N-S, man.
Dead man's what?
Oh, wait, there's more. I-S-L.
I-S-L? That doesn't spell anything.
Oh, yes, it does. It's an abbreviation for island. Jimmy, we've stumbled on something. There's a message scratched in the back of this turtle, a message that reads, Dead Man's Island, help.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Oh, it's simple enough. Someone is on Dead Man's Island and needs help.
But where is Dead Man's Island?
Oh, I don't know, but it must be around here someplace. Turtles don't travel far.
Either Juanita will leave without us, Mr. Kent. We better hurry.
I'm not going back on the Juanita, Jimmy. No, I'll put you on board, say goodbye to Professor Thorpe, and pay a visit to Dead Man's Island. There may be a swell story behind this plea for help. Someone is evidently in trouble.
I want to stay with you, Mr. Kent.
No, now, Jimmy, you go back to the Juanita. This may be dangerous.
But I found the turtle. Oh, please take me along, please, Mr. Kent.
No, all right. Suppose I'm making a mistake again, but I don't keep you with me, the chances are you'll get into more trouble.
Oh, gee, you're swell. Honest, you are.
All right, come on. I'll have to tell Professor Thorpe that Editor White cabled us to stay here in Manaus until further notice. Now, you hide that turtle and let me do all the talking.
Boy, looks like it's going to be plenty exciting. No, Mr. Kent, I don't believe Professor Thorpe believed that story about the cable.
Well, it doesn't matter much now. He's on his way to the United States, and we're on our way to Dead Man's Island.
Mm-hmm. Hey, do you think this old tub of a boat will hold out until we get there?
Well, I hope so. It's a long swim back to Manaus. 20 miles.
Couldn't you get a better boat?
No, not a chance. tried to hire a fishing boat to take us over, but the minute I mentioned Dead Man's Island, they all turned me down at any price.
The owners of the boat?
Yep. They refused to go anywhere near Dead Man's Island.
Why? What are they afraid of?
Well, I finally got the story out of one old fisherman who spoke fairly good English. It seems there's a curse on Dead Man's Island. Any boat that goes within 500 yards of it smashes up on the rocks. The water around the island is called the Sailor's Graveyard because so many men have lost their lives there.
Gosh, Mr. Kent, aren't we taking an awful chance?
Oh, I don't believe the story. Just native superstition. Certainly there can't be any curse on the island. That's nonsense.
Yeah, but what about the rocks?
Well, I checked that on a geodetic chart. There is a reef of rocks extending from the north end of the island. But they can be avoided. All the rest of the water around the island is deep and clear.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
No, neither do I. But we'll find out soon enough. I was lucky to be able to buy this old tub for $50. What's that crawling around on the bottom of the boat?
Oh, the turtle. I brought him along for good luck.
Motor stop. Oh, that's what you call good luck. I'd rather not have any of it.
Well, it wasn't the turtle's fault.
Of course not, Jimmy. I was just kidding. Now, let's see if we can get this motor started again.
Jesus, suppose it won't start.
Oh, it's got to start. She's choked up. I'll have to wait a few minutes.
Hey, Mr. Kent, is that the island over there? Dead Man's Island?
Yeah, looks like it. See the rock sticking up out of the water at the far end?
Yeah, I see them.
We'll give them a wide berth just to play safe.
It doesn't seem like anyone lives on the island. Looks deserted.
Well, maybe it is. Can't tell what's behind those trees in the center. You're not afraid, are you, Jimmy?
Afraid? Me?
Yeah.
Why should I be afraid?
Well, you shouldn't be, but you look a little pale.
Me? Pale? Oh, I don't know why.
Oh, forget it. Let's try the motor again. Here, you hold the gas throttle open, will you?
All right. What? He's running.
Yep. Now, you tell your turtle to keep his good luck to himself.
We're glad that motor started up again. It's getting dark.
We'll be on the island in 15 minutes.
What do you do if you find the island's deserted?
Oh, we'll spend the night on the beach and go back to Manaus in the morning. But I don't think it's deserted, Jimmy.
You think there are people on it?
I'm pretty sure of it. Someone scratched that message for help on the turtle's back. Someone who had no other contact with the outside world. Well, there's no sense guessing about it. We'll find out very shortly.
Hey, Mr. Kent, I thought you said you were going to steer clear of those rocks. We headed right for them.
What? Hey, Scott, you're right.
Yeah.
Hey, that's funny.
We're still headed for the rocks.
I know, but the rudder won't respond. Something's wrong.
What do we do?
Quick, throw that switch, Jimmy. Shut the motor off.
Right?
That
doesn't help. We're going just as fast, straight for the wrench.
Must be caught in a riptide.
Mr. Kent, what do we do?
Take it easy, Jimmy, now. You can swim, can't you?
A little.
No, don't get excited. Just keep your head. We're close to shore. Nothing serious can happen.
We're going faster. We're going to hit the wrench.
Jump, Jimmy! Jimmy, where are you? Disappeared. Oh, there he is. Sinking under the water. Must have struck his head or fainted.
This is where Superman takes over. Got him. Poor kid. Limp as a rag. He'll be all right once I get him to shore. Funny. Doesn't seem to be any tide here. Certainly not enough to drive that boat on the rocks. Something queer about that. Something I don't understand. Well, we'll see. Shallow enough to walk here. Oh, Jimmy's coming too. I'll just stretch him out here on the beach.
The rocks. We're going on the rocks.
It's all right, Jimmy.
The rocks a little bit down.
All right, Jimmy. This is Clark Kent. Wake up, boy.
Oh, where am I?
You're safe and sound on the beach.
Yeah, but we crashed on the rocks.
Yes, but you were thrown free. Now, just take it easy, Jimmy.
What happened, Mr. Kent? Why did the boat go on the rocks?
I don't know, Jim. I was wrong about being caught in a riptide. There wasn't any tide at all. And yet nothing could have stopped that boat.
Maybe that's how all the other boats went on the rocks. Maybe there is a curse on the island.
Well, just as soon as you're strong enough to walk, we'll investigate.
I'm all right now.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah, I'm all right. See, I can stand up.
Good boy. All right, we'll go through these woods and see what's in the center of this island. Stick close to me now.
Don't worry, I will.
That's the stuff. Here we go. Seems to be a path through the woods.
Yeah.
That means someone's on this island. See those footprints in the earth?
Yeah, I see them.
Yeah, they're fresh, too. Keep a sharp watch, Jimmy.
Hey, Hey, how are we going to get off the island without a boat?
Well, never mind that now. We'll manage somehow. Come on, follow me. Path's getting narrower.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Jimmy. Hear that?
Yeah. What is it?
I don't know. There it is again. Crouch down behind that bush, Jimmy. Don't move.
What can it be?
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Seems to be coming closer and closer.
What deep, dark mystery hangs over Dead Man's Island? A mystery that drives boats on the jagged rocks and brings weird, unearthly sounds out of the gathering dust. How will Superman solve it? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now Superman, strange visitor from another world, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as mild-mannered Clark Kent, star reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. As you remember, Kent and young Jimmy Olsen, Daily Planet copy boy, found a small turtle swimming in the shallow water of Manaus Harbor. Scratched on its shell was a message reading, Dead Man's Island, help. Kent discovered that Dead Man's Island was a small body of land 20 miles out in the Caribbean Sea. Unable to hire a boat, because the natives of Manaus thought the island was cursed, Kent bought an old one for $50, and he and Jimmy set out to answer the strange request for help. But as they neared the island, their boat went out of control and was wrecked on the rocks. Kent, as Superman, rescued Jimmy. And we find them both now crouched in the heavy underbrush on the island, waiting to see who or what is responsible for the weird, unearthly cries that suddenly knifed out of the darkening woods. Listen.
I don't hear it anymore, Mr. Kent.
Not so loud, Jimmy. Voices carry in the woods.
What do you think it was?
Probably an animal of some kind.
It didn't sound like an animal.
But it certainly wasn't a human voice. Jimmy, you're shivering. You frightened?
No. I'm not frightened. I was just thinking that maybe those fishermen back in Manaus were right. Maybe this island has got a curse on it. I've heard about places like that, Mr. Kent. I think I have.
Oh, that's nonsense, Jimmy. You mustn't believe things like that.
I know, but it isn't called Dead Man's Island for nothing.
Oh, that's just a name. Shh, wait. I think I hear someone coming.
There it is again.
Quiet, Jimmy. It's coming closer. Don't move a muscle.
Look, Mr. Kent.
Shh, quiet.
It was a woman with an eagle sitting on her shoulder.
That's not an eagle. It's a falcon, a trained hawk. Be quiet. You see, she's going down the path to the beach.
What's she gonna do?
Well, heaven only knows. Just keep your eyes on her. There, look. She stopped at the water's edge.
Now look. The hawk flew off her shoulder. Can't you see? It's circling over the water. Near those rocks.
Something queer about all this, Jimmy. Something mighty queer.
The hawk's flying down. Now he's on her shoulder again. She's coming back up the path.
You're right. Back toward us again. I think we'd better introduce ourselves to her, Jimmy. Maybe she can explain a few things about Dead Man's Island. Here she comes. Let me do the talking. Good evening.
Oh, Bolto, quiet. Quiet, you fool.
Your falcon seems upset.
Yeah, I don't like his looks either.
He does not like strangers. Quiet, Bolto. You come from the small boat that went on the rock?
Yes, we had a narrow escape. Nothing left of that boat now but splinters.
You must be tired and wet, you on the boy. Come with me. I will give you dry clothes. Come.
Well, this is very kind of you. Do you live on this island alone?
No. My brother is here. He is not well. But come. Soon it will be dark.
Tell me, are you and your brother the only people on the island?
Yes.
Must be lonely for you. Oh, by the way, I'm Clark Kent. My little friend here is Jimmy Olsen.
How do you do?
Well,
My name is Ilana. You came from Minaru?
yeah, I found a turtle. with
Jimmy
some-
wanted to do some turtle fishing, so we hired a boat. We sighted the island and thought we'd land and look around. And before we realized what was happening to us, we were on the rocks.
They are very dangerous, those rocks. Many boats have struck them. Strange, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Gee, that's your house up ahead? Big stone castle?
Yes.
Ah, it certainly is well hidden from the beach.
The trees grow high here on the island.
Excuse me, but could I ask a question?
Why not?
Your hawk. What was he looking for when he flew out over the water?
You ask strange questions for a little boy. He was looking for nothing. That is how I give him exercise.
Hawks don't usually fly over water, unless they're fish hawks.
Maybe this one does, Jimmy.
You will be careful of the steps. Some of them are cracked.
Oh. I must say it's very kind of you to take care of us this way.
It is nothing. Now here. Come in.
Thank you. Hey, this is a castle.
Just like you see in moving pictures. Boy, this looks even bigger from the inside than it does from on the outside.
I am sorry we have no servant. I will show you to our room upstairs. This way, please.
You say you and your brother live in this huge place all alone?
Yes. Do you think perhaps we are mad?
Well, no, but it's an enormous house, and it's rather unusual for only two people to be occupying it.
Perhaps you are right. This is your room.
Oh.
I will prepare some food and bring you dry clothes.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Kent, there's something funny about this place.
Get inside and close the door.
Right. What do you think it is?
I don't know, Jimmy. But whatever it is, we're right in the middle of it. You're liable to be sorry you ever found that turtle with a plea for help scratched on his back.
Yeah, I guess so. But, gee, Mr. Kent, do you think maybe they are crazy? That woman and her brother?
No. No, there's more to it than that. What puzzles me is this enormous stone house set down in the middle of a deserted island.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
And the trained hawk. She got mad when I asked her what the hawk was looking for.
Yes, she did. Well, there's only one thing we can do right now. Sit tight and await development. We may as well be as comfortable as we can while...
Wait. Someone's coming.
I'll open it. Oh, hello.
Here are some dry clothes. I will bring the food when it is ready.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very... Huh. Now, did you hear what she said, Jimmy?
What?
She's going to bring the food up to us. That means she doesn't want us to leave the room.
Why not?
I don't know. There's evidently something in this place we're not supposed to see. Here, get into these clothes.
I'm all dry except for my shoes.
So am I. Well, we won't bother changing. Now, look, Jimmy.
Yeah?
You stay here while I have a quick look around. In case she returns while I'm gone, tell her I'm dressing in the closet.
But I don't want to stay here alone.
Why, Jimmy? Nothing can happen to you.
I know, but I don't like it.
But, well, all right. Come on, we'll go together. But stick close to me. And don't you let her see you snooping around.
I won't.
Come on. And quietly, Jimmy.
Okay, Mr. Kent.
That's the stuff. Easy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make a sound.
Okay. Where do we look first?
Well, as we were coming down this hall, I noticed two doors. We can see where they lead.
What was that?
The hawk.
Oh, she'd stopped screaming.
Quiet, Jimmy. Listen. You hear anything?
No. I don't hear anything.
A low, faint hum. Don't you hear it?
Yeah. I hear it now. What is it?
Sounds like a dynamo hum. Or an electric motor of some kind. A big one.
Wait. I hear voices, too.
Huh? Yes, you're right. From behind that first door. Come on. Let's listen.
Wait, it's a man and a woman.
Listen. Maybe we'll be able to hear what they're saying.
Nonsense, nonsense. You're out of your mind, Boris. They are Americans. A boy and a young man. I tell you, we have nothing to fear.
You heard what I said. Get the leader.
Gee, Mr. Kent.
Quiet.
Boris, some things I will not do.
You will do as I say.
No, I will not.
Well, let you ask. You want them to get back to me now and tell all they've seen. You want that?
But they have seen nothing. Tomorrow I will take them back in the motorboat. We will never see them again.
They are not to leave the island, Ilana. It is my order.
Very well, then.
Quick, Jimmy. She's coming out. Back to our room.
Did you hear what he said about getting rid of us? What do we do?
Wait, Jimmy. Wait a minute. Got to figure this thing out.
Shouldn't we get out of here in a hurry?
Oh, where can we go? We can't get off the island without a boat.
She said something about a motorboat.
Yes, I know, but it's probably well hidden.
Yeah.
Who's there?
It is I, Ilana. May I come in?
Certainly.
Close the door, quickly. You must trust me and do as I say. You are in great danger.
Danger? From what?
Oh, do not question me. You must leave this house at once.
I don't quite understand. Have we done anything wrong?
No. It is not something you have done. Oh, I cannot explain, but you must believe me. Now listen carefully to what I have to tell you. You will return to the beach the way you came, along the path. You remember?
Yes, but...
Then you will walk up the beach beyond the rocks, where you will find a motorboat. It is hidden in a cove under the bushes. Take it and leave the island at once.
But it's dark. We'll never find our way back to Manau.
You will see the lighthouse in the distance. Anything is better than remaining here. I give you my word. Please go, at once. Well, why do you wait?
Oh, can't you tell me why we're in danger?
I can tell you nothing more. But if you value your life and the life of this boy, you must believe me and go, at once.
Well, Jimmy, looks like we have no choice in the matter.
Yeah. Well, the sooner we get out of here, the better I'll like it.
I will lead you to the path, but I beg of you, be quiet. Come, and quickly. Now, right down this corridor.
What's that?
Balto, my falcon. He often screams at night. At the moon.
Didn't sound like a bird to me.
Me neither.
Yes, it was Balto.
You're lying, Ilana. That's a human voice. Crying for help. Come on, Jimmy. Come on.
A muffled cry echoing up through the stone corridors of the huge house on Dead Man's Island deepens the mystery. Whose is the voice shouting the urgent plea for help? And who are the strange sister and brother living alone on the deserted island, their only companion a trained hawk? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! And now Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. When we last saw Kent, he and young Jimmy Olsen, copy boy on the paper, were in a bedroom of a huge stone house on Dead Man's Island, where they had gone in response to an urgent plea for help, a plea that was scratched on the shell of a turtle. With them in the room is a mysterious dark-haired woman who calls herself Ilana and claims she lives on the island with an invalid brother. Her almost constant companion is a trained hawk named Balto. As our story continues today, the woman Ilana is pleading with Kent and Jimmy to leave the island at once, that they are in grave danger. Suddenly, a muffled cry for help echoes through the stone corridors. Ilana turns white. Listen.
That cry. It came from a human throat.
It was a man shouting for help.
No, it is my hawk, Balto.
You're lying, Ilana. Where is the man who cried out? Lead us to him.
I tell you it was Balto. Believe me.
No, I can't believe you. That was a man's voice. Now, are you going to take us to him, or do we have to rip this place apart to find him?
You must listen to me. You're in the shadow of death. Any moment now.
You told us that once before, and it doesn't frighten us. Somewhere in this house, someone is being held prisoner against his will.
Oh, don't be a fool. There is nothing you can do. Nothing.
We'll see whether we can or not. Come on, Jimmy.
Please. I'm trying to help you. Come back. Come back.
Stick close to me, Jimmy.
Okay.
Down these stairs. That cry came from the cellar.
Do you think it's the man who sent the message on the turtle's back?
Wouldn't be a bit surprised. All right, here. This way. The cellar door is probably in the rear of the house.
Right.
Now, this looks like the door.
Yes, it is.
Gee, it's dark down there.
Wait, I'll light a match. There. You go down first, Jimmy. Now watch those stairs. They're steep.
All right. Say, you hear that hum, Mr. Kent? Like the one we heard upstairs.
Yes, only it's louder. A dynamo or electric motor must be down in the cellar. We'll find it. Well, we're near the bottom of the steps now. Be careful. Here, wait. Why don't I light another match? This is going out.
All right.
Hey. What does it look like?
There's nothing down here but that big machine over in the corner.
Yeah, that's the dynamo.
What's a dynamo?
It's a machine that manufactures electric current.
This house has no electric light. They use oil lamps.
That's what puzzles me. What are they using the current for?
Gee, I don't know.
Listen.
Is it the hawk again?
No. It's the gurgling of water. Can you hear it?
I hear something.
Here. Come over to this wall. Now listen.
Yeah, I hear it now. It's like a brook.
That's right. Let's see how solid this stone wall is. Well, all right there. And there. Huh. That doesn't sound like the others. And it isn't. The wall's thin here. Oh, darn it, there goes the match. Here, light another, Jimmy. Got a hunch there's something behind this wall.
Here.
Now hold it up high.
All right.
That's right. Uh-huh, just as I thought.
What is it, Mr. Kent?
There's a stone door set in this wall. See the cracks?
I see them.
Now, if we can only find out how the door opens, it may lead to something.
Oh, the match went out. I'll light another.
No, don't light any more now. Stand back a little, Jimmy.
What are you going to do?
Get the door open if I can. Must be something you press. Let's see.
What happened?
I don't know. I touched one of the stones and the whole door fell apart. All right, you can light a match now.
What? Wow, look at that pile of stones. I bet even Superman couldn't have busted that door apart any better. What's behind it?
It looks like a tunnel. Yes, it is a tunnel. With a brook running through it. Come on, let's explore it.
Oh!
What happened, Jimmy?
Something touched my foot. Felt like a hand.
Here, give me the matches.
What?
You know what touched your foot, Jimmy?
What?
A turtle. The tunnel's full of them. Oh, look, see them crawling in the water?
Gosh, they're just like the one I picked up at the beach at Manaus. The one that had Dead Man's Island and the word help scratched on its back.
Jimmy, you're a born detective. Well, suppose we follow this tunnel and see where it leads. Here, hold my hand.
All right.
I can feel my way and save matches. I haven't many left.
Gee, it's dark down here.
Yes.
Hey, what do you suppose this tunnel under the house is used for, Mr. Kent?
Well, you know as much about it as I do, Jimmy. Whoever built this huge house in the middle of a deserted island was crazy. Putting a tunnel under it just makes it crazier. Wait, don't move.
What is it?
Oh, I heard something.
You're right. Someone's groaning.
Yes.
Maybe it's the man who was crying for help. But where can he be?
Up ahead. Come on.
Boy, this is exciting.
Wait a minute, Jimmy.
Huh? Did you find something?
Yes, I think there's a wooden door on the side of the tunnel. Here, let me have the matches.
I gave them back to you.
Oh. Yeah, I've got them.
That's the door, all right. Oh, but there's a big padlock on it.
Uh-huh. The padlock looks rusty. Maybe I can snap it.
I'll hold the match.
No, I don't need any light. There. Now, let's see.
Sounds loose.
Yep, it is. Here goes. Huh. Came apart in my hand. All right, let's open the door now.
It's a regular room, Mr. King. There's an oil lamp hanging from the ceiling.
Look, Jimmy. There, chained to the wall.
A man.
Quick, Jimmy. Yes? Take that tin can and fill it with water from the brook. Hurry.
Okay.
While Jimmy's gone, I can break these chains. Another second, I'll have him free. There, that does it.
Here's the water, Mr. Kent.
Oh, good. Saw it in his face.
All right.
That's it. Yeah, he's coming to.
He's the man we heard crying for help.
I'd rather die. Nothing but skin and bones, poor fellow. Heaven only knows how long he's been down in this damp hole. Pour some of that water on his lips, Jimmy.
All right.
That's right.
Who are you?
We're friends. Come to help you.
Friends? No, I can't be.
Now, just take it easy. You'll be all right.
It's been so long. Months and months.
Who chained you to the wall?
Fiend. That madman.
Boris?
Yes, but how do you know him? Who are you?
My name is Clark Kent. I'm a newspaper reporter. This is Jimmy Olsen. We were at Manaus Harbor about to sail for the United States when we found a turtle with the words Dead Man's Island, help, scratched on its back.
And it worked. It worked, thank heaven.
Did you scratch the message on the turtle's back?
Yes, but I never expected anyone to come.
How do you happen to be on Dead Man's Island? What are you doing here?
I'll tell you. My name is Carl Edwards. I was an electrician on the private yacht Miramar. We were passing this island one night many months ago under a clear sky and with a calm sea. McGraw, the first mate, was at the wheel. I was standing chatting with him just past the time away.
Well, we'll be sighting Manao Lake within the hour, Edwards.
We've made good time, haven't we, sir?
Average 14 knots since we left Havana. Can't say I expected the Caribbean to treat us so gentle. She'll kick up when she wants to. Ever sailed her?
No, sir, this is my first trip.
Well, you're lucky.
Well, I guess I'll turn in. Good night, sir.
Good night, Edwards. Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. Take a look at that compass. It's going crazy.
Well, that's funny. The needle's spinning around.
That rudder won't respond. She's slipping over to starboard. What can it be, Edwards?
Why, I don't know, sir.
This isn't any joke. Look at the chart. There's a reef of rocks off to starboard. We'll pile up on it. Call the engine room. Get me full speed astern. Hurry.
Engine room, full speed astern. Mr. McGraw's orders.
That doesn't help. We're still going forward. Like we're being pulled. The rocks. There they are up ahead, Edwards. The alarm bell. Ring it. Ring it. All hands on deck. Man the boat. We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
We didn't have a chance to launch the small boats. The Miramar hit the rocks and broke into two instantly. I was the only man who reached shore alive. All the others were either drowned or killed when the yacht went on the rocks.
How many were on board?
16 in crew and 9 in the owner's party.
They all perished?
All but myself. I was unconscious, and a wave washed me up on the beach. Someone must have found me and carried me to the house. When I came to, that murderer, Boris, was looking through the papers I had in my pockets, discovering I was an electrician. That saved my life, I suppose. But it condemned me to a living death.
What do you mean?
You don't know about the rocks?
Well, only that our boat smashed up on them the same as your yacht. Luckily, Jimmy and I managed to survive. Why, what is there to know about them?
Plenty. Hidden in those rocks are powerful electromagnets operated by a huge dynamo.
What?
Any boat with metal on it that sails within 1,000 yards of the rocks is drawn to destruction. Nothing can save it.
That sounds mad. Is Boris insane?
I don't know.
He must be. No sane man would want to wreck boats and kill people without reason.
Well, maybe he has a reason. Maybe he's hiding something on the island. Maybe he thinks every ship that comes near it is looking for what he's hiding. I tried to find out, but I couldn't. He kept me chained up here after I made an attempt to escape on a motorboat that he keeps hidden on the shore.
Why did he want to keep you here at all? He could have gotten rid of you.
No, he needed me to repair his dynamo. After he chained me up here, he used to release me once a day and take me into the cellar to oil and inspect the dynamo. That's when I picked up the turtles. I carved a message on 10 of them and set them loose in the brook that runs through the tunnel, hoping against hope that maybe one would swim out to sea and be found.
Well, your message was answered. Now, I suppose the first thing to do is stop that deadly dynamo so no more ships will be wrecked. You and Jimmy stay here while I go back and put it out of commission. I won't be long.
You've been through an awful lot, haven't you, Mr. Edwards?
Yes, Jimmy. Once I get off this island, I can forget it.
Well, if anybody can get us off, Clark Kent will. He's a swell guy.
Yes, I can see that. And you're a brave boy to take chances like this, wouldn't you?
Oh, this is nothing. But once up at my aunt's place in Maine, a gang of rough...
Someone's coming.
Oh, it's Mr. Kent. Boy, I bet he fixed that dynamo so it won't ever run again.
Jimmy, I don't think it's Kent.
Huh?
I know those footsteps. I've heard them coming down that tunnel every day now for months.
Who is it?
Boris.
Is Carl Edwards right? Has the madman Boris slipped by Kent? And is he planning to wreak his vengeance on whomever he finds in the tunnel room? What strange new twist will the mystery of Dead Man's Island take? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Look, it's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! And now Superman, strange visitor from another world, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men.
and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. When Kent and young Jimmy Olsen were about to sail from Manaus Harbor in the Caribbean Sea, they found a turtle with the cryptic message, "Dead Man's Island, Help," scratched on its top shell. Immediately they bought an old boat and hurried to the island 20 miles from Manaus. There they found mystery in a huge stone house occupied by Ilana and Boris, a strange brother and sister whose only companion was a vicious trained hawk called Balto. Muffled cries for help led Kent and Jimmy to a tunnel under the house, where in a padlocked room the man who had scratched the plea for help on the turtle shell was chained to a wall. Our story continues today. Jimmy and the imprisoned man, Carl Edwards, alone in the tunnel room, hear heavy footsteps and are suddenly confronted by Boris, wild-eyed and dangerous. All this while Kent has gone back up the tunnel to the cellar of the house, where a huge dynamo runs on and on with a deep hum. Listen.
Shouldn't be much of a job to put this thing out of commission for good. Now, let's see. There's the main switch. There. That stops it. Now, to fix it so it'll never start again. Wait. Someone's coming down the cellar steps with a lantern. It's Ilana.
Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent!
She's looking for me. Maybe it might be a good idea to talk to her as Clark Kent.
Mr. Kent, where are you?
Here I am.
Oh, Mr. Kent, I've been so worried.
Worried about what?
My brother. He's enraged. You and that little boy must go at once.
Oh, what about Carl Edwards? Don't you want him to go, too?
Oh, you know.
Yes, I know that and more. I know that this dynamo provides the electric current for giant magnets hidden in that reef of rocks. Magnets that draw ships to their doom. I know that Carl Edwards was the only survivor of a yacht that went on the rocks because of your brother's mad device. I know, too, that the only reason your brother kept Edwards alive was to care for this dynamo. Now I'm going to wreck it for good.
Oh, don't, I beg of you. It will only sign your death warrant and that of the boy. My brother has lost his mind. He is a maniac.
Are you sure that's all it is? Are you sure he isn't hiding something on this island? That in his twisted brain he thinks any boat coming near the island is after what he is hiding? Now, don't lie to me again, Ilana.
Oh, what is the use of lying? For me, life is over.
What do you mean?
It was over the day I set foot on this island. Oh, I will tell you everything, but first get the boy and let me take you to the beach.
Oh, no. You tell me first. Who built this stone house on the island? Why are you and your brother living in it alone? And what's behind the insane scheme of using magnets to wreck ships and kill innocent people?
Oh, I promise I will tell you, but first...
First you'll tell me. Then I'll decide whether or not I care to leave. Now, go ahead. Who built this house?
The house was built many years ago by a very rich man who became ill of a strange, disfiguring disease that made him hideous to behold.
Go on.
Ashamed to face the world, he bought this island, built the house, and moved into it with his large family. Boris, my brother, was his caretaker.
Is this the truth, Ilana?
I swear it.
All right, go on.
The man died a year later, and at once his family left the island. The next I knew, I received a cable from my brother to come at once, that he had discovered untold riches and needed my help.
What were the riches?
I will come to that. When I arrived, I found my brother possessed of a demon. He was mad with lust for what he had found, and, as you said, he imagined others were trying to steal it from him.
That's why he placed the magnets in the rock.
Yes, so that no other boat could approach the island.
But what was it he found? What could have been so precious that he murdered people to keep it secret?
Oh, you will not believe me when I tell you, but as I stand here, it is the truth. In the water surrounding the island, there are... Oh!
That's Jimmy. He's in trouble. I've got to help him.
Oh, it is no use. It is too late.
We'll see about that.
I tell you, it is too late.
Might be too late for Clark Kent.
But not for Superman. I'm coming, Jimmy. Jimmy, where are you? Oh, Scott, the room's empty. They're both gone. Jimmy and Edwards vanished into thin air. Where can that fiend have taken them? Jimmy! Jimmy! Jimmy, where are you? Where are you, Jimmy?
While Superman searches frantically through the damp darkness of the winding tunnel, Jimmy and Carl Edwards are prisoners in a dungeon-like room high in the tower of the huge stone house, talking in hushed, fearful whispers as they await the return of the madman, Boris. Listen.
Well, it was a good try, Jimmy. I appreciate everything you and Kent did for me. Too bad it had to end this way.
Well, it hasn't ended yet, Mr. Edwards. How to find old Clark Kent. He'll find us.
I wish I felt that way, but I'm afraid not. There's no possible escape from this room. Look at these walls. They're a foot thick. Even if we could get the iron bars loose from that little window, it's a good 100-foot drop to the ground. No, it's hopeless, Jimmy.
Gosh, why doesn't he just kill us then instead of locking us up in this room?
I don't know, but you can bet your bottom dollar he's got some diabolical scheme hatching in his twisted brain. The man has lost his mind.
He certainly looks it. I got scared just seeing his face when he came into that tunnel room after us. His bushy hair and his eyes like little black shoe buttons. It gave me the creeps.
If I had had more strength, I could have fought back, Jimmy. Even given up my life to give you time to get away.
I didn't want to run away. Honest, I didn't. Just because I said looking at him gave me the creeps doesn't mean I was afraid.
No, I'm sure you weren't.
Didn't I kick and yell when he grabbed me and shoved me into that elevator? Say, did you know there was an elevator from the top floor to the tunnel down under the house?
No, I didn't. If there hadn't been, he never would have gotten us up here. Oh, but what's the difference? It was all my fault to begin with. I shouldn't have allowed Kent to go back and stop the dynamo. If he'd been with us, there might have been a different story to tell. He looks like he can handle himself.
I don't know. Clark's not much of a fighter. Well, he's smart, all right, and he can get you out of trouble, but I don't think he'd have been able to tackle Boris. Of course, if we had Superman, we could get out of this place in a second.
Superman?
Yes, sir.
Who's he?
Gee, haven't you heard of Superman? He's the strongest man in the world. He could take those bars in front of the window and twist them into pretzels. Yeah, and even if those walls are a foot thick, he could bust right through them, Superman could. Well, when Pete Escobar locked me in that cave from now, Superman just... Oh.
What's the matter, Jimmy?
I forgot. I'm not supposed to tell anyone about that. I didn't really tell you, did I? All I said was that Pete Escobar locked me in a cave. I didn't tell you how I get out, did I?
No. How did he get out?
Well, I can't tell you that, Mr. Edwards. I wish I could, but I can't, honest.
Well, that's all right with me, Jimmy. Now, how about lying down and getting a little rest? You've been on the go almost all night.
I'm not tired. Anyway, I couldn't fall asleep. Why don't we try and see if we can loosen those bars in the window? It'll be daylight soon, and we'll be able to see how far it is to the ground. Maybe we can climb down.
I tested them, Jimmy. They're set in concrete. Only a chisel could pry them loose. Wait. Someone's coming.
Boris.
I'm not sure. Listen, Jimmy.
Yeah?
If it is Boris, I'm going to spring at him the moment he opens the door. You slip out quickly, run downstairs, and find Mr. Kent. You both know where the motorboat is. Take it and escape.
What?
Get ready now.
It's Alana. I have come to help you, but every moment is precious. Here is a saw to cut one of the iron bars so you can crawl through the window, and a length of rope enough to reach the ground. Where's Mr. Kent? Oh, I don't know. Hurry. If my brother comes, all will be lost.
I'll cut the bar.
But I gotta know where Mr. Kent is. I won't leave without him.
Oh, he's somewhere in the tunnel searching for you. I will find him and bring him to the beach. But first you two must get to the motorboat.
I'll have this bar cut through in a second.
You sure you'll find Mr. Kent and bring him to the beach?
Oh, yes, yes.
There. That does it.
How's he going to get the bar out?
I think I can pry the two ends loose from the concrete now. Let's see.
You got one.
The other one should be just as easy.
Quickly now. Hang the rope out. You are fortunate the dawn is coming up so you can see.
We'll tie one end of the rope to the other iron bars and let the rest down slowly. Is it a long reach to the ground?
I think so.
Nothing happened to Mr. Kent, did it?
I told you he was in the tunnel.
But I don't like the idea of leaving him here. He wouldn't leave me.
Oh, it will not be for long. Does the rope reach?
Yes, with a foot to spare.
Good. Now listen closely to what I tell you. The motorboat is hidden in a cove beyond the rocks. Get to it as fast as you can. Take it to the other side of the island and anchor there until I am able to find your friend. You understand?
Yes, but what about the rocks? The moment the boat leaves its mooring in the cove, those magnets will begin to work.
Oh, no. The dynamo has been shut off. There will be no danger. Now hurry.
All right. I'll go down first, Jimmy. Don't you start until I reach the ground. The rope isn't very strong.
Okay.
And a tight squeeze of these bars. I can make it.
Be very quiet.
We'll be quiet. And thanks a lot. I never could have gotten out without your help.
Oh, you're wasting time.
All right, here I go.
Halfway down already. Doesn't look too hard. There, he's on the ground. I can start now.
Please be careful. Hold tightly on the rope.
Don't worry, I won't fall.
Let me help you.
I can get through the window. There, I'm through. Look, are you sure Mr. Kent will meet us on the beach?
Yes, I am sure.
Okay, then. Goodbye, and thanks.
Goodbye, and God be with you. I did not want to lie to the boy, but there was no other way. At least two of them will be safe. And as for the other, well...
Oh, you, Ilana.
Oh.
What have you done? Where are they?
They are gone, Boris.
You disobeyed my orders. I told you they were never to leave this island. I will make you suffer for this.
No more than I have suffered since first I entered this house.
Where have they gone? Where?
Beyond your reach, Boris.
Tell me where I crush every bone in your body.
Stop! You're hurting me.
Where have they gone?
I won't... to the motorboat. You will never catch them.
They are escaping in the motorboat, eh?
Your mad laughter does not fool me, Boris. I know what you're thinking, that the boat will go on the rocks. But it will not. The dynamo has been turned off.
No, Ilana. I turned it on again. This.
As Ilana innocently led Jimmy and Carl Edwards into a trap that will lead to their destruction, the dynamo was on, and the powerful electromagnets hidden in the rocks will soon reach out for the motorboat like grasping fingers. And meanwhile, the Superman still searching the dark tunnel, unaware of what has happened. Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Look, it's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers undreamed of by mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, newspaper reporter. As you remember, young Jimmy Olsen and Carl Edwards, sole survivor of a shipwreck, escaped from a dungeon-like room in the tower of the huge stone house on Dead Man's Island, aided by Ilana, sister of the madman Boris. Believing that the dynamo feeding current to the powerful electromagnets hidden in a reef near the island has been turned off, Ilana told Jimmy and Edwards to take a motorboat moored in a cove and leave the island. But Boris has turned the dynamo on again, and the moment the boat leaves shore, it will be drawn to the rocks and wrecked. In the meantime, unaware of the danger Jimmy and Edwards are in, Kent, as Superman, is searching a dark, winding tunnel under the house, trying to find them. And our story continues today. Jimmy and Edwards are hurrying up the beach, looking for the motorboat. Listen.
Ilana said the motorboat was in a cove, hidden under some overhanging trees.
Yes. That looks like a cove up ahead, beyond the rocks.
Gee, I can't understand what happened to Mr. Kent. Not like him to wander off without saying anything.
Don't worry, Jimmy. Nothing's happened to him. Ilana said she'd find him and bring him to the beach. No, running in the sand isn't easy. I'm winded.
Yeah, I was almost there. But that's the cove she meant.
Yes, I'm sure it is. See those overhanging trees?
Yes.
And look, I think I see the bow of a boat.
I don't see anything that looks like a... Oh, sure. Right in front of us.
Yeah.
Oh.
And here we are.
Oh.
Now, let's get these branches out of the way.
All right. Yeah, it's a motorboat, all right. Hey, it looks like a fast one, too.
Yeah. Let's see if we can swing it out away from the branches.
All right, yes.
All right. Get it. That's fine. Now, hop aboard. We'll get the motor started first, then cast off.
Okay. Steady. You know how to run this?
Well, I can figure it out. Let's see. This is the ignition key, and here's the starter. Keep your fingers crossed.
Right.
Probably needs choking.
Yes.
Right here.
Gosh.
Yeah, listen to her purr, like a kitten. All right, Jimmy, cast that line off.
Well, Mr. Edwards, do you think Ilana was right about the dynamo being shut off?
You think she lied to us?
I was just wondering.
Why, what would be the sense of helping us to escape from that room in the tower and then lying to us about the dynamo?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Okay, cast her off. The sky is light now. We don't want Boris to see us stealing his boat.
Go ahead. It's great.
There we go.
Wow.
Now, Ilana said to anchor offshore on the other side of the island and to wait until she found Kent, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
And I'll just nose her out of this cove and then swing her hard over. The water's plenty deep around the island. This boat doesn't need more than 2 feet.
We're out of the cove now, but going the wrong way, toward the left.
Oh, the wheel's over to starboard, to the right. But she won't respond. Jimmy,
We're heading for the wreck.
She did lie to us, Jimmy. The magnets are working. Can you swim?
A little.
Here, take my hand.
All right.
Quickly now. Jump. That's tough.
There goes the boat.
Keep your head up, Jimmy. Keep your head up. All right. You're all right now. Not far from shore. Just take it easy.
Some water.
It won't hurt you. Here. Put your hands on my shoulders and hold on. I'll throw you in. Okay?
Yes. I'm all right.
Now don't let go. Water's deep here.
I can see the bottom.
That's because it's so clear. Wait a minute. My foot just touched.
Huh?
Jimmy, we're on a sandbar. Rest for a while. Are you standing?
Yeah. It's just about up to my armpits.
Lucky we struck the bar. I was beginning to get winded. 2 months on Dead Man's Island has taken all the starch out of me. Are you all right?
I'm fine. We had a pretty narrow escape, didn't we? Hey, look at that motorboat. All smashed up in the rocks.
I could throttle that little llama woman with my bare hands for what she tried to do to us, helping us to escape from the house and sending us to certain death. It was a rotten, murderous trick.
How do we get off the island? There isn't any boat.
I don't know, but let's not worry about that now. We'd better swim the rest of the way to shore. The tide's coming in. We won't be able to stand on this bar much longer. All set?
Wait. What's down there in the water? That big gray thing.
Where, Jimmy?
Right down there. There were 3 of them.
Good heavens, what are they?
Oh, no. Look, they're moving. Coming closer to us.
Jimmy, I think I know what they are. I've heard about them from sailors. They're giant clams.
Giant clams?
Yes, and I've been told they're dangerous. We'd better get off this bar and in a hurry. Come on.
Look at the sizes. They're bigger than I am.
And they can move fast, Jimmy. Come on, quickly.
Okay. Oh, what's the matter?
My leg. Whoever's got me, Jimmy.
What do I do?
I gotta get loose. He's pulling me into the water. Jimmy.
Helpless, with his leg caught between the powerful shells of a giant tropical clam, Carl Edwards fights a valiant but losing battle. But as Jimmy's frantic cries carry over the island, a powerful figure in blue costume and red cape emerges from the camouflaged opening to the tunnel beneath the huge stone house and plunges into the veritable forest of trees around it.
I've searched every foot of that winding tunnel. Neither Jimmy nor Edwards are there. They must be someplace in the house. If I have to rip every stone with my bare hands, what's that? Somebody's screaming for help. Great Scott, it's Jimmy. Out in the water. Up! And away! How on earth did he ever get out there? I'm coming, Jimmy! Down!
It's Superman.
Who left you out on this sandbar?
Look, down there in the water, a giant clam. It's grabbed Mr. Edwards' leg.
Stay where you are, Jimmy. Don't move. I'll get him. Good thing the water's clear. But I've got to work fast before Edwards drowns. If I can only get my hands between those shells, I can pry them open. Now. Got it. All right, now. Now to wrench the shells apart and free his foot. Great Scott, these things are powerful. Here it comes. Slowly. A little more. There. That does it. Now to rush Edwards up to the surface.
Oh, you got him.
Yes, but he's unconscious. Here, hang on to my arm. I'll get you both to shore. Up! There we are. Now, let's see what we can do. His leg is just bruised. He doesn't seem to have swallowed much water. Rub his wrist, Jimmy.
Right.
Hard.
Here.
That's fine. He'll be all right in a few minutes. He's coming to already. Well, I'd better be going.
Can't you stay until Clark Kent comes? There's a crazy man and his sister living on the island. They're trying to kill us.
Kent should be here any minute, Jimmy. I saw him coming down the path to the beach.
But you haven't forgotten your promise to tell me who you really are, have you?
No, I haven't forgotten. Someday soon. Bye.
Goodbye, Superman. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards. Wake up.
Oh, where am I?
You're on the beach. Superman saved you from the giant clam.
Oh, what do you mean?
He drove into the water and pulled the shells apart. Oh, here comes Mr. Kent.
Jimmy, where in heaven's name have you been? What's happened to Edwards?
Oh, Kent, it's
and ghastly.
After you left us in that room down in the tunnel.
Never mind that now. How did you get down here on the beach?
I'm trying to tell you.
Boris overpowered us in the tunnel room, Kent.
What?
I was too weak to fight him off.
He forced us into a secret elevator and took us up to a room in the tower with bars on the window.
Oh. How did you get out?
Elena brought us a saw and a length of rope. She told us to go down to the beach, take the motorboat, and anchor offshore until you came.
She said the dynamo was shut off and that we wouldn't crash in the rocks. But the boat did. Dynamo wasn't shut off at all. We jumped into the water and into a sandbar. While we were standing there resting, a giant clam came and grabbed Mr. Edwards. You see his leg?
I don't know how I got free, Kent. Last thing I knew, I was being dragged underwater.
Oh, Superman saved him. He dove right in.
It doesn't matter how you escaped. You're here and safe, and that's what counts. Tell me more about that giant clam.
I saw 3 of them. They were as big as I am.
Jimmy's not exaggerating. They were tremendous. And you can imagine how powerful. One of them held my leg so tightly that I couldn't pull it free.
I have a faint idea those giant clams are somehow connected with the mysterious secret of Dead Man's Island.
Mysterious secret?
Yes.
You mean there is a curse on the island?
No, not a curse, but something Boris is trying to hide. I haven't told you that I spoke to Ilana. She came down to the cellar while I was looking over the dynamo. She was about to tell me why Boris is afraid to have anyone come near the island when I heard Jimmy yell and I ran down the tunnel.
I wouldn't believe a word she said. Not after the murderous trick she pulled on us.
That wasn't a trick. I turned the dynamo off myself, and she knew it. Boris must have turned it on again. I believe her.
What did she tell you?
Trying to remember her last words before I ran down the tunnel. Oh, yes. In the waters around the island, there are...
There are what?
That's as far as she got. Then I heard you shouting for help, Jimmy.
And we still don't know the mysterious secret.
That must have something to do with the giant clam.
No, it couldn't be. Why would Boris put powerful electromagnets on that reef of rocks to wreck any ship that came near the island? Just because of some clams? It doesn't make sense.
Maybe it does. Maybe he uses the giant clams for something, and if anyone discovered their existence, it would spoil his little game.
What could he use them for?
I don't know, Jimmy. But we've got to find out. Unless I'm very far wrong, those giant clams hold the secret of Dead Man's Island.
Is Clark Kent right? Are the dangerous hard-shelled creatures of the deep somehow connected with whatever Boris is attempting to hide? Don't forget to tune in next time and hear the thrilling, mysterious secret of Dead Man's Island. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Guys, look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, valiant, courageous visitor from another world who has come to Earth resolved to dedicate his amazing physical powers to a never-ending battle against crime and oppression. And who for that purpose mingles with ordinary men, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. When we last saw Kent, he, young Jimmy Olsen, Daily Planet copy boy, and Carl Edwards, a shipwrecked boat electrician, were on the beach of Dead Man's Island after Edwards had narrowly escaped death between the powerful shells of a giant clam. The electrician, still weak from his horrible experience, is resting on the sand while Kent and Jimmy stand beside him. Listen.
It may sound far-fetched, but I'm convinced those giant clams lurking in the deep water around Dead Man's Island have something to do with its mystery. How big were the ones you saw, Jimmy?
Oh, gosh, they were bigger than me.
I think you're off on the wrong track, Kent. What could the giant clams have to do with all the queer things that have happened on this island?
Well, now, let's look back and see if we can figure out some connection. This entire adventure started when Jimmy and I picked up a harmless little turtle swimming in the shallow water of Manaus Harbor.
Yeah, but it wasn't so harmless. It had a message scratched on its top shell.
Right. A message that read, Dead Man's Island, help.
Yes, but we know all that, Kent. Why go over it?
Well, I just want to get the picture clear in our minds. I'll make it short. Jimmy and I got a boat and came over to the island. The boat was wrecked on the rocks, but we finally got to shore. Now, what did we find on the island?
Plenty.
Well, we found a huge stone house occupied by a brother and sister, Boris and Ilana, who seemed to be crazy.
Yeah, crazy is right.
We also found that the reason our boat was wrecked was that powerful electromagnets were hidden in the rocks for the express purpose of wrecking any boat that came near the island.
Mm-hmm. And then we found Mr. Edwards chained to the wall in a room in a tunnel under the house.
You're a little mixed up, aren't you? You found me before you learned about the electromagnets in the rocks because I told you about them.
Well, that's unimportant. The important facts are these. Number one, although Boris may be out of his mind now, he was perfectly sane when he installed that big dynamo on the island and put the electromagnets in the rocks.
What makes you think he was sane?
Oh, no madman would have gone to that trouble.
Obviously, he wanted to keep people off the island because he was hiding something here. Something of great value.
And you think it's a giant clam?
Mr. Kent, that does sound silly.
Well, it may not be so silly, Jimmy. Remember I told you about a conversation I had with Ilana when she was about to tell me why Boris was trying to keep people off the island? Her last words were, in the waters around the island there are... And she never finished the sentence.
And you think if she had finished it, she would have said, there are giant clams.
Exactly.
Well, then the only thing to do is find Alana and ask her. We can't get off the island anyway without a boat.
I'm not going back to that house. I'd rather let those clams get me than that maniac. You can do as you please. But I'll stay here until a boat picks me up or I die of starvation.
No boat can get near the island until we put that dynamo out of commission. At any rate, I think it's wise for you and Jimmy to remain here on the beach. I'll go back to the house through the tunnel. I know where the entrance is.
I'll have a go with you, Mr. Kent.
No, Jimmy, you're safer here.
What if Boris comes after us?
Yes, the boy's right, Kent. I couldn't protect him very well. Not in my condition I'm in now. You'd better take him with you. I don't mind staying here alone.
Well, all right. But I'd suggest that you wait for us at the edge of the woods instead of out here on the beach in full sight.
Can you walk, Mr. Edwards?
Oh, sure. Almost as good as new. Legs just bruised.
Here, I'll help you. Take it easy.
This place is as good as any.
In case anyone comes down to the beach, you can hide behind that bush there.
Yes, I'll just stretch out here.
Wait a minute now. Careful.
I didn't realize how much that leg really hurts. It feels good to get off it.
We'll try not to be too long. Come on, Jimmy.
All right.
Don't take any chances, Kent.
We won't. Be back soon.
Mr. Kent, do you really think those giant clams have something to do with the secret of Dead Man's Island?
I'm sure of it, Jimmy.
Will Alana tell you?
If I can find her, she will. Only one thing that worries me.
What?
If Boris found out she helped you and Edwards escape from that tower room, he may have done something to her.
You mean killed her?
There's that possibility. Ah, here's the entrance to the tunnel.
Oh.
See how well hidden it is behind these bushes? If it wasn't for the brook running out, I might not have been able to find it.
Gee, it's dark in there.
Yes, I haven't any more matches either. We'll have to feel our way. Come on. Just take it easy, Jimmy. The tunnel winds in and out. Here, wait. Hold my hand.
Okay.
That's it.
See, where does it lead to?
The cellar of the house. You remember we found a secret door in the wall of the cellar? It fell apart when I touched one of the stones.
Oh, yeah.
The tunnel makes a turn here. Don't bump into the wall. Wait.
What's the matter?
I heard a peculiar sound up ahead. Listen.
I hear it, too. Like something scratching.
Yes. I'd give my right arm for a flashlight or even some matches. I'll tell you what, Jimmy.
Yeah?
You stay here while I go up ahead and investigate.
You want me to stay here? Alone?
It's perfectly safe. Just don't move.
Okay.
I'll be better off tackling whatever it is without Jimmy around. Seems to be coming from a recess in the wall. Right about here. Now, let's see. Great Scott. Jimmy?
Yeah?
Can you find your way up here?
I think so.
Come on.
All right. What did you find, Mr. Kent?
Here. Let me have your hand.
All right.
Feel that?
What is it?
Don't you know?
One of those giant clams.
Just an empty shell.
Oh.
Quite a few of them piled up in this recess. What we heard was the turtles crawling around inside the shells and feeding on the clam meat. That explains what the turtles are doing in this tunnel.
But what are the clam shells doing here?
Well, they couldn't have walked in. Someone brought them. All of which proves my point. The giant clams have something to do with the secret of this island. Come on, Jimmy. I have an idea we're pretty close to a solution of this mystery.
Say, there's a light up ahead, Mr. Kent.
Yes, probably coming from the room where Edwards was chained to the wall.
The train where that secret elevator is. The one Boris used to take us up to that room in the tower.
Let's not waste any time, Jimmy. We can't use it anyway. We've got to be quiet. Listen. Huh? I can hear the dynamo. We're not far from the cellar. This time I'll turn it off so it won't be turned on again.
Why don't we take the oil lamp from the tunnel room so we can see where we're going?
No, we're better off in the dark.
You're not afraid of anything, are you, Mr. Kent?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that. Suppose I am afraid of some things. Be careful here. This is where the tunnel leads to the cellar. Don't slip on the rocks. Okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Here we are. Now, the first thing to do is pull this switch. There. Now, I think if I rip these wires out, it'll do the trick.
What happened?
Short-circuited the dynamo. Smell that burnt rubber?
Mm.
Be a long time before that runs again. All right, come on. Up the steps now, but quietly.
Right. Mr. Kent, Won't Boris get suspicious when he doesn't hear the dynamo running?
Yes, that's why we've got to move fast. Here's the door. Nobody in the kitchen. Come on, stick close to me.
You bet I will.
This hall leads into that big front room with a high ceiling. Good thing I remember the layout of this place. Nobody out here either. Boris and Ilana, if she's still alive, must be on the second floor. Stairway's over to our right. Don't make any noise.
Bob! Look over there again!
Now, quiet him for good.
Wait. Someone's coming down the stairs.
Quick, Jimmy. Duck down behind this sofa. It's Boris.
Look. He's got a gun.
Someone else is coming.
Boris, what has happened? It's Ilana.
Someone strange in this room. Baldo was screaming. Open his cage.
I tell you, Boris, there is no one but ourselves in the house.
Open the cage. There is someone here. Baldo will find them.
All right, Boris.
It's against the house. He's flying right over us.
You, behind that couch.
Put that gun up, Boris. You're flirting with death.
Oh, it is you. Now I will be sure you will not leave the island.
No, Boris, no.
With my own eyes, I will see you die.
You're making a mistake, Boris.
First you and then the boy. One bullet for each.
Jimmy, stand behind me.
That will not help him. I will count 3 to give you a chance to say your prayer.
Boris!
Quiet, Elena. 1, 2. Let go of me, you fool!
The kid's fighting with him. She'll get shot. He killed her.
No, he got the bullet. Right through the heart. Boris is dead.
May he rest in peace.
You were very brave, Ilana. To risk your life for us.
Please, it must all be forgotten. It is behind us. Now, come with me. You have been wondering why my brother did not want people to come to the island? Well, I will show you. You see this steel cabinet in the wall?
Yes?
I will open it.
Great Scott. It's full of huge pearls.
Look at them. They are what Boris was hiding. He got them from the big clams that live in the water around the island.
You see, Jimmy? My hunch was right. The clams did have something to do with the mystery of Dead Man's Island.
You're not going to leave the pearls here, are you?
Yes, Jimmy. I want no part of them. They have caused enough sadness, enough grief. Let them remain here forever.
Say, we forgot all about Edwards down there on the beach. He must be wondering what happened to us. Come on, Jimmy, let's tell him the secret.
You will take me with you?
Of course. Once we figure out a way to get off the island.
Well, there is a sailboat. I think it will hold us all.
Good. First, we must give your brother a decent burial. I'll go down and get Edwards. Be back in a minute. You wait right here for me. Wave goodbye to Ilana and Edwards, Jimmy.
Huh?
You know, they're taking the next boat to Bermuda.
Oh. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, we're off.
Yep.
It'll be a long time before we see Manawa Harbor again. But that cable that was waiting here for us from Editor White sounded urgent.
Oh, what did it say?
Return at once. Big story breaking. Need you.
I wonder what the big story is.
Well, we'll find that out soon enough. Come on below and unpack our things. What is the big story Editor White cabled about? Will it catch up with Jimmy and Kent before they reach the Daily Planet office? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the adventures of Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Look, it's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman. Valiant fighter for truth and justice. Mighty champion of the weak and the oppressed. Who has appeared on Earth from the destroyed planet Krypton with a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who is stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, and who walks about among other men disguised as mild Clark Kent, reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As our story opens today,
Kent and young Jimmy Olsen, Daily Planet copy boy, are returning home from their amazing adventures in the Caribbean Sea. Summoned back by Perry White, editor of the Daily Planet, they're traveling north in the luxury of a compartment aboard the Thunderbolt, crack streamliner of the Atlantic Railroad. Clark Kent eagerly turns the pages of a late newspaper, while Jimmy looks out the window. Neither one has a thought of danger. But even as the gleaming flyer slows down for a station, a voice from the past, unheard for months, travels over a secret wavelength. Listen.
Yes, we are calling YM. This is YM. What have you to report? Everything is in readiness. You have arranged for the automobile to be met? I have. Where is the transfer to be made? Have you discovered that? Yes. When the train reaches a small station known as... Never mind that. All I want to know is that everything has been done to ensure success. There must be no failure. We won't fail. Very well. When everything is finished, you will report back to me in the usual way. Do you understand? I understand. That is all.
I see business is booming in the big town, Jimmy. 3 murders and a jewel robbery. Oh, here. You want to see the comic page?
Oh, no thanks, Mr. Kent.
No? Oh. What about the baseball scores?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, you're a red-hot fan, aren't you? What's so interesting in the scenery? Where are we, anyway?
Oh, we just left a little place called Digbyville.
Oh?
Gee willikers.
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Kent. See that highway that runs right alongside the tracks?
Yes?
Wait, you see those 2 cars? They're racing.
Say, they are traveling fast.
Yeah, faster than the train. They've gone right ahead of us.
Oh, well, that's just because we just pulled out of a station. Where do we pick up speed?
Now they've gone. Can't see them anymore. What's that you were saying about a robbery?
Right here on the front page. Say nothing of the murders. Well, have we caught up with those speeding cars yet?
Nope, not yet. Can't see anything.
What was that? Sounded like a scream.
I heard glass breaking somewhere in this car.
Come on, Jimmy. Remember, we're newspaper men.
Right.
There's a story in this. We don't want to miss it.
I told you it was in this car. In the next compartment. Oh, look at that window, Mr. Kent. It's all smashed to bits.
What happened? What's going on?
Somebody threw a rock through the window.
No, it's all right, miss. Just take it easy.
What was it? Did it hit you?
Well, I was sitting right here reading my magazine, and all of a sudden something crashed through that window.
Call the conductor.
No, don't do that. Nobody's hurt.
I'm so frightened.
Jimmy, see if you can find what it was, eh? If it came through the window, it must be in this car.
Yeah, look under the seats. Chances are it was a rock tossed by some kid.
You find anything, Jimmy?
No, Mr. Kent.
Here, I'll help you.
All right.
Oh.
Hey.
Sorry, Jimmy, I didn't mean to bump you.
That's all right, Mr. Kent.
Now, go ahead, you keep on looking.
Please, have you found anything? What was it?
Don't you worry, miss. Just be glad it didn't hurt you, whatever it was.
Well, who are you? How did you get in here so fast?
Why, we're in the next compartment, the one next to yours. The boy and I, we heard you scream.
I couldn't help it.
And then we heard the crash of glass. Well, since I'm a newspaper reporter, I came running. Look, let me get you some water, will you?
No, thank you very much. I'm all right.
The conductor will be along pretty quick, lady. Everything will be all right, I'm sure.
I'm all right, I tell you. I'm so sorry to cause all this trouble.
Oh, shucks, lady, that's all right. No wonder it scared you. Maybe you'd better leave the door open now.
Can't you find the rock, Jimmy?
Golly, Mr. Kent, I can't find a thing.
No?
If it was, it came through that window. It's just vanished.
What? There's no rock? No stone?
Well, maybe there was, but it isn't here now.
Maybe it's out in the corridor. Miss, was the door open when the window broke, or don't you recall?
Well, yes. No, it wasn't open. I don't remember.
Guess it must have been open, or we wouldn't have heard things so plainly.
Well, the door was open, all right, young lady. Guess you're so mixed up you don't remember. You just walked in from down the car. I was behind you.
Yes, you're right. I just sat down my magazine.
Well, then maybe the stone rolled out in the corridor.
Nothing out there, Mr. Kent.
No?
I looked all over. I tell you, if anything did come in, it just vanished.
Well, how can that be? Where could it go?
Well, never mind, miss. It is a little queer, but it doesn't matter much.
But it does matter. It matters a great deal. I tell you it does.
Here comes the conductor. Come on, boys. Maybe we'd better get out of here and leave the little lady alone.
Yes, he's right. Come on, Jimmy. Let's go back where we belong.
Gee, Mr. Kent, aren't you going to stay and see the conductor? Maybe there's a story.
Oh, there's no story here, Jimmy. Let's go, huh?
Okay, Mr. Kent. It seems to me, even if there's a chance of a story, we ought to stay around and find out.
Stop. I want to get back to our own compartment quickly.
Huh?
Hurry. Here we are. Close the door.
Right.
Well, there are one or two other angles that might make this a story, Jimmy. Even though our lady friend in the next compartment wasn't hit on the head.
What do you mean?
Well, for one thing, think back. Which came first, as you recall it? The crash of glass or the scream?
Glass, of course.
Oh? Are you sure?
Golly, Mr. Kent, it must have come first. Why would she scream before she was frightened? Especially if she was reading a magazine.
Yes, that's just the point. Why did she scream first?
Did she?
Absolutely. She screamed and then the window crashed.
But what made her scream?
Yes, exactly. What did? If you ask me, she wasn't reading her magazine at all, Jimmy. She was looking out the window. And she screamed because of something she saw.
What?
Yes, and if you ask me, it wasn't a boy getting ready to throw a rock. Whatever it was, she knew what it meant. It was something terrible, a shock. And it tore a scream from her throat before she could check herself.
But if that's so, why didn't she tell us that? Why did she say she was reading a magazine?
Yes, that's the mystery, Jimmy. Why did she lie? What is she holding back? Yes, and that brings us to the next item. I think it's high time we had a look at the missile.
The what?
The missile, Jimmy. In other words, the object that came through the window.
Oh.
See here?
Golly, Mr. Kent, you had it all along.
Sure. What do you think I bumped you for? I had it, Jimmy. And I kept it because the minute I laid eyes on it, I knew it might be interesting. Now, let's have a look, huh?
It's a cloth package.
Package and a heavy package, like a bag of marbles. Careful now. I'm going to dump it out on the table.
Gee whiz.
Great Caesar's ghost. Precious stones, jewels worth a fortune. Jimmy, do you see that thing? That's a black diamond.
Mr. Kent, what? Golly, where did it come from? Whose is it?
Where's that newspaper, Jimmy?
Right here.
Didn't I say something about a big jewel robbery?
Uh-huh.
Where is that? Oh, yes. Here it is. Great Scott. $5 million worth of unmounted gems stolen from the foreign pavilion at the National Exposition.
And are these the gems?
Jimmy, they must be the same ones. Crown jewels from one of the most famous collections in the world. Worth $5 million.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Oh. Gotta put them back in the bag.
Okay.
Carefully now. That's it. And hide the bag. Men commit murder for jewels like that, Jimmy. They may have done it to get them. They'll certainly do it to get them back.
Well, Mr. Kent.
What is it, Jimmy?
I just happened to think. Those cars. The ones I saw racing along the road.
Yes? Well, what about them?
Maybe that was them. Maybe one of them had the jewels and the other was chasing them.
What?
Remember? It was just after they got ahead of us that we heard the window break.
I'd forgotten, Jimmy. I believe you're right. I'm going out to have a look along the train. You hold on to the jewels and don't stir out of this compartment.
What are you going to do, Mr. Kent?
Oh, just look around. Maybe question that girl. You stay right here, Jimmy. Don't you move until I get back. And hide that bag.
Mr. Kent, don't be too long.
Don't worry. You'll be all right. Boy's right. Those speeding cars did have something to do with this. I'd better look into it.
And to do that, Clark Kent gives way to Superman. I'll fly back along the tracks and see what happened on the highway. Now, out this door. No one's looking. Good. Out we go. And up, and away!
Well, we are calling YM. YM speaking. Have you made the transfer? I regret to report that the transfer has failed. What you say? Failed? We followed the car. We delayed him. Prevented him from reaching the station. We did not make the transfer. Go on. What happened? There was a fight. The train came by and he threw the package of jewels through a window. Blundering fools. You have failed. But no time to talk of that now. Which car and which window? We saw that. The car was 319. The third window down. Very well. I will take charge in person from now on. I will board the train myself and do what must be done. That is all. The yellow mask will not save.
The Yellow Mask. Back from the past, the most dangerous of all international criminals appears again with the crown jewels of a world-famous empire as his prize. What will happen aboard the train? Who is the mysterious girl? What will Superman find as he soars above the railway line back along the way they have come? Tune in next time and follow the exciting story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look. It's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look. It's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Superman. And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. Returning from an adventure in the Caribbean Sea, Kent and young Jimmy Olsen found themselves head over heels in mystery. $5 million worth of stolen crown jewels were hurled through the window of the compartment adjoining theirs on the Atlantic Railroad's cracked Thunderbolt Express, almost hitting a young girl, sole occupant of the compartment. Recalling that two cars had been speeding along the highway near the railroad tracks, Kent, as Superman, left the train and flew back to see whether there was any connection between the cars and the jewels, leaving Jimmy alone in their compartment with the fabulous gems. But unknown to either of them, the Yellow Mask, after the $5 million treasure, has boarded the train and is at this very moment questioning the young girl, pretending to be a railroad detective. Listen.
Please go on, miss. You were saying?
I can't think. You're frightening me. Why do you look at me like that?
Do I? I don't mean to.
You stare as if you would look right through me. As if you thought I was lying.
Aren't you? Aren't you lying? Answer me.
Please go away. You're upsetting me. If you don't leave at once, I'll call the conductor.
I beg your pardon, miss. You see, we railroad detectives have to examine every possible clue. So you are not lying. Of course not.
I don't know what you mean.
Let me go on. When this thing came through the window, had you been looking out? Admiring the scenery?
No, I was reading a magazine.
You saw nothing out the window?
I tell you, I was reading.
You saw nothing?
Nothing.
And then the crash. It must have been very terrifying.
It was, believe me.
Very well. Go on. What next? What happened?
I don't remember. I screamed and people came running.
Ah, yes, of course. People came running. And what did they find?
I don't understand you.
What did they find?
Oh, a broken window. Glass all over the compartment.
No. The object. The thing that broke the window. What was it?
I don't know.
Come now. Something must have shattered the glass.
I tell you, I don't know.
I want the truth, miss. There is no reason to hide anything. This is no fault of yours.
I'm not hiding anything. We searched. Everybody searched. But there was nothing at all.
That's not possible. What do you think broke the window?
How should I know?
After the crash, who came running?
People in the car. A boy and a young man from a newspaper.
What? A reporter?
Yes.
What was he doing here?
I don't know. Traveling, perhaps. The boy was with him.
What's that? A newspaper reporter and a boy? How big a boy?
Oh, just a boy, possibly 12 or 13.
And this reporter, miss, what did he look like?
Do you expect me to remember that? I was excited, almost hysterical.
Of course, naturally. But please try to remember. Was he very tall, broad-shouldered?
All I remember is that he wore glasses.
Glasses?
Yes.
This reporter, what did he do?
Oh, he was very kind. He looked all over for whatever came through the window. He and the boy both. On the floor, under the couch, even out in the corridor.
Excellent, miss. And then what?
They didn't find a thing.
They looked carefully, both of them?
Yes, everywhere.
Very interesting. So whatever it was that broke your window simply vanished. Is that what you tell me?
Yes.
Thank you, miss. I'm very much obliged to you. I mean, the railroad is obliged.
Is that all?
That is all. I shall now go and question the other passengers. For example, the man and the boy. Did you happen to notice which compartment they were in?
Yes, the one right next to mine.
Thank you, miss. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
That's quite all right.
Paul,
Yeah, I'm here.
have you looked over the rest of the car?
Yeah.
A compartment with a man and a boy. Have you found that?
A boy, yeah. In the next compartment, but there's no man. The boy's in there alone.
Alone? Is he? The man is gone?
There's no man with him.
Excellent, Paul. For the moment, we're in luck. Now look.
Yeah.
Go through the train. Examine every face. You remember that once before we encountered a news reporter named Clark Kent.
Yeah, I remember.
Go and look while I wait here in the vestibule. See if he's aboard.
All right. And if he is, what then?
Shadow him. Don't let him out of your sight. I believe I shall go in that compartment and have a talk with the boy. If he is alone, so much the better. Now go. Hurry.
Getting dark. Been gone almost an hour and I haven't found a thing. I've combed that highway 100 miles in each direction. If those cars were mixed up in this jewel business, they've gone now. Oh, wait a minute. What's that? Looks like a fire on a back road. It is a fire. A burning car. There's been an accident. Have to look into this. Hello? Hello, anybody here? Anybody hurt?
Help.
I'm coming. What's the matter? Quick.
They got me. They got me all right. I fooled them anyway.
Quick, man. Tell me where you're hurt. What happened?
Jewels. How'd they get the jewels? They didn't.
The jewels?
We was fighting. They stopped me on the road. Then the train came by. She was supposed to meet me on the back platform. She didn't.
She? Who is she?
I knew which car she was in. I kept fighting them off till the train caught up with us.
Listen, man, what are you talking about?
I fooled them. I slammed it right through the window. Even if they got me for it.
Who was it?
They chased me. I thought I'd make the station before the train came in. That's what I was supposed to do, but they held me up. You tell her. That's what made me right. Done the best I could.
Look, listen to me. Who are you talking about? Who held you up? Who shot you? Quick.
It was after the jewels, too, but I beat him to it. The yellow mask sure got left this time.
What? Who did you say? The yellow mask? Is he back of this?
Yellow mask. Plenty smart, but wait till he meets her.
The yellow mask after the jewels. And Jimmy alone back there on the train. Got to get back before something happens. But I can't leave this poor chap. Wait. What's that? It's a police siren. They've seen the fire. They'll take care of him. And I can't have them finding me here. Not now. Up! Up! That girl. I knew she was mixed up in this. But the yellow mask. 10 to 1, he's on the train right now. Wait a minute. Jimmy's all by himself in that compartment. He's got to get back. Heaven only knows what's happening. Seconds may count. Faster! Faster!
Excellent, Paul. Back so soon. What have you found?
Nothing. He ain't anywhere around.
Don't be a fool. The train hasn't stopped since I got on. He must be on board.
I say no. I searched the whole train.
You missed him, I see. Never mind. Wait. I wonder if he's back in the compartment.
Maybe. You sure he didn't pass you in the vestibule, boss?
Nobody came this way. But it's well to make sure. Come along. Stop. This is it. Listen carefully, Paul. You hear anyone talking inside?
No. I don't hear a thing.
Wait a minute. Yes, I do, too. Is it Kent? Is the boy talking to Kent?
Wait. No. I don't think it's Kent. It's the porter. The kid's telling what he wants for supper.
I'd prefer to find him alone, but I can't wait. Either the boy or Kent may have picked up the jewels. And if they did, they're hidden in that compartment. And the boy will know where.
What'll I do, boss?
You wait in the corridor or in the vestibule. If the man I described to you, the one I think may be Kent, if he does come back, keep him away.
Keep him away, boss? How?
My dear Paul, however you think best. Believe me, I shall ask no questions.
Okay. But what if the kid won't talk? What if he puts up a holler?
He'll talk, Paul. I'll promise you that. And he won't yell, not even once. That is also a promise. Now then, keep your eyes open. And if Kent comes back...
Okay, boss. If he does, I know what to do.
Very well. Now, quiet. Is the door unlocked?
Must be. The porter just went in.
Quiet.
And some roast beef and French fried potatoes and a big glass of milk.
Yes.
Is that you, Mr. Kent? Oh. Who are you?
I am the railroad detective, son.
Oh, I thought it was Mr. Kent coming back. What do you want?
So, you thought it was Mr. Kent. Mr. Clark Kent of the Daily Planet, eh? Stay right where you are, Potter. Don't move. Yes, sir, boss. What's your name, son?
Jimmy Olsen. What do you want?
Where are the jewels?
What?
Don't play with me, boy, and don't cry out. Don't make a sound. Where are the jewels?
Why should I tell you? Who are you?
So, then they are here. As for who I am, I will tell you. The Yellow Mask.
Jimmy and the terrified porter alone in the compartment with the yellow mask, while Paul waits outside to forestall any possible assistance. Can Clark Kent, in the person of Superman, winging his way back along the miles of steel, return in time? And what of the mysterious young girl? Don't miss the next exciting chapter. Tune in again and follow the story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. Returning home from the south on the Atlantic Railroad's cracked Thunderbolt Express, Kent and young Jimmy Olsen run into a mysterious adventure. A moment after they notice two automobiles racing along the highway adjoining the railroad track, a package containing $5 million in stolen crown jewels is hurled through the window of the compartment adjoining theirs, a compartment occupied by a young girl. Kent, unseen, recovered the jewels, and suspecting they were hurled from one of the speeding cars, flew back along the track to see what he could learn. In the meantime, the Yellow Mask, international criminal who is after the gems, has boarded the train, questioned the girl, and learned that Kent and Jimmy occupy the next compartment. As our story continues today, Jimmy, alone in the compartment with only the porter, stares at the dark, menacing figure of the mask. Listen.
Thought that it was Mr. Kent, Mr. Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Yeah, but who are you? You sound like a railroad detective.
Oh, you're right. I'm not a detective.
What are you doing here? Why are you looking at me like that?
Where are the jewels?
What?
Now, don't fool with me, boy. Don't cry out and don't make a sound. Where are the jewels?
What do you want them for? Who are you?
So, then they are here. And as for who I am, I will tell you. The Yellow Mask.
Yellow Mask?
Keep quiet. And you there in the corner, if I hear one sound out of you...
Yes.
Now then, boy, hand them over at once.
What jewels? I don't know what you're talking about.
Too late. You know what I'm talking about. The jewels are here, in this compartment. Give them to me. Be quick.
You can't frighten me. If you think the jewels are here, go ahead and find them.
Give me the jewels.
Go ahead and find them.
Now, don't haggle with me. Quick, give me that package of jewels.
All I've got to say is you better be out of here before Clark Kent comes back.
Clark Kent, eh? Well, nothing would please me better than to meet him face to face. I have a little score to settle with Clark Kent.
He's not afraid of you.
Now stop the chatter and hand over that package of jewels.
Not much.
Yes, you will. For the last time, boy.
Keep away. Don't you touch me. Don't you dare. If you lay a hand on me, I'll yell my head off.
Yell once, boy. Just once. And you'll never yell again. Oh, Lord. Now keep quiet, Porter.
You don't dare hurt me.
No, you think not. Come here, you. Well, now, maybe you're right.
I knew you wouldn't dare.
There's a better way. Much better. You're a very brave boy. Too brave to be frightened. I don't think that I could make you tell me where the jewels are if you didn't want to. But you will want to.
That's what you said.
I say yes. And why? Because, besides being brave, you are also loyal. Loyal to your friends.
What do you mean?
You would not wish them to come to harm. Especially your friend, Clark Kent. See?
You're just trying to mix me up. Better get out of here pretty quick, too, because Mr. Kent will be back soon.
I hope not, Jimmy. For your sake and his sake both.
His sake? What are you talking about?
Now listen to me. Just outside this compartment, waiting in the vestibule, is a man named Paul. You know Paul? Oh, too bad. A pity. He's very faithful. Always does exactly what I tell him. And this time, I told him that if Mr. Clark Kent returned while I was still in this room to take care of Mr. Kent with a knife.
You wouldn't do it. You couldn't.
Mr. Kent walks into that vestibule before you and I have finished our talk. Are you listening?
No. No.
He will never walk anywhere again. Never. Now.
Stop him. Don't let him.
Where are the jewels?
Wait. Here they are. Right here in this package. Take them. Take them quick and go.
Thank you, Jimmy. You are a very smart boy. And now I'll leave you. I see the train is slowing down for a station. How very convenient.
Yes, my friend, isn't it? So convenient for me. Don't move. Don't turn around. I have a gun here. It's small, but good.
She has, too. She's not lying.
Give me that package, my friend. It was never yours, you know.
No. I won't give it up.
All right. One little pull of this trigger.
No. No, here. Take it.
Thank you.
You she-devil.
I'm going now, but before I leave, I'll just make sure that you stay.
You hit him over the head with your gun.
Lordy.
Sound like a light. He's dead. What do we do?
There's the train. Just pulling into a station. Thank heavens. I only hope nothing's happened to Jimmy. And there's our car. Now down. I'll swoop down and hang onto the side of the car and force open one of the doors to the vestibule. Quick, before it stops. Down. There. Almost in. There we are. Now to get it closed again. And now for Jimmy.
Oh, this way, quick!
That voice. It's the mask. That's Jimmy in the compartment. Back to Clark Kent. Fast. Jimmy, I'm coming.
Mr. Kent, are you hurt? Did he get you?
Who get me?
The yellow mask. He was in here. Look there on the platform. He jumped right through the open window when the train stopped.
How did he get in here? Jimmy, where is he? Got to catch him.
Oh, no, wait, I tell you. He came after the jewels, and I gave him the package.
Jimmy, why did
Wait till I tell you. And just as he was going out, that girl came. She had a gun, and she took the package right away from him.
What?
Then she hit him over the head with a gun. Knocked him goofy.
What? The girl knocked out the yellow mask?
Yeah, and when the train stopped, he jumped up and dove out the window.
Quick, Jimmy. Which way did the girl go?
I don't know, but the mask's after her.
Great Scott. We're moving away from the station.
Mr. Kent, wait.
Wait, nothing. Those jewels are stolen. We've got to catch her.
No, you don't. Wait till I tell you, Mr. Kent. Look.
Great Scott. The jewels.
Mr. Kent, she didn't get them after all. And neither did the mask. I had them right in my pocket all the time. Wasn't that pretty smart?
What? You did... Jimmy. Boy, I'm proud of you.
All they got was the package, Mr. Kent. Wrapped up nice. Just the way it came through the window. I thought I'd better be prepared for something like what happened, so I I just put the jewels right in my pocket the minute you left the car. Say, I wonder what the mask and the glove will do when they find out.
That's her car up ahead. Faster, Paul.
We'll get it, boss.
Clever, I'll say that for her. But she won't live long enough to profit by it.
She's turning up a back road. Maybe she thinks she'll lose us.
Catching up. Look, Paul. Look. She's stopping.
Yeah, maybe something wrong with the car. Careful, boss. She's tricky.
People trick me only once, Paul. She won't do it again.
Look, she's standing right down the road. Look, see her in the headlight?
Stop. Pull up. Let me have your gun. No need to go any further. Stand right where you are.
Why, certainly.
You fooled me very cleverly before, back there in the train. But not now, I think.
No, not now, my friend. Are you looking for something?
I think you know what I'm looking for. Hand over that package.
Package? Certainly. Here, catch it.
Huh. You gave me a chase, but I've got them now. Congratulations, miss, on having done your best.
Yes, but my best and your best, too, is not quite good enough.
What do you mean?
Why do you think I stopped?
You realized you were caught? What else?
Oh, no. I stopped because I found out what's in that package. Maybe it'll stop you, too. Open it.
Empty. What have you done with the jewels?
What have I done with them? Ask your friend. Ask that young man from the newspaper. Or even better, ask that smart little boy.
You're trying to fool me again. You got them in your car.
If that's so, why do you think I stopped? My car's plenty fast. Do you think I stopped to chat? No, my friend. I stopped because I found out. And because I wanted you to find out, too.
I see. At the moment, we score another for my friend, Mr. Clark Kent.
Oh, Clark Kent. I'll remember that. I don't think I like Mr. Kent.
Nor I. He has interfered with me before.
This is the first time I've met him. But it won't be the last.
You're a very clever girl. I said so before. And I think that we both have the same goal.
Go on.
I don't make bargains. But this time, I'm going to break my rule. You give me your help against Clark Kent. Help me get the crown jewels.
Yes?
And when we do get them, I give you half. Well?
How do I know you'll do what you say?
Jewels are nothing to me. They're merely a means to an end. But Clark Kent, this time he must not stand in my way. Well, what do you say?
I say yes, we'll work together. And now come. I have a plan already. While the train is still on the way to the city...
Paul, bring up the car.
Listen, this Clark Kent doesn't know who he's up against now, but he'll learn. Oh, yes, he certainly will learn. Come, my friend. Come along while I tell you how.
Streamlined thunderbolt roars on its way toward the distant city, while Jimmy and Kent congratulate themselves on their luck and Jimmy's resourcefulness. But already a new and sinister combination is forming to work swiftly for the recovery of the jewels. What plan has the mysterious girl in mind? What strange power will she use to further the designs of the Yellow Mask? Don't miss the next exciting installment. Tune in next time and follow the story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, who came to Earth from the destroyed planet Krypton, possessed of a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who is stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, and who walks about among ordinary men disguised as mild Clark Kent. reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Kent and Jimmy Olsen were returning home on the cracked Thunderbolt Express when a package of world-famous jewels stolen from a national exposition was hurled through a window of the car. In the resulting confusion, Kent secretly recovered the jewels, but almost at once ran into startling developments. First, the package was apparently intended for a mysterious girl sitting beside the shattered window. And second, the yellow mask, dangerous international criminal, is also after the jewels. Breaking in on Jimmy, whom Kent has left alone in a compartment, the mask forced the boy to give up the packet. Just as the mysterious girl appeared behind him with a revolver, relieved him of his plunder, and vanished. Returning, Kent found Jimmy in high spirits. He had given the mask an empty package. The precious jewels were still in his pocket. And now the mask and the girl are both off the train and out of the way. But are they? The train roars through the night. Jimmy and Kent sit chatting in the brightly lighted compartment. Listen.
Jimmy, I still can't quite believe it. Would you mind telling me again just how it happened?
Golly, Mr. Kent, I hardly know myself.
What made you take the jewels out of the package and put them in your pocket?
Gosh, I don't know. I guess it was just a hunch.
You're wasting your talents, Jimmy. You should be a fortune teller. Go on, what did the mask do then?
He didn't have time to do a thing. I'd given him the package, without the jewels, of course.
Was that when the girl came in?
Yeah. I guess she'd been standing at the door listening. And boy, she sure didn't waste any time.
Very clever young lady. And then what happened?
The train was slowing down for a station, and she kind of listened for a second, and
then she hit the mask over the head with her gun.
Boy, and how? Knocked him out cold. And then she skipped.
Mm-hmm. What was the porter doing all this while?
You mean the waiter from the diner?
Yes.
Mr. Kent, he was scared stiff. The minute the girl left, he dashed down like a streak of lightning. Then the mask came to, got up off the floor, jumped out of the window after the girl. Well, guess that's that.
No, Jimmy. I'm afraid this is just the beginning.
Golly, Mr. Kent. What do you mean?
We've still got what the Yellow Mask wants. And if I know him, it won't be long before he catches up with the girl and learns that we still have the jewels.
Oh, but by that time, we'll be safely home.
Well, I hope you're right, Jimmy.
Golly, who's that?
Careful. Are the jewels hidden?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Telegram, sir.
What did he say? Telegram?
Okay, just a minute. Yes, what is it?
Telegram, sir. Conductor said it might be for you. Your name, Kent? Clark Kent?
Clark Kent, that's right.
Sign here, please.
All right.
Gee, Mr. Kent. Oh, who do you suppose it's from?
I'll tell you right away. Well, what do you know?
What?
Jimmy, it's from Mr. White.
Our Mr. White?
Uh-huh.
The editor of the Daily Planet?
None other.
Gee, how did he know where we were? What's he saying?
Oh, editors always know where you are. It's part of their business. As for what he says, well, it seems we've got an assignment.
Oh, boy. What is it?
Listen. Clark Kent aboard Thunderbolt Express Atlantic Railway. Leave train Minorville. Spend night Grand Hotel. Stop. Wait in room for phone call from me. Special assignment. Utmost secrecy vital. Signed, Perry White.
Is that all?
That's all.
Golly, Mr. Kent. I wonder what's up.
Well, you know as much as I do, Jimmy. We're to get off at Minorville and spend the night at the Grand Hotel.
Where is Minorville? I mean, is it close?
It's the next stop. You better start packing your bag. Why I reached us just in time.
Mr. Kent, I just happened to think. The telegram doesn't mention me, does it?
No, why?
Well, I wonder... I mean, do you think Mr. White wants me to stop over, too?
Well, he doesn't say so, but he knows you're with me. Yes, of course. You'll get off at Minorville, too, Jimmy. Now, hurry up with those bags. I think we're almost there.
Yes? This is YM.
Who is it?
Go on. Excellent. Yes.
Who's that? Are they at the hotel yet?
Excellent, Paul. Nothing more now. You'll remain on call.
Well?
So far, all is well. Our friends received the telegram.
Good.
Left the train at Minorville and are now registered at the Grand Hotel.
Good. I told you it would work.
Apparently, they suspect nothing. You're a clever girl. Now, what's the next step?
That, my friend, is up to you. You have some members of your staff here.
Yes, of course, that was one of them at call.
Very well. Put them in the hotel and let them get to work. It shouldn't be difficult.
Well, I don't know. That fellow Kent, he somehow manages to squeeze out of tight places.
We're not interested in Kent. All we want is the jewels. Don't tell me your organization isn't equipped to handle a little matter of burglary.
I don't suppose you'd care to tackle the job yourself, would you?
Hardly, my friend. Unfortunately, both my talents and I are rather well known.
Excuse me, please. Yes? Well? What do you say? Are you sure? That complicates matters considerably. Very well, remain where you are. You'll hear from me.
Well, what's the trouble now?
A slight impediment to your excellent suggestions.
What do you mean?
Particularly as concerns that little matter of burglary.
Where are you driving us?
By a most unhappy coincidence, the Grand Hotel on this particular evening is packed with policemen.
Policemen? But why? What for?
Purely coincidence, my dear, but still unhappy. It seems the hotel has a guest.
That's very bright and so unusual. Now, what are the policemen doing there? Holding a convention?
No, it seems that a distinguished ambassador, a representative from abroad, is a guest at the Grand Hotel.
Are you serious?
Entirely. And because this distinguished foreign representative is spending the night there, the Grand Hotel has arranged for police on every floor.
I see. Well, that does make it a little more difficult, doesn't it?
A trifle, yes.
But not impossible.
No? Unfortunately, my people are also known to the police.
In that case, I shall have to do it myself after all.
Excellent. Will you pose as a ghost and pass unseen through walls?
Don't be a fool. I need your help, not your wish.
Forgive me. I am yours to command.
This won't be easy, but I think we can handle it. Our problem is to make our way through a cordon of police, find the jewels, and get out again.
If you can do that while Kent and that boy are in their room...
Kent and the boy will know nothing until it's too late. Now tell me, you said you were well acquainted in Mineville. Have you friends here, people you can trust?
Of course, but what...
Never mind. You'll see how things can be done with finesse and quickly. You get on that phone. Call your friends. I'll need 2 men and a woman. There's no time to lose.
There, Jimmy. That seems to do it. Now let's see if we can open the safe again. There.
That's perfect. How'd you happen to get me a room with a wall safe, Mr. Kent?
Oh, pure luck, Jimmy. This room used to be occupied by a local jeweler. He had the safe put in. Too bad we couldn't get a double room.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Our rooms connect. So did you find out who's on the other side of you?
Yes, one of the foreign ambassador's secretaries. You've got a clergyman next to you, a missionary, Reverend Marvin.
Well, then I guess the jewels are pretty safe. With a cop on every floor, a minister next to me, and a secretary next to you.
Well, I'm not worried about the jewels. There is one thing that puzzles me.
What's that, Mr. Kent?
The mysterious assignment Mr. White spoke of in his telegram. I can't imagine what it might be. Wish his phone call would come through.
Golly. Maybe somebody's going to try to kill the ambassador. Maybe Mr. White got a tip.
Oh, Jimmy, don't let your imagination run away with you. However, it might have something to do with the ambassador. Well, no use sitting up waiting. You got the jewels?
Mm-hmm. Right here, Mr. Kent.
All right, chuck the package in the safe and spin the knob.
All right.
That's it. There. Well, you might as well turn in now, Jimmy. Fellow your age needs lots of sleep.
Oh, please, Mr. Kent. When if the call comes, can't I wait up?
Jimmy, don't be unreasonable. Mr. White calls, I'll wake you. That's a promise. Say, I wonder what all the racket's about outside.
I'm in the hall. Oh, what's that? Mr. Kent, it's in the next room.
Wait, don't go out.
We could open the door, couldn't we? Just to see.
All right, just a crack.
Tell me, Mr. Kent. I wonder what's going on.
Wait, Jimmy, wait. Here comes the room clerk. We'll ask him what's going on next door. Anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong, Mr. Kent. Reverend Marvin's doing us a favor and giving up his room.
A missionary? What for?
A special guest requires a big room, and the Reverend said he didn't mind going somewhere else. Oh, here she comes now.
Look, Mr. Kent. They're wheeling someone in.
Quiet, not so loud, Jimmy.
Golly. It's a lady. Wonder what's the matter with her. What are all the nurses for
Well,
there?
she's probably very sick, Jimmy. Now, let's not stand here gawking.
I know you were particular about who was in the rooms next to you, Mr. Kent, but I don't think you need worry. You won't be disturbed.
I wasn't worrying about that.
It's just for overnight, you know. Seems there wasn't room in the hospital, and she's moving on in the morning.
Poor woman.
Yeah.
Paralyzed from the neck down, but I understand she'll recover. Wonderful things they do nowadays. Well, good night, Mr. Kent. 8:30, you said.
Yes, that's right, 8:30. Good night.
Gee, it must be tough not to be able to move your arms and legs. The doctors cure her.
Oh, I'm sure they will, Jimmy. Well, come on, we've got to get up early. Let's turn in.
All right. What time are we getting up, Mr. Kent?
Did you hear me tell the room clerk? 8:30.
Mm.
Hit the hay now, young fella. If you want anything during the night or hear anything, you just yell. I'll be right in the next room.
Okay, Mr. Kent. Good night. I'm going to set my little alarm clock, too. Just in case the room clerk forgets to call us. Gee, it's almost midnight.
I thought for a moment he was wakening. He's only mumbling in his sleep. Now, where's that wall safe? Here it is. And they call this a safe. With these tools, getting it open is a cinch.
Has the mysterious girl made good her boast to the Yellow Mask? Is it she who, in the dark stillness of the night, is working at the wall safe in Jimmy's room? What will happen? Tune in next time and follow the exciting story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine, presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter. Returning home from their adventures in the South Seas, Kent and Jimmy Olsen recover a packet of world-famous crown jewels which have been stolen from a national exposition. As they're wondering what to do next, a sudden wire from Perry White, editor of the Daily Planet, orders them to leave the train and spend the night at the Grand Hotel in the city of Minorville, there to wait for a telephone call. Unknown to either of them, however, the telegram is the work of the Yellow Mask and his new partner in crime, a mysterious girl who is also interested in the stolen jewels. In adjoining rooms, Jimmy and Kent retire for the night, with $5 million worth of precious gems locked in a wall safe in Jimmy's room. But even as the young copy boy falls into a deep, exhausted slumber, his door opens quietly, and a mysterious figure slips through the darkness. The following morning...
All right.
Hey, Jimmy, what's the matter with you? Can't you hear the phone?
Huh? Oh, golly, I didn't know what it was. I'll answer it. Hello? Huh? Oh, yeah, thanks. It's the clerk. He says it's 8:30. There goes my alarm clock. I must have been sleeping like a lamb. Oh, boy.
I'll say you were. That phone rang 10 times if it rang once. All right, now, come on. Hop out of bed.
All right. Oh.
Great Scott.
What's the matter?
Look at that safe. It's wide open.
The jewels.
The jewels are gone.
Well,
get into your clothes, Jimmy. Hurry. You've got to work fast. Come on, kid. Get into your clothes.
Watch your step, please. Going down.
Come on, Jimmy. Get in.
Okay, Mr. Kent. Gee, Mr. Kent, I don't understand it. How could anyone have done it?
Not so loud, Jimmy. It's fairly easy to see how it was done. Someone sneaked into your room in the middle of the night and opened the safe.
But how? Why didn't it wake me up?
Well, that's one of the things I can't understand myself.
Mr. Kent, do you think it could have been either of the people in the rooms next to us?
No, hardly. One of them is a well-known diplomat, and the other was that poor paralyzed woman.
Please go along. Watch your step, please.
Well, what are we going to do now?
Well, first of all, we'll go to the front desk and report the theft.
Are you going to tell them about the jewels? You going to break the story?
I'll have to, I'm afraid. It isn't our story anymore. Then we'll wait for that long-distance call I put through to Mr. White. Maybe he can explain a few things that puzzle me. Oh.
Mr. Clark Kent, call for Mr. Kent.
Am I here, boy? Jimmy, that's the call now.
Yeah.
Long distance, Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Take right here in the booth, please.
Thank you, boy. Now, look here, Jimmy.
Yeah?
You go ahead to the room clerk's desk and wait for me. But don't you say a word to anybody.
All right.
Hello?
Hello. Perry White speaking.
Mr. White, this is Clark Kent.
Kent? Well. Voice from the other world. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I hated to call you, Mr. White, after what you said, but I had to.
I can't hear you very well. Where are you?
I'm in Minorville.
Where? Minerville?
Uh-huh.
What's going on in Minerville?
Oh, plenty, but not what you think. Or maybe it was what you expected.
Kent, what are you talking about? I've been waiting for you to get back here to work.
But your telegram. The one you sent me on the train.
What? I didn't send you any telegram.
Well, didn't you send me a wire telling me to stop at the Grand Hotel in Minerville and wait for a call?
Not me. Somebody's pulled your leg, Kent. Not the 1st of April, either. Where's young Jimmy?
Oh, he's here with me.
Hurry home, Kent. Got a whale of a story breaking here any minute. Right up your alley.
Okay, Mr. White, we'll be there.
Wait a minute. What was it you called me about?
Well, I can't tell you now. Not after what you just told me. You'll know all about it as soon as I see you. Goodbye.
All right. Goodbye, Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Jimmy, listen. I've just been talking with Mr. White, and that telegram was a fake. He didn't know a thing about it.
That's not all. Wait till you hear what I just found out.
You realize what it means? The Yellow Mask must have sent that wire himself.
Yeah, and the Yellow Mask stole the jewels. Or that girl.
What? How do you know?
I heard about it while you were in the phone booth. Boy, is this hotel in an uproar. Mr. Kent, that lady, you know, the one in the next room who was wheeled in all bundled up?
Yeah, the sick girl?
Sick my foot. Mr. Kent, she did it.
What?
And I'll bet you she was the same girl who was in the train.
Oh, wait, hold on, Jimmy. What makes you think that?
Her being paralyzed was all a fake. I just heard the clerk talking about it. But
I don't understand.
So when the clerk went on up to her room early this morning to see if she needed anything, the room was empty.
Nobody there at all? Not even the nurse?
No. But that thing they wheeled her in on was there, and all the blankets. And something else.
What?
A set of burglar tools.
Oh, I see. Well, Jimmy, they're one up on us. But they haven't licked us. Not yet.
Yeah, but they've got the jewels, Mr. Kent.
Yes, they've got them now, but they won't have them for long. 2 to 1, that girl's taken the early train for the city.
Sure she has, but what are we
There's
going
not
to
another train till afternoon. I found that out last night. Now, Jimmy, we've got to get there ahead of her and meet that train when it comes in.
Mr. Kent, my gosh, how can we?
Just one way. Fly.
Oh.
Come on, Jimmy. Quick. Down to the airport. Maybe we can hire a plane.
How are we doing, Mr. Kent?
I don't know, Jimmy. It's going to be touch and go. The train had almost 2 hours start on us.
We ought to be catching up on it now. Where's Craig traveling?
Yes, but remember, we've got to have half an hour at least after we land to get from the airport to the station.
See, why don't you call ahead to Mr. White?
Huh?
If we don't make it, he can get to the station himself in trailer.
How could he? He's never seen her.
Oh. Hey, look over there to the east, Mr. Kent. Isn't that a tower?
Jimmy, you're right. It's the Parkway building. Look how it stands up there through the fog. Well, it means we're home.
Yeah. 30 stories high, and nobody in it. Why is that, Mr. Kent? Why has the Parkway building always been deserted?
I'll explain that some other time, Jimmy. It's quite a story. Right now, I've got all I can do handling this plane.
Boy, some flyer, all right. Where are we heading, Mr. Kent?
I've set her down at the Eastern Airport. Then we'll grab a cab for the terminal. Must be quite a crosswind.
Are we drifting?
Yes, we are. Trying to bring her around, but we're heading straight for the tower.
Hey, look at it. A layer of fog all over the city. Look, Mr. Kent. The tower sticks up through it like a lighthouse.
Yeah, I am looking.
It's funny. Never guessed there was a great big city underneath that gray blanket of fog, would you? Hey, aren't we kind of high, Mr. Kent?
Well, I've been coming in at 15,000. Don't want to bother the transports. Now we start dropping.
Hey, Mr. Kent, the motor's missing.
Yes, that's queer. Got plenty of gas. Speed lines must be fouled.
Listen to it, Mr. Kent. What'll we do? Mr. Kent.
It's all right, Jimmy. It's all right. What? I'll glide her down. If I can ever get out of this wind.
Mr. Kent, look. We're heading straight for the tower.
Yeah, I know. Can't seem to get her out of it.
Oh, you're driving on purpose? Golly, Mr. Kent. The motor. It's dead. Mr. Kent, the motor's dead.
Steady, Jimmy. Steady. We'll be all right.
But we're diving. We're going like a bullet. Mr. Kent.
Jimmy, I can't bring her out of it. Something's pulling us. It's the wind. Crosswind.
The tower. Look, it's coming right up at us, Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent.
Sit tight, Jimmy. I'll get her out of this. I'll get her out of it and land in the marsh. Hang on.
Southern Methodist, second section, Fall City, Dodgetown, Minerville, track number 9. Southern Limited.
Now then, Jimmy, we're here. We made it just in time.
Oh, well, we lucky. I don't see yet how you got the plane down, Mr. Kent. What was it that pulled us around so?
We'll go into that later. Got something else on hand right now. Right back of that pillar, quick.
What are we heading for? That girl comes down. Aren't you going to stop her?
Stop the Yellow Mask, or at least we think she is.
Boy, we know it.
All right. If we follow her and see where she goes, maybe we can find the Yellow Mask himself.
Golly, Mr. Kent. Do you think so?
Well, it's worth the chance.
Yeah, but she'll be looking for us.
No, she won't. She thinks we're still back in Minorville. Jimmy, look. Huh? There she comes right now.
Yeah, it's her, all right. She's walking plenty fast.
Right now, watch her. See where she's heading.
Mr. Kent, look. She's walking toward the subway.
Yes, Jimmy. There she goes down the stairs. Come on, we've got to follow her. Quick.
From Millville, Collyer, Newfield, track number 10.
Jimmy, she's still on the train? I don't want to look myself. She might recognize me if she saw us both together.
Yeah, she's still there, Mr. Kent.
Good.
She's sitting way down at the end of the last car. I can see her through the connecting doors.
All right, all we can do is watch and stick with her, but keep your eyes open at every station. Well, she's still there?
Yeah, still there, Mr. Kent. Yeah, right in the same place. What are the lights off for? Why's the train stopped? We're not at the station yet.
That's all right. I'm just waiting for the all-clear signal before pulling into the station. There. Here we go again. Keep your eyes open, Jimmy. Is she getting up? Sneak a look.
I don't think so. For Pete's sake.
What's the matter? Careful.
Mr. Kent, look.
What?
Look, what you see isn't there. She's gone.
It can't be. She must be there.
But she isn't. Look for yourself.
Come on, into that car. This just isn't so. Well, we've been through every car on the train.
Yeah, there isn't a sign of her. Wait, Mr. Kent, stop the train. She's fallen off. Pull the cord.
No, she didn't fall. She knew what she was doing. She did it deliberately. Jimmy, that girl's back there in the tunnel, and I've got a hunch I know why she slipped off the train at that spot.
What is Clark Kent's hunch about the mysterious girl's disappearance? Did she fall from the moving subway train? Or did she, as Kent believes, slip off deliberately? And if she left of her own accord, what secret is concealed in the darkness of the tunnel? Don't forget to tune in next time for more thrills and high excitement. Tune in and follow the story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, who appeared on Earth from the planet Krypton and who mingled with ordinary men disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for a great metropolitan paper. When we last saw them, Kent and young Jimmy Olsen, copy boy for the Daily Planet, had become even more deeply involved in the curious adventure of the stolen crown jewels, which had come to them utterly without warning on the railroad train. Flying home from Minorville, where they had been held by a fake telegram from the Yellow Mask, their plane had almost crashed in the powerful cross-current that drew them to the tower of a deserted skyscraper. But Kent managed to land safely, and they hurried to the railroad station to meet the incoming train, arriving just in time to see the mysterious girl, ally and assistant of the Mask himself, cross the waiting room and head toward the subway. But in the subway, the mystery suddenly deepened. Between stations in the inky blackness of the tunnel, either by accident or design, the girl vanished into thin air, taking the jewels with her and leaving Kent and Jimmy completely baffled. As the story continues today, they have returned to the offices of the Daily Planet, and Kent has just finished telling his amazing tale to Editor White. Suddenly, he stops.
Mr. White, is something wrong?
You're pale as a ghost. Do you want some water?
No, I'm all right, really. Just stay where you are, Jimmy.
You sure? Jimmy's right, you are pale.
Nothing but excitement, Kent. Believe me. What was that you were saying? About your plane. You say it crashed?
Oh, no, it didn't actually, but we came mighty close to cracking up.
It wasn't his fault, Mr. White. Mr. Kent's a swell pilot.
Never mind that. Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, someone stole the jewels from Jimmy's hotel room in Minorville. And then
No, never mind that. Never mind. The plane.
Well, as I said, I'd chartered this two-seater, and we were almost in.
We could even see the Parkway Tower, Mr. White.
Go on, Kent.
All of a sudden, I ran into this curious crosswind. Drew me straight for the Parkway Tower. I tried everything, but I couldn't pull out of it.
I saw that old tower coming closer and closer, and I was scared stiff.
Well, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Jimmy. I was mighty scared myself.
Then what happened, Kent?
I just barely pulled out of it, Mr. White. Missed the tower by an eyelash and landed in the Parkway Marsh.
Good heavens.
Narrow squeak, all right.
I wasn't thinking of that. Of course, I'm thankful you escaped, but it's mighty curious.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Coincidence. A simply amazing coincidence. Or possibly not a coincidence at all. Now, look here, Kent. What you've been telling me is almost exactly what I was going to tell you, just as soon as you'd finished.
What do you mean?
Airplanes out of control. Unaccountable crashes. Only you two got out of it. And the others? Well, the others aren't anywhere at all. And the curious part of it is, they were mixed up with Jules, too.
Well, I still don't understand, Mr. White.
Kent, this is a most amazing mystery. And here it is in a nutshell. During the past month, 4 planes coming into the city, specially chartered air expresses carrying valuable loads of jewels and precious stones, have never arrived.
Never arrived? But you said they were coming into the city.
Just so, Jimmy. Each of them was practically inside the city limits. Several thousand feet up, of course, in full communication by two-way radio. And then, suddenly, nothing.
But that's not possible.
Radio breaks off. Complete silence. And they never arrived.
Cracked up?
No. Vanished. Disappeared.
But if they're that close, well, why can't people see them?
That's the catch. Always, without fail, the accidents, if they are accidents, have happened on rainy, foggy nights. Low ceilings, poor visibility, as if someone had picked those nights deliberately.
I see. And you think...
I don't know what to think, Kent. But it suddenly flashed into my mind while you were talking that if the yellow mask is back of your own adventure, and you say he is...
Oh, yeah, Mr. White, I saw him myself.
Well, then, there's a possibility that he's back of this, too. I can hardly wait to see Wentworth.
What? Why Wentworth? Hasn't he arrived from Manaus yet?
But he left there long before we did.
Oh, yes, he's been back some time. He's been covering these mysterious disappearances and flying in this evening. Very soon now, with the Air Express from the south.
That's so. Well, I'll be glad to see Bill.
He's been flying on various routes for a week. I couldn't see that it was proving anything, but he insisted that if he could find out what was happening, it would be the scoop of the year.
Well, it certainly would. If the mask is mixed up in this, Mr. White, it's going to be plenty hard to uncover the story.
Tell me, Mr. Kent, do you suppose Mr. Wentworth's found out anything?
He's due in half an hour, maybe sooner. And if he does know anything, we'll know about it soon enough.
Mr. White, where's he coming in?
Eastern Airport. Why, Kent?
Where's he coming from?
Garden City.
That's from the southeast. Great Scott, I wonder...
Wonder what, Mr. Kent?
Nothing. Mr. White, I'm going down to the airport to meet Wentworth when he gets in. You don't mind, do you?
Well, of course not, Ken. Go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Kent, may I come too?
Yes, come on, Jimmy. Even if we don't find anything, you'll at least get to see how an airport works.
Well, good luck to you, Kent. It's a bad evening. Looks like more rain. I hope nothing happens.
JR calling. YM has received report from the southeast. All preliminaries have been successfully carried out. Weather station reports fog and rain. Visibility poor. Ceiling 400. Conditions are now perfect. Reception station reports plane coming in at 9,000. YM orders that all posts stand by for action.
Hey, Mr. Kent, this is some place, all right. What do they do over there?
This is the central control tower, Jimmy. And you're a mighty lucky boy to be allowed inside it. Now stand still and don't get in anybody's way.
Yeah, but what goes on? What are they doing?
Well, you saw all those planes out on the runways.
Yeah.
And the ones coming down all the time.
Well, sure, but what has that got to do?
Well, the men in here tell them when to take off and tell the others how to come in.
Oh.
Attention, please. Passengers for Flight 6, Lockport, Calverton in the West. Now loading at Gate 4.
That's one of the big transports, Jimmy. Oh, look, here comes the chief operator.
Evening, Kent.
Hello, Mac. Any word yet from that plane Bill Wentworth's in?
Let's see. That'll be Flight 9 from Garden City. Anybody got Flight 9?
Yeah, I just made Little River.
Little River. Yeah, that's about 10 miles out. Over the flat. Yeah, I'll be here in a minute now. By the way, Kent, any news? You know.
Nothing so far, Mac. But that's why we're here.
Well, I hope you're here for nothing. But I don't know.
What do you mean, Mr. Mac?
Don't know. Same sort of a night, dark and foggy. Low ceiling.
Hey, Chief. There's that beam again.
Hold it and call the federal men. Quick.
Now she's gone again.
What's he talking about?
Wild beam. You know how pilots ride the radio beam in, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, every once in a while we pick up this beam that doesn't seem to come from anywhere. Just running wild. Coming in where there shouldn't be any beam at all.
Is there no way of tracing it?
Not much. That's why we try to get the federal operators to pick it up. Might be able to plot it. Confound it anyway.
What's the trouble, Mac?
I don't like it, Kent. Is the boy all right?
You mean Jimmy?
Yeah. Can he keep things to himself?
Well, of course I can.
I'll answer for him, Mac.
Well, this is it. You know about those missing planes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we picked up that beam each time before it happened.
Only on those nights?
No, we've had it since. But every night there was a missing plane, we heard it. I don't like it, Kent.
Flight 9 from Garden City, crossing Schuyler's Creek at 12,000.
There's your plane, Kent. Coming in now. Come on over.
I'm going to handle this from now on myself.
Come on, Jimmy, and keep out of the way.
Okay.
Flight 9. Calling Flight 9. Come in, please.
Flight 9, coming in at 10,000.
Flight 9. Down to 8,000.
What's he doing now, Mr. Kent?
Telling the pilot what levels to come in at, Jimmy. That's so we won't interfere with anybody else. Mac, ask him how the weather is, will you?
Yeah, sure. Flight 9. Please report on weather where you are now. Come in, please.
Rain squalls, low fog, light easterly winds.
Rain and fog, Kent. He's right over the city now. Looks like this is the time we guessed wrong. Don't see what can happen to him now.
Hey, Chief. There's that beam. Listen. Catch it yourself.
Mac, what is it?
Got it. Right here. It's on the same wavelength. Flight 9. Calling Flight 9. Come in, Flight 9.
Flight 9. This is Flight 9. This is...
Well, what's happened?
It stopped. Flight 9. Calling Flight 9. Come in, please.
Mr. Kent, what's happened?
Well, Mac?
Flight 9. Calling Flight 9. Come in, please. Come in. I'm afraid I didn't guess wrong after all, Kent. Wentworth's plane is gone. Just like all the others.
I'm all right, Mr. Kent.
Oh, take it easy, Jimmy.
Well, Mr. Wentworth, do you think it was the yellow mask?
Jimmy, I don't know. I can only guess.
Mr. Kent, what do you mean?
I've been doing a little thinking, Jimmy. Do you know where you are? Right now, I mean.
Sure. Right on the Parkway flat.
I thought you needed a bit of a walk before we went back to the office.
Yeah, I sure did. Thanks, Mr. Kent.
That's all right, Jimmy. But look, I didn't come this way by accident. Look over there. Tell me what you see.
I don't see much of anything. It's rainy and dark and all.
I'll keep looking.
Oh, yeah, I see the Parkway Tower. What of it?
Queer place, Jimmy. 30 stories high, the tallest building in the city. Remember that?
Sure, I started to ask you about it back in the plane.
And the very day it was finished, it was closed up tighter than a drum. Ever since, it's been deserted.
Why, Mr. Kent? Why did they ever put up that big building and then just let it go, abandon it?
Well, there are several reasons, Jimmy. First, there was a fight between different interests for control. Then it was pretty far out from the center of town.
It sort of stands all by itself. It's a great big skeleton, all alone.
I wonder. Jimmy, when our plane was pulled off its course, we were almost carried right into that tower.
Yeah, but you said it was crosswinds.
And when Bill Wentworth's plane came in tonight, on a line from the southeast, the tower was right in its path.
Golly, Mr. Kent, you don't mean...
But that isn't all. Think back, Jimmy. When the girl got away from us in the subway, remember that?
I say I do. But what does that got to do?
You remember the station? No? Well, I do. Jimmy, that girl left the train just where the subway tunnel travels under the Parkway Tower.
What? Golly.
Just so. It all ties in together. And Jimmy, unless I'm very much mistaken, the secret of the jewel robbery and the missing planes and the hiding place, maybe the whole headquarters of the Yellow Mask and his gang, is there in that deserted skyscraper. And with your help, Jimmy, I'm going to find out.
Amazed, Jimmy stands in the rain and stares toward the dim shaft of the Parkway Tower, hidden in coiling wreaths of fog. Is Kent right? Is it really the hiding place of the Yellow Mask? And what does Kent mean by asking Jimmy's help? What excitement waits in the dim corridors of an abandoned skyscraper? Tune in next time and follow the exciting story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Guys, look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth possessed of physical powers far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. Much has happened since a package containing $5 million worth of stolen jewels was hurled through a window of the train on which Kent and Jimmy Olsen were riding. The two people who were after the jewels, a mysterious young woman and the Yellow Mask, deadly international criminal, have joined forces in the masked headquarters, an abandoned skyscraper known as the Parkway Tower. Listen.
So this is where you hang out. I must say, if I were trying to keep something undercover, I wouldn't operate from a 30-story office building, even if it is deserted.
On the contrary, my dear, I could have chosen no better spot. The police would never think of looking for me here.
Oh, maybe you're right, but I don't like it. Let's get our business over with.
What's your hurry? You're perfectly safe.
I know, but I still don't like it. Where's my cut? You said I could have it in cash.
Of course. But we don't want to break off our pleasant relationship so abruptly, do we? As a matter of fact, I don't even know your name.
What difference does that make? All I want is my cut, and I'll go.
But I don't want you to go. You're a very clever girl, and I can use clever people to good advantage. I can show you how to make millions. And not only that, but I can give you power. Power beyond belief.
Sometimes you talk like you're crazy. Come on, pony up.
You don't believe me? Well, I'll show you. You see that safe in the corner?
Yes, I see it.
Watch while I open it. Now, look inside.
Oh.
Precious gems. Diamonds and rubies and emeralds. Enough to pay a king's ransom. Now you can see that the jewels you helped me recover from that reported Clint were as nothing against this treasure.
Where did you get them all?
Oh, they came to me like flies to a honeypot.
I don't understand.
A few moments ago, you wondered why I maintained headquarters in this abandoned skyscraper.
What's that got to do with the jewels?
A great deal. One of the main reasons this 30-story building was abandoned soon after it was built was the fact that a large plot of land directly in front of it is a quagmire of quicksand. You know what quicksand is, don't you?
Yes, it's wet sand that you sink into and can't get out of.
Precisely.
Even a child knows that.
But this quicksand is very deep, and anything that falls into it vanishes forever.
What are you driving at?
Have patience, my dear. As you know, the Eastern Airport is less than a mile from this building. I learned through reliable sources that a fabulous fortune in precious gems was being flown to the National Jewelry Exposition from all parts of the country.
I knew that, too.
Yes, but you did nothing about it. I, on the other hand, decided to gain possession of those gems.
How?
Very simply. You know, of course, that when fog and rain blanket the sky, modern transport planes fly blind. That is to say, they follow a radio beam into an airport.
Yes, go on.
Well, I simply created a false radio beam for the planes carrying the jewels. One with 10 times the power of the true beam coming from the airport control tower. A radio beam that led each of the transports down into the deadly quicksand.
You don't mean that.
Every word of it. Thus far, 5 planes have vanished like a puff of smoke, never to be seen again.
But the jewels, how'd you recover them?
Before the planes sank. My men have been trained to work fast.
How many men have you here?
At present, only 2. A radio operator and a night watchman. My work is practically over. With the fortune represented by the jewels in that safe, I can gain what only money can buy. Power. Power over all living men. And, my dear, I should like you to share that power with me.
You say there are only 2 men in the building besides yourself?
Yes, a watchman in the lobby and a radio operator in the tower. We're practically alone.
That's all I wanted to know. Put your hands up.
Why, what's the matter? Why, what do you mean by this? Why are you pointing a gun at me?
Yes. And don't be misled by the size of the gun. It's little, but powerful.
I warn you, you're making a big mistake.
Oh, no, this is one mistake you made, my murderous friend, and one mistake you'll live to regret. Turn around.
Now, don't be a fool, young woman.
I said turn around. That's better. I must say it was very considerate of you having a suitcase here all ready for me. I'll just relieve you of your precious jewels and bid you a not-so-fond farewell.
You'll pay for this.
Don't move. I have a very nervous finger on this trigger. That does it. The suitcase is a trifle heavy, but I think I can manage it.
Why, you little double-crossing...
You're the last person in the world to talk, Mr. Mask. A killer who sends innocent people to cold-blooded death. A half-mad murderer who stops at nothing. Just being in the same room with you sickens me. Well, now, goodbye, and Good riddance.
You think you're clever, don't you? Well, you're not. You'll never get out of here alive. My watchman has orders to shoot anyone who leaves the building without my permission.
Well, thanks for telling me. I'll wait just long enough for you to give him the order or let me out.
Never.
Step over to that phone and make it fast.
No, I won't.
How does the muzzle of a gun feel in your back, huh?
All right. You win.
Don't say the wrong thing or you're a dead man.
Hello?
Harmon.
Yeah, Chief.
Harmon, a young woman is coming down.
Yeah?
Tell him to let me out.
Let her out, Harmon.
Okay, Chief.
Hang up. And now, just to make sure you don't change that order before I reach the lobby, I'll just pull this telephone wire out.
For the last time, I warn you, young woman, you're courting death. The yellow mask. Never forget.
Perfect. I want you to remember every moment of this. Remember how a woman outwitted you. I suppose I should pull a bullet through your head. I don't even want your tainted blood on my hands. Ah, see, there's a key in the door. Locking you in will give me enough time to get away. So long.
Oh, stop it.
Clutching the suitcase containing a fabulous fortune in stolen gems, the mysterious girl races down the steps of the abandoned skyscraper, leaving the yellow mask helpless behind a locked door. But even as she nears the lobby, Kent and young Jimmy Olsen start across the weed-grown field that separates the Parkway Tower from the main road. A light, misty rain is falling. Listen.
What makes you think we'll find anything in that deserted building, Mr. Kent?
I don't know, Jimmy. Call it a hunch if you want to.
Must be more than a hunch.
Well, maybe it is. I was thinking while we were in the control tower at the airport. Practically eyewitnesses to the strange disappearance of that transport plane. All the ships that have vanished were headed in the general direction of the Parkway Tower. Suddenly, they were never heard from again.
Right, Mr. Kent.
And if you remember, Jimmy, that mysterious girl on the train, the one we followed into the subway.
She disappeared, too.
Uh-huh.
The subway stopped in the tunnel and the lights went out. One second she was sitting there, and the next second she was gone.
Exactly. What you don't know is that she disappeared while a subway train stopped near a station that has never been used. The Parkway Tower station, directly underneath the skyscraper.
No kidding.
Uh-huh. That's why I think it's well worth our time to see what we can find in the Parkway Tower.
Well, certainly doesn't look like much from here.
No.
Not a light in the place.
Well, don't move.
What is it?
Thought I heard voices. Crouch down.
Perhaps something wet.
Quiet. Someone's coming out of the building.
I can't see through the fog.
I can. It's a woman carrying a suitcase. She's coming this way.
I see her now. Gee, Mr. Kent, do you think
I not only think, Jimmy, I know. It's the girl we met on the train. The one who relieved the yellow mask of those stolen jewels. We're in luck. Now keep low until she's close by.
Okay. This is exciting.
Quiet. Here she comes. Get ready. Good evening. I think we've met before. You remember?
You must be mistaken.
Oh, no, he isn't. You're the one who hit the yellow mask in the head and took the jewels.
Don't know what you're talking about. Let me by.
You know what we're talking about. What are those stolen jewels?
I tell you, you're mistaken. I'm an airline hostess, and I must report to the flying field. I'm late now. Oh, here, I'll show you my identification card. I have it right here in my handbag. Don't move.
Oh, that's your identification, eh? A gun?
Yes, and I know how to use it, in case you're wondering.
I don't doubt it.
All right. Now, I don't want to have to hurt you with a kid, so stay right where you are. If you try to follow me, you'll get it. Understand?
I think you've made it clear.
And don't forget it.
She's getting away, Mr. Kent. On account of that gun.
Don't worry, Jimmy. She won't get away. And you stay here. Don't budge from this spot. I'll follow her.
She'll shoot you.
No, she won't. Now, promise me you won't budge from this spot no matter what happens.
I promise.
Good boy. I'll be back in a few minutes with the girl.
Okay, I'll be there.
Suppose I could have snatched that revolver from her hand, but I was afraid a shot might go wild and hit Jimmy. She can shoot all she wants to.
That's Superman. I'll just fly over her head and drop down in front of her. Up.
Who's there?
Give me that gun.
Stand up. One more step and I'll shoot you. What?
Your gun might just as well be loaded with putty. Give it to me.
No.
Then I'll take it. Running away won't help you. Come back. I said come back. Scott, what happened to her? Where are you? Where are you? I understand this. She's disappeared. Vanished into thin air.
Back.
A sudden piercing scream in the fog-bound darkness, and then silence. What happened to the mysterious girl and the fortune and jewels she was carrying in the suitcase? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from another world whose physical powers are far beyond those of mortal men, and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. Puzzled by the uncanny disappearance of 5 huge transport planes, all of which were carrying collections of precious gems to the National Jewelry Exposition, Kent and young Jimmy Olsen, copy boy on the paper, found their way to a 30-story abandoned skyscraper, the Parkway Tower, located on a weed-grown field a mile from the airport. As they neared the entrance, a young woman whom they had met before in connection with the stolen jewels came out carrying a suitcase. Kent stopped her, but she drew a gun, warned them not to move, and vanished into the fog-bound night. Leaving Jimmy behind, Kent followed her and snatched her gun away. Frightened, she turned and ran. Suddenly, a scream knifed out of the darkness, and the girl disappeared before Superman's amazed eyes. Listen.
She's gone. Vanished. Not a sign of her out here. What's that? Wait, Scott, there she is. Caught in a huge quicksand hole. Dragging her down. Don't struggle. I'll get you out. Thinking fast. No wonder. Such terrific. Hope I can get out myself. Another few feet. There. I've got her. She's fainted. Gotta work my way back to solid earth. Won't be easy. I need all my strength. Getting there. Slowly. Now. Made it. But not by much. What?
Mr. Kent, where are you?
I can't let Jimmy see me as Superman. Not at a time like this. I might put 2 and 2 together. I'll change back to Kent.
Right here, Jimmy. Be careful.
You heard a scream, Mr. Kent, and...
See that big hole in the ground? It's full of quicksand. She stumbled into it and almost sank before I could get her off.
Is she hurt? Oh.
Stand back a little, Jimmy. Give her air.
Oh, I see. Quicksand.
You're safe now. You're out of it.
Fell into it.
Yeah, yes, I know you fell into it. I heard you scream.
It saved my life. After I pulled a gun on you.
No, forget it.
You should have let me think it instead. I'm no good. She's no good.
Now, come on. Pull yourself together. You can be of great help to us.
I'll do anything you say, anything.
Well, then tell us. Where's the yellow mask?
In that building, the Parkway Tower. That's his headquarters. I locked him in a room on the 10th floor. The only other people in the building are a watchman and a radio operator. Radio operator? Well, that's how we made those transport planes disappear. By sending out 4 radio beams.
Where are the planes?
Buried in that quicksand. They followed the beam, and that's where it led.
You mean the planes, the people in them were buried alive in that quicksand?
Yes, that's what he told me. But before the plane sank, his men took the jewels off them.
Are you telling me the truth?
I swear it's the truth. Well, look in that suitcase. You'll find all the jewels. When the mask showed them to me, I pulled a gun on him and took them.
Where is the suitcase?
I dropped it when I ran away from you.
See if you can find it in the grass, Jimmy.
Okay.
You feel all right now, miss?
Here, the suitcase. Right here. It's awful heavy, though.
Good boy. Sit it down here. We'll open it.
All right. What? There are all the jewels. I took everything he had in his safe. They're worth millions. Well, what we got to do is get the yellow mask.
Well, it's not that simple, Jimmy. All we have is Miss...
My name's Lorimer. Chicky Lorimer.
All we have is Miss Lorimer's word against the yellow masks. And I don't think it's enough to hold up in court. This time we've got to be right and put the mask behind bars for life.
Yeah, but how? Slippery as an eel.
Well, even eels can be lured into traps. You still want to help us, Miss Lorimer?
I told you I would.
All right.
Now, the first thing to do is to get back to the city with these jewels. Then we'll figure out a trap for the Yellow Mask. A trap strong enough to hold him. Here, I'll take the suitcase, Jimmy. You help Miss Lorimer.
Okay, Mr. Kent. Where are we headed?
Back to the airport. That's where we parked our car. Just follow me.
Good evening, radio fans. This is Bill Breen with some hot news for you. Chicky Lorimer, alleged queen of $1 billion jewel ring, still refuses to tell police where she hid a fortune in precious gems stolen from the National Exposition. The young woman now being held in city prison says she won't talk.
Police Commissioner's office.
Commissioner, this is Evans, National News Service. What about that Lorimer girl? Are we getting the true story?
Of course you are.
Well, it sounds fishy to me.
Well, that's just too bad. Goodbye. Kent, we can't keep this up much longer. The papers and news services are beginning to smell a rat.
All I ask is another 24 hours, Commissioner. If the Yellow Mask doesn't bite by then, I'll step out.
All right, but I don't like it. What do you think the papers would say if they knew we had the jewels and weren't returning them to their rightful owners?
Something's going to break tonight, Commissioner. I've got a feeling it will.
I hope so, Kent. Because I'm in a spot now. This Yellow Mask you keep talking about. What if he doesn't exist?
Oh, I can assure you he does. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to wager that this very moment he's plotting to get his hands on those missing jewels. And that's just what we're waiting for.
You sent for me, Chief?
Yes. Close the door. I've got a job for you, Lefty. A dangerous job.
Ah, you know me, Chief. Nothing's too tough if there's dough in it.
$500, Lefty.
Why, Chief, for 5 C's, I'd steal a battleship with half the Navy on it.
I don't want any battleships. But listen closely. There's a girl being held in the city prison.
Yeah, I heard about her over the radio. Copped a load of ice, didn't she?
She walked out of here carrying $15 million worth of precious gems.
Ah, that ain't hay. What'd she get to haul?
Never mind that. I want that girl brought to me.
You mean I got to sling her out of the jug?
Exactly. And for performing that little service, you will be paid $500 on delivery.
Well, I don't know, Chief. Slinging a dame out of that hoosegow ain't no pipe.
I thought you said no job was too tough for you as long as there was money in it.
Yeah, I know, but maybe I'll have to grease the skids. Maybe I'll have to pay off a couple guys. How about making it $1,000?
$1,000?
Well, that ain't too much. Not for this kind of job.
You guarantee to get her out tonight?
Sure. Where do I take her? You want me to bring her here?
No. I've got a little place about 20 miles from the city. I'll tell you how to get there. But first, there's another little matter that you and your friends will have to attend to.
Yeah, what is it?
You may be followed. In case you are, I have a plan for getting rid of whoever follows you.
Okay, but first let me call a couple of guys and get them set.
Go ahead. There's the phone.
These guys know their stuff.
Getting pretty late, Kent, and nothing's happened yet.
Don't worry, Commissioner. It'll break soon.
You know, Kent, I still don't get the point behind all this. For instance, why is that girl reporter sitting in a cell in the city prison instead of Chicky Lorimer?
Because I can trust Lois Lane, and I'm not certain I can trust the Lorimer girl. Lois is one of the best reporters on the Daily Planet, and she's not afraid of anything.
But you said the Yellow Mask knows the Lorimer girl.
Well, that won't matter. You see, this is how I figure it to happen. The Mask must have read in the papers or heard over the radio that the police are holding Chicky Lorimer, but she won't tell where the jewels are hidden. And actually, he figures if his men can bring him the girl, he can force her to reveal the hiding place.
Well, what if they do break her out? I mean Miss Lane.
I'll follow them in my car, just to see that nothing happens. Lois has full instructions. She knows what to do.
I better send a police detail along with you, Kent.
Now, that won't be necessary, Commissioner. I'm taking young Jimmy Olsen. He's been on this case from the beginning and wants to see it through. He's waiting outside in the car.
Excuse me. Commissioner's office. Yes, Cassidy. What? You sure? All right. Handle it just as I ordered. You were right, Kent. A man has just applied at the prison for permission to talk to Chicky Lorimer. Says he's her brother. Come on. We can watch what happens from the front window. Prison's across the street. Here, sit down.
Oh, thanks. Does the warden know what he's to do?
Yes. No resistance. Let them take the girl.
Good. Ah, that must be their car in front of the prison. Big black sedan, motor's running.
Kent, look. They've got her. They're coming through the gate.
That means I've got to get going. See you later, Commissioner. Okay, Joe. Pull up on the other side of the bridge. I don't know if we're being tailed or not, but I ain't taking no chances. I'll be right back, Joe. I got some business with the guy that runs this bridge. Okay, Pop. Open the bridge.
What do you mean?
I said open the bridge and don't stall.
But you can't...
Open it before I let you have it. That's the ticket, Pop.
That is against the law, so
no kidding. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing now?
The signal lights. They got to be changed from green to red.
No, they don't. I want them to stay green. All right, turn around. Yeah, this rope will fix you up good. All right, get down on your belly.
Hey, you can't do this now.
Get down. Couple of turns around your ankles and you're all set. Come on, Pop.
Come back. Come back here.
All right, get going, Joe.
Think we'll catch up with them, Mr. Kent?
In a mile or so. They've got a fast car, but we're stepping right along.
What's that green light up ahead?
Oh, it's a signal light on a drawbridge. When the light's green, that means the bridge is closed. I'd better get over it before some boat comes along the river and the bridge opens. Here we go, Jimmy.
Yes, there they go at better than a mile a minute, hurtling through the darkness over a drawbridge that shows a green light, but is wide open with only the deep, swirling river below. What will happen? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan paper. When Kent captured the mystery girl, Chicky Lorimer, with a fortune in stolen jewelry she had taken from the Yellow Mask, he realized it was an opportunity to lure the mask into a trap that would place him behind bars for life. With the cooperation of the police commissioner, the story went out that the jewels had not been recovered and that Chicky Lorimer refused to tell where they were hidden. Certain the mask would attempt to get Chicky Lorimer out of the city prison where it was reported she was being held, Kent arranged for his paper's star girl reporter, Lois Lane, to take her place. Sure enough, the masked henchman freed Lois from her cell at gunpoint, sped away in a car with Kent and young Jimmy Olsen trailing them. As our story continues today, Kent's car is approaching a drawbridge. The green go-ahead signal is on, but unknown to either Kent or Jimmy, the masked hired desperados have tied up the bridge watchman, opened the draw, and left the green light burning. Listen.
Hadn't you better slow down going over the bridge, Mr. Kent?
We can't afford to slow down, Jimmy. They're about a mile ahead of us now. We don't want to lose them. Just you sit tight. This car holds the road.
Are you sure that green light means we can go ahead, that the drawbridge is closed?
That's right. When it's red, the drawbridge is open.
Say, is this the kind of a bridge that breaks in the middle and swings up on both sides to let boats through?
No, the whole bridge doesn't swing up. Just about 15 feet on either side.
Oh.
Now, hold on. We're almost to it.
Boy, listen to those tires, huh?
Yeah, they should. We're doing 65.
Mr. Kent, look! The bridge is open!
I can't hold her. She's skidding.
We're going through the wall, Mr. Kent!
Crashing through the iron guardrail, the car plunges to the swirling river below, with Kent and Jimmy trapped behind its closed doors. For a moment it bobs like a giant black cork on the angry water, then sinks beneath the surface. In the meantime, another car pulls into the driveway of a tree-shaded house, where dim lights flicker behind drawn window shades.
Okay, sister. Last stop. Get out.
You still don't believe me, do you? How many times do I have to tell you I'm not Chicky Lorimer?
Ah, stow it, sister. Stow it. Come on. Up them steps. Hey, stick with the car, Joe. I'll be out as soon as I collect.
Okay.
You're gonna look like an awful dope bringing in the wrong girl.
Ah, listen. Don't make me laugh, sister. I got chapped lips.
What did you do when you stopped at that drawbridge?
Oh, I just opened up the drawer in case he was being tailed. Hey, why don't someone answer here?
Who is it?
Me, Chief. Lefty. I got the dame. Open up.
Come in. Quickly.
All right. Go ahead, sister. Well, here she is, Chief. Just like I promised.
You fool.
What's the matter?
This isn't the girl.
I told him, but he wouldn't listen.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I'm getting played for a sucker. Didn't you say you wanted Chicky Lorimer? Well, that's her.
I am not. My name's Helen Taylor.
Oh, now, don't listen to her, Chief. She's been pulling that line all the way out.
Now.
She just...
This isn't the girl I want.
Well, that ain't my fault. You asked for Chicky Lorimer, and you got Chicky Lorimer.
Maybe I can explain this mix-up.
Ah, who asked you?
Let her talk, Lefty. How can you explain it?
I was in the same cell with the girl you want, Chicky Lorimer. They nabbed me for shoplifting. I guess the guard made a mistake when he came for Lorimer. Took me instead. Told this half-wit I wasn't the girl he wanted, but he wouldn't listen.
Who's a half-wit?
Now, keep quiet, Lefty. You've done enough bunging.
Well, what about my grand?
We'll attend to that later. So, young lady, you were in Chicky Lorimer's cell. Did you discuss anything with her?
Who wants to know?
I do.
You the yellow mask?
What made you ask that?
Chicky gave me a message for the yellow mask. In case I got out before she did.
A message? What kind of a message?
Well, personal.
Wait outside, Lefty.
All right, I don't know what it's all about.
Now, Miss...
Taylor. Helen Taylor.
Now, Miss Taylor, what was the message?
Are you the yellow mask?
Yes, I am.
It's about the jewels.
Yes?
Chicky said to tell you she was sorry she pulled that trick on you when she took the jewels.
Yes, but where are they?
I'm coming to that. Give me a chance. She said the cops didn't get the jewels.
I know that, but where are they? Where did she hide them?
The suitcase is hidden under a bush in the field near the Parkway Tower. She described it to me so I could show you how to find it.
Excellent. We'll leave at once and pick it up. And I shall see to it that you're rewarded handsomely, Miss Taylor.
Oh, that's all right. Say, have you got a phone here? I'd like to call my sister and tell her I'm out of jail.
A phone? Certainly. In the room at the head of the stairs. Over there. Go right ahead. I'll wait for you here.
Thanks. Only take me a minute.
That's it.
Yeah, Chief?
Quiet. Come in. Tell me, what happened at the city prison?
It was a cinch. I told him I was the Lorimer dame's brother and wanted to talk to her. They brought her out. I pulled the gat. Nobody made a move. It was a pipe.
They let you walk out of there. Nobody stopped you.
I tell you, I strolled out of there like I was walking in the Easter parade.
There's something wrong here, Lefty. Stay where you are while I listen in on this telephone extension.
Hello. Hello, is this police headquarters?
Yes?
I'd like to speak to the commissioner alone, quickly. This is Lois Lane.
All right, hold on a minute. Lois Lane. I thought she looked familiar. You were right, Lefty, when you said that you were being played for a sucker. They're trying to play us both for suckers. But the game isn't over. Not by a long shot. In fact, Lefty, it has just begun.
We were lucky to get another car to drive back in, Jimmy. The one that fell in the river wasn't much good.
I still don't know how we got out of it alive, Mr. Kent. I don't remember anything that happened after the car steered off the bridge.
Why, you bumped your head on the steering wheel.
But how did you get the door open underneath the water?
Why, it flew open by itself.
Oh. And you think it was the yellow mask who fixed the drawbridge?
Well, you heard what the watchman said. If it wasn't the mask, it was one of his men.
Oh, why didn't we go and look for them instead of coming back to town?
Because we didn't know where to look.
Oh.
Anyway, if Lois followed instructions, and I'm sure she did, the mask will walk into the trap we set for him. We'll stop off here at police headquarters and see Commissioner Malone. There we are. All right, come on, Jimmy.
All right. Isn't that the commissioner coming out?
Huh? What? Yes, you're right. Commissioner Malone.
Kent. Oh, what are you doing here? I thought you followed Miss Lane and those men.
Well, we did, Commissioner. Well, they stopped us by leaving a drawbridge open. Jimmy and I came close to having a serious accident.
You can tell me about it later. Miss Lane called. I don't know how she managed to get to a phone, but she did. We're on our way to the Parkway Tower Field right now.
Is everything all right?
So she said. Evidently, the mask fell for her story.
Good. He's going to the field to pick up the suitcase full of jewels?
Yeah. She'll be with it.
It's working out just as we planned it. All right. Jimmy and I'll follow you, Commissioner.
No. You come along with me. Plenty of room in my car. But, Kent.
Yes?
Don't you think the boy would be better off remaining behind?
You mean? Oh, gee, don't leave me out of it now.
No, he'll be all right, Commissioner.
I suppose so. I've planted 50 men around the field.
Good.
Well, let's get going. Kent, if this little scheme of yours works, we'll have the mask dead to rights with the goods. Step on it, Parker. When you're near the field, dim your light.
Crouched in the darkness, Kent, Commissioner Malone, and Jimmy Olsen wait for the yellow mask to walk into the trap. A trap baited with an empty suitcase. While hidden in the tall grass surrounding the field are 50 trained men of the homicide squad, on the alert, guns drawn, ready to close in on the most dangerous criminal at large. As the minutes go by, Kent and the police commissioner converse in husky voices.
We should have been here by now, Kent. This plane says we're leaving at once. It would take less than an hour.
He'll show up. Keep your eye on the road, Jimmy. If you see a car stop, let me know.
Okay, Mr. Kent.
Say, Lois didn't tell you where she was calling from, did she, Commissioner?
No. She seemed to be nervous. I'm in a hurry. I must say I admire her courage. What you tell me? The yellow mask stops for nothing.
Absolutely nothing. He's half mad, drunk with lust for power.
Mr. Kent, I hear a car.
That's a plane. See it in the east? You just make out its wing lights.
Probably a transport coming into the airfield.
No, it hasn't enough wing spread for a transport.
Keep your eyes on the road, Jimmy.
Oh, I forgot.
That plane is coming in for a landing. Looks like a private job.
I hope he doesn't think he can land in this field.
No, he'll level off and slide into the airport. He's got his searchlights on now.
He's not going into the airport. He's diving straight at us. No, Kent. He can't be. He is. Look out!
Is the yellow mask at the controls of the roaring plane that came diving out of the night? If he is, what vengeance does he plan to take against those who set a trap for him? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Up in the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth possessed of physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. When we last saw Kent, he and young Jimmy Olsen and Police Commissioner Malone were crouched in the darkness in a weed-grown field, waiting for the yellow mask to walk into a trap that had been set for him. As the minutes sped by and the mask failed to appear, Kent wondered what had gone wrong. Then suddenly a silver monoplane came out of the east, its searchlight sweeping the field. Without warning, it went into a power dive, hurtling down on Kent, Jimmy, and the commissioner like some giant bullet. Motor roaring, wind screaming through the struts. Listen!
Look out! He's coming right at us!
Oh, missed us by inches. You all right, Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm all right. Wow, that was close.
Yeah.
I thought he'd pull out of it, but he did.
Well, it may not have been his fault, Kent. He probably mistook this field for the airport.
Oh, I wonder, Commissioner. You don't land a plane by power diving it with a throttle wide open. Which way did he go?
I think he circled and went back where he came from. Oh, aren't those his wing lights off there in the east?
Something's wrong here, Commissioner. That plane didn't power dive on us accidentally.
Mr. Kent.
What is it, Jimmy?
Look what I found.
What?
An envelope tied to a monkey wrench.
Well, let me see it.
Yeah.
Here's a flashlight. Good heavens, Kent. It's addressed to you.
You think it came from the airplane?
We'll find out soon enough.
What? It's a letter.
Yeah. Hold the light steady, Commissioner.
All right.
I thought so.
What is it?
It's a note from the Yellow Mask. Listen to this. My dear Mr. Kent, your very clever plan to lure me into a trap has gone askew. Miss Lane has told me everything.
She talked, Kent.
Well, if she did talk, they forced her to.
What else does it say?
Let's see. Under the circumstances, I can no longer afford to dally with you. You have had evidence of what I can do.
What does he mean, Kent?
The Dyerville flood. He almost wiped out a whole city. Wait, there's more. I will give you until dawn to return the jewels. You can communicate with me by broadcasting a message over the police radio. I will have my receiver tuned to that wavelength.
He certainly is brazen.
There's still more.
Yes?
This is the procedure to be followed. You will send a messenger with the jewels to the crossroads 1 mile beyond the Harley River Bridge. He is to leave the jewels there and depart at once.
He's got everything figured out, hasn't he? Well, he's crazy if he thinks he can bluff us that way.
No, don't you worry, Commissioner. I'm not giving in so fast. Here, listen to the end of the letter.
Go ahead, Kent.
Unless my instructions are followed and unless I hear from you by dawn, you know what the consequences will be. Signed, the Yellow Mask.
What does he mean by that?
Well, he might do anything. He's desperate.
Oh, no, Kent. But we can't strike any bargains with a criminal. And I certainly won't permit the jewels to be returned to him.
Oh, you're quite right, Commissioner. We have 5 hours until dawn. A lot can be done in 5 hours.
I'll send out a 3-state alarm. Every law enforcement officer within 100 miles of here will be looking for the mask. There's only one way to fight his kind, and that's to drive him out in the open.
Have that abandoned skyscraper, the Parkway Tower, searched, Commissioner. The Mask has been using it as his headquarters. You might find a lead to where he is now.
Okay. Sullivan, McDermott. Coming, sir, coming. Send a detail to search the Parkway Tower building. Yes, sir. Pick up anything you can find and bring it to headquarters.
Right, sir.
Have the rest of your men report back to Lieutenant Healy.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Kent, where do you think Lois Lane is?
I don't know, Jimmy. She can take care of herself. Well, come on. Let's get back to the Commissioner's car. We've got to work fast.
Calling all cars. Tri-State Emergency Alarm 4327. Wanted, man known as the Yellow Mask. Age about 45. Weight 160, 160. Height 5 feet 6. Last seen vicinity Parkway Tower building. Reported once. I will repeat. Tri-State Emergency Alarm 4327. Wanted, man known as the Yellow Mask.
Commissioner's office. Yeah. All right. Bring him in. Let's get another one, Kent. What does that make, 10?
No, 11. I've been counting them.
You should be asleep, Jimmy.
Only now with all this going on.
Get in here.
Get in here.
I ain't done nothing. What do you want with me? I ain't done nothing.
Well, Kent,
No, he's not the Yellow Mask.
take him away, Kelly.
Okay, Chief. Grant. Take it easy, son. Take it easy.
Well, it's 4 o'clock, Kent. Only 2 hours to go. Squad cars have covered every inch of the city. I'm at the end of my rope.
You're tired, Commissioner. Why don't you stretch out on the couch in the next office? We'll call you if anything breaks.
Well, maybe I should. My head is pounding. Well, don't forget to call me if something happens.
Sure thing.
You're worried, Mr. Kent, aren't you?
Huh?
I say you're worried, aren't you?
Frankly, Jimmy, I am. You should have heard from Lois by this time.
Well, maybe she can't call. Maybe there isn't a phone.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, Mr. Kent, I often wonder why there have to be people like the Yellow Mask in the world. Why can't everyone be honest and decent?
Well, most everyone is, Jimmy. There are just a few people who think they can get away with being dishonest, but they can't. Sooner or later, the law catches up with them. Now, I'll take it. Hello? No, Commissioner Malone is resting. Can I take the message? This is Clark Kent. Yes? I see. Thank you.
Good news, Mr. Kent?
No, Jimmy, no news.
How much more time have we? Mask said if he didn't hear from us by dawn, something would happen.
Jimmy, we started this, and we've got to finish it. We'll have to take a desperate chance.
What do you mean?
Unless we discover where the mask is hiding out, we're up against a blank wall. We could sit here until doomsday without accomplishing anything.
Yeah, that's right.
But the only possible way to track him down, the only way I can think of, is to do as he says.
You mean return the jewels? Leave them at the crossroads like he said in the message?
Yes. We've got to find out about Lois, and we've got to lay our hands on the mask.
And Commissioner Malone let you take the jewels.
Well, we don't need the jewels, Jimmy. We can fill a suitcase with stones and leave it at the crossroads.
But what will happen when the Yellow Mask discovers it's just stones?
Well, he won't have time for that. You see, we'll be hiding in the woods near the crossroads. When the mask, or whoever he sends to pick up the suitcase, arrives on the scene, we'll hop on him. Well, how does it sound?
Okay, if he falls for it.
Well, there's no harm trying. We'll broadcast a message to the mask over the police radio, just as he instructed us to do. And then we'll drive to the crossroads, leave the suitcase, drive off down the road, and then sneak back on foot through the woods.
We'd better take plenty of cops along.
Oh, no, that would spoil it. Fewer the better. In fact, I was thinking of tackling it alone.
And leave me out? Nothing doing. I'm going along. I want to see the mask captured.
And I guess we'd better include Commissioner Malone. Now, you wake him up and tell him what we're planning while I arrange for the broadcast of the mask. I'll meet you in the hall. Make it snappy.
Calling Yellow Mask. Calling the Yellow Mask. There will be a suitcase waiting for you at the crossroads within a half hour. I'll repeat. There will be a suitcase waiting for you at the crossroads within a half hour.
We'll be at the crossroads in a few minutes. You two had better duck down while I plant the suitcase. Someone may be watching.
I don't like this business, Kent. You should have let me bring some men along.
Don't you worry, Commissioner. If they show up, we can handle them. You all right, Jimmy?
Oh, sure. We almost there?
Yes, it's right up ahead. All right, duck down and keep quiet. Here we are. I'll make a U-turn. There we are. I'll be right back. You keep low. Okay, you all set? There. You can sit up now.
So where'd you put the suitcase, Mr. Kent?
On a tree stump. They can't miss it.
Well, what if it's gone before we get back?
Well, that's a chance we have to take. Yeah. This looks like as good a place to park as any. I'll drive the car off the road. That ought to do it. All right, quickly. Duck into the woods. Now follow me. Single file. Make as little noise as possible.
If anyone had told me I'd be doing this at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'd have called them crazy.
It may not be so crazy, Commissioner.
What if we catch the Yellow Mask?
Wait. The suitcase is still there. See it sitting on that stump?
Yeah, I see it.
All right, Commissioner. Now, you and Jimmy crouch down here. I'll move up a little bit so we can see them no matter what direction they come from.
Kent.
What?
Have you a revolver?
Revolver? I know.
Well, you should have one. You're taking your life in your hands.
I'll be all right. Watch the road. If they're coming, they should be along any minute now.
Kent, maybe we'd better all stick together.
No. No, Commissioner, we can see more spread out. Be careful now. I won't be far away.
Will the Yellow Mask fall for the bait? And if he does, will Clark Kent tackle him as Superman and run the risk of revealing himself to Jimmy and Commissioner Malone? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrill-packed story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Guys, look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who wages a never-ending fight for truth and justice, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. With Lois Lane, star girl reporter, missing, and the Yellow Mask threatening a dire catastrophe unless a $15 million hoard of stolen jewels is delivered to a deserted crossroads by dawn, Kent sets a trap. As our story continues today, Kent, Police Commissioner Malone, and Jimmy Olsen are waiting in the woods at the crossroads where Kent has planted a suitcase containing stones instead of the real jewels. Meanwhile, in a hideout a mile from the crossroads, the Yellow Mask is giving final instructions to his henchman, Lefty. Listen.
Message that we got over the air said that the suitcase would be at the crossroads within a half hour. You understand what you ought to do, Lefty?
Yeah. I park the car in the cutout, hike through the woods, and come up behind the road.
That's right. But be careful. This may be another trap. You're taking Joe with you?
Yeah, and a couple of gats.
Well, you may need them.
Hey, where's that reporter dame?
In the next room, resting.
You know, I don't like getting mixed up with dames in this racket. They're poison. When are you getting rid of her?
That, Lefty, is my business.
All right. I was just asking.
You and Joe had better get going and don't make any mistakes this time.
Well, I didn't make no mistake last time.
Well, we won't go into that now. Wait a minute. Something just occurred to me. In order to be on the safe side, I think that you had better...
What?
She may be awake in the next room. I don't want her to hear me. I'll go out to the car with you. Now, as I was saying, Lefty, in order to be on the safe side, what I think that you had better do is this.
As Lefty and Joe leave the hideout with final whispered instructions from the Yellow Mask, Clark Kent as Superman waits alone in the darkness of the crossroads. The quiet of the night, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the eerie hum of insects. Listen.
Well, looks like my little scheme failed. Not a sign of anyone. What's that? Oh, just a hoot owl. Dawn will be up soon. Wait. Someone's coming through the woods. Maybe an animal. No, it's a man. 2 men. Our plan has worked.
There it is, Joe. On that stump. Grab it.
Okay, Lefty, I got it. Put that suitcase down. Huh?
Who's there?
You heard what I said. Put down that suitcase.
Let him have it, Joe.
Okay, Lefty. Okay. So you want to play, huh? Well, see how you like this little game.
Those slugs didn't hurt him at all. Beat it, Joe. Beat it.
No, you don't. Oh, that's only a sample. Now, see how you like this?
Oh, hey, I'm getting out of here. Mr. Kent.
I heard those shots. I can't let them see me as Superman.
Kent, where are you?
I'm here. Oh, one of them got away. I tried to catch him.
You must have struck this one plenty hard. He's out cold.
What happened, Kent? We heard 2 shots.
Yes, but fortunately their marksmanship was bad. Both bullets missed me. I closed in on them and got one, but... Oh, boy, the scuffle, the other one ran off through the woods.
Well, you took a terrible chance, Kent. Battling armed desperados.
Well, maybe not as much of a chance as you think. Yeah, wait, let's have a look at this fellow. I'll turn him over here. Well, you know who he is, Commissioner?
I haven't the faintest idea.
He sure looks mean.
Well, one thing is certain. He's part of the masked gang, and he probably knows where the hideout is. I suggest we take him to the police station back in the next town and pump him. What do you think, Commissioner?
We might learn something if we can get him to talk.
Oh, he'll talk, all right. His kind usually do when they're in a tough spot.
Now, I'll go back for the car.
Okay.
Mr. Kent.
Yes, Jimmy?
Did you really knock this guy out?
Why, yes. Don't you believe me?
Sure, I believe you all right, but... Well, I was just wondering.
Wondering, Jimmy? Wondering about what?
Well, maybe I was seeing things.
Well, I don't understand, Jimmy.
Oh, forget it.
No. Now, tell me what's on your mind.
Well, I saw those two men come out of the woods.
Yes?
And I heard the shots, and a second after that, another man jumped across the road.
Oh, well, sure. That was I, Jimmy.
It didn't look like you. I thought it was Superman.
You thought it...
What's the matter?
Well, thanks, Jimmy. After all, it isn't everyone who's mistaken for Superman.
You're just making fun of me.
No, not at all. Oh, here's the car.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner. Come on over here and grab his feet, will you?
All right.
We'll dump him in the back.
Say, Mr. Kent, the suitcase is still here. They didn't get it.
Bring it along, Jimmy.
Okay.
Careful, Commissioner. There. That does it. All right, hop in, Jimmy.
Right. Say, do you think he'll tell us where the mask is hiding out, Mr. Kent?
He's got to tell us, Jimmy. It's our only chance. Open up. Me, Lefty, open up. All right, close it.
What happened?
Let me catch my breath. I had to run all the way.
Where are the jewels?
I couldn't get them.
What do you mean?
Now, take it easy, Chief.
Oh, don't tell me to take it easy. What happened, you fool?
Give me a chance, will you?
Did you follow my instructions?
Yeah, sure. Me and Joe parked the car on a side road and then hiked through the woods.
Was the suitcase there?
Yeah, it was there. Looked like a pint, Chief. We jumped out of the woods and Joe grabbed it. And we were starting back for the car when it happened.
What happened?
A big guy hopped out of the bushes across the road. He was wearing some kind of a uniform. I yelled at Joe to let him have it, and he did. Twice. But I swear, as sure as I'm standing here, them slugs bounced off the big guy's chest.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
Now, Chief, I seen it with my own eyes. Well, anyway, the big guy closed in and started throwing punches. I figured we didn't have no chance against him, so I beat it fast.
What happened to Joe?
He caught one on the button and went down.
So you left him there to answer all their questions.
Oh, Joe won't talk.
He'll talk when they start working on him. I knew that I shouldn't have trusted this job to you.
It wasn't my fault, Chief.
Shut up. Now that you've bungled it, I've got to figure a way out. You said that the jewels were there.
Yeah. In a suitcase, sitting on a stump.
How do you know what was in the suitcase?
Well, I didn't open it, but it was heavy. Listen, Chief, if you think they'll make Joe talk, we better scram out of here.
Oh, no. We'll stay right here and wait for them.
Yeah, but, Chief, that big guy...
You turning yellow, Lefty?
Oh, me? Say, I ain't afraid of...
Good. Then you'll help me welcome them. You see, Lefty, this house was built for visitors such as we expect. Now stand back against the wall. Now I slide this picture away and press this little button. So.
Holy gee, a trapdoor.
Look down the hole. What do you see?
Looks like a swimming pool without any water.
A very apt description, Lefty. It's a concrete tank, 2 feet thick on all sides and rising 8 feet from the basement floor.
Yeah? What's it good for?
You shall see. The trap door will be all set when our friend Mr. Kent and his companions arrive. The moment they step on it, they will fall into the concrete tank. Then I throw a switch from the second floor, and iron bars will slide over the top of the tank. Can you picture it?
Yeah. That's so they can't climb out.
Precisely.
It's just like being in jail, huh?
Yes, Lefty. A jail from which there is no escape.
You mean you leave them down there without giving them nothing to eat and no water?
That's the idea.
Hey, I don't like that kind of business, Chief.
Whether you like it or not, you're a part of it. Now, come on. We've got to get everything ready. If they're coming at all, they should be here soon.
I hope we're not too late, Commissioner. It's getting light in the east.
It took quite some time worming the information out of that gorilla. Was he stubborn?
Yeah. You all right, Jimmy?
Oh, you bet, Mr. Kent.
Now, hold on. This is where we turn.
Great Scott, what a road. We never would have found this place without directions. What a road.
That must be the house up ahead. Well, I'll stop here.
All right, now be quiet. Follow me.
This place looks deserted, Kent.
There's not a light burning.
Quiet. They may be asleep.
Look, Kent.
What?
Smoke coming out of the chimney. There's someone here.
Good. Now you and Jimmy take the front door while I go round to the rear. Now be careful.
We will.
Yell if you need help.
All set, Jimmy?
Sure. I'm all ready.
You stay behind me. I've got a gun. Let's try the door.
Is it locked?
No. Jimmy, I'm going to open it.
Slowly the door swings open on rusty hinges. Jimmy and Commissioner Malone stare into the darkness of the room, little suspecting that one more step will send them hurtling down through a trapdoor into a concrete tank. What will happen? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman, amazing visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth possessed of physical powers far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. By capturing one of the Yellow Mask's henchmen, Kent, as Superman, learned where the Mask's hideout is located, and where Lois Lane, girl reporter, is probably being held. As our story continues today, Kent, Police Commissioner Malone, and young Jimmy Olsen, copy boy on Kent's paper, have approached the hideout just as dawn is breaking. Kent has circled to the rear of the house, while Jimmy and the commissioner prepare to enter through the front, little suspecting that a trapdoor is hidden under the rug just over the threshold. A trapdoor that leads into a concrete tank. Listen.
I don't understand how the mask happened to leave this door open. Either we're lucky or we're walking into something.
Maybe we better wait for Mr. Kent before going in.
I don't think that's necessary. Stick close, but stay behind me.
All right.
I may have to use this gun. In case I do, drop flat on your stomach.
Okay.
All right. But
Let's go. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute. What's that noise?
It must be Mr. Kent getting us through the back way.
Kent. Kent.
Can't hear you.
That door must lead to the rear of the house. Come on, Jimmy.
Okay.
Jimmy, where are you?
I'm right here. What happened?
We stepped on a trap door and fell through.
Yeah, but where are we? Oh, I can't tell it. Pitch black.
Here's some matches. Light one of them.
All right. Here.
It's a concrete tank. Built right up under the trap door.
Yeah, but it's open at the top. Hey, look. Closed now. With iron bars.
This was all planned, Jimmy. And we walked into it.
Were you hurt, Commissioner?
Oh, my ankle. I think it's broken. Strike another match.
Okay.
Oh,
Which ankle?
the right one. Yeah, it's either broken or badly strained. Oh, it's beginning to swell.
How are we going to get out of here?
I don't know, Jimmy. Unless Kent can help us. He must have heard that trap door fall. Try calling him.
All right. Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent!
Where are you, Jimmy?
He hears me.
Yes, but he
What?
had better not hear you again.
Huh?
Keep quiet.
Where's that voice coming from?
I don't know, but it sounds like the yellow mask.
Shout, Jimmy. Shout for Kent.
Mr. Kent! We're under the trap door down in the cellar.
I warn you, one more word and you'll never speak again.
Stop, Jimmy.
Jimmy, where are you? Don't answer him.
We won't.
But how can we let Mr. Kent know where we are?
That man is a maniac, Jimmy. He may murder us in this dungeon.
Jimmy, answer me. Where are you?
Don't, Jimmy.
But...
Don't. You'll only lead Kent to the trap door. And then we'll all be down here. Our only hope is for Kent to be free so he can lay his hands on the yellow mask. And I'm afraid there's not much chance of that. Not much chance.
Jimmy! Commissioner Malone, where are you? I'm sure that was Jimmy's voice I heard. Seemed to be muffled. Maybe he's upstairs. Jimmy!
Welcome to my abode, Mr. Kent.
The mask.
Yes. I believe that we have met before under different circumstances.
Where's Miss Lane?
Miss Lane is well and safe. So are the police commissioner and your young friend Jimmy. But they will remain safe only as long as you obey my orders. One false move on your part will seal their doom.
Where are they?
Never mind that now. More importantly, where are the jewels?
I've put up with enough of your madness. Tell me where those people are hidden, or I'll...
Stand back, Kent. You see, I am unarmed, but others are watching you. Stand back unless you want to murder your friends.
You can't bluff me.
This isn't a bluff, Kent. Lay one finger on me and you will suffer. You think that I'm fool enough to face you this way without protection? And my protection is the lives of your friends.
All right. What do you want?
Ah, that's better. You know what I want. The jewels that I worked so hard to get. The jewels that you and that Lorimer girl took from me. Where are they?
I have them. But this time I want more than your word, which I've found to be worthless. Release Miss Lane, Commissioner Malone, and Jimmy Olsen, and you'll get the jewels.
What do you take me for? A mindless idiot? First, I must have the jewels. Then I must be guaranteed an opportunity to leave unmolested. However, in order to prove my sincerity, I will let you see Miss Lane. The others must remain where they are until I have left with the jewels. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Yes, you do. But I know how far I can trust you.
In this case, Mr. Kent, you will have to trust me. Make up your mind.
All right. But if this turns out to be another of your little tricks, you'll suffer for it.
Oh, you do me a great injustice, Mr. Kent. Now, this way. Miss Lane is resting in a room at the rear of the house. Please remember what I so carefully pointed out to you only a moment ago. One false move on your part and to sign the death warrants of the worthy police commissioner and young Olson. I am playing for big stakes, as you well know. I cannot afford to lose. Ah, here we are. I will unlock the door for you. Slane, you have a visitor.
Lois.
Cortez!
I will leave you two for a few minutes. Remember, Kent, life hangs in the balance. Lefty.
Yeah?
Listen closely. Make no mistakes. I think I have Kent where I want him.
Who is Kent?
The newspaper reporter responsible for my having lost the jewels. What difference does it make? You're being paid to take orders, not ask questions.
All right, okay.
Now pay close attention. I think that I can get the jewels if I promise to release Miss Lane, the police commissioner, and the boy.
You're gonna let him go?
Don't be a fool. The testimony of any one of them would send me to the chair. They must never leave this house alive.
Well, how you gonna work it?
Very simply. When Kent returns with the jewels, I will somehow manage to maneuver him and Miss Lane to the trapdoor in the front room. Once I have all four of them down in the concrete tank, the rest will be easy.
Well, I told you that business don't sit right with me, Chief.
Well, isn't that too bad? You'll have to get over your squeamishness, Lefty. Now, don't forget, you're mixed up in this just as much as I am. Death in the electric chair isn't very pleasant.
You ain't got blood in your veins. You got ice water.
Well, maybe you're right. Now, listen to me. As I said, I'll get Kent and the Lane girl to the trapdoor. Just before I do, throw the switch controlling the iron bars so the tank will be open, ready to receive two more visitors.
Yeah? Then what?
Once the trapdoor is sprung, throw the second switch. That will slide the bars back over the top of the tank. Then get to the field behind the house as fast as you can. I will have my plane ready for a quick getaway.
Oh, well, what's the big rush?
The further away I am from the scene of the crime, the better I like it. Now, is it all straight in your mind?
Yeah, I guess so. First, I throw switch number 1. That slides the iron bars back. Then I throw switch number 2. That shoves the bars back over the tank.
Correct. Keep your wits about you. If we fail this time, we're through. If we succeed, there are millions in it. Stick close to those switches. Are you ready, Mr. Kent?
Miss Lane has been telling me how courteous you were to her.
He's a fiend, a madman.
Oh, I'm quite certain that Miss Lane is exaggerating. However, one thing has nothing to do with another. You see, she has not been harmed. It is as much as you can expect under the circumstances. Now, about the jewels.
They're in the car, parked on the road leading to this house.
I don't believe you.
You can see for yourself. We brought them along just in case we ran into anything like this.
Lying won't do you any good, Kent.
I'm not lying.
All right, we shall see. You and Miss Lane will accompany me to the car. This way, please. Follow me.
Are the jewels really in the car?
No, but I want to get him alone.
Hurry, Kent. I have no time to waste.
We're coming.
One moment while I turn on the light. This front room seems a little dark. There we are. Miss Lane, Mr. Kent, you may precede me out the door.
Come on, Lois.
Throw the switch, Lefty.
Right, Chief.
Very nice. Very nice.
Trapped in the concrete tank, Lois, Commissioner Malone, and Jimmy are in grave danger unless Superman can get them out. But does Clark Kent dare reveal himself as Superman? What will he do? Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the thrill-packed story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. In an attempt to capture the Yellow Mask, dangerous international criminal, Kent, together with young Jimmy Olsen and Police Commissioner Malone, has tracked his quarry to a hideout in the woods, where Lois Lane, pretty girl reporter, is being held. But the mask was ready for them. Jimmy and the commissioner, entering through the front of the house, fell through a trapdoor into a deep concrete tank. A few minutes later, Kent and Lois Lane were lured to the same trap. As our story continues today, they have just fallen into the dark tank, unaware that Jimmy and the commissioner are already prisoners there. Listen.
Lois. Lois, you all right?
Oh, Clark.
Are you all right?
Yes, I think so. What happened?
We fell through a trap door.
Just like we did, Kent.
Commissioner Malone, is that you?
That's right, Kent.
Where's Jimmy?
I'm right here, Mr. Kent. Can't see anything. It's so dark. Oh, hello, Miss Lane.
Why, hello, Jimmy. How on earth did you get down here?
Through that same trapdoor. We heard Mr. Kent yelling for us, but we couldn't answer.
You couldn't? Why not?
The mask warned us not to. He threatened to wipe us out if we did. I thought it best not to take a chance. The man is a maniac. There's no telling what he'd do.
Oh. What's the matter, Commissioner?
We hurt his ankle.
No, it's nothing, Ken. Just a slight sprain.
Here, let me look at it.
I got some matches. I'll light one.
All right.
Here.
Pull the match higher, Jimmy.
It really isn't serious, Kent.
Oh, that ankle is more than sprained, Commissioner. Might even be broken. We've got to get you out of here.
Oh, don't worry about me. You have your hands full watching out for Jimmy and the young lady. How do you propose getting them out of this dungeon?
Well, I can climb up and open the trap door.
Oh, no, you can't. There are steel bars over the top of the tank.
Oh, how could there be? Lois and I fell through when the trap door gave way under us.
The steel bar slid across the top after you fell through. I'm afraid he's got us, Kent. Right where he wants us.
Well, what's going to happen when he doesn't find the jewels in the car?
Jewels in the car?
Yes, I told the mask the jewels were in the car. I wanted to get him outside alone.
Unfortunately, Mr. Kent, you are not successful.
Where's that voice coming from?
What difference does it make? All you are required to do is to listen to it. And listen carefully. This is your last chance. The last chance for all of you. I have reached the limit of my patience. You, Kent, and you, Commissioner Malone, are directly responsible for the lives of a young woman and a boy.
Don't let him threaten you that way, Clark. I'm not afraid.
Me neither.
Quiet.
I will give you one more opportunity to save those lives. Commissioner, where are the jewels?
Where you'll never lay hands on them.
Where are they?
You heard what I said.
Yes, but the answer to my question was not the one that I wish to hear.
Then I'll answer it. The jewels are locked in a safe at police headquarters. Does that satisfy you?
Perfectly, Mr. Kent. Now, perhaps, we can indulge in a little bargaining.
I don't bargain with rats.
Let him talk, Commissioner.
Yes. Permit me to speak my little piece.
Jimmy, the matches.
Now, as I was saying, you are all completely in my power. Unless you do as I say, the end is not far off. Soon you will need water to moisten your parched lips, and food to fill the aching void of your stomach. Soon you will grow weak from thirst and hunger. Are you listening? No sense of lighting matches, Kent. Both my voice and I are well beyond reach. Resign yourself to the predicament you are in.
All right. What do you want?
You know what I want. The jewels now reposing in the commissioner's secret headquarters.
How do you expect us to get them for you, even if we agreed to?
I have provided for that. Lefty, open the trapdoor. Lefty is about to lower a telephone into your cozy little prison. call his office at headquarters and instruct one man to deliver the jewels to a place I designate.
You're mad if you think I'll do that.
We shall see how mad I am. Lower the phone, Lefty. There it is, Kent. Dangling in front of you. I will give the commissioner 60 seconds to make up his mind. Remember, just 60.
You can make it 60 hours for all the good it'll do.
Don't lose your head, Commissioner. Got to think this thing out. It doesn't take any thinking, Kent. I'll starve to death before I'll get into that maniac. Does he imagine for one moment that I would call headquarters and arrange for those jewels to be delivered here to him? If he does, he's crazier than I thought.
I grant you, he's crazy. That makes him all the more dangerous. You may have to agree to do as he says, at least temporarily.
What do you mean?
The minute is up. Have you made up your mind, Commissioner?
Yes, and it hasn't changed.
You refuse to call your office and have the jewels delivered to me?
Absolutely.
Very well.
Yes, I know.
What are you talking about now, Ware? If this is a trick, you will all suffer for it.
It's no trick. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm doing this against my better judgment, Kent. Give me Metropolitan 4000.
You are to instruct one man to deliver the jewels to the crossroads, 1 mile beyond the Harley River Bridge. He is to come unarmed. If you issue any other instructions, you sign the death warrants of 4 people. You understand?
Hello. This is Commissioner Malone. Connect me with Captain Sullivan.
I shouldn't be doing this. All right, believe me.
Hello, Sullivan? I want you to do something for me. You remember that suitcase we put in the custodian's safe? Yes, the one with the jewels. Sullivan, I want you to get it and bring it to me.
Tell him he's to come alone, Commissioner.
You're to come alone, Sullivan.
And unarmed.
Don't carry a gun, Sullivan. Oh, never mind why. Do as I tell you. Now listen while I give you your directions. Take Route 14 to the crossroads a mile beyond the...
Unable to change into Superman without revealing himself to Lois, Jimmy, and Malone, Clark Kent stands by while the police commissioner orders the jewels to be brought to the Yellow Mask. But evidently, Kent has some plan in mind. In the meantime, the Mask has sent his henchmen, Lefty and Joe, to stop the police car at the crossroads. They crouch in the darkness as the car approaches. Suddenly, they leap to the center of the road, waving flashlights.
Okay, copper, get him up. Who are you? Never mind, get him up.
No, wait a minute.
We ain't got no time to wait. Let him have it, Joe.
Right, Lefty.
Right on the cunt. Nice work, Joe. Where's the suitcase?
Here.
All right, let me have it. Holy smokes, she's heavy. Let's see what's inside. Flash your light, Joe.
Okay.
Lamp that ice.
What a haul.
Why, this sparkler alone must be worth 10 grand if it's worth a nickel. And look at this one. Hey, Joe. I got an idea.
Yeah?
I got an idea we ain't turning this stuff over to the Mask.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean we're keeping it for ourselves. I know a fence will give us better than 100 G's for it. That's 50 G's each.
Yeah, but...
There ain't no buts. The stuff don't belong to him. He got it the same way we're getting it.
Ain't that a double cross, Lefty?
So what? Come on, we're scrambling with this stuff. Haul the copper out of his car. We'll take it. Okay, go on, dump him in the bushes. That's it. Now get in. Make it fast. I've been waiting a long time for something like this.
Well, I may be stupid, Kent, but I still don't understand why you forced me to make that call to headquarters and have Sullivan bring the jewels. What do you expect to accomplish?
Keep your voice down, Commissioner. The Mask probably has a dictograph planted somewhere in this concrete tank. Anyway, Lois and Jimmy have dozed off. Sheer exhaustion.
Well, I'm not a bit surprised.
Oh, neither am I.
Kent, these last few days have been a nightmare. And then to have it end up with all 4 of us imprisoned in this tank with no hope of escape.
I wouldn't say that.
You mean you think the Mask will release us once he gets the jewels?
Oh.
Don't be a fool, Kent. I know his kind. I've dealt with him for 30 years.
No, I don't expect him to release us.
Then why? Why did you insist that I obey his orders and have the jewels presented to him on a silver platter?
Because the only way we'll ever convict him is to catch him with the goods.
But good heavens, man. How can we convict him if we can't even lay our hands on him? Kent, I believe you're out of your mind.
Not quite, Commissioner. How long has it been since you made that call to headquarters?
Over an hour.
Uh-huh. Captain Sullivan should be at the crossroads by now.
And then what?
Our friend the mask will be in for a little surprise. Why don't you try to get some sleep, Commissioner?
Sleep?
Yes.
With my ankle throbbing the way it is?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about your ankle. Does it hurt much?
Well, enough, Kent. Hey, what do you mean by a surprise?
I can't tell you now, Commissioner.
That's what you've been saying all along. Don't you think I have a right to know what's going on?
Be quiet. You're talking too loud. Jimmy's awake.
Hey, where am I? What's happened?
Everything's okay, Jimmy. Go on to sleep.
All right.
This much I can tell you, Commissioner. And you'll have to trust me for the rest. Once Captain Sullivan delivers the jewels, the yellow mask is in for a surprise. The biggest surprise of his life.
If Clark Kent is counting on the jewels being delivered to the Yellow Mask, he, too, is in for a surprise. For this very moment, Lefty and Joe are speeding towards the city with the precious gems. What will happen when the mask discovers he has been double-crossed? Tune in next time and follow the story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. The transcription feature, Superman.
Look, it's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. Unable, without revealing himself as Superman, to rescue Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, and Police Commissioner Malone from a concrete tank in which the Yellow Mask had trapped them, Kent persuaded the commissioner to accept the mask's proposition. A telephone was lowered into the tank, and the commissioner called police headquarters, instructing one of his men, Captain Sullivan, to deliver a fortune in jewels to the mask in return for their freedom. As our story continues today, Lois and Jimmy have fallen asleep in the concrete tank, while Kent and the commissioner await developments. Suddenly, the mask's voice comes to them out of a hidden loudspeaker. Listen.
I warn you, Kent, if there has been any trickery, none of you will live to gloat over it.
How could there be any trickery? You heard Commissioner Malone talk to Captain Sullivan at headquarters. He told him to bring the jewels just as you instructed.
Yes, I heard that. But more than an hour has gone by since the telephone call was made. Where are the jewels?
Sullivan may have been delayed. Or maybe he's waiting at the crossroads now.
I sent two of my men out to meet him. They haven't returned.
That's not our business. We did as you said. Personally, I hope you never get the jewels. You're nothing but a thieving, half-mad murderer. And if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to see you burn in the electric chair.
Commissioner, please.
Really?
Lois and Jimmy are sleeping. Try not to wake them up. They need all the rest they can
On
get.
the contrary, Commissioner Malone, I think I shall have the pleasure of seeing you burn.
Kent, what does he mean? It's just an idle threat.
The jewels will be here shortly.
I hope so, for all your sakes. I will return in 5 minutes.
Keep your voice down, Commissioner.
I'd give my right eye to get my hands around his neck for just 10 seconds.
And you still may have that opportunity.
Kent, do you really think that we'll ever get out of here alive?
Of course. Once the jewels arrive.
Oh, yes. You mentioned something about a surprise for the mask once the jewels got here. What did you mean?
You'll find out. Just have a little patience.
But all the patience in the world will not reward Commissioner Malone. For unknown to Kent, the two men, Lefty and Joe, sent to the crossroads to meet Captain Sullivan, have double-crossed the Yellow Mask, and are at this very moment speeding toward the city in Sullivan's squad car with the jewels. The police captain, left unconscious in the bushes at the side of the road, has recovered sufficiently to stagger to his feet and attempt to flag a passing car.
I'm Captain Sullivan of the city police.
Yeah?
2 men knocked me out and stole my car.
Good heavens.
Can you get me to the telephone?
Sure, hop in.
Thanks. Hello, operator. There's an emergency. Get me police headquarters. Sergeant Henley. Hello, Henley. Now listen carefully. This is Captain Sullivan. That's right, listen. I'm at Cedar Falls. 2 men held me up, knocked me out, and stole the squad car. Yes, they got the jewels, too. Sent out a general alarm. What? No, I couldn't see either of them. It was too dark. Too dark, I tell you. Now get that alarm out before they hit the city. Yes, that's where they were headed. Now, don't waste any time, Henry. We've got some matter. Hey, take it easy, Lefty. You're doing 70.
Sure, this cop buggy can travel. You ain't nervous, Joe, are you?
No, but if you blow a tire, we're cooked.
Well, I gotta make time with all this hot ice in the car. Hey, listen. Turn the radio on. Get some swing music. That'll take your mind off getting killed.
Oh, you can't get music on this kind of a radio. It's a shortwave set for police orders.
Well, turn it on anyway. Let's hear what the bull's got to say. I never thought I'd be driving a police buggy. Not in a million years.
General alarm 683W.
Listen.
Stop on sight. Squad car number 6.
See, none but cops orders.
Shut up.
Squad car number 6, license 58-32. Old man who was driving and his companion.
Hey, what are you stopping for?
He's talking about this car. Listen.
I will repeat. General alarm 683W. Stop on sight. Squad car number 6. License 58-32. Old man who was driving and his companion. That is all.
Turn it off.
What are we going to do?
I don't know, but there's one thing you can lay money on. We ain't driving this buggy into the city. You got your gun?
Yeah.
Okay, grab the suitcase and hop out. We'll roll this buggy off the road and down that incline. Then we'll stop the first car comes along and take it over. Come on. All right, come on back here and give her a push. That's it. She's rolling. Now a good one. There she goes. They won't find that jalopy for a long time. Hey, it's lucky we turned that radio on.
Lefty, I think I hear a car coming.
Yeah, you're right. Get over on the other side of the road. Flag him down with your light, but keep your gat handy in case it's a cop.
Okay.
He's coming fast. Start waving your light. He ain't gonna stop. Hey, you lunkhead, what'd you shoot for?
I seen he wasn't stopping. I figured I'd scare him.
Yeah, so what did you do? You let him know there's a guy on the road here with a gat. He'll tell that to the first copper he meets, and before you know it, this place will be crawling with dicks. Grab that suitcase. We're heading cross-country through the woods. It ain't healthy around here no more.
This is Bill Breen, your radio reporter. One of the greatest manhunts in the history of the state is now in progress. More than 150 hand-picked members of the police department are searching for 2 armed desperados who held up a police squad car, bludgeoned Captain Michael Sullivan into unconsciousness, and escaped in the car. Officials will neither confirm nor deny the report that a fortune in jewels was being transported by Captain Sullivan and was stolen with the car. Possible clue to the whereabouts of the wanted men was provided by a motorist who reported he'd been shot at while driving along Route 14 near the Holly River Bridge. Police Commissioner Charles Malone, who's been mysteriously absent from his office for 2 days, could not be reached for a statement. Keep tuned to this station for further news.
Sure was tough hiking through them woods, Lefty.
Well, who told you to shoot at that car?
Oh, you don't have to keep talking about it, do you?
All right. What's that light up ahead?
Must be a farmhouse.
Well, we got to get a car and get one fast. Maybe the farmer's got a jalopy. Come on, we sneak up behind the house.
Hey, is that a car standing in the yard?
Yeah, tin can.
What's the difference as long as it runs?
There ain't no difference. Look and see if it's got a key in it.
Okay.
Maybe we gotta get the key. Give me your gun. I don't trust you no more. Follow me. Wait a minute. Take a gander through the window.
See anything?
Yeah. An old geezer sitting by the stove.
Nobody else?
That's all. We're in luck. Come on. Okay. Open the door. All right, get your hands up, Pop. Where's the key to that jalopy you got standing out in the yard?
Now, listen, you can't... Oh.
What'd you knock him down for? I gotta get the key to his car.
There it is, Lefty. On the table.
Oh, well, grab it.
I got it.
Thanks, Pop. So long. All right, hop in, fast. Hope I can get this crate started.
There she goes.
Your radio reporter. Police are closing in on the two desperados who early tonight stole a squad car rumored to have been carrying a fortune in jewels. Curtis W. Bailey, a farmer in Harley Falls, informed the authorities his 1933 car was stolen scarcely an hour ago by two armed men. He gave the police a description of the men, and their arrest is expected soon. Keep tuned to this station.
Kent, I can't stand this much longer. My ankle is killing me.
Let me look at it.
Oh, that won't do any good. How long have we been down in this dark hole? It seems like days.
Oh, just a few hours. I'll light a match and look at your ankle. Well, swelling doesn't seem to have gone down any.
It's broken. Don't touch it.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, maybe I can set it for you.
Kent.
Take it easy now.
Don't.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Oh, it's a shame. Wait. That's a stroke of luck for us. Now, with Lois and Jimmy asleep, and Malone out for a while, I can break through this concrete as
Superman. This corner looks as good a place as any. What did the mask say? It was 6 feet thick. That shouldn't stop me. Here goes. Gotta take it easy. Don't want to wake Lois or Jimmy. Giving. There. That does it. A hole big enough to crawl through. What's that? Malone's coming too. I'll have to change back to Clark Kent.
Kent, where are you?
Right here, Commissioner.
And you'd better stay right there, Mr. Kent.
What?
I've got a double-barrel shotgun in my hands, and I'll blow everyone in that tank to kingdom come if you move an inch.
Does the mask know that Superman has forced an exit from the concrete tank? And what can Kent do now with escape so near and yet so far? Don't forget to tune in next time for the thrilling conclusion of the story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. When the yellow mask trapped Kent in a deep concrete tank in the basement of his hideout, the young reporter found it impossible to escape without revealing his identity as Superman to Lois Lane, young Jimmy Olsen, and Police Commissioner Malone, who were prisoners in the tank with him. But fortunately, Lois and Jimmy, both exhausted, fell asleep. That left only the police commissioner, who was suffering from a broken ankle. As Kent tried to set the ankle, the commissioner fainted from the pain. In a moment, Superman broke a hole through one side of the concrete tank. But just then, the voice of the yellow mask came booming out of a hidden loudspeaker. Listen.
Stay where you are, Kent. I've got a shotgun in my hands, and I'll blow everyone in that tank to kingdom come if you move.
Hey, what happened? Clark, where are you?
Right here.
Nothing's happened.
That's what you think. Don't move any of you.
Someone's thrown him.
Commissioner Malone. I stepped on his ankle and he fainted. See if you can help him, Lord.
Don't move, Miss Lane. My finger is not very steady on this trigger.
Clark, what'll I do?
Here you are. What's the idea of the shotgun? You know we're helpless down here.
The shotgun will just ensure you're being helpless until I decide how to get rid of you.
What do you mean?
I've just heard some disquieting news over the radio. News that concerns your fate and the fate of your friend.
Now, wait a minute. I don't care what you heard over the radio. We followed your instructions to the letter. You wanted Commissioner Malone to call police headquarters and tell one man to deliver those jewels to the crossroads.
But somehow you tricked me.
Oh, no. That's not true. You heard Malone make the call. He ordered Captain Sullivan to bring the jewels to the crossroads. That was all he said.
Then possibly you can explain why the two men I sent to meet Captain Sullivan are now being hunted by the police. Possibly you can explain why they haven't returned with the jewels.
Well, maybe they decided to double-cross you and take the jewels for themselves.
What did you say?
I said maybe your own men double-crossed you and ran off with the jewels.
Ah, no, my friend. Nobody attempts that with the yellow mask. Nobody.
Oh, Clark, the commissioner's in pain.
Mask!
Yes, what is it?
Commissioner Malone broke his ankle when he fell through the trap door into this tank. He's suffering.
He won't be suffering very long. That much I can promise you.
He's not human.
Yes, Miss Lane, quite human. Human enough to suspect that your friend, Mr. Kent, and the worthy police commissioner have tried to trick me.
How could we?
I don't know, but there are sufficient grounds for suspicion. A report over the radio said that two men in possession of some jewels were being hunted by the police and are expected to be momentarily apprehended. If those are my men, something has gone wrong.
It's not our fault. Commissioner Malone followed your instructions.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. Under the circumstances, I shall be forced to leave here at once. Therefore, I find it necessary to destroy all the evidence that might be used against me. Unfortunately, Mr. Kent, you and your friends are that evidence.
You're mad.
No, just careful.
Now, wait. I warn you, Mask. If any harm comes to Miss Lane, or to Jimmy or the commissioner, you'll have someone besides the police to account to.
A very pretty speech, Kent. Very pretty.
It wasn't meant to be pretty. Of course, I know it's too much to expect from anyone like you, but the least you could do is give us time to live up to our part of the bargain.
Time? I've given you plenty of time. The jewels should have been here an hour ago. However, just to prove to Miss Lane that I am human, I'll give you 10 more minutes. I happen to have a clock handy. Hear it? 10 minutes, Kent.
As the clock slowly ticks the seconds away, and each passing moment brings Clark Kent closer to the time when he must reveal himself as Superman in order to save 3 lives. The masked henchmen Lefty and Joe, who, as we know, have double-crossed the mask and are fleeing with the jewels in an old stolen car, begin to lose their nerves. They hear the distant wail of police car sirens.
The cops are riding every road around here, Lefty. They'll nab us sure.
Ah, shut up.
I don't want to take no rap. They're right behind us. Let me out.
You stay where you are. There's a wagon road going into the woods. I'll turn in. Here we go now. All right, now just sit tight.
If they get us, we're sunk. Having this hot ice will send us up for 20 years.
Sit tight, I said. They can't see us.
What a break. They went right by. Let's get rid of this car, Lefty. It ain't safe. We can leg it through the woods.
And leave the jewels? Not me.
I don't want no part of them. They're too hot.
Ah, take it easy, Joe. We'd be mugs to let loose of the stuff now we got our hands on it. Let me think.
It's too hot for me.
Hey, look. Look, here's what we'll do. We'll take it back to the mask. He's got an airplane. We can make a quick getaway. Give these cops the slip.
And then what?
Well, if the mask don't pay off the way we think he ought to pay off, we settle with him.
Hmm? What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
Oh.
Come on, let's get going.
I don't like the sound of them sounds. They give me the willies.
All right, grab the suitcase.
Okay.
Now follow me.
Clark,
Yes, Lois?
doesn't look very good, does it?
What do you mean?
Well, 10 minutes are almost up. Do you really think he'll do what he threatened? Get rid of us?
Don't you worry about that. Where's Jimmy?
Right here, Mr. Kent.
Here, take my hand.
Right.
That's the boy. Now listen to me. There's a hole in the side of this tank.
A hole? How did it get there?
Never mind that now. You crawl through first, Jimmy. And Lois will follow you.
Yeah, but what about you and Commissioner Malone? He hasn't come to yet.
He must have passed out completely from that broken ankle.
I'll take care of him.
Let Miss Lane go through, Mr. Kent. I'd rather stick with you.
No, Jimmy, you've got to go along with Lois to protect her. Now, somehow, you both must find your way out of this basement. Be quiet and be careful. Chances are you'll find a flight of steps leading to the yard and back of the house. Hide there until I call you. No matter what you hear and no matter what happens. All right, now hurry. You first, Jimmy.
Okay.
Okay, Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm through.
All right, Lois. And please don't worry.
I won't. We'll be waiting for you, Clark.
Right. I don't like them wandering around alone, but it's a chance I had to take. Now I can deal with the mask as he should be dealt with.
As Superman. First, I'll have to carry Malone through that opening. There. He won't be hit now in case the mask makes use of that shotgun.
Your 10 minutes are up, Kent.
Mr. Kent isn't here.
What's that?
I said Mr. Kent is gone.
What, you trying to pull another one of your tricks on me? Oh, no, this time it won't work. This is the end.
You're right, Mask. The end for you. Here I come, right through the iron bars covering the top of your tank. Up, up! No use shooting now. You're too late. Where are you? Oh, there you are, eh? Put that gun down.
Stand back. Stand back, I say.
You've given your last order, Mask. Now you're going to pay for everything.
Who are you?
What difference does that make? Give me that gun.
No, no.
Well, I see I'll have to take it away from you. And break it in two. Now I'll settle with you.
No, you'll kill me.
Frightened, aren't you? Trembling like a leaf. But you weren't frightened when you planned to murder 4 human beings in that concrete tank, were you? You didn't tremble when you lured those transport planes into that quicksand pit and buried people alive, did you?
I'll confess. I'll tell everything.
There's nothing you can tell that I don't know.
Boss, open up.
Who's that?
My men.
Well, that's very interesting. Maybe they have the jewels.
Boss, Scotland, open up.
I'll open the door. Come in, gentlemen.
Hey, what is this?
I said come in. Must I help you? All right.
Hey, let go of me. My arm.
I see you have the suitcase containing the jewels. Very nice of you to bring it back. I'll take it.
Hey.
No, Lefty, no gun.
He's right, Lefty. If you want to remain in one piece, drop that gun. There, that's better. Now, just relax while I phone the police and ask them to pick you 3 up.
You can't pin nothing on me.
Oh?
Let him have it, Joe.
Now, that's the way you want it, eh? All right, here goes. That gun won't help you, Lefty. Now, Mr. Yellow Mask, this is something I've been wanting to do for a long time.
No.
That should keep the 3 of them quiet for some time. It looks like Superman's work is over.
Clark Kent can put the call in to the police. Operator, get me police headquarters. That's right, police headquarters.
Mr. Kent, I still don't understand how you knocked the 3 of them out cold.
Wasn't so difficult, Jimmy. You see, I grabbed Lefty's gun and used it as a club. I guess I was pretty lucky.
We were all lucky to get out alive.
Yeah.
I hope the commissioner's ankle's all right. They rushed him to a hospital.
We'll have to do a lot of explaining to Mr. White when we get back.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I called him. He was worried about us, but he's glad we're all right. And incidentally, he said there's a big story breaking. One of the biggest the Daily Planet ever handled.
Well, I wonder what it is.
We'll find out soon enough.
What is the story Editor White is referring to? Will it lead Kent, Lois, and Jimmy into more danger? Don't forget to tune in next time for the thrilling beginning of a brand new Superman adventure.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who has come to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, bend steel in his bare hands, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who wages a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. When we last saw him, Kent, as Superman, had captured the Yellow Mask and turned the master criminal over to the police. Returning to the Daily Planet, he was informed by Lois Lane that editor Perry White wanted to see both of them in a hurry. As our story opens today, Kent and Lois are outside Editor White's office, waiting to be announced. Listen.
Yes? Clark Kent and Lois Lane? Have them come right in, please. Now, as I was saying, Mr. Remsen, this city has never had a crooked DA in all its history. So the Daily Planet will more than welcome the chance to put all its power and prestige behind a movement to get rid of District Attorney Parker. If ever a man was guilty of using his high office for crooked, unprincipled... Oh, come in, Lois. Hello, Clark.
Oh, Mr. White. Got your orders for us to prepare before you pronto.
So we came running.
Clark, Lois, I want you to meet Mr. Remsen. Ralph Remsen.
Oh.
How do you do?
Remsen. I recall that name. Weren't you District Attorney Parker's assistant at one time?
That's right.
Oh, of course, I remember now. You resigned because you claimed the rotten politics going on in Parker's office was too much for you to take.
Yes, I resigned, all right. That was about 2 months ago. Sit down, Lois. Clark, we've something to talk over. Mr. Remsen has come to me with a rather astounding offer. If he means what he says...
Don't worry about that. I meant every word of what I said.
Well, if that's really the case, we're about to start one of the biggest anti-crook campaigns this paper's ever had the privilege of sponsoring. Mr. Remsen, I wish you'd tell these two exactly what you told me.
Gladly. You see, it was 2 months ago that I resigned as District Attorney Parker's assistant. Under his regime, I saw things going on that were pretty crooked, pretty hard to stomach. I don't think I have to remind you of the almost numberless criminals, gangsters, triggermen, slot machine vendors, crooks of all sorts, in fact, who slipped between the fingers of the law because of the help they got from Parker.
No, I don't think you do. There's certainly a lot of them. Soapy Sonderman, Lucky Larry Lorimer, Sneezy Furness, and a lot more.
Exactly. It's because of Parker and his crooked management of the District Attorney's office that the men you just mentioned, and many more like them who are menaces to law-abiding citizens, are still at large in this city. Now, for 2 months, I've wanted to do something. I wanted to start a campaign, do something to get Parker out of office.
You're right, Mr. Remsen.
With Mayor Healy in office, the campaign against Parker ought to be easy. You know Mayor Healy's reputation.
Sure, the clean-up mayor. Dedicated himself to having the cleanest city in the world.
Right. Now, I've talked with Mayor Healy. He's as anxious to get Parker out of office as any of us.
Uh-huh.
But there's one hitch.
Oh, what's that?
The people themselves. You see, it's only those of us who are on the inside who know what Parker really is. The general public thinks of him as a philanthropist, a generous charity worker. He's built up that reputation, of course, merely as a blind. Before Mayor Healy can do anything, we've got to expose Parker to the people for what he really is.
And how do you propose to do that, Mr. Remsen?
Simple. I worked in Parker's office as Parker's assistant for a long, long time. I kept my eyes and ears open. I'm in a position now not only to make definite charges against District Attorney Parker, but I can back up those charges with substantial proof.
Well,
I've got everything that could possibly be needed. Signed letters, photostatic copies of checks given to Parker by well-known criminals, a photostated copy of his account book up to 2 months ago, and a lot more proof if we need it.
You see, Clark, Lois, Remsen's idea is for the Daily Planet to start an anti-Parker campaign. You two will write the story for the information Remsen gives you.
Huh?
It's the greatest chance we've ever had to do the public a real service, and I'm all for it.
Say nothing of the boost in circulation, eh, Chief?
Well, that does enter into it, of course. A newspaper's lifeblood, so to speak, is its circulation.
Oh, Mr. White.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't mean that as a pun, young woman. You both know as well as I do that the better our circulation, the more advertising we get. And we depend on that advertising to keep us going. However, the important thing is not only to get Parker out of office, but if possible to put him behind bars as well. If ever a man deserves prison for what he's done...
You're quite right, of course. Well, when do we get to work?
The sooner the better. What's the matter with right now?
Okay with me.
Me too.
Fine. You can get all the dope you need for your first article from Ransom and have it ready for the early edition. You'll print the story tonight and have it on the streets in the morning.
Oh, hold on. Not so fast, Mr. White. I'm afraid you'll have to give me a little time to get my stuff prepared.
It won't take you long to get enough material together for one article, will it?
Don't forget, I have a lot of other things to do as well. However, I believe I can have enough material for the first article against Parker ready by about, shall we say 4 this afternoon?
Suits me. Lois and I have a date for dinner and the theater afterwards. But we can whip out an article between 4 and 7 without half trying. Okay with you, Lois?
Sure thing.
Good. Then let's all meet in my office here at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
All right.
Mr. Remsen, I can't tell you how indebted I am to you for the chance you're giving us. The chance to do a really great service for the people of this city. All right, then, 4 o'clock this afternoon here in my office.
42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 7.
Brownie, will you, for heaven's sake, stop playing with that yo-yo?
Oh, D.A., look what you went and made me do. I bet I could have gotten up to 100 on my yo-yo if you hadn't interrupted.
I don't pay you to play with a yo-yo. Now put it away.
What's eating you, D.A.? Well, I remember the time I could sit here in your private office and play with the yo-yo all day long.
All right,
You remember the day I almost broke 100? I got up to 85 and then a string broke. I bet I could have
If
broken
you don't
100.
stop talking.
Gee, I'm sorry, D.A. You are upset, ain't you?
Upset is hardly the word for it. I'm in a spot, and for once in my life, I don't know what to do about it.
Who's bothering you, D.A.? Just give me his name and address.
No. This is one thing that can't be handled by strong-arm methods. Brownie, the doc was in to see me this morning.
Yeah, that's one of the guys that's sort of keeping ear to the ground for you, ain't it?
Yes. He told me something that set me to thinking.
Yes?
The Daily Planet is starting a campaign to get me out of office and put me behind bars.
The Daily Planet, eh? That's simple. I just mosey up, pay the editor a little visit.
Haven't I just told you it's not as simple as all that? We're not dealing with one person now, Brownie. We're dealing with a newspaper, a great corporation. I wouldn't be unduly worried about it. I've been through this sort of thing before, except...
Yeah, except what?
Brownie, the man who's supplying the material for these articles is none other than Ralph Remsen. Remember him?
Oh, do I say, there was a guy. He was the straightest guy I ever met. Say, you remember the arguments you used to have and how he finally quit?
Yes, I remember.
I
remember only too well. If it were anyone but Remsen, we might be able to buy him off.
Well, what's wrong with bumping him off?
Can't do that. He's probably turned over all the material he's got to the newspaper. No, Brownie, this seems to be one problem that has no answer to it. One riddle that seems to have no solution.
Well, my opinion.
Wait a minute. Come in. I said come in. See who it is, will you, Brownie?
Okay. It ain't nobody. There ain't nobody here.
On the contrary, Brownie, there is someone here. Quite definitely here.
What was that?
Brownie, did you hear it, too?
Why, of course he heard it. You both did. I'm here in this room with you, but you can't see me. You might ask me to sit down, Parker.
Yes. Yes, by all means. Sit down, please.
I hope my coming hasn't been too much of a shock to you. You see...
Wait a minute. What's going on here? Who are you? Where are you?
As to who I am, Parker, that need not concern you. As to where I am, I'm sitting in this chair across from you. You cannot see me because I am invisible.
I'm getting out of here. Where's me yo-yo?
Stay where you are, Brownie. You're not going to be hurt. As a matter of fact, I've come here, Parker, to offer my services to you.
Your services?
In this matter of the newspaper campaign that's getting underway.
Oh, that.
You need my help, Parker. You're powerless to prevent the Daily Planet from printing that story alone. But I can prevent them from printing it.
How?
Leave that to me. The question is, are you willing to pay for whatever help I can give you?
Certainly I'm willing to pay. But see here, what's this gag about being invisible? How could anybody, possibly by the greatest stretch of the imagination...
I will only say, Parker, that there is nothing supernatural about it. I make myself invisible by means of a trick. What that trick is shall, of course, remain a secret with me. Now let's get down to business. A campaign directed against you has been started. If it is not stopped, it will surely wreck your career and ruin you forever. Only I can stop it. How much are you willing to pay?
How much do you want?
$100,000.
100,000? Oh, that's ridiculous.
It's downright criminal.
How well you know the meaning of the word. Parker, I want $100,000. Not a penny less.
Well, now you're sure, you two, that Remsen has given you enough material for the first article against District Attorney Parker?
I think so, Chief. It's all about the Lucky Larry Lorimer case. Photographer's working on the photostats of certain checks and things now. Lois and I'll finish the article at just about the time the pictures are ready. Now, don't worry. The story will break tomorrow morning without fail.
Don't forget to get in that bit about the fixed juryman.
Oh, I've got to know that right here, Miss Ramsey.
Good.
Lois, you mustn't forget we had a dinner and theater date together. The quicker we get started on this article, the better.
That's so. And when you finish it, you can tear it up.
What under the sun? Who said that? Didn't somebody say...
Well, either I heard a strange voice in this room or I'm going crazy.
No. You did hear a strange voice. Who said that?
I did, Mr. Kent.
Who are you? Where are you?
I'm standing behind Editor White's chair.
Great Scott!
As to who I am, gentlemen, Miss Lane, prepare to do business with the Invisible Man.
What strange mystery surrounds the Invisible Man? By what trick does he make himself invisible? And how does he intend to stop our friends from publishing their articles about District Attorney Parker? Be sure to hear the next thrilling and mystifying episode of this story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Look, it's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Clark Kent had been assigned to write a series of articles in collaboration with Lois Lane to expose the crooked District Attorney Parker. Ralph Remsen, former assistant to the DA, who had resigned in protest against Parker's methods, had volunteered to supply the facts for the Daily Planet campaign to oust Parker from office. As our story opens today, Kent, Lois, Editor Perry White, and Ralph Remsen are discussing their campaign in the editor's office. Listen.
Don't forget about that bit about the fixed juryman, Mr. Kent.
Okay, Mr. Remsen. Lois, we mustn't forget we've got a dinner and theater date tonight. The quicker we get started on this article, the better.
Quite so.
What?
And when you finish writing it, Miss Lane, Mr. Kent, take a suggestion from me and tear it up.
What under the sun? Who said that? Didn't somebody say...
Either I heard a strange voice in this room or I'm quietly going crazy.
No, you did hear a strange voice. Who said that?
I did, Mr. Kent.
Well, who are you? Where are you?
I'm standing behind Editor White's chair.
Great Scott!
As to who I am, gentlemen, Miss Lane, prepare to do business with the Invisible Man.
It's a dream. That's what it is. Now, listen, you people. We're dreaming, aren't we?
Hardly a dream, Mr. White, but
If you ask me, I think it's just a trick.
Commendably clever, Mr. Kent. It is a trick. But I doubt whether you can tell how it is done.
Well, it's positively mystifying.
I imagine that's what it's intended to be. Well, all right, whoever you are, you're playing a trick on us. Now, you might unburden yourself and tell us why you're playing the trick.
I like you for that, Mr. Kent. You've come to the point quickly. Very well, I will tell you why. Gentlemen, Miss Lane, you are about to inaugurate a campaign against District Attorney Parker. Am I right?
Well?
I have come to say, don't do it.
Oh? And exactly why shouldn't we do it?
Because if you do, I shall take steps to see that you regret it.
Clark, what on earth?
Just a minute, Lois. Let's get to the bottom of this. Are you working for Parker? Has he hired you to come here and try to intimidate us?
That's beside the point, Mr. Kent. What really matters is this. I have warned you not to publish even one article against District Attorney Parker. If you are a man of sense, you will heed that warning.
Now, listen. Never mind all this. Here's a man who can make himself invisible. There's a story for you. Invisible Man invades editor's office. Weird, supernatural occurrence.
Wait a minute, Chief. There's nothing weird or supernatural about this. It's a trick. A trick and nothing more.
Why, Kent is right. It is a trick. An attempt to get our minds off Parker for a while.
Gentlemen, please, you underestimate me. I merely make myself invisible to hide my identity, nothing more. Because, you see, I really have the power to back up any warning, any threat I make. Yes, Mr. Kent, I am working for District Attorney Parker. I have guaranteed that these stories of yours will not appear in print. I intend to see that guarantee is kept.
And how do you propose to do that?
I don't make a practice, Mr. Kent, of exposing my hand before I say it. You must merely accept my word for it that should you publish even this first story, should you try to print that story tonight, you will regret it more than you have ever regretted anything in your life. That's all I have to say.
Kent, he sounds as if he means it.
He certainly does. Clark, what do you think?
All I can say is, threats or no threats, Invisible Man or not, we ought to go ahead with that story. What do you say, Chief?
I agree with you 100%, Kent.
I knew you would. Well, did you hear that, Mr. Invisible? I say, did you hear our answer to your warning?
He doesn't answer.
Why, he's gone. He went just as silently and mysteriously as he came.
Oh, this will make a whale of a story. Now, look here, Kent. Let Lois write the story on District Attorney Parker. You sit down and beat out a column or two on this Invisible Man yarn.
I wouldn't do that, Chief.
Well, why not?
Because I think if you give this thing time, if you let it develop by itself, you'll really have a story. You'll have a story that'll make this town stand on its ear. A story that'll have everybody talking for weeks to come.
What do you mean? What are you getting at?
Well, don't ask me to explain, Chief. Just wait and see. Well, Lois, we'd better get started in that article. We've got a dinner date together at Victorio's at 7 o'clock.
Oh, goodness, Clark, I'd almost forgotten. Because of this Invisible Man business and everything. Well, shall we work in your office or mine?
Oh, mine will do. Come on, let's go.
But Kent, wait a minute.
What?
This Invisible Man. If I only knew the answer to how he does it. When we learn that, then we will have something.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, Mr. King?
Waiter, I ordered dinner here tonight for 2. You set places for 3.
Well, those were the orders I received from the captain, sir. Mr. Kent's table said 3 places.
That's funny. Clark, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?
Of course not, Lois.
But this is rather awkward, sir. I have 3 servings here on this tray, and...
It's quite all right, waiter. You may serve the 3 others.
Oh, what? Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Kent. I thought I heard.
I know what you've heard. Never mind clearing that up now. I'll let you know when I want dinner served.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's all right.
Really, the most amazing thing.
So you even intrude at the dinner table, do you?
Oh, so sorry, really, Kent, and of course, Miss Lane. Please do forgive me. But you see, I have your welfare so at heart. I'm so anxious that no harm should come
Clark,
to...
let's get out of
Take
here.
it easy, Lois. Don't let our invisible friend get on your nerves. Now, look here. This has gone far enough.
So?
Under ordinary circumstances, I'd be amused by this trick of yours, whatever it may be. But right now, it happens that Miss Lane and I would like to eat our dinner in peace. So if you don't mind...
Oh, but I do. Believe me, I regret the intrusion as much as you. But it's really most important that you listen to me.
I'm not interested.
I gave you warning this afternoon. You didn't pay any attention to it. You went right ahead and wrote that article exposing District Attorney Parker as a crook, as a man who's used his office criminally. Now, honestly, I have a certain regard for you two. I don't want to see anything happen to you.
Indebted, I'm sure.
But something will happen if you persist in taking this thing lightly. Now, please, reconsider. Won't you call Editor White and convince him that the best thing to do is to forget this entire campaign against Parker?
If you think I'd do that, especially after insisting that White go ahead with the campaign, you're crazy.
But you don't realize what you're letting yourself in for. Listen to me, Kent. I meant every word I said this afternoon. I warned you that if you insisted on carrying through this campaign against Parker, that you'd regret it. You will regret it, Kent. Believe me, you will.
You can't frighten us.
Right. I'm afraid neither Miss Lane nor myself is impressed. What exactly do you think you can do to her? Did you hear me?
Oh, he seems to have left us again. Clark, I can't help it. This sort of thing gets me down.
No, it's nothing but a trick. And once we find the solution to it, there's no doubt it'll turn out to be pretty simple.
Yes, but to make himself invisible.
No, not another word about it. We're supposed to forget business tonight and enjoy ourselves. And that's exactly what we're going to do.
during the last part of that.
This is one of the most exciting place I've seen in years. The way she's so...
Get a fresh fruit drink here.
Oh, it's a wonderful play, Clark. I'm so glad we came, aren't you?
Glad you're enjoying it, Lois.
How do you think it'll end? You know, I'm sort of anxious to see the third act.
I don't know. I'm inclined to think
Mr. Clark Kent.
I'm being paid.
Over here, boy.
Oh,
Mr. Kent?
Yes?
A message for you, sir. Call from a Mr. White at the office of the Daily Planet.
Yes? What's the message?
Mr. White said to tell you to get back to the office as quickly as you can. It's very urgent.
Of course.
Thank you. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
What are you thinking of happening?
I don't know, Lois. Whatever it is, we'll soon find out.
I don't know, Remsen. We'll see what Kent has to say when he gets here, if he ever does.
But you can't kill that story now, Mr. White. You owe something to the public, to the people who have bought your paper year in and year out. You can't let anything stand in the way of exposing Parker for what he is.
Well, you saw the note the Invisible Man sent me, Remsen. I can't afford to take chances.
Well, all I can say... Oh, here come Kent and Lois Lane now.
Oh, Chief. Well, what's the trouble?
Well, whatever it is, it better be important. We missed the third act of the play to come here.
You will find it important, all right. Here, have a look at this, Kent.
Huh? Oh, a note, eh?
Yeah, from the Invisible Man.
Oh, what's it say, Clark?
Let's see. My last warning. Start your presses tonight and you won't print another story for weeks to come. Huh. I wonder what he means by that.
I don't know exactly what he means, Kent, but I do know this. I'm worried. If he can make good this threat of his, if he can actually prevent us from putting another edition on the streets for weeks, well, then I'm scared and scared plenty. If we miss one edition, just one edition, Kent, well, you know what it means to us financially. We can't afford to take chances.
I know what it means, all right. Start your presses tonight and you won't print another edition for weeks to come, eh? I have a mind to find out exactly what the Invisible Man can do. Just how important his threats and warnings are.
Well, what do you mean, Kent?
I mean, I wouldn't let him bulldoze me, Chief. We've started this campaign against District Attorney Parker and his crooked regime. Well, let's go through with it. I say whatever happens, start printing that story for the morning edition. I say get those presses started.
He's right, Mr. White. If we miss this chance to put Parker where he belongs, we'll never get another one. Clark's definitely right. Let's start those presses.
But the warning.
Never mind the warning, sir. Let's start the presses and see what happens.
All right. We'll do it. Well, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Start your presses for the morning edition.
Right, sir. Start the presses. Start the presses.
Will the Invisible Man make good his threat? And what will happen? And what trick does the Invisible Man use to make himself invisible? Do you know? Well, be sure to listen to the next exciting and baffling episode of this story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, it's a plane. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Kent and Lois Lane had been assigned by editor Perry White to write a series of articles for the Daily Planet's campaign to oust the crooked District Attorney Parker from office. The facts for this expose were to be supplied by Ralph Remsen, former assistant DA, who had resigned in protest against Parker's methods. When we last saw them, they were surprised by a baffling obstacle, an invisible man, who, although he could not be seen, talked with them and warned them against publishing the expose. As our story opens today, Kent has just returned to the city room of the Daily Planet, where he finds Editor White and Remsen greatly excited. Listen.
Here, read this note, Kent. It arrived from the Invisible Man only a short while ago.
Let's see. My last warning. Start your presses tonight and you won't print another story for weeks to come. Huh. You know, Chief, I've half a mind to find out exactly what the Invisible Man can do. just how important his threats and warnings are.
But the warning. What do you think, Mr. Ensign?
I'm not sure, Mr. White.
Never mind the warning. Let's start the presses and see what happens.
All right. We'll do it.
Joe? Yes, sir?
Start your presses for the morning edition.
Okay, Mr. White. Start the presses. Start the presses.
Well, nothing seems to have happened.
Yes, but I have a feeling that something may happen at almost any minute.
How right you are, Mr. White.
What? Why, it's the invisible man again. That voice sounded as if he were standing right here among us.
It can't be.
But it is. I'm standing right here beside you, Mr. White. Why? Why didn't you heed my warning? Now you have forced me into something that I find most unpleasant, most distasteful.
And just exactly what is that?
Mr. Kent, you're so serene about the whole matter, so confident that you all can win out against me. Gentlemen, listen to me. When you started those presses, you also started a time bomb concealed in one of them.
A time bomb? Joe, hold the presses. Stop them immediately.
Bet your life it will.
Wait a minute. That won't do any good, I'm afraid. Stopping the presses won't stop the bomb.
It won't?
I decided, Mr. White, that if you were foolhardy enough to disregard my advice, I'd teach you a lesson. You've started the bomb. You cannot stop it. Your presses will be blown into wreckage. As I said in my note, it will be weeks before you publish another edition of your paper.
Oh, Kent, this is terrible. What can we do? Think of what it means to the paper. If those presses are blown up, if we're unable to get another edition on the streets in weeks, we're ruined, man. Utterly ruined.
Well, I for one, don't see what you can do about it, Mr.
No, we've got to do something. Those presses are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. If we're forced out of business for even a few days, we'll... Kent, can't you think of something?
Yes, Kent. Think of something. You got Mr. White into this? Figure some way to get him out.
He's right. You did get me into this, Kent. It was you who said to go ahead and start those presses. Kent, you've simply got to
Just a minute, please. We're all standing here wasting time talking about the value of those presses. And we haven't even begun to think about the lives that may be lost in this thing. How much time have we?
By my watch, you have exactly 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
You have one chance, Kent. If you can find the bomb and destroy it within 2 minutes, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
If you fail to find it within 2 minutes, remember, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer the consequences. You now have exactly 1 minute and 45 seconds. Good luck, gentlemen, and good night.
Of course, we've simply got to find that bomb. It's our only chance.
Looks like it, Lois. You men.
Yeah?
You men here in the press room. Right. You've got 1 minute and 30 seconds to find that bomb. Better start looking for it right now.
Yeah. Somebody better keep a good watch on the time. All right.
Remsen, try that press over there.
Okay, King.
Mr. White, you take that one over there.
Right.
Come on, Lois. We'll have a look at the one near the window.
Anybody see it yet?
How much time have we, Clark?
No, we have 1 minute.
We've got to get out of here.
Keep looking, men. I'll watch the time. I'll get you out of here before it goes off. Don't worry.
Suppose there's some mistake in the timing. Suppose the invisible man deliberately gave us the wrong time.
Gotta take our chances on that. Oh, hang it all. Where can it be?
No, it's nowhere to be found in that press, Kent.
Well, try another one. Keep looking.
Keep looking. It's too late, Kent. Too late. If we don't leave this...
Wait.
What?
Look.
What is it, Lois?
There it is. Concealed behind that bale of papers.
Yes, that's it, all right. Get it out of there, for heaven's sake.
There's no time. Less than 30 seconds left. You men, everybody, get out of this room as quickly as you can. Hurry. Come on, you guys. Go on, get going, Chief. There's no time to lose.
All those presses, hundreds of thousands of
Oh, never
dollars.
mind the money. Think of your life. Come on, let's get out of here.
All right, folks. Everybody's out of there now.
Are you sure of that,
Yes,
Remsen?
closing both these doors. Come on, give me a hand. Come on.
Wait. Where's Clark? I don't see Clark.
Why, he's among the men somewhere. I saw him come out, I'm sure of it.
But I don't see him. Clark! 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 Clark!
15 seconds and that bomb will go off. No time to fly out the window with it. And I can't get rid of it any other way. Well, only one thing to do. I'll have to cover it with my body. As Superman, it can't harm me. Well, here goes. Now, there we are. Only a second to go. Could I have missed time? Oh. Well, that's that. Thank heavens everything's all right. No one's been harmed and the presses are still running.
Sounds like a bomb to me. Why, it couldn't have been anything else. It was kind of muffled. There hasn't been any other explosions.
Yeah, it was muffled. Maybe something went wrong with it. Do you think we can go in now?
Yes, I think we can chance it.
Oh, Clark, there you are. I've been looking all over for you.
I put a call through for the fire department. I thought we might be needing them.
Well, I guess we can go in and see what damage has been done. All right, Joe.
Yeah?
You can open the doors now.
Yes, sir, Mr. White.
Look. There's a hole blown in the floor. That seems to be about all the damage that was done. I can't understand it. It was no small bomb that blew that hole in the floor. Why didn't the explosion blow those presses into smithereens?
That is odd, isn't it?
Well, whether it's odd or not, the important thing is no harm was done. The presses are still running, Chief, and it looks as if we'll make the morning edition. At least the first expose of District Attorney Parker will reach the public in time.
The mayor will see you in a very short while. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, it begins to look as if we're making a little headway. We've published 2 stories about District Attorney Parker, and the third is in the presses now. With Mayor Healy's help, we can't fail to get Parker indicted and put where he belongs. There's just one thing that worries me, Remsen. Yes, what's that, Ryan? I had a call from Parker this morning, threatening to sue the paper for libel. Are you sure you can prove the statements that we've been making? You're sure the documents you've shown me are authentic? Absolutely.
There's no doubt of it, Chief. If Remsen here will excuse my saying so, I've taken the trouble to check on some of them. I didn't think it would do any harm.
Not at all, Tim. Well, the thing that gets me is that invisible man. Now, you people can talk all you want about being a trick, but that voice gives me the willies. I keep listening for it, expecting it to speak almost any moment. Why, I never know when I'm alone anymore or when I'm not.
Now, don't let it get you down, Chief. This whole thing will be cleaned up before very long.
You've been saying that for days, Kent. I wish you'd talk less and act more.
Well, I'm doing my best, Chief. You can't ask more than that.
The mayor will see you now. This way.
Thank you.
Well, gentlemen, Miss Lane, I believe. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe you know why we've come.
I certainly do, Mr. White. I've been reading those articles about District Attorney Parker in your newspaper, sir. And I must say you're to be commended on the wonderful service you're rendering the public.
Thank you, sir. I know you're busy, so I'll come right to the point. Your Honor, can we count on your support?
I'm with you all the way. Now, what would be your suggestion, Mr. White? A grand jury investigation?
I think so, Your Honor. You name the men you want, and Mr. Remsen here will give them all the proof they need.
Good. I'll take care of that this very afternoon. And now, gentlemen, Miss Lane, you know I'm a very busy man, and I...
Certainly, sir. We won't take up any more of your time.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to.
What was that? Did someone say something?
It's the invisible man again.
The what?
The invisible man, Mr. Mayor. No time to explain now. Mr. White can do that later.
What is
Your
this
Honor,
nonsense?
I have only one thing to say to you. Don't form a grand jury. Don't support this investigation.
In the name of... Who is this person? What is...
I said I had no time to go into that. However, believe me when I say that if you support this campaign against District Attorney Parker, you'll be doing yourself a great injury, an injury, Your Honor, from which you will never recover.
Whoever you are, sir, I'm not to be intimidated. I've been through this sort of thing before. It's been my experience that most threats have no foundation.
You'll find this one has.
I'm no coward, sir, whoever you are. I have a duty to the people of this city which I intend to fulfill. You can't frighten me.
Your phone will ring in a moment or two. We'll wait until you receive the message I know is coming. And then we'll see what your answer is. I might even go so far as... I dare say that's the call now. Pick up the phone, Mr. Mayor. Your phone is ringing, Mr. Mayor.
Hello? Yes, this is the mayor speaking. What's that? Yes? Yes? Thank you. Yes, goodbye. Mr. White, I'm afraid you'll have to carry on your investigation without my help. There is nothing I can do for you.
What message did the mayor receive by telephone? What made him change his mind? And by the way, have you solved the riddle of the invisible man? Be sure to listen to the next thrilling and mystifying episode of this story with Superman. And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky, look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Look, it's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Editor White, Kent, and Lois Lane were engaged in a campaign to oust District Attorney Parker from office, with information provided by Ralph Remsen, former assistant to Parker, who had resigned in protest against the DA's crooked policy. A baffling obstacle confronts them now, an invisible man who, though he cannot be seen, warns them against going through with their campaign. The invisible man has already attempted to blow up the Daily Planet, in which, however, he was thwarted by Superman. When we last saw them, Editor White, Kent, Lois, and Remsen were in the office of the mayor, who had just pledged his support, when the voice of the invisible man warned him to have no part in it. Listen.
Don't be misled, Mr. Mayor, into thinking that because I'm invisible, I can do you no harm.
This is preposterous. Look here, you people. Is this some sort of stupid trick you're playing on me? Some joke?
I wish it were only a joke, Your Honor. That voice you hear is the voice of the invisible man.
Ridiculous, Mr. White. There can't be such a thing as an invisible man.
It does sound ridiculous, doesn't it?
Of course, Mr. Remsen.
But we know there is an invisible man.
I'm afraid Mr. Remsen is right, Your Honor. You see, we've heard that voice before. The first time was in Editor White's office.
Yes, and then Mr. Kent and I heard it while we were having dinner in a restaurant. The invisible man actually sat down at the table with us.
And now, Mr. Mayor, you'll hear my voice here in your own office.
Incredible. It's a trick. It must be.
Trick or no trick, Your Honor, be warned in time. Give your assistance to this campaign against my friend, District Attorney Parker, and you'll regret it.
I refuse to be intimidated. I shall certainly give my support to any campaign.
Wait, please. In a moment, Mr. Mayor, your telephone will ring. After you have answered the telephone, you will change your mind.
Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. I certainly don't... Mr. Kent, what are you doing at that closet? What right have you, sir, to open that closet and examine the inside?
Yes, Clark. What's the idea?
Well, nothing, Chief. I was just sort of looking around.
Looking for what, sir?
Why, I don't know. A dictaphone or
a telephone.
Yes, Your Honor, your phone is ringing. Pick it up and answer it. Or perhaps you are afraid.
Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Hello? Yes, this is the mayor speaking. Oh, yes, my dear. What's that? Yes? Yes? I see. Gentlemen, Miss Lane, I'm afraid I must withdraw my support. There is nothing I can do for you.
But, Mr. Mayor...
Phone call, Mr. Mayor. What was it about?
Let me answer that. That was the mayor's wife. She called to tell him that she and her young daughter had just been in an automobile accident.
No, she knew all the time.
An accident, Mr. Mayor, from which they barely escaped with their lives. A truck crashed into their car. Wasn't that it?
Yes. That was it. Gentlemen, Miss Lane, I hope you understand. I'm no coward, but my wife, my little daughter, well, they mean more to me, far more than any political career.
We can't blame you, sir. It's the human thing to do.
But that blasted invisible man. Kent.
Yes, sir.
A little while ago, you mentioned a dictaphone.
Yes?
You said there might be one concealed in this office.
Well, I just had an idea that maybe...
Your idea must be right. Mr. Mayor, I suggest we search this office and search it thoroughly. If we don't find a dictaphone or some such thing concealed around here, I'll be very much surprised.
Mr. White, I think you've got something. Let's start looking for that dictaphone. Miss Kent, suppose you search the next office very carefully.
Right, sir.
Mr. Remsen, you take that little office in there.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Miss Lane and Mr. White will help me search this office. It's larger than the others and will take more time. Now, don't spare a thing. Search the closet, pull up the rugs. But be sure you leave nothing untouched.
Oh, this is very amusing. No, Mr. White, not in that closet. Why not try the other?
If I could get my hands on you...
Desperately, isn't it? Perhaps I'm in the molding.
Shut up, will you? Shut up. Oh, this is nerve-wracking.
Oh, Mr. Benson, there's a couch in that office you're in. Look behind that.
Don't worry, I will.
Your Honor, Mr. White.
Yes, Lois?
I know where the invisible man is.
You know?
I just saw the shadow of someone out there on the fire escape. I barely saw it, but there's someone on that fire escape outside the window.
Lois, if you're right...
Come on, White. Unless I miss my guess, this solves the mystery of the invisible man. Oh, wait. I have a gun in my desk. Yeah, there. Now then, White, you throw open the window, and I'll cover whoever's out there with this automatic.
Right. All set?
Yes.
Then here goes.
Don't move, you're on fire. Do you hear me?
Clark.
It's Kent. Oh, what on earth are you...
Sorry if I've upset you. I was just doing a little investigating out here, and I thought...
Never mind what you thought. How did you get out on this fire escape? You were in the other office. This fire escape doesn't reach to the window of that office. Why, it would take a Superman to leap across the space between.
Well, you see, I came up from below. I went through your office.
We didn't see you.
No, you were too busy searching the room to notice me. I went below to the office under this one, got out on the fire escape, and came up.
And we thought you were the invisible man.
And no doubt. You see how stupid you all were.
That voice.
The invisible man again.
Will somebody give me a hand through this window, please?
Okay, come on. You and your fire escapes.
And his dictaphones, too. Friends, I hope you realize now that I can and do call the turn without the need of mechanical contrivances. I'm sure all of you can see the wisdom of giving up this campaign against District Attorney Parker.
I don't know what to do. Well, I do. Yes, Benson? I haven't waited months for this chance to put Parker behind bars to throw it away now. I say, let's go ahead with this campaign.
That's right.
Bravo, Mr. Benson. Most courageous. Also most foolhardy.
I agree with Mr. Renton. Let's go ahead with the campaign.
I don't know about that.
What's that, Kent?
I say, let's drop the whole business.
Why, what do you mean, Kent? Kent, you certainly don't mean you'd be willing to give up this campaign to break a crook like District Attorney Parker?
Why not, Chief? I'm a reporter, not a crusader. My job is to expose the news, not expose crooks. Now, you'll forgive my saying this, Your Honor, but if you yourself are afraid to support this campaign against Parker, well, why should we risk our necks?
But the mayor's thinking of his family, his wife and daughters, not himself.
Well, that's so, but... well, where are we without the mayor's support?
I'll tell you where we are, Kent. If the mayor can't help us, then the governor can. Lois, you and I'll drive upstate tonight and see the governor first thing in the morning. I'll get action on this campaign if it's the last thing I do.
Hello? Yes, this is District Attorney Parker. Who? Oh, hello, Lucky. Yeah? Now, wait a minute, Lucky. Yes, I know all about the story in the Daily Planet. Well, what can I do about it? What? Now, wait a minute, Lucky. Don't get tough with me. What? All right. All right, goodbye. Oh, as if I could do anything to stop Remsen and frighten them. Come in. Oh, who the devil?
Close the door, Parker.
Oh, the invisible man again.
Glad to see me, Parker?
You've got a nerve not showing your face around here.
Relax, Parker. You've got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, that's what you said last time. And between then and now, 2 stories have been published in the Daily Planet.
I know, but...
There are no buts. Now get this. I promised you $100,000 to do this job. Fail me and you don't get a cent. Not 1 red cent.
Listen to me, Parker. I've come to let you know that the campaign against you is as good as finished.
I'll believe that when I read it in the papers. Or rather, when I don't read it.
I mean what I say. The one man who's really bent on seeing you run out of office is Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet. The one way to stop this campaign is to get rid of Editor White.
So what? What are you getting at?
Tonight, White and Lois Lane are driving up to see the governor at the executive mansion. From the city to the governor's mansion is a trip of about 140 miles. I have so arranged it that something will happen to their car at exactly the 100th mile.
100th mile? What have you done? Placed a bomb in the car?
No, Parker. Nothing as crude as that.
Oh, I get it. You're going to have a truck crash into them or something, huh?
No. That might not succeed. The plan I have thought out cannot fail. When White and Miss Lane reach the 100th mile of their trip, it will be the end of them and their campaign against you.
Yes, but what have you done to the car?
You'll have to wait and see, Parker. What time is it?
It's close to 10 o'clock. Why?
10 o'clock. White and Lois Lane left about 2 hours ago. They should be nearing the 100-mile mark of their trip right now.
Any for your thoughts, Lois?
What? Oh, I was just thinking.
About Kent?
Yes.
Funny, his acting the way he did, wanting to give up this campaign against Parker.
Oh, he'd never been very courageous, but... Well, I never thought he was that cowardly.
Best forget it. Tired?
A little. Say, you're certainly pushing this car along. Must be doing 70.
There's not much traffic on the highway this time of night.
How far do we still have to go before we reach the executive mansion?
About 40 miles, I'd say. Let's see. Yeah, the 100-mile mark is just coming up. Another mile and a quarter, and we'll have covered exactly 100 miles.
Another mile and a quarter, and our friends will reach the 100-mile mark. What will happen? What has the Invisible Man done to Editor White's car? And will Superman be able to help Lois and White? Be sure to hear the next exciting episode of our story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman! Up in the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and injustice, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Editor White, Kent, Lois Lane, and Ralph Remsen had gone to the mayor to enlist his aid in the campaign against District Attorney Parker, whose crooked practices, they believed, made him unfit for office. The mayor had pledged his support when the Invisible Man, strange and baffling ally of the crooked DA, warned him against it by involving the mayor's wife and daughter in a near-fatal accident. Then Kent surprised everybody by refusing to have anything more to do with the campaign himself. As our story opens today, we join White and Lois, who are driving alone to see the governor in the state capital 140 miles away. Listen.
Ready for your thoughts, Lois?
What? Oh, I was just thinking.
About Kent?
Yes.
Funny his acting the way he did, wanting to give up this campaign against Parker.
Oh, he's never been very courageous, but... Well, I never thought he was that cowardly.
Yeah, best forget it. Tired?
A little. Say, you're certainly pushing your car along. Must be doing 70.
Yeah, there's not much traffic on the highway this time of night.
How far do we still have to go before we reach the governor's mansion?
About 40 miles, I'd say. Let's see. Yes, the 100-mile mark is just coming up. Another mile and a quarter, and we will have covered exactly 100 miles.
Onward the car roars at 70 miles an hour, headlight boring into the black night, onward to certain destruction. Meanwhile, at the offices of the Daily Planet, Clark Kent talks to Ralph Remsen, the man responsible for the campaign against Parker, unaware that his friends are in danger. Listen.
Exactly what makes you so anxious, Remsen, to get District Attorney Parker out of office?
I don't like crooks, Kent. And I don't like to see the people of this city cheated and hoodwinked. I don't like cowards either, Kent.
Meaning what, Remsen?
You know, Kent, there's something peculiar about you.
What do you mean?
Well, take what happened in the mayor's office this afternoon. All of us are searching for a dictaphone, thinking that maybe the Invisible Man works his trick voice that way.
Yes?
You go into another room, another office, and start searching that.
Well?
The next thing we know, you're out on the fire escape. And to get to that fire escape from the other room, you'd have to leap 20 feet through space.
I explained that, Remsen. I merely walked through the mayor's office, went downstairs to the office just below the mayor's, and came up again by way of the fire escape.
Yes. Well, for one thing, I didn't see you come through the mayor's office.
I've already said that all of you were too busy searching the place to see me.
Maybe so. But if you wanted to examine that fire escape, why didn't you do it through the mayor's office? Why did you have to go downstairs and come up on the fire escape?
Well, I thought...
Yes, you thought what?
Well, you see, Oh, hello, Jimmy. You know Mr. Remsen, don't you?
Oh, I sure do. You're the man who's giving Mr. Kent and Miss Lane all the dope in Parker, aren't you?
That's right, Jimmy.
I've been looking for Miss Lane. Anybody know where she is?
Oh, didn't you know, Jimmy?
What?
Lois and Editor White are on their way to the governor's mansion. They want to get the governor's help in his campaign against Parker.
Oh.
They left about 2 hours ago. Ought to have covered the best part of the trip by this time, 100 miles at least.
Why didn't you go with them, Mr. Kent? You and Miss Lane are working this case together, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Mr. Kent doesn't want to say so, Jimmy. But at the moment, he and your friends aren't getting along so well.
You mean Lois and Mr. White are mad at you, Mr. Kent?
Oh, in a way, yes.
Why? What happened?
Well,
Mr. Kent wanted to give up the campaign to get rid of District Attorney Parker. It seems the Invisible Man is sort of getting on his nerves.
Oh, get this. That isn't true, is it, Mr. Kent?
Well, Jimmy, I just don't see how we can do anything against an adversary you can't even see.
Or to put it bluntly,
Mr. Kent doesn't see why he should risk his neck.
Now, that isn't true. Mr. Kent is the bravest man in the world. Now, when we were...
Those are Mr. Kent's own words, Jimmy.
Now, wait a minute, Remsen. I was just trying to look at things sensibly. You're trying to make me out a coward in front of Jimmy here.
Well?
It's called you a coward, Mr. Kent. You're not going to let him get away with it, are you?
So long as I know it isn't true, Jimmy.
You can't let a man call you a coward and not do something about it.
Yes, why don't you do something about it, Kent? I've been itching to take a shot at you ever since you tried to get everybody to give up this campaign against Parker. If there's anything I detest, it's a coward.
Fighting won't get us anywhere.
Maybe you'd change your mind if I took a poke at you. See how you like this?
Oh, my hand. Mr. Kent, you must have a jaw like steel.
I've broken my hand.
It hit you right in the front, and it didn't seem to hurt you at all, but look at him.
It must have been the way he hit me. He must have hit a nerve in his hand.
It was like hitting a stone wall.
Mr. Kent, this doesn't settle that business about you being a... Well, you know what I mean.
Jimmy, I hope I'm not a coward. I'm not giving up this campaign against Parker because I'm afraid.
And why are you giving it up?
The answer to that, my friend, is very simple.
What was that? Who said that?
That's the voice of the Invisible Man, Jimmy.
Huh?
I'm sort of getting used to it now, but you
Invisible
haven't...
Man?
Jimmy, you haven't met me before, and so naturally you're a little excited. How do you do, Jimmy?
Hello. Oh, Michael.
Kent, this question of whether you're a coward or not seems to be a difficult one. Frankly, I'm of the opinion that you are a coward.
Maybe we ought to take a vote on it.
I have little respect, Kent, for a man who will forsake his friends as you have done the minute danger begins to threaten.
I don't see... What are you getting at? What do you mean when danger begins to threaten?
Why, yes, Invisible. Exactly what did you mean by that? You're suffering from a case of nerves, gentlemen. I meant nothing special by what I said. Nothing could possibly happen to Miss Lane or Mr. White, could it? Certainly not with me here, and they, shall we say, at least 100 miles away?
No. No, I suppose not. Jimmy, what time is it?
Just a little after 10.
I've got to see the press room foreman right away. Jimmy, you and Remsen can keep the Invisible Man entertained until I get back.
Oh, all right, Mr. Kent. Mr. Remsen, this Invisible Man actually exists, or am I dreaming?
I'll answer that, Remsen. No, Jimmy, you're not dreaming. I am really in this room with you, but you cannot see me. You see, by means of a trick Houdini himself couldn't tell. I may be wrong, but I'm afraid there was some implication in what the Invisible Man said about Lois and White being in danger. Just to be sure nothing happens to them, I'd better see if I can pick up their car. Now, there's the post road below me, like a silver snake in the moonlight. I don't see a car anywhere. Maybe the Invisible Man didn't mean anything at all by what... Wait. There are the headlights of a car. Far in the distance. Maybe White and Lois. I'd better pile on speed. Got a feeling the seconds may mean the difference between life and death.
Yes, there's no doubt, Lois, that the governor will help us.
Well, it's this Invisible Man business that bothers me, Mr. White.
That is a riddle. You know,
So you better slow down, Mr. White. There's a pretty steep curve ahead.
Practically a hairpin turn. Yes, I'd better slow... What the...
Mr. White, what's happened to the car?
Oh, the steering wheel. It's broken.
Mr. White, we're heading for that cliff.
What the... Lois, the brakes don't work either. Oh, gosh, if there's nothing I can do, Lois. Nothing.
The handbrake. Try to work the handbrake, Mr. White.
Oh, that doesn't work either. Oh, we can't stop.
There's the edge of the cliff. We're going over it.
We're out in space. We're falling, Lois. Falling.
No, we're not falling.
What?
We're flying.
Good heavens.
Something's holding us up, swinging us around toward the road again.
You're right.
Up the ignition. We're being lifted back onto the road. We're safe. Quick, let's get out and see.
Come on. There's no one near. Nothing.
Yes, there is. Look, against the moon, the figure of Superman. Mr. White, don't you think you ought to give Clark Kent another chance? Yes, Mr. White. Maybe there's some reason for his trying
The
to...
only reason he's got is fear.
Mr. Remsen, you're beginning to give me a pain in the neck. Jimmy, there's no way to talk to people older than yourself. I'm sorry, Miss Lane, but... Forget it.
White, I say fire, Kent. If we're going to win against Parker, we need men, not mollycoddles.
Yes, you're right. There's nothing to do but fire, Kent. And I might as well.
Hello, everybody. You wanted to see me, Chief?
Yes, Kent. I guess the quicker I get this over with, the better. Kent, you're fired.
I see.
Gee, Mr. Kent.
I'm sorry, Kent. You've proven by your actions that you're not the man we need in a job like this.
Oh, sure. Sure, I understand.
Oh, Clark, aren't you going to say something in your own defense? Are you going to stand there and take this the way you take everything else without doing something about it? Mr. Kent, aren't you going to say something? Do something.
What can I do?
Oh, if you only had a tenth of the courage Superman has in his little finger.
I'm afraid you can't compare me to Superman. No, there's nothing I can say except, well, I'll have to take my story to another paper.
What's that? What story?
A story about the Invisible Man.
Kent, you break that story in another paper, and I'll break you.
I don't see why I shouldn't break it. I solved it, didn't I?
I don't care whether you... What'd you say?
Okay, I solved it. I know now how the Invisible Man makes himself invisible.
Oh, I've had enough of this nonsense from you, Kent. Get out.
Wait a minute. Clark, did you mean that? Do you really know how the Invisible Man makes himself invisible?
Well, I can do it myself.
I don't believe it. Yes, and neither do I.
Well, I'll have to break the story in another paper, I guess.
Now, wait a minute, Kent. If you can show us how it's done, if you can really make yourself invisible, you can have your job back.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, please, Mr. Kent, please show them.
And I'll raise your salary.
Well, that is an inducement. All right, it's a bet.
Ridiculous.
Tell you what I'll do. I'll step outside and close the door. When I knock at the door, Jimmy, you open it and see what happens.
Okay.
Don't forget to open the door when I knock. Jimmy.
Don't worry, I won't.
Good. I'll close the door.
I don't see how I can possibly
He
do
won't,
anything.
Miss Lane. You can bet on that.
Listen. Jimmy, quickly, open that door. Well, open it.
Oh, okay, Mr. White. But he's not here.
Oh, of course he's not there. Just another trick. He knocked at the door and then skipped off down the corridor.
You're wrong, Chief. I'm right here in this room with you.
What's that?
You can't see me. Because, well, you see, I'm invisible.
I don't understand this. All right, don't.
Well, it looks as if Clark Kent has solved the mystery of the Invisible Man. Do you know how he did it? Well, then, be sure to listen in for the solution when we present our next episode with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Guys, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and injustice, disguised as mild-mannered Clark Kent, reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Editor White, Kent, and Lois Lane, aided by Ralph Remsen, have been conducting a campaign against District Attorney Parker in an attempt to oust him from office because of his crooked practices. They were repeatedly warned against continuing their campaign by an invisible man, strange and baffling ally of the crooked DA, who was successful in frightening the mayor into withholding his support, and, but for the miraculous intervention of Superman, would have sent White and Lois crashing to their death while driving to see the governor in the state capitol. As our story opens today, we find them in Editor White's office, where Kent makes an astounding announcement. Listen.
I say I've solved the mystery. I know how the Invisible Man makes himself invisible.
I've had enough of this nonsense from you, Kent. Get out. You're fired.
Wait a minute, Mr. White.
Yes, Lois?
Clark, did you mean what you said? Do you really know how the Invisible Man makes himself invisible?
Well, I can do it myself.
I don't believe it.
You've got something there, Remsen. I don't believe it either. Kent, you'd have to be a Superman to solve a mystery like this one.
Well, you fired me, Mr. White, so I guess I'll have to break this story in another paper.
Oh, no, Mr. Kent, please don't go. Show them you can do it. I believe you.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy.
Now, wait a minute, Kent. If you can show us how it's done, if you can really make yourself invisible, you can have your job back.
Oh, gee, Mr. Kent, did you hear that? Oh, you'll be able to stay with us. You simply gotta do it now.
Oh, I don't know, Jimmy.
Kent, I'll do better than that. I'll raise your salary.
Well, that is an inducement. All right, it's a bet.
Ridiculous. You'll never do it.
You think not, Remsen? Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll step outside and close the door. And when I knock at the door, Jimmy, you open it. And then see what happens.
All right, Mr. Kent.
Now, don't forget to open the door when I knock.
Don't worry, I won't.
Good. Now I'll close the door.
I don't see how I can possibly do
Don't
anything.
worry, Miss Lane. He won't.
Listen. Jimmy, for heaven's sake, open that door. Well, open it, open it.
Okay, Mr. White. He's not here.
Oh, of course he's not there. Just another trick. He knocked at the door and then skipped off down the corridor.
You're wrong, Chief.
What?
I'm right here in the room with you.
Why?
But you can't see me because, well, you see, I'm invisible.
Say what? I don't believe it. Superman himself couldn't do a thing like this. Kent, was that your voice I heard? Are you really in this room?
I am, Chief. I'm sitting in the chair in front of your desk.
But we can't see you, Clark. Well, it's uncanny.
No, Lois. It's not uncanny. It's just a trick. A trick even I can do. It doesn't take a Superman.
Oh, but gosh, Mr. Kent, how could you make yourself invisible?
Well, Jimmy, to tell the truth, I haven't made myself invisible.
We can't see you.
Well, of course you can't see me. I'm not here.
Kent, before I go crazy, will you make sense? You are here. I can hear you talking to me from the chair in front of my desk.
But merely because I've centered your attention on that chair. But the fact is that although I am invisible, I'm not invisible.
Creepers.
Oh, I am going out of my mind. He's invisible, but he isn't invisible. He's here, but he isn't here. Kent, will you, in the name of heaven, explain what this is all about?
Well, gladly, Chief. It's all very simple. So simple, in fact, that I caught on to the trick from the very first.
You mean you've known all along how the invisible man made himself invisible?
I have, but no credit to me. I've known only because some time ago I did a series of articles on oddities in the world. You remember, Chief?
Why, of course I remember. Best series you ever did. But what in the world does that to do with...
Excuse me.
Yes, Remsen?
I've got to go. I'm late for an appointment. Very important.
Oh, don't go, Mr. Remsen. This will only take a few minutes.
Yes. Sit down, Remsen.
Well, Chief, as I was saying, you may recall that during that series of articles I did one on the magnificent ventrilo. Remember the celebrated ventriloquist?
Sure, I remember that. Didn't he give you some lessons in ventriloquism, Mr. Kent?
Yes, Jimmy. He did.
What? You mean that the invisible man
Exactly, Lois. The invisible man is nothing more than a darn good ventriloquist. I'm not so good myself. I wouldn't be able to fool you very long. But the invisible man is an expert, a master at it.
Oh, where are you now, Kent?
Now stop throwing my voice and you'll soon see. Now, can you locate me?
His voice seems to be coming from the window now.
That's where it's coming from, all right. Because you see, I'm out here on the fire escape.
Holy mackerel. All the time it sounded like he was right here in the room with us.
Hey, give me a hand in through the window, Jimmy.
Okay.
There. Thanks.
Okay.
All I did, Chief, was to knock on the door, get onto the fire escape through the window that leads off the corridor, and then throw my voice, by means of ventriloquism, into this room.
Well, Kent, I've got to hand it to you.
But who is the invisible man? Do you know the answer to that?
Yes, Lois. I believe I do.
Who?
There must be someone who at all times was able to be near us. You realize, of course, he couldn't be forever ducking onto fire escapes and all the rest of it.
He couldn't have done it that way in the mayor's office. We found you out on the fire escape.
Well, how you got there is really still a mystery.
Well, I've already explained that. Then, Lois, there's the night the invisible man had dinner with us. Actually, he was sitting at another table in disguise and throwing his voice toward our table.
Oh, I see that now.
Why, sure. And the night the presses were almost bombed, he must have been standing near us all the time. In fact, by George, as I see it, he practically always has been with us.
Exactly. So only one person can be the invisible man. It's certainly not you, Chief, or Lois, or me, or Jimmy. So it must be Ralph Remsen.
Why, preposterous. Utterly ridiculous.
Better give up quietly, Remsen. If we can't make you talk, the police can. You weren't interested in helping the public. Your game was to squeeze money out of District Attorney Parker.
What?
You made a deal with Parker to protect him against the campaign you yourself had started.
You figured it out very well, Kent. Superman, better be careful or you'll be running him a close second. But all your brain work will do you no good.
What do you mean?
This, Kent! Kent, he's got a gun!
Don't point that gun at me. I'm deathly afraid of firearms.
Are you? That's too bad.
Put that gun down. I'll faint.
Look out, Kent's fainting. Keep falling.
What the devil? He's fallen with his arms around my leg.
Look here, you.
Stand where you are, you others. Look out, you fool. You're tripping me.
Look, Mr. White, Remsen's falling.
Right, Jimmy. Oh!
Well, that's that.
Nice work, Mr. White. It clipped him on the jaw just as he was falling.
Yes, and I've got his gun now, too. It's a good thing you fainted, Kent. If you really did.
Did I faint? But why did I?
It's all right, Kent. It's all right. Now, you three wait here till I get back. Come on, Remsen.
I'm turning you over to the police right now. Go on. Get moving.
Well, we had some excitement there for a while, didn't we? My Lord. Why are you looking at me so funny?
I sometimes wonder about you, Clark Kent. Yes, I really do.
Hi there, Lois.
Clark! Thought I'd never find you in this crowd. Mr. White told me to meet you down here at the Central Railroad Station. What's it all about?
Oh, it's nothing much, Lois. Metropolis National Bank is moving a cargo of $5 million in gold from their vaults upstate to the bank here in the city.
Oh, just another story, eh?
Yeah, it's nothing exciting, I'm afraid. It's bringing the gold down in a specially constructed armored freight car. Burglar-proof and all that.
Oh, I see. Well, $5 million is a lot of money. They're not taking any chances. Steve said something about there being a special guard of 5 men locked inside the car.
Yes, after the guard got into the train, they sealed the doors. Oh, as I say, it's nothing important. White just wanted us to be on hand to cover the story, that's all. The train's due in a few minutes.
Guess Mr. White wanted to put us on something quiet after all the excitement we've had.
Excitement is right. What with the invisible man and you and White nearly getting killed in that car right at Dead Man's Curve?
Yeah, we certainly did. How did you know that?
Oh, everybody knows about the accident you nearly had.
Yeah, but I never said it happened at Dead Man's Curve. What? I didn't even know that was the name of the place.
Oh, well, White. White mentioned it. That's how I knew.
Oh. Well, I'm certainly glad the case of the invisible man's finished with.
Yeah.
I think both Remsen and Parker deserved what they got.
Yep, 5 to 10 years for Remsen, 20 years for Parker. The grand jury didn't waste any time about it.
Grand juries never do. Hey, the police are out in force today.
Yes, they're not taking any chances with that freight car and the $5 million it's carrying.
Several armored trucks drawn up the platform. Gee, there must be at least a dozen armed guards standing by.
Hello, Kent. Lois.
Oh, hi.
The story?
Yeah. You coming for the gold, Joe?
Yeah, it's quite a thing. $5 million in gold. The precautions they've taken. A special armored car designed particularly for bringing the gold here.
Yeah, very exciting, I suppose.
Hey, look. Here comes the train now.
Yeah.
Look at that line of freight cars.
Yeah. Car carrying the gold is near the end of the line, I think. Fourth or fifth.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Oh, it's a plane!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who came to Earth from the planet Krypton, possessed of physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and injustice, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet, a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember, Kent and Lois Lane were faced with solving the baffling mystery of the disappearance of a special armored freight car bearing $5 million in gold to the Metropolis Bank. Kent, as Superman, flew along the route traveled by the freight car, but found no clues. Nothing but a large emerald that had apparently fallen out of someone's ring. Meanwhile, danger threatens Lois at the railroad terminal in Metropolis. As our story opens today, 2 tough characters who have been watching her as she questioned various railroad employees are plotting serious harm. Listen.
Hey, mystery.
Oh, there you are, Crumb. Did you telephone the boss?
Yeah, he says to get rid of those 2 reporters who've been asking questions of everybody.
Gee, Crumb, I don't know. I don't see why we have to kill anybody just because they're asking questions.
Well, the boss thinks people who ask too many questions now may find out some embarrassing answers later on.
Oh.
He believes in getting rid of them right away.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
Yes?
I just see the girl. What happened to the fellow who was with her?
I left him in the crowd, Crumb. We can pick him up later. What's she going to do with the girl?
Well, I figured that out on my way over here.
Yeah?
Now, this is what we'll do. The 941 is due in on track 6 in just a few minutes.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'll manage to get the girl over to the platform at track 6. We'll stand there talking. You come up behind us. And just as the 941 comes in, you shove her in front of it. Get me?
Yeah, I get you. When the 941 comes in, I shove her in front of it.
Yeah.
So far, you haven't told me much I don't already know.
Yeah, perhaps you'd better tell me all you do know, miss. Then maybe I can tell you a few things you don't know.
Well,
I know that a freight car, specially armored and carrying 5 guards, vanished mysteriously on the way here from Bolton.
Yeah, I know that.
The car was carrying $5 million in gold for the Metropolis National Bank. Now, although that freight car was still attached to the train at Bolton, when the train arrived here this morning, the car had completely disappeared. What amazes me is... Oh, here comes the 941 now. Say, don't you think we're standing a little too close to the edge of the platform? We'd better step back.
Oh, no, I don't think we're too close.
Well, I think we'd better step back anyway. It always frightens me a little to be too close.
As the 941 puffs its way into the station on track 6, the man called Lispy edges closer and closer to Lois, waiting for the right moment to push her in front of the oncoming locomotive. Meanwhile, Clark Kent, returned from Bolton, enters the terminal and begins to look for Lois.
I wonder where Lois can be. She must still be here in the station because I haven't been gone long. Oh, there she is at the other end of this platform talking to some man. I'd better go down and... Wait. That man coming up behind her. Something funny about him. I wonder... He's pushed her onto the track in front of this train.
This is a job for Superman. I'll grab the last car and hold the train back. Here now. There, that does it. The platform hides me completely. With my feet dug into the railroad ties, I can hold this train back as long as necessary. The engineer has applied the brake. My work is done.
You're all right?
Yeah, just bruised a little. Anybody get the guy who pushed her?
Oh, happened so quickly, no one had a chance to grab him. He got away in the crowd.
Well, I'll say one thing. She's lucky to be alive. How the engineer brought that train to a stop so quickly is beyond me. Yes, sir. It was all...
And so, once again, unknown to Lois Lane, Clark Kent, as Superman, is the instrument of saving her from death. Later in the day, when Lois has recovered from the shock of her experience, she and Kent are sent by Editor White to the Metropolis National Bank, there to cover the story of a meeting between Inspector Neely of the police and Reginald Van Doren, president of the bank. Listen.
Please make yourself comfortable. Mr. Kent, you may sit here. Miss Lane over there. Inspector over here.
Thank you.
Inspector, you can well realize this has been the most harrowing day of my life. That freight car is not found and the $5 million recovered. This bank may have to close its doors.
Well, the bank has reserves, hasn't it, Mr. Van Doren?
Yes, Mr. Kent. We have another $2 million. As a last resort, I may have to have that brought on here to cover my deposit.
Mr. Van Doren, would you mind giving me all the details as to that gold shipment? The number of gold bricks, the numbers on them, and all the rest of it?
Glad to, Inspector. My secretary, Mr. Fortune, has those figures.
Fine. Yes, Mr. Van Doren.
Fortune, bring in the figures on the gold shipment, please.
Certainly, sir.
My, that's an odd name, Mr. Fortune. Quite appropriate for the secretary of a bank.
Yes, Fortune's been with me many years. Invaluable man. As a matter of fact, I presented him not long ago with a sort of token of the bank's esteem and gratitude for his years of service.
Oh, did you?
Yes, a rather unusual ring containing one of the largest emeralds I've ever seen.
A large emerald?
Yes. You seem interested, Mr. Kent. I'll ask Fortune to show it to you. Here he is now. The figures you wanted, Mr. Van Doren. Thank you. Oh, Fortune, I see you're not wearing your ring. One the bank gave you some time ago.
No, sir,
Mr. Kent here wanted to see it. He's interested in precious stones. Do you have it with you?
No, sir, I haven't.
You usually wear it all the time. What is it?
Mr. Van Doren, I was hoping I wouldn't have to tell you. The truth is, sir, I've lost the emerald.
You what?
Yes, sir. Must have worked loose in the ring and fallen out. And I'm going to put an ad in the paper, sir.
I don't think that would be necessary, Mr. Fortune.
What's that, sir?
This must be the emerald you lost.
Whoa. Where did you get that beautiful emerald?
I picked it up at the railroad terminal this morning. You must have been down at the terminal, Fortune.
Yes, I was.
Are you sure of that, Fortune? I thought you told me you'd spent the morning here at the office.
Well, I did, except for a short time. I went down to see the shipment come in. Mr. Kent, I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, glad to be able to return it to you.
You're sure you found it at the terminal, Mr. Kent?
Could you have lost it anywhere else?
Why, no, I don't think it. You asked that question in a sort of peculiar way, Mr. Kent.
Not at all, Mr. Fortune. I just thought I'd ask. You see, it's a reporter's job to ask questions. And funny thing, he usually gets the right answer.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Leslie Fortune.
Oh.
I've got to talk to the boss right away.
Okay, come in.
I'll take you right up. What's wrong?
I think someone's onto me. A reporter named Clark Kent.
Kent? That guy again?
You know him?
Yeah. Me and Crum is down at the terminal this morning. We decide Kent and the dame that's with him are asking too many questions. So we make up our minds to bump them off.
Well,
we pushed the dame in front of a train. And all of a sudden, the whole train stopped like somebody was holding it back. It was amazing.
the engineer must have applied his brakes hard. What about the man Kent?
Well, that's funny, Fortune. He never even showed up. Well, come on, let's go in. I'll signal the boss if you want to talk to him.
Yes?
Fortune is here, boss. He wants to talk to you.
Fortune, I'm glad you've come. I wanted to compliment you on today's work. Had it not been for the information with which you supplied us, we could never have succeeded today in making that freight car vanish.
I still don't know how you did it. But that isn't what I've come to talk about.
Oh?
You remember that emerald ring of mine?
Very well.
Well, I lost the emerald out of it. I had a feeling I lost it the other day when I was doing that job you wanted done out along the railroad track.
Between here and Bolton, yes.
Well, a certain reporter named Clark Kent produced the emerald today in Van Doren's office. He said he found it in the railroad terminal. But I know he didn't because I haven't been near the terminal.
And using Kent's suspicion, eh?
Yeah.
Very well. We must rid ourselves of Mr. Kent. Watch him and the girl closely. The moment you find them in a place where they intend to remain for, let us say, half an hour or more, let me know immediately. I shall see that they are taken care of.
Okay, boss.
Yes?
Hello, boss. This is Fortune. Listen, I've trailed Kent and Lois Lane to Sorrento's restaurant. I'm calling from it now. They're going to have dinner here, and it looks as if they'll be here for at least an hour.
Good work, Fortune. I'll take care of everything from here on.
And what are you going to do?
10 seconds, Fortune. 10 seconds after those two leave the restaurant, our troubles will be over.
But what are you going to do then? Hang up on me. 10 seconds, he said. 10 seconds after they leave the restaurant. And I'll just hang around and see what happens.
Frankly, Clark, I don't see why you can't leave this entire mystery to the police. You're not a detective, you know.
Well, you don't have to keep throwing it up to me, Lois. No harm trying to solve the darn thing. Are you finished?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then what do you say to taking in a movie, huh?
Oh, that's a swell idea. Take our minds off disappearing freight cars and such anyway.
Okay, then let's go. I'll pay the check and be right with you. Waiter!
They're leaving now. 10 seconds after they step through that door to the street, it'll be all over. 10 seconds, and Mr. Kent will never bother us again.
Well, you all set, Lois?
Hey, wait a minute. Quite a gale blowing outside. I'd better wear this fur piece instead of carrying it.
All right. Here, let me help you. There.
Thank you.
All right, let's go. Taxi, sir? Taxi? No, thanks. We'll walk.
10 seconds.
Yes, 10 seconds, the boss said. 10 seconds after Lois and Clark reached the street. What has the boss in store for our friends? What will happen within the next 10 seconds? And by the way, have you solved the mystery of the vanished freight car? Then be sure to hear the next episode of our story with Superman.
And remember, tune in the next thrilling installment of the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth possessed of physical powers far beyond those of ordinary humans, and who fights a never-ending battle against crime and oppression, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. As you remember,
Lois Lane and Kent, assigned to cover the arrival of a specially built armored car bearing $5 million in gold, ran into a baffling mystery when it was discovered that the car had disappeared, apparently vanished into thin air before it reached Metropolis. When Kent, playing a hunch, discovered that a bank employee had engineered the scheme with a character known only as the boss, a plot was laid to get rid of Clark and Lois. The boss arranged for something to happen to the two reporters within 10 seconds after they left the restaurant in which he learned they were eating. As we join them now, Kent and Lois, unaware of the danger that threatens them, are about to walk out of the restaurant. And remember, whatever is to happen to them will happen in 10 seconds. 10 seconds from now. Listen.
It'd be good to walk on a brisk night like this.
Yeah. You know, Clark, the more I think about that freight car vanishing along with $5 million in gold, well, the more confused I become.
Confused is hardly the word.
How a specially armored car with a crew of men inside it could possibly disappear without a trace.
Look out! That truck blowing! Quick, look out!
You all right, Lois?
Oh, thank goodness, Clark. Gee, you pulled me out of the way just in time.
Oh, another second, it would have been curtains.
All right, get back. What's happened here?
This truck crashed in off the street, officer. It almost killed this young lady and myself.
Oh, it did, eh? Ruined the front of this restaurant, too. Hey, you! You the driver of this truck?
Yeah, that's right, officer. I can explain all this if you'll just give me a chance.
Go ahead, I'm waiting.
Well, I think the steering shaft broke.
Oh?
I turned the wheel to go around this corner and nothing happened. Next thing I knew, I was heading out of the sidewalk, and there was nothing I could do.
See.
I stopped you from putting on your brakes. Well, I suppose I could have done that, but I was so excited, I guess I just didn't think.
I'll say you didn't. Clark, where are you going?
I'll be back in a minute. Honest, officer, it wasn't my fault.
No.
My company will pay for the glass window I crashed into.
Let me see your license and your registration while you're about it.
Oh, sure. Sure, here you are.
Now, let's see. Michael G. Hey, you! What are you doing up in the seat of that truck?
I just wanted to see what really had gone on with this truck, officer.
Well, the law will take care of that. Now get down out of there. Come on, get down.
Okay.
Now. Well, let's have a look at this license again.
Well, officer, honest, you can't blame me. I couldn't do it.
Maybe not, and then again, maybe you could. Anyways, I'll have to give you a summons. You can explain it all to the judge in the morning. Now, come on.
Come on, Lois. Let's get out of here. I don't want to be held as a witness.
Gracious, Clark. You're stronger than I thought you were.
Huh?
When you pulled me out of the way of that truck, your grip felt like steel.
Oh, you just imagine that in the excitement of the moment.
I guess you're right. Heavens, we're lucky to come out of this accident alive.
That was no accident, Lois.
What?
I got up into the seat of that truck to find out whether or not that steering gear actually was broken. It wasn't.
You mean the steering gear was all right?
Of course it was. I've never yet heard of the steering gear of a truck breaking without being subjected to some unusual strain. They don't make them that way.
Then that was an attempt on our lives.
Exactly. Now I know why our friend Fortune, Secretary to Van Doren of the Metropolis National Bank, was following us tonight.
Fortune was following us?
Yes, I didn't say anything because I didn't want to upset you. Fortune must have been keeping an eye on us, Lois. The minute we entered Sorrento's restaurant, he relayed word of our presence there to someone else.
Yes, but who?
Well, that I can't tell yet. When we do find out who it was, we'll have the solution to this whole mystery.
But, Clark, why didn't you tell that cop back there that the steering wheel was all right? Why didn't you have the truck driver arrested?
Oh, it wouldn't have done any good. The truck driver is merely a tool, and I don't think he'd talk. Now, Fortune...
What about Fortune?
Well, Fortune is our answer to this entire problem, Lois. I think you'll agree that he must be mixed up in this mess somewhere.
There's no doubt of it.
All right, then. The thing to do is get hold of Fortune and force him to talk. He can lead us to the real head, the real brain behind this mystery. Why, I'll bet anything that once we get Fortune to talk, we'll find the answers to how that freight car disappeared, where it disappeared, and where the $5 million is now located.
Sounds reasonable enough. Now, how do we get hold of Fortune?
Well, only through the bank, I'm afraid. And that's closed now. We'll have to wait till tomorrow morning.
And then what?
Then we'll pay a call on Mr. Van Doren, president of the bank, explain to him our suspicions about Fortune, and then put Fortune on the pan.
And you think you can make Mr. Fortune talk?
No, but I imagine Mr. Van Doren can.
I knew it couldn't be true.
True? What are you talking about, Lois?
I thought for a moment you were beginning to develop some backbone. Sorry, my mistake.
A few hours later, in the hideout of the boss, matters begin to take another turn. Listen.
This is Westby, boss. Can you hear me?
Yes, listen.
Bixby, did you get the truck driver?
Yes, I got him all right. The boys have him outside.
Tell them to bring him in.
Okay. Bring him in, boys.
Honest, it wasn't my fault. I did my best, but that guy Clark Kent saw me coming.
Shut up. All right, boys.
You who drove the truck. Your name is Michael, is it not?
Yeah, that's right, boss. Honest, it wasn't my fault, boss. Bixby here told me exactly what you wanted done, and I did.
Please. You must forgive me, Michael, but I am not interested in excuses. The men who work for me must be thoroughly efficient. When I give an order, I must be able to feel that order will be carried out to the letter. I can no longer depend on you, Michael, and so must leave our happy little family.
You mean you're firing me?
Yes, Michael, you're fired.
I know what that means. It don't just mean I can walk through that door and then I'm through it. It means when I leave here, you men will follow me. This being a crumb and them other guys, and when I get far enough away from here, they'll...
The man babbles. Take him away.
You can't do this to me, do you hear? It ain't gonna happen to me what happened to them other guys you fired.
Come on, pal.
They find them guys with a bullet through their head.
It's all right, boss. The boys will take care of him.
Good. Bixby, the failure of that truck driver to complete his job puts us in a far more difficult spot than we were in before. Clark Kent may have had suspicions before, but he'll be sure now. Kent now knows definitely that Fortune is implicated in the vanishing of that freight train.
Well, then it looks like we've got to get rid of Kent and do a good job this time.
No, that isn't quite necessary.
Well, what do you mean, boss? If we don't get rid of Kent, he's liable to make trouble.
Possibly. However, there's one other way of accomplishing our design, and it's this. Suppose instead of getting rid of Kent, we simply...
Mr. Van Doren will see you in a moment.
Oh, thanks.
Well, the more I think of it, the more I wonder if we're doing the right thing.
What do you mean, Lois?
Well, I'm beginning to wonder if we're right about Mr. Fortune. Somehow he doesn't seem like the sort of person who...
Lois, I don't suspect Fortune only because I know he was following us last night. There's that business of the emerald I found, the emerald he dropped from his ring.
Well, what's wrong with that? Anyone's likely to lose the stone out of a ring, and there's nothing unusual when you're picking it up in the railroad terminal. Well, did you pick it up in the terminal? Better come clean, Mr. Kent. Where did you find that emerald?
Well, to be frank about it, Lois, I found it lying near the railroad tracks between here and Bolton, about 5 miles out of town.
5 miles out of town?
Uh-huh.
What were you doing out there, and how'd you get out there?
I borrowed a hand car. You know, one of those cars workmen use to inspect the tracks.
You sure of that?
Of course I'm sure. Why?
I don't know. Sometimes I get a funny feeling that, well, if you're not telling me everything. Oh, well, never mind. Why didn't you say you found the emerald on the tracks 5 miles out of town?
I didn't want to arouse Fortune's suspicions. It looks as if I did.